Introduction: Meng Tang is a graceful and poised queen, embodying the essence of a true white lotus standing resiliently within the imperial harem. This sentiment is shared by all, including the tyrant himself. When he takes in a concubine, she graciously offers her congratulations and dutifully arranges for the new consort's attendance at his side. When he presents her with restorative medicines, she subserviently consumes the contraceptive brew, fully aware of its true nature. When he suffers from debilitating headaches due to an old affliction, she willingly offers her own lifeblood as a remedy to alleviate his pain. He inquires, "What makes you so exceptionally kind?" With a serene smile, she replies, "It is my honor to relieve your majesty's concerns." Everything changes when rebel forces lay siege to the city on the battlements. She leaps with resolve, sacrificing her life to protect the realm and quell the uprising. Having successfully garnered the tyrant's affection, Meng Tang completes her intended escape from this earthly realm. Cradling her lifeless body, the tyrant kneels upon the ground, his eyes swollen with tears, lamenting, "Zitong, I was wrong. Will you return to me?" Witnessing this scene, Meng Tang feels no stir within her heart. Is this tormenting? It's merely a role I played. Does anyone truly believe in such selfless devotion without expectation, as if such genuine white lotuses exist in this world? Chapter 1, Dragged Away to Execution. Your Majesty, I am in pain. The man's large hand gently caressed her cheek, his voice deep and magnetic. How is it that after all this time, you still cannot endure? Meng Tang's fingertips nearly dug into the man's broad, solid back, leaving behind deep scratches on his sturdy spine. Chewy lowered his head and pressed his lips against her alluring red mouth, whispering, "You mustn't cry out in pain. This is the favor I bestow upon you, a privilege that others can only dream of." This favor was too tormenting, and Meng Tang did not desire it. The 15th and 16th of each month were designated nights for the Empress Company, yet today, inexplicably, it was not Meng Tang's turn. Chewy did not summon anyone else, but came directly to her chamber. This left Meng Tang in a state of distress. She had no inclination to share his bed. Chewy, youthful and full of vigor, would insist on keeping her awake all night, and she simply could not bear it. By the next day, her back would ache painfully, leaving her unable to rise from bed. Attending to the emperor was a laborious task, as anyone who had experienced it would know. Only the jealous concubines of the harem found joy in such matters. "Your Majesty, please, no more." A flush spread across Meng Tang's cheeks, vibrant and compelling. "Zitong, if I desire it, you must comply. This realm belongs to me, and so do you," he declared. With that, the curtains fell, enveloping them in a crimson wave. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Outside the chamber, a eunuch knelt at the door, weeping as he called out, "Concubine Xiao has suddenly fallen gravely ill. Please come and see her." The head maid of Kunming Palace retorted, "If she is unwell, she should summon the imperial physician. Does your Majesty possess the ability to treat concubine Xiao?" "What are you saying, Aunt Fong Ning? Our lady is clearly terrified. She might not survive the night and is desperate to see His Majesty one last time." Fong Ning coldly curled her lips, responding, "Is it not well known that concubine Xiao falls ill every 3 days and suffers major ailments every 5? If it were one of the lesser-ranked concubines, they would certainly employ the excuse of illness to summon the emperor away. What, is concubine Xiao dissatisfied that she has had 28 out of 30 nights with His Majesty this month, daring to encroach upon the empress' turn?" The young eunuch's face was a picture of despair. "It is truly unjust. Our master is genuinely ill, otherwise we would not disturb your Majesty and the lady at this late hour." The young eunuch was a newcomer from Yuhua Palace, home to concubine Xiao. Eager to rise through the ranks, he diligently served her. Little did he know, the emperor was known for his unpredictable temperament. A mere misstep could result in a death sentence. Even the ministers of the previous dynasty spoke of the emperor in hushed tones, fearful that an ill-timed remark could lead to their own demise. The emperor had not hesitated to execute officials. For far less the number of courtiers dragged away and executed at his command could be counted on both hands. There were even instances when he personally dispatched someone with a single stroke of his sword. Everyone in the palace lived in trepidation of him, which is why the task of summoning the emperor to Yuhua Palace fell upon this inexperienced young eunuch. Those with a modicum of sense would never dare face the emperor directly. Moreover, today is neither the 15th nor the 16th. It is not even the empress' turn. The young eunuch's words carried a hint of sarcasm. He felt emboldened to speak this way because the entire palace knew that the empress was gentle and benevolent, never vying for favor and treating the servants with kindness. She had never punished anyone, remaining the sole figure in the harem who was uncontentious and devoted to her faith. Fang Ning was about to reprimand him when the chamber doors creaked open, revealing the emperor in his resplendent yellow robes, hair cascading over his shoulders, coldly regarding the young eunuch before him. The eunuch trembled, bowing deeply, and nervously said, "Your Majesty, concubine Xiao is unwell and wishes to see you." The man's voice, now hoarse from passion, commanded, "Lift your head." The young eunuch hesitantly raised his gaze, wide-eyed with fear. This was his first time facing the emperor directly. The emperor possessed a strikingly handsome visage. His temples glistened with sweat, and his eyes still bore the remnants of desire. He appeared far removed from the tyrant described in tales, resembling instead a charming young nobleman. Taking a deep breath, the eunuch stammered, "It is my fault for disturbing your Majesty. I came only because concubine Xiao's condition is dire and I had no choice but to request your presence." The emperor's voice dripped with icy disdain. "You just claimed today is not the 15th or 16th. Upon hearing this, the eunuch's face drained of color. Chui coldly curled his lips. "What? Must I choose a day to show affection to my empress?" He raised his foot and kicked the young eunuch to the ground. The eunuch, horrified, immediately prostrated himself, his head striking the floor with a loud thud, blood oozing from his forehead. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I was not implying that. In my panic, I spoke thoughtlessly. It's just that concubine Xiao is truly gravely ill. I was anxious, and I spoke out of turn. I was wrong. I truly regret it. I shall never do so again. Do you wish for another chance?" The man's eyes flickered with annoyance. He looked down at the young eunuch, his thin lips coldly uttering a few words, "Drag him away, execute him with a rod." Fang Ming's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Meanwhile, the young eunuch was terrified, trembling uncontrollably as he cried out, "I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Take him further away, do not disturb the empress." "Yes, your Majesty." Two eunuchs stepped forward, dragging the young eunuch out of Kunming Palace. Once outside the doors, one of the eunuchs leaned closer to the young eunuch, whispering, "Do you know why they sent a nobody like you to summon His Majesty?" The young eunuch shivered. The other eunuch laughed heartily. "You are the 8th one this month. You should consider yourself fortunate. At least you saw His Majesty's face before you meet your end. The previous ones didn't even get that chance." Their voices faded into the distance. Inside the chamber, Meng Tang, exhausted, propped herself up and inquired, "What is happening? Why all this commotion?" Chui turned and strode over, cradling Meng Tang's delicate face and placing a kiss on her crimson lips. "It is nothing. You should rest." Meng Tang grasped the hem of his robe, timidly asking, "Where are you going, Your Majesty? Will you not stay with me tonight?" Chui patted her hand gently. "Concubine Xiao is throwing a fit. I must see what is the matter." Meng Tang fell silent, casting her gaze downward. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips as she said, "Very well, Your Majesty, go quickly. Do not keep your sister waiting. I am weary and shall not see you off." The sorrow reflected in her eyes tugged at the man's heart. He tenderly brushed his palm against her cheek, thinking to himself that he could afford to wait a little longer. It was not yet the time to deal with concubine Xiao. "Do not dwell on it, Zitong. I will return to see you." She nuzzled her small face against his palm, softly replying, "I understand, Your Majesty. Please go, I comprehend your plight." Chui rose and made his exit. Meng Tang watched him leave, her eyes fixed upon the progress bar of affection above his head. Affection level, 38. After 7 years of effort, Meng Tang had only managed to reach 38 points. The maximum was 100, and she had yet to even pass the minimum threshold. Once the emperor had completely departed, Fang Ning hurried in with a bowl of dark, viscous medicine. "Your Highness, this is the supplement His Majesty had sent for you. Please drink it while it is warm." Meng Tang accepted the bowl. The medicine was bitter on her palate, prompting her to wrinkle her brow as she swallowed. Fang Ning smiled, "His Majesty truly cares for you. After every night spent together, he always sends medicine to help you conceive the dragonair." Chapter 2, I must accompany the empress and attend to her well-being. Meng Tang scoffed disdainfully. The medicine, while ostensibly a tonic, was in truth a contraceptive, a clear indication of the emperor's fear of her conceiving. Naturally, Meng Tang had no desire to bear a child, and even without the emperor's provision of such remedies, she would devise her own means of contraception. Her sentiments toward Chu Yi were merely superficial. He likely harbored little genuine affection for her, as evidenced by his consistently low favorability rating. They were mere pretenders in a fabricated marriage, playing their respective roles. When Chu Yi lay upon her bed, he was her husband, yet, upon another's bed, he became theirs. How could Meng Tang dare to invest true feelings in such a man, let alone bear his offspring, after savoring a piece of candied fruit? She allowed the bitter taste to dissipate before speaking softly. It is indeed well. Your Majesty treats me with sincerity, and I shall return that sincerity in kind. Fang Ning observed that of late the empress and the emperor appeared genuinely affectionate, leading her to speculate that it would not be long before a young prince would grace the realm. Meng Tang cast a sidelong glance at her, gesturing for her to depart. At the age of 18, Meng Tang had been thrust into this world, bound to a tyrant against her will. Unlike others, she lacked a guiding system. Her only connection to progress lay in the favorability bar associated with Chu Yi. She surmised that she must fill this bar to the brim to have any hope of returning home. After enduring 7 arduous years by Chu Yi's side, she discovered that he was a man difficult to please. The initial years saw the favorability bar fluctuating, a repetitive cycle of stagnation. His domineering nature garnered a mere score of 1, his overwhelming possessiveness, another 1, his propensity to weep, yet another 1, and even donning purple attire earned him yet another 1. The reasons for diminishing favorability were as varied as they were unpredictable, with countless peculiarities contributing to her struggles. It was only in the past 2 years that Meng Tang fully grasped Chu Yi's preferences. Painstakingly raising his favorability to 38, Chu Yi favored the gentle and unassuming demeanor of a true white lotus. Thus, Meng Tang needed only to embody this persona convincingly. However, surviving in the palace required a degree of ambition. If she were to remain entirely unassertive, she would not have endured thus far. She had to vie and contend, albeit without letting Chu Yi perceive her true nature. The fade of the true white lotus must not falter in his presence. For otherwise, that hard-won 38 could vanish overnight. Meng Tang closed her eyes, lying upon her bed, recalling Chu Yi's words before his departure, that he would return to see her. She hoped he would refrain from visiting tonight. Yearning for a restful slumber, she prayed that Xiao Fei would prove effective, ensnaring Chu Yi for the entire evening, thus sparing her from the burden of late-night duties. Unfortunately, Xiao Fei was not a reliable ally. In the emperor's absence, she would act with abandon, yet when faced with him, she lacked the courage to even exhale audibly. This timidity was not unique to Xiao Fei, it seemed to permeate the entire palace and the court as well. Your servant has seen His Majesty, Xiao Fei said, bowing gracefully before Chu Yi, her fragile form exuding an air of vulnerability. The lights within the Yuhua palace illuminated the coldness etched upon Chu Yi's visage. His eyes glimmering like ice as he inquired, "Rised, I hear that my beloved consort is unwell again." Xiao Fei rose delicately, her seemingly boneless form leaning toward Chu Yi as she lamented, "Your Majesty, I am afflicted with pain in my heart and chest. Might you lend your assistance to your servant?" It was perhaps impossible for any man to resist the allure of such a delicate flower leaning into his embrace. Alas, Chu Yi was not so easily swayed. With little regard, he pushed Xiao Fei away, causing her to genuinely falter under the force and tumble to the ground. Xiao Fei gazed up in astonishment, while Chu Yi took the handkerchief offered by a servant and methodically wiped down his hand, paying meticulous attention to each finger. "I have previously expressed my aversion to filth. Do not encroach upon my personal space," he stated. The expression of annoyance on Chu Yi's face was unmistakable. Ever since he had exited Kunning Palace, he had maintained this countenance, resembling one whose desires remained unfulfilled. In Xiao Fei's eyes shimmered a pool of water, glistening with an ethereal light. "Your Majesty, I thought I have bathed," she declared, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Ah, and what fragrance did you use?" "It is quite pleasant," Chu Yi replied nonchalantly. A fleeting sense of pride crossed Xiao Fei's face. She had previously inquired and discovered that the emperor favored the delicate scent of jasmine, thus she blushed and confessed, "I added jasmine essence to my bath." She believed the emperor would appreciate it. Having heard that the empress's face powder bore a subtle jasmine fragrance, however, the emperor's heart proved inscrutable as he responded, "The scent is rather overpowering. I must return to accompany the empress shortly, and I would prefer not to carry your fragrance with me." Instantly, Xiao Fei's complexion turned pale. "Your Majesty, will you not spare some time for me?" she implored. "Look at you, still brimming with energy to indulge in a bath. It seems your illness is not severe. The man's gaze deepened, revealing an impatience that was no longer concealed. Your Majesty. Ahem. Xiao Fei suddenly clutched her chest and coughed lightly, yet Chui waved his hand dismissively. Commanding, Tang Shirta, come forth. A middle-aged physician, clutching a medicine box, hurriedly entered, almost stumbling as his official hat asked you. Your Majesty, what are your orders? He gasped, prostrating himself on the ground. My beloved consort claims to be in pain. Should you not attend to her? Yes, Your Majesty, Tang Shirta replied, trembling as he approached Xiao Fei to take her pulse. Chu Yi's tone was tinged with displeasure as he declared, if my consort truly suffers, then prescribe her a remedy. If she feigns discomfort, then let her truly experience the pain she claims. At his words, both Xiao Fei and Tang Shirta were taken aback. Xiao Fei's face drained of color as she trembled and stammered. Your Majesty, I merely miss you and cannot sleep at night. If my consort does not indeed suffer, would that not constitute treason? Treason is a capital offense, and I have compassion for your family who toil at the frontier. Surely you would not willingly commit such a grievous transgression, would you, my dear? Chui lounged languidly upon his Nanmu chair, yet his tone brimmed with menace. Xiao Fei had often employed such excuses in the past to draw the emperor away from other consorts, and he had never held it against her, instead offering her solace. But this time, the emperor seemed genuinely enraged. What was different this time? She had summoned him from the empress. It was because of the empress. Tang Shirta knelt low, his head bowed to the ground. I understand, Your Majesty. Li Chongfu, you shall remain. Ensure that Xiao Fei consumes her medicine. Li Chongfu, the emperor's personal eunuch, was a favored and trusted attendant. Yes, Your Majesty. I will see to it that the consort takes her medicine. Chui rose, unwilling to linger any longer. Your Majesty, Xiao Fei stood, attempting to follow him. Li Chongfu waved his hand, saying, bring someone to restrain Xiao Fei. Boldly, you sycophants dare to lay a finger on me. Li Chongfu clicked his tongue twice and remarked, the esteemed Xiao Fei has only been in the palace for a little over a month. Yet she has already stirred up such a multitude of troubles. Can you not discern that the emperor is nearing the limits of his forbearance? Moments later, the eunuchs brought forth the medicinal concoction, and Li Chongfu pinched Xiao Fei's mouth to force it open. I shall not drink. Refusal to drink would amount to treason against the emperor, my lady, so please do not make things difficult for us. The bitter potion burned as it coursed through her, causing her heart and lungs to ache. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes widened as memories flooded back to her early days in the palace, when she inquired about the emperor's preferences, believing she could win his favor. Yet he had never once graced her with his attention. Whenever it was her turn to attend to him, she was either commanded to kneel outside the chambers or sent away to the side halls. The thought of climbing onto the dragon bed drove her to the brink of madness. Alas, she dared not attempt it even once. The emperor's temperament was notoriously cruel, and she feared for her life, resorting instead to trivial schemes to entice him. Despite her efforts to emulate the gentle demeanor of the empress, who the emperor favored, she could scarcely even capture his gaze. The empress. Oh, the empress, what is it that makes her so desirable? Kunming Palace. The door to the chambers was pushed open once more, and Meng Tang sighed, pondering how utterly incapable Xiao Hongyun was, lamenting her inability to retain the emperor's affections. She truly wished to avoid overtime. Chapter 3. The plastic marriage. The footsteps grew ever closer, approaching the bedside. The cool tips of a man's fingers brushed against her cheek. Zitong, he called softly. He had hurriedly arrived, still carrying the chill of the morning dew upon him. Meng Tang wished to feign sleep, yet could not. At the moment his hand made contact, her breath had already become erratic, and Chui would undoubtedly notice. Chui held a disdain for the duplicitous, especially those who feigned slumber, despite being awake, an act he perceived as a ploy of seduction. Indeed, should she genuinely pretend to sleep, her favor with him would plummet instantly, a painful prospect after 7 years of painstaking effort to cultivate it. Meng Tang opened her eyes, turned towards him, and spoke gently. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I have promised to return and see you. I am a man of my word, he replied. Yet inside, Meng Tang scoffed lightly, recalling how he had made similar promises upon her ascension to the central palace, only to swiftly turn to other consorts' quarters, leaving her in solitude for the entire night. If negative sentiments were possible, his regard for her at that time would surely have been in the negative. Even when it was the turn of the empress to serve him, Chui could maintain his composure while turning to other consorts, completely disregarding her dignity as the empress. Meng Tang truly wished to avoid the duties of the night. Her intimate encounters with him were far from harmonious, and yet she was compelled to feign ecstasy for his sake. Each time after their union, she would be left in excruciating pain, struggling to walk. Xiao Fei was indeed ineffectual, unable to retain even a single night of his affections, leaving the burden of duty upon her shoulders. Meng Tang wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her tone affectionate. "Your Majesty's presence brings me such joy. I had thought. Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight, her unfinished sentences laden with longing. Chui found her obedient demeanor to be quite endearing. It seemed that a mere sweet word from him could brighten her entire day. He playfully pinched her nose, questioning, "Did you think I would spend the night with Xiao Fei?" Chy ascended to the bed, his words laced with playful mockery as he said, "Zitiing, assist me in shedding my garments." Meng Tang trembled, her cheeks flushed, feigning a bashful demeanor as she helped the man remove his clothing. Revealing his broad, robust chest, he grasped her chin, declaring, "She Ohen's kin commands the YNNN army. I cannot act against her at this moment, so I must ask you to endure some grievances." Zitiing, I have never felt wronged, Your Majesty. While it is true that consort Shio possesses a rather spirited nature, she would never truly engage in any heinous acts. Most individuals within this palace adhere strictly to their roles, which is exceedingly dull. Consort Shio stands apart from them, being clever and vivacious. It is no wonder that Your Majesty is fond of her and frequently visits her. I, too, hold an affinity for her. The man pressed his thin lips against her scarlet ones, gently grazing them, and remarked, "Is my Zitiing feeling envious, Your Majesty? Zitiing, when the YNNN army returns, how about I bestow the YNNN tiger talisman upon your elder brother?" He proposed. Zfing is indeed a rare talent. I have faith in his capabilities. Meng Tang's elder brother, Meng Yn, bore the courtesy name Zfing. However, a hint of derision crept onto Meng Tang's lips. For generations, the Dying dynasty had been dominated by powerful families, and the foremost among them was the Meng family, to which the empress belonged. She surmised that Chy must dream of eliminating the Meng family. Would he truly consider handing the talisman to one of their kind? Such thoughts were utterly delusional. If she were to acquiesce to this, it would undoubtedly provoke the man's ire, jeopardizing not only her favor but perhaps even the position of empress itself. For 7 years, he had continued to test her. Chy remained unconvinced that the Meng family harbored no ambition, yet the reality was that the Meng family did not covet power. Rather, they were wholly subservient to this tyrant. The man gazed deeply into her eyes, seemingly awaiting her response. Meng Tang wrapped her arms around his neck, seeking solace in his embrace, yet felt no warmth. Her heart was cold. "Your Majesty, the harem must not interfere in state affairs. I beseech you, do not place me in such a predicament." Zitiing, do not fear. Our bond transcends that of sovereign and consort. We are also husband and wife. Zfing is akin to my brother-in-law, and it is only fitting that I secure him a commendable position. Believe your deceit, the emperor's words are mere trickery. Meng Tang thought, rolling her eyes inwardly, how could someone like my brother wield the command of the YNNN army? Please, do not burden him with such expectations. He may manage a minor official role, but if he were to be placed in the military, it would likely cause chaos. Her disparagement seemed to please Chy greatly. He pressed his lips to her earlobe, bestowing a gentle kiss, and replied, "Zfing is not entirely as you depict him. However, since Zitiing is reluctant, I shall ponder this further. Hypocrisy. Chy spoke few truths. He embraced her and covered them with a blanket. And soon enough, suggestive murmurs filled the air. The following day, after attending to Chy's court duties, Meng Tang inhaled sharply, her body feeling weak and sore, particularly in her lower regions, where each step brought intense pain. That wretched emperor must have been a dog in his past life. After every night spent with him, she endured a full day of suffering. Fing entered and announced, "Your Highness, the young ladies from each palace have come to pay their respects." "Dismiss them, it is unnecessary today, as I am unwell," Meng Tang replied in a flat tone. "Understood." I in the front hall of Knning Palace. Effing Enning smiled and said, "Ladies, please return, the empress is unwell, and today's audience is hereby cancelled." The concubines, upon hearing these words, turned away with expressionless faces and made their way outside. Once they exited the Knning Palace, the faction of Mei Fei gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Coincidentally, it was heard that Xiao Fei was also unwell and had not come to pay her respects that morning. I heard that His Majesty spent the night at the Empress's side, yet was summoned away by Xiao Fei. It is likely that the Empress is feeling quite uncomfortable about it, and at this moment, she has no inclination to concern herself with us. Xiao Fei truly possesses both exceptional skill and audacity. daring even to usurp the empress's favor. Alas, our empress, if one were to speak kindly, is someone who remains aloof and indifferent to worldly affairs. If one were to speak unkindly, she is simply cowardly. At this moment, Meng Tang's heart was indeed uneasy, resenting Xiao Fei for her lack of competitiveness, which had caused her to endure yet another restless night. Your Highness, this is a letter from Xiao Fei that Lin Lang intercepted. Sent out of the palace this morning. Meng Tang casually took it, unfolded it, and immediately laughed. Dearest parents, Hong Yun has been in the palace for over a month and has yet to receive His Majesty's grace. His Majesty has not even touched me, to such an extent of disdain. I hope my parents can assist me, for Hong Yun is not faring well. Meng Tang, fixated on the line regarding the lack of His Majesty's grace, displayed an expression of surprise. A faint smile danced upon her lips as she remarked, I knew she was not clever, but I did not anticipate her to be so utterly inept. Feng Ning, astonished, inquired, Your Highness, how shall we handle this letter? Naturally, we shall send it on her behalf. Understood. Meng Tang raised her hand and declared, Let us proceed to the Yuhua Palace. I shall personally instruct her on how to earn His Majesty's favor. Feng Ning gently took her hand and cautiously led her outside. Ouch, my undergarments are chafing against my thighs. It hurts terribly. She was resolute in her intention to have Chui visit someone else's chamber tonight. She could no longer endure this, having served 8 times this month already. Chapter 4, Meng Tang must be plotting against me. In the Yuhua Palace, Xiao Hongyun lay upon the couch, softly groaning. Oh, Kai Wei, my chest hurts so much, I can hardly breathe. Kai Wei brought forth a small cup of bird's nest, saying, Your Highness, this is the golden-threaded swallow from the recent tribute of Runan. I hear the Empress has none. His Majesty has only bestowed it upon you. Please drink some, it is still warm, and it might ease your discomfort. Upon hearing that the Empress had none, Xiao Hongyun, who had previously held the bird's nest in disdain, reached out to take it, unable to suppress her curiosity. Is it truly true that the Empress has none? Indeed, His Majesty, out of consideration for your family's hardships at the border, rewarded you with this tribute as soon as it arrived in the capital. This honor is unique to you. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyun felt a measure of relief, sipping the bird's nest in small mouthfuls. Kai Wei continued, I heard that early this morning, the ladies of the various palaces went to pay their respects to the Empress, who claimed she was unwell and could not rise from her bed. Xiao Hongyun let out a cold laugh, saying, She spent the entire night in bed, how could she possibly be unwell? The one who is truly unwell is I. As she spoke passionately, she inadvertently aggravated her chest pain, causing her to gasp, Ouch, it hurts. Your Highness, are you all right? Kai Wei asked with concern. Xiao Hongyun, with a sullen expression, retorted, Are you blind? I am nearly dying from the pain. Do I look fine? Hurry and give me a massage. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. The chief eunuch of the Yuhua Palace suddenly called out in a high-pitched voice. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Meng Tang responded lightly. Rise. There is no need for excessive formality. Clutching a string of prayer beads, she donned a plain moon-white robe with wide sleeves, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, appearing even less adorned than the noble young ladies outside the palace, yet enveloped in a faint fragrance of jasmine tea. As Meng Tang entered the room, Xiao Hongyun's expression instantly soured. What could the queen possibly want? Surely, she had come to revel in her misfortune. Xiao Hongyun thought to herself that the queen was undoubtedly here to flaunt her power. With a frosty demeanor and little trace of a smile, she coldly remarked, I am unwell and fear I cannot pay my respects to your Majesty. The thoughts swirling in Xiao Hongyun's mind were plainly written on her face, revealing her as one of the few simple-minded individuals in the palace. Oh matter, dear sister, do rest. I have heard you have been feeling unwell since last night. Has there been any improvement? Meng Tang inquired gently. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. It is nothing serious. Xiao Hongyun rolled her eyes in response. Sister, I have brought you some medicinal supplements specifically for heartache. If you do not mind, you may try them, Meng Tang said, waving her hand for Feng Ning to bring the medicine. The medicine was genuine. After all, it was only with Xiao Hongyun's robust health that she could serve at night. Xiao Hongyun regarded her with suspicion, thinking, surely this medicine is poison. The queen must be trying to kill me. Meng Tang reached out and grasped Xiao Hongyun's small hand, saying, Oh dear sister, you have lost weight in just a month since entering the palace. If your father and brothers were to see you like this, they would surely be heartbroken. Xiao Hongyun dared not speak, feeling that the queen was utterly hypocritical, truly hypocritical, even in such a situation. She still pretended to be a good sister. Meng Tang's gaze fell upon the bird's nest nearby, and she exclaimed, Sister, are you drinking bird's nest? At the mention of bird's nest, Xiao Hongyun straightened her posture. feeling she had an opportunity to regain some ground, especially since Kai Wei had just mentioned that this tribute was awarded solely to her by His Majesty. Just as she was about to speak, Meng Tang smiled and said, "This must be the golden silk swallow from Runan that was offered this year. I have plenty more. If you enjoy it, I can send more over shortly." Xiao Hongyun? Xiao Hongyun couldn't help but glance at Kai Wei, wondering why it was said to be hers alone. This little vixen was trying to deceive her again. How utterly detestable. Xiao Hongyun forced a smile and replied, "No need, His Majesty has bestowed plenty. I cannot finish it all." Upon hearing this, Meng Tang relented, stating, "I have heard about last night's incident, dear sister. You were foolish. His Majesty has never favored those who are overly domineering. The more you create a scene, the more he will grow weary of you." At this remark, Xiao Hongyun felt increasingly convinced that Meng Tang was here to flaunt her authority. How dare she lecture her? "Your palace is far too extravagant. It would be better if it were simpler, as His Majesty favors modesty and despises ostentation," Xiao Hongyun retorted, pouting. "Your Majesty, what is the point of your words? I merely feel that, as sisters, I cannot bear to see you lose His Majesty's favor." Meng Tang replied, "Your Majesty is jesting. Do you truly wish to assist me in vying for his affection?" Xiao Hongyun countered. "Indeed," Meng Tang said candidly. Gazing at her, Xiao Hongyun was taken aback. Is Meng Tang's mind not quite right? She cannot possibly be serious. "Pray tell, my lady, how might I earn His Majesty's favor?" A hint of derision graced Xiao Hongyun's countenance. "As it stands, my sister is at odds with His Majesty. Should you wish to mend the rift in His Majesty's heart, you must act swiftly. Allow me to impart 3 crucial points. After court adjourns, His Majesty will retire to the imperial study to review memorials, and he is bound to feel fatigued. Remember to present him with a bowl of 4 divine soup, for it is his favorite. This is the first step. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach." Fearing that the soup brewed in the imperial palace might lack flavor, Meng Tang has taken the liberty of sending a portion. She advised, "Simply deliver my offering to His Majesty. His Majesty has a preference for subdued hues. Thus, when you meet him, don garments of a modest color. He is not fond of the fragrance of jasmine. Rather, he adores the delicate aroma of tea. Avoid adorning yourself with gold or silver. A single jade hairpin suffices." This constitutes the second point. His Majesty enjoys reading folklore and tales of the strange. Therefore, my sister should familiarize herself with such stories to cultivate common ground for conversation. This is the third point. These insights are the fruit of Meng Tang's years of observation. Grasping Xiao Hongyun's hand earnestly, Meng Tang implored, "You must remember these 3 tenets, master them, and you shall win His Majesty's heart." Xiao Hongyun harbored skepticism towards Meng Tang's intentions, suspecting ulterior motives. "Why should I place my trust in you?" she retorted. Meng Tang sighed, her expression gentle and serene, embodying the grace of a true mother of the nation. "Because I have no desire to work overtime. My mother once taught me that His Majesty should extend his affections evenly, lest the harem descend into discord." With that, Meng Tang rose and added, "You must take care of your health, for only then can you serve His Majesty wholeheartedly." I have said all I needed to say. Once Meng Tang departed, Xiao Hongyun's face was etched with suspicion. A scheme. There must be some conspiracy afoot. I refuse to believe the Empress is truly benevolent. Are we still to deliver the soup to His Majesty? Kai Wei inquired. Yes, however, she cast a wary glance at the 4 divine soup Meng Tang had sent. What if it is poisoned? Once His Majesty sips it and succumbs to its effects, a great calamity will befall me. Instead of the 4 divine soup, prepare the old hen soup that has been simmering since morning. My mother always claimed it as nourishing, and my father would brew it for her after each childbirth. Should we then don modest attire and jade hairpins? Must we apply tea-scented powder? Kai Wei asked again. There is certainly trickery at play. I wore modest attire last night, yet His Majesty scarcely glanced my way. Fetch me my garment of cloud and purple silk. My mother says I look most enchanting in purple. And what of the tales of the strange? Nonsense. How could His Majesty possibly enjoy such tales? During the previous inquiry into His Majesty's preferences, there was never any mention of this. Bring me the art of war and the 6 secret teachings. His Majesty has been troubled by border conflicts as of late. While I may not wield a sword like my father and brothers, I can still engage him in discourse on military strategy. Kai Wei replied, I shall prepare it at once upon returning to Kunming Palace. Meng Tang felt an unsettling premonition stirring within her. She sighed, I hope Xiao Hongyun can prove herself worthy. Fang Ning countered, why should you assist one who disrespects you so? Because I do not wish to work overtime. We are all sisters, and it is only natural to look out for one another. Moreover, she, like myself, hails from a family of military prestige. My father once shared a cordial relationship with hers, yet she constantly seeks to undermine you. If it were a mere servant, they would surely not endure such treatment. Upon seeing Fang Ning's indignant expression, Meng Tang smiled and inquired, if Xiao Hongyun continues her antics, how many more young eunuchs will perish? Perhaps it would be wise to accumulate some virtue for her. 8 have already died this month. Fang Ning opened her mouth, unable to contain her emotion, and said, only your highness cares about the lives and deaths of us lowly servants. Meng Tang chuckled softly, remarking that it was merely a matter of persona, and indeed, she had lost. You do not seem the least bit concerned. What if His Majesty truly becomes enamored with concubine Xiao? She had labored for 7 years, and the dog emperor remained unmoved. What could Xiao Hongyun's trivial tricks possibly achieve? Furthermore, as for Chu Yi's body and heart, whoever desires them may take them, she does not covet them. Meng Tang reclined on the couch, perusing a book. An hour later, the chief eunuch Lin Lang rushed in, visibly anxious. Lin Lang, panting, exclaimed, Your Highness, this is dire. His Majesty is in the imperial study, and he is furious. Chapter 5, The Empress's Deep Schemes. Meng Tang felt troubled. The tyrant's outbursts had become increasingly frequent, leaving the palace attendants in a state of trepidation. Could he be suffering from mania? It is said that those afflicted with mania exhibit such behavior and their intimate lives become notably active. Meng Tang set aside her book and softly asked, Do you know the cause of his anger? Lin Lang replied honestly, replying to Your Highness, I only know that concubine Xiao visited the imperial study earlier. After which His Majesty's furious rebuke echoed from within. Eunuch Li did not elaborate, but merely stated that His Majesty requested your presence. What a foolish girl Xiao Hongyun is. The strategy has been handed to her, and yet she fails to execute it properly. What can she accomplish? Meng Tang rubbed her temples and rose, saying, Fang Ning, accompany me to the imperial study. Yes, Your Highness. Meng Tang sighed internally. The plight of the working class is indeed arduous. In the imperial study, Xiao Hongyun knelt on the ground, her face a mask of dread, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the idea of sending soup was not mine, it was the Empress's suggestion. I merely acted according to the Empress's instructions. I implore Your Majesty to see the truth. Chu Yi lifted the bowl of chicken soup from the table, a cold smile gracing his lips as he said, Is sending chicken soup also her idea? Xiao Hongyun's lips trembled. The chicken soup was indeed her own suggestion, but she was utterly terrified of the emperor. Fearing she might be dragged out and executed. Thus, she hastily shifted the blame onto the Empress. It was the Empress who instructed me to bring chicken soup to Your Majesty. It was her idea. With a sudden motion, Chu Yi splashed a bowl of scalding chicken soup onto Xiao Hongyun. The soup was freshly made, and its heat caused her to scream in agony, leaving her neck reddened and soon blistered. Chu Yi stepped closer, towering over her, and asked disdainfully, Is the chicken soup to your liking? Xiao Hongyun's eyes brimmed with tears as she lay prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, this servant has erred. I shall never bring chicken soup again. Chu Yi abruptly seized her collar, narrowing his eyes, his icy voice laced with uncontainable fury. This garment, who granted you permission to don such attire? The intimate attendants and eunuchs by His Majesty's side are well aware that our sovereign harbors a profound aversion to the color purple, solely because it was favored by the late Empress Qi, his mother. The mere sight of it conjures memories of the deceased Empress Qi. Xiao Hongyun trembled. She could not fathom why she was forbidden to wear a simple skirt of cloud-like purple, especially when her mother had once remarked that she looked most exquisite in it. She stammered, When I was still waiting in my boudoir, my mother said I looked best in this, so I wish to show it to Your Majesty. Chu Yi cast her aside, coldly instructing Li Chongfu, Strip her of this garment and drag her out, administering 50 strokes. Within the study, the maids and eunuchs present widened their eyes in shock, their hearts filled with dread. 50 lashes could be lethal. This was Xiao Fei, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xiao family. What would become of them if she were to perish in such a manner? Would the Xiao family let this go? Li Chongfu hesitated, ultimately refraining from offering counsel, for His Majesty had committed such acts on more than one occasion, earning a notorious reputation for his violent temper among the court officials. Just as he prepared to summon others to drag Xiao Hongyun away, a gentle call echoed from the entrance. Li Chongfu lifted his gaze to see Meng Tang, adorned in a flowing moon-white gown, hurriedly entering while fiddling with the prayer beads in her hand. Upon sighting her, he felt as though he had encountered a savior, promptly kneeling and stating, I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Meng Tang, in a good-natured manner, raised her hand and offered him a slight smile. Recognizing her presence assured him that only the Empress could suit the wrathful sovereign. Meng Tang approached, tenderly caressing Chu Yi's chest, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, what has caused you to be upset again? If you are displeased, it suffices to dismiss the person. There is no need to become so agitated. It is not good for your health. Her tone brimmed with concern, bringing a sense of comfort to Chu. The flames of his anger were instantly quelled to some degree. The man grasped her wrist, delicate and slender, leaving a faint red mark upon applying pressure. He lowered his gaze to meet hers and asked, "Did you send Xiao Fei to deliver chicken soup to me, and have her wear this cloud-like purple gown?" Meng Tang cast a casual glance at Xiao Hongyun, quickly comprehending the reason behind Chuyi's furious outburst. Such a blundering affair, she did not deny it, obediently replying, "Yes." Chuyi's eyes darkened significantly as he scrutinized Meng Tang, leaving no expression unnoticed. Meng Tang spoke softly, "I was concerned about your majesty, feeling fatigued after court. So I asked Sister Xiao Fei to bring you a nourishing four-god soup. It seems the servants below must have made an error, mistaking the four-god soup for chicken soup. If you have any doubts, your majesty may inquire with Sister Xiao Fei and the servants of Yuhua Palace whether I indeed made such a request and if I mentioned sending four-god soup." She cast a glance at Xiao Hongyun. Chuyi's gaze followed hers. He queried, "Is this true?" Xiao Fei, unable to refute, stammered, "Yes. Yes." Meng Tang smiled slightly. "The servants of Yuhua Palace truly are dim-witted, unable to distinguish between four-god soup and chicken soup. How can they adequately serve Sister Xiao Fei in such a careless manner? I shall arrange for 2 more capable maids to be sent over shortly." Chuyi inquired, "And what of this cloud-like purple gown?" Meng Tang let out a sigh and said, "Your Majesty, I too feel deep sympathy for my younger sister upon hearing that Empress Ji once captivated the world with her exquisite dance of Zhao Fian. My sister has been in awe of Empress Ji and has tirelessly practiced the dance, to the point where her feet are covered in calluses. Look. As she spoke, Meng Tang slowly approached Xiao Hongyun. Xiao Hongyun gazed at her with trepidation, wanting to inquire about her intentions, but Meng Tang paid her no heed. Instead, she extended her hand and removed Xiao Hongyun's shoes and stockings, saying, "Your Majesty, behold, her feet are indeed marked by her dedication to dance. My sister idolizes Empress Ji and wishes to emulate her past splendor. It was merely an unfortunate mistake that she donned the unyielding purple gown. Must your Majesty truly hold this against her?" Upon hearing Meng Tang's words, Chuyi's underlying anger miraculously dissipated. He fixed his gaze directly upon Xiao Hongyun and asked, "Is this true? Can you perform the dance?" Xiao Hongyun hurriedly replied, "Yes, I can." "Then dance a piece for me," commanded Chuyi as he seated himself on a chair and casually pulled Meng Tang onto his lap. His gaze fell upon Meng Tang's fair countenance as he remarked, "Zitong shall enjoy this with me." Meng Tang shyly acquiesced. "Very well." Li Changfu cleared the imperial study, leaving only the emperor, empress, and Xiao Hongyun within. Xiao Hongyun gracefully began to dance. Her performance was indeed commendable. As she danced, Chuyi found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. And he murmured, "In days of yore, my mother also delighted in this dance." Meng Tang wrapped her arms around the man's neck and softly remarked, "The empress's dance astonished the world, a celestial grace. Though my sister dances admirably, she possesses but a fraction of Empress Ji's ethereal charm." Chuyi returned to the present, responding, "Zitong speaks truthfully." Once Xiao Hongyun concluded her dance, she knelt on the ground, fearfully uttering, "Your Majesty, I have finished my performance." Meng Tang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, my sister has demonstrated such diligence. Though her dance may not rival that of Empress Ji, it surpasses countless others for her earnest efforts. I wish to petition a reward on her behalf." "Very well, the exquisite floating brocade from Jiangnan shall be bestowed upon my beloved consort," Chuyi replied nonchalantly. Xiao Hongyun was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had nearly faced severe punishment, yet thanks to the Empress's few words, not only was her reprimand lifted, but she also received a reward. The Empress's cunning was remarkable. Chapter 6, I shall seek you tonight. Xiao Hongyun's expression was complex as she cast a lingering glance at Meng Tang. Bowing deeply in gratitude, "I thank your Majesty, and I thank Her Highness the Empress." "Very well, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with the Empress." Chuyi gestured. Xiao Hongyun dared not linger. Having narrowly escaped death today was fortuitous. She quickly performed a curtsy and exited the imperial study. Once outside, Li Changfu chuckled, "Your Highness is indeed fortunate. You are the first to emerge unscathed under the Emperor's wrath and even secure a reward." Xiao Hongyun forced a smile, unable to find humor in her predicament, her legs still trembling. Had it not been for the Empress's timely intervention, she might truly have. Li Changfu added, "Thankfully, the Empress was present today. Otherwise, not only would you have faced peril, but even we would have been in grave danger." Xiao Hongyun couldn't help but exclaim, "The Empress is truly formidable. With just a few casual words, she can soothe His Majesty's anger?" Indeed, the Empress knows His Majesty best and is undoubtedly the kindest to him, Li Changfu remarked with a sense of admiration. Xiao Hongyun was unable to shake off the thought of Meng Tang's words from earlier that morning. Could it all be true? She whispered, Master, may I inquire if you know. Does His Majesty enjoy reading tales of folklore from the common people? Li Changfu flicked his feather duster and replied, I dare not speak freely on such matters. Xiao Hongyun discreetly placed a fist-sized East pearl into his hand, saying, I merely wish to share a few intimate words with His Majesty. Li Changfu, stroking the East pearl in his hand, slowly smiled and said, What the Empress says is indeed reasonable. There is nothing wrong in mentioning it. His Majesty does indulge in such readings during his leisure. Xiao Hongyun felt reassured, realizing that Meng Tang's earlier words were indeed true. Could it be that there exists such an altruistic and virtuous empress, who aids concubines in winning favor? Was Meng Tang truly a reincarnated sage, a spirit of the White Lotus? Xiao Hongyun nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Master. In the imperial study, Chui held Meng Tang close, sharing tender words. Zitong, your heart remains as kind as ever, the man said with a hint of helplessness. Meng Tang feigned confusion, asking, Why does your Majesty say such things? Chui gently ran his fingers through Meng Tang's hair, his tone laced with a touch of languor. My Zitong is intentionally speaking in favor of Xiao Hongyun. Is she not? Xiao Hongyun is not particularly clever. She likely acted out of her own misguided wisdom. Meng Tang bit her lip and softly replied, If your Majesty has seen through my intentions, why not reveal it from the outset? Instead of bestowing rewards upon concubine Xiao, you are simply too kind-hearted. I truly fear you might be taken advantage of. Had I not bestowed rewards, that foolish Xiao Hongyun would likely hold a grudge against you for today's events. Thinking you had encouraged her to come to the imperial study. At these words, Meng Tang's heart quivered, and she pressed her cheek against the man's chest, submissively leaning into Chuyi's embrace. Your Majesty's indulgence towards me leaves me feeling anxious, she confessed. Chuyi caressed her small face, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. Were it not for the constant reminder of his true feelings, she might almost believe this capricious emperor genuinely cherished her. Chui quietly inquired, Why allow concubine Xiao to present the four divine soup to me instead of bringing it yourself? Had you delivered it, this morning's troubles could have been avoided. Yes, your Majesty blaming me? She replied, I merely heard that concubine Xiao had displeased your Majesty and, fearing unrest in the harem, sought to reconcile matters between her and your Majesty. Was it my folly to assume so? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a tender breeze wafting through on a spring day. How does my Zitong understand these matters so well? Your Majesty, please refrain from praising me further, she said. Her cheeks flushed like they had been brushed with rouge, her lips sweet as honey. Unable to resist the allure, Chu Yi, who had known no other woman like Meng Tang, found himself overwhelmed by desire. He leaned in to kiss her crimson lips. Meng Tang raised her hand, blocking his advance, and gently advised, Your Majesty, this is the imperial study, you still have documents to review. The more one is denied, the more one yearns. A glimmer shone in Chu Yi's eyes as he could not suppress a light chuckle and said, Very well, let us examine the memorial. He leaned closer to Meng Tang's ear, lowering his voice, I shall seek you out tonight. The pang of discomfort surged within Meng Tang. How vexing it was to be summoned for the night, all the fault of Xiao Hongyun, just as she was contemplating how to decline. She suddenly caught sight of Chu Yi's favorability progress bar, slowly inching upward by one notch. Favorability, 39. The words of refusal lodged in her throat. For the sake of that increment in favorability, she resolved to acquiesce to his summons, telling herself that a little more pain would be bearable, and she could recuperate afterward. Zitong shall accompany me in reviewing the memorial, Chui said softly. Your humble servant is unable to comprehend such matters. Your Majesty, please do not put me in a difficult position. Meng Tang hastily declined. If she dared to meddle in governance, she feared her head would soon roll. Chui, holding the memorial, slowly remarked, Nanyang has suffered from flooding, inundating over 4,000 households. In your opinion, Zitong, how should this matter be addressed? Meng Tang feigned ignorance, replying, Where has there been flooding? Simply block it off. What else can be done? Chui was amused by her Navi words, unable to contain his laughter. He reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, What Zitong says is indeed correct. When there is flooding, it must be contained. Chui then inquired, Liangzhou has faced 4 consecutive years of drought, with no harvests, and the land is strewn with the hungry. What do you believe should be done? Meng Tang, feigning difficulty, knew she must put on an act, revealing no hint of brilliance, not just for herself, but for her brother and their family. They all had to tread carefully, lest the tyrant would not allow the Meng family to endure for long. She suggested, given the flooding in Nanyang and the water scarcity in Liangzhou, the south-to-north water diversion project could be implemented. This way, those lacking water would be supplied, and the excess could be redirected elsewhere. Chui responded, indeed, Zitong speaks wisely. Hearing his dismissive tone, Meng Tang sensed that the tyrant was not taking her seriously, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thereafter, the man did not pose further questions. Wholly engrossed in reviewing the memorials, while Meng Tang casually picked up a book, leaning against him to read, after half an hour, Chui finally deemed it time to release her. Before she departed, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Do not forget, I shall seek you out tonight." Meng Tang replied, "I have not forgotten." Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she covered her mouth with a light laugh. Feigning an air of uncontrollable delight, stealing a glance at Chui, she said, "Then I shall await your majesty's esteemed presence this evening." As Meng Tang made her way back to Kunming Palace, her phoenix sedan chair was suddenly halted. Fang Ning immediately scolded, boldly, "Who dares to obstruct the way?" Xiao Hongyun stepped forward, fixing her gaze upon Meng Tang, and said, "Your Majesty, I have two matters to discuss with you. May I request that you step down for a moment?" Fang Ning was about to interject, "Our Lady." But Meng Tang raised her hand to interrupt, saying, "Very well." Meng Tang alighted from the phoenix sedan chair, dismissing the attendants with a wave of her hand, and inquired of Xiao Hongyun, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me, sister?" Xiao Hongyun, straightforward in nature, asked, "Your Majesty, why did you choose to assist me today in the imperial study?" Meng Tang gently touched her burnt neck, her face etched with concern as she murmured, "How pitiable." Before the empress could respond, Meng Tang continued, "My mother and your mother shared a deep friendship, thus, I am aware of your exceptional dancing skills. It pains me to see you, a newcomer to the palace, falter in such a manner. Sister, why have you brought chicken soup for His Majesty today? Do you know that when His Majesty was but 5 years old, he relied solely on the late Empress Qi, a mere child of 5, with a mother who was a dancer, powerless and without influence? How could he survive within this vast palace? Often, he could scarcely find a full meal. Forced to feign ignorance to endure. On one occasion, driven by unbearable hunger, he ventured into the imperial kitchen and stole a bowl of chicken soup, resulting in a near-fatal beating. Fortunately, the late Empress Qi tended to him tirelessly for 2 days, preserving his life, but from that moment forth, he has suffered from lingering ailments. Every thunderstorm brings him excruciating headaches. Therefore, dear sister, presenting chicken soup to His Majesty today is indeed a grave transgression." Xiao Hongyun gazed at her in astonishment. Not just the chicken soup, but also the unyielding purple dress. Meng Tang smiled as she admired the gown adorning Xiao Hongyun, complimenting, "Sister, you look ethereal and exquisite in this dress, yet you must understand that His Majesty's birth mother, the late Empress Qi, was once a dancer. Although she was elevated to a noble status upon conceiving His Majesty, in the eyes of those within the palace, she remained unworthy of respect. At every banquet, whether for the concubines or officials, the late Empress Qi was summoned to perform, and the late emperor did not object. The dance she performed was akin to the one you presented today." She cast a discerning glance at Xiao Hongyun and inquired, "Sister, do you think it fitting for you to don this unyielding purple dress today?" Just a month prior, Xiao Hongyun had been a sheltered maiden, utterly unaware of such matters. Now, upon hearing Meng Tang's words, she was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Satisfied with her reaction, Meng Tang hoped Xiao Hongyun would learn to conduct herself with greater discretion in the future and avoid foolish mistakes. "I have said all that I needed to. I trust you now understand how to proceed." Having spoken, Meng Tang turned to ascend the phoenix carriage. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyun called out, "Your Majesty," with a stiff expression. She bit her lip, her tone laced with defiance as she retorted, "Do not presume that your assistance today will earn my everlasting gratitude. If it were not for your early instigation, I might not have ventured into this imperial study at all." "You speak the truth, dear sister. Moreover, these are duties I am obliged to fulfill. As sisters, we ought to support and uplift one another," Meng Tang replied elegantly, her voice gentle and unperturbed. The more gracious and composed she appeared, the more discomfort Xiao Hongyun felt within herself. The Empress's virtuous demeanor only served to highlight her own coarseness. "Thank you for informing me about His Majesty," she mumbled awkwardly. Meng Tang's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze lingering on Xiao Hongyun's scorched neck as she remarked, "It would be unfortunate if you were to be left with a scar. I possess an excellent ointment for such wounds. Its efficacy is remarkable and will leave no mark. I shall have Fang Ning deliver it to you shortly." Half an hour later, Xiao Hongyun sat upon the couch, her palm tightly clutching the golden ointment sent by the Empress. her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Kaiwei inquired, "Your Highness, will you use this medicine?" Xiao Hongyun, flaring with indignation, retorted, "Use it? How could I? Can one truly trust the gifts from the Empress? Who knows if they are laced with poison? What if it is indeed toxic? Then I shall discard it for you," replied Kaiwei. "Discard? What do you mean by that? If someone were to witness this and seize upon it as a fault, it would surely tarnish my reputation in the Emperor's ears. So you will neither use it nor discard it? Very well. As long as your Highness is content," Kaiwei gasped. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyun reached out, twisting Kaiwei's ear, and exclaimed, "Speaking of which, I have yet to settle accounts with you. Earlier, you claimed that the golden swallow was a gift solely from the Emperor to me, yet what do I see? Ha! The Empress has her fair share as well. And you, deceitful maid, dared to mislead me. Your Highness, I was in the wrong. I shall never dare again. Ha!" Within the Kuan-Ning Palace, Fang Ning lamented, "Your Highness, such fine medicine, all sent by the Meng family's lord. And you hardly possess a few bottles for yourself, yet you have given some to Xiao Fei. It is merely a matter of courtesy, Fang Ning. Such words need not be uttered again. The true white lotus standing tall in the harem naturally possesses a heart as pure and unblemished as a saint's. Always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need. In the palace, there are no truly ungrateful wretches, only pitiful women. A small kindness is remembered more keenly than by that treacherous emperor." As night fell, Chui indeed kept his word. Arriving at Kuan-Ming Palace, Meng Tang stood at the palace gates to greet him. As Chui descended from the dragon carriage, he remarked, "The night grows deeper, and the dew heavier, making it easy to catch a chill. Why do you not wear a cloak, Zitong? Do not linger here. Come inside with me." Chui grasped Meng Tang's slightly cool hand as they walked towards the chambers. She, too, played along, feigning affection, and softly said, "It matters not. I am not cold. Oh, you." Meng Tang turned her head to behold Chuyi's visage, his lips curling slightly, revealing a cheerful demeanor. She inquired, "Your Majesty seems in good spirits today?" Chui let out a light hum, his eyes sparkling as he replied, "Only Zitong understands me." Once inside, they settled upon the couch, and Fang Ning served hot tea before ushering the palace attendants out. When the room was devoid of company, Chui sipped his tea and said, "In a few days, it will be the birthday of my late mother. I propose to honor her as the Holy Empress Dowager. And this time, the old men in the court have finally ceased their objections." Meng Tang smiled, exclaiming, "What joyous news!" She understood all too well the sacrifices Chui made to secure the dignity his mother deserved after her passing. The late Empress Qi had met an undignified end. At that time, her family had been accused of leaking military secrets, resulting in their collective punishment. Both she and young Chui were confined within the palace. During his grave illness, when no one cared for him, the Empress Qi, in desperation, had seduced a guard merely to procure medicine for her son. Later, this liaison was exposed, leading to her being poisoned and stripped of her rank. Unceremoniously cast out of the palace upon a cold mat. Others, the Empress Qi may have appeared licentious, yet to Chui, she was the best of mothers. Without her, he would not be the man he is today. When Chui ascended the throne, he was eager to bestow honor upon his biological mother, wishing to elevate her to the status of the Holy Empress Dowager. However, this ambition was met with vehement opposition from his ministers, with elder statesmen even risking their lives to counsel against it. During that tumultuous period, Chui executed 8 courtiers who had vehemently opposed him, yet he ultimately failed to secure any honor for his mother. Subsequently, he discreetly investigated the matter of the leaked military plans and sought to vindicate the Qi family, which finally led the courtiers to relent, granting his mother the esteemed title of dowager. Nevertheless, Chui remained unsatisfied. He yearned to provide his mother with the finest of everything. All that she had done in her lifetime was for his sake, and now that he had reached the pinnacle of power, how could he, as an emperor, fail to bestow upon her the respect she rightfully deserved? With a smile gracing his face, he proclaimed, "My mother schemed for my benefit during her lifetime, and her death was so unjust. As her son, how could I disregard her? Your Majesty." Meng Tang softly embraced Chui, resting her delicate chin upon his shoulder, her soothing voice offering comfort. "No matter how others perceive it, your mother will always be the best of mothers. If she could witness your current accomplishments, she would undoubtedly be filled with joy." Rarely did Chui display sorrow, but now, holding Meng Tang close, he confessed, "Zitong, only you understand me. I wish to transcribe scriptures and pray for the Qi Dowager." "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Meng Tang lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes ablaze with fervent warmth, betraying her affection for him. Immersed in this love, Chui found himself captivated. He truly relished the feeling of being wholeheartedly cherished. Among all the concubines in the harem, each driven by ambition and ulterior motives, only Meng Tang remained unwavering in her devotion, never complaining even when wronged, truly loving him. Zitong, I adore you, Chui uttered. His tone laden with tenderness, yet Meng Tang glanced at her favorability score, dismissing his words as mere flattery. With equal fervor, she replied, your heart mirrors mine, your majesty, I wish to spend a lifetime by your side. A cascade of kisses ensued, accompanied by heavy, heated breaths. The vibrant candlelight flickered within the brightly lit chamber, enveloping them in a springtime fervor as Chui swept Meng Tang into his arms. Chapter 8, She merely repays kindness with kindness. Chuyi's desires surged like the tide rushing into the sea, swift and overwhelming. Meng Tang's youthful charm radiated from her countenance, captivating and enchanting. Her lips, kissed with sweetness, were thoroughly savored by Chui, who found his greatest joy only in her embrace. The glistening sheen upon their lips mirrored the intoxicating allure of each smile and sigh. The following day, Meng Tang felt so unwell that she wished to remain still. Fang Ning brought forth a restorative potion, standing outside the curtains, saying, Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine. Chui, uncharacteristically indulging in laziness, chose not to attend court, instead cradling Meng Tang in his arms, his deep voice resonating, Zitong, drink your medicine. Meng Tang's delicate face appeared pale, and for a fleeting moment, Chui contemplated sending the potion away. With a fragile, almost helpless gesture, she raised her fair hand and said, Bring it to me. Fang Ning lifted the curtain, lowering her head to avoid looking too long, as she extended the restorative potion. Unexpectedly, it was caught by a long, powerful hand. Chui gently coaxed, Allow me to feed you, will you? Meng Tang's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, Very well. As the curtains descended, Fang Ning inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man's strikingly handsome and profound visage. His raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, while a bright yellow robe failed to conceal his alluring collarbone, which bore several dark love bites, exuding a sense of sensuality. A lengthy mark marred the man's neck, stained with blood that had yet to dry. What a vivid and intoxicating scene it was. Fang Ning lowered her head even further and hurriedly made her way outside, pondering to herself how truly affectionate our Empress and His Majesty are. Even with his wounds, His Majesty does not seem to mind. Instead, he dotingly feeds the Empress nourishing medicine. Such favor is unparalleled in the harem, save for their Empress. If only the Empress were to bear a little prince, it would be splendid. Little did Fang Ning know that what Chui was feeding her was not a tonic for conception, but a genuine contraceptive. To personally administer such a remedy was indeed a mark of affection. Meng Tang cast a sidelong glance at the man, obediently sipping the medicinal concoction he offered. Feeling a sense of displeasure from being nauseated by him earlier, Meng Tang contemplated how to irritate Chui in return. She gently caressed her belly, her face radiating bliss as she remarked, Your Majesty treats this humble servant exceedingly well. I in the harem, you have only bestowed upon me the tonic for conception. Is it that you desire a little prince so fervently? Chui was momentarily taken aback. Nestling in the man's embrace, Meng Tang continued, Your Majesty's kindness towards this humble servant, every single instance, I shall remember. Your treatment of me is so profound that I vow to repay it with my life. Chui tenderly stroked her petite face and replied, We are husband and wife, there is no need for such words. He held the medicinal bowl, suddenly finding it somewhat hot to the touch. The Meng family wielded immense power, and if Meng Tang bore a child, who could guarantee that they would not harbor ulterior motives? Yet, he maintained a faade of calm, soothing her as a truly affectionate couple would. Come, Zitong, just 2 more sips, drink it all, so that we may conceive a little prince for me. Meng Tang internally scoffed. Accepting the bowl, she downed the remaining concoction in one gulp. The man took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Meng Tang remarked, I have consumed this medicine for so long, yet I see no results. There's something wrong with my body? The man gently reassured her, Not at all, Zitong, it is simply that the time has not yet come. The little prince is unwilling to arrive. What a delightful phrase, the time has not yet come. Meng Tang softly patted Chuyi's hand and said, Your Majesty, please attend to court matters promptly, do not let me delay your important affairs. Once Chui departed, Meng Tang felt utterly exhausted and could scarcely rise from her bed. Lying there, she weakly commanded, Fang Ning, close the palace gates today and refuse all visitors, let no one enter. Yes, Your Majesty. As the sun reached its zenith on the 15th and 16th days, it was once again Meng Tang's turn to serve in the royal bedchamber. She was utterly fatigued, ever since she had shared the bed with Chui, who had developed an insatiable appetite. She found herself worn out nearly every day. Although her favor had increased, she had also lost the freedom she once enjoyed. On the 17th day, the Empress Dowager from Sinang Palace dispatched a matron. Lu Momo, a longtime attendant of the Empress Dowager, was quite proud and haughty, as the Empress Dowager looked down upon her daughter-in-law, causing even the servants of Sinang Palace to regard her with disdain. It has been a timeless tale that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law often find it difficult to coexist. However, Meng Tang remained unperturbed, for this was a familiar scenario. The Empress Dowager would invariably seek her out for a reprimand each month. This presented a prime opportunity for Meng Tang to cultivate goodwill. The more the Empress Dowager tormented her, the more Chui would recall his own days of suffering under her reign as a prince, thus fostering a sense of shared plight between them. In such moments, Chuyi's esteem for her would invariably increase by 2 or 3 points, a far more efficient gain than the arduous months spent in her service. Lu Momo tilted her chin and remarked, "The Empress is indeed a busy person. It seems she hasn't paid her respects to the Empress Dowager in quite some time, has she?" Meng Tang humbly replied. "That is indeed my oversight." Lu Momo scoffed lightly. "The Empress Dowager has something to say to you. Please proceed." At this moment, the atmosphere within the Xianing Palace was exceedingly lively. The concubines sat nearby, amusing the Empress Dowager, who was occasionally brought to laughter by their antics, filling the air with joy and mirth. "Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived," Lu Momo announced as she entered and paid her respects. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face faded. Reclining against the soft cushion of her Nanma chair, she stated, "At last, you have deemed it worthwhile to visit. Allow her to enter." As Meng Tang stepped inside, the concubines promptly rose and bowed to her. With graceful composure, Meng Tang nodded in acknowledgement before half-kneeling on the ground, proclaiming, "Your daughter pays her respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy boundless fortune and peace." The Empress Dowager, holding a teacup, replied coolly, "This humble one cannot accept such a bow from the Empress." An immediate silence enveloped the room, dispelling the previous jovial atmosphere. The concubines cast sympathetic glances towards Meng Tang. Today, the Empress Dowager was resolutely intent on publicly reprimanding her. Kneeling with her head bowed, Meng Tang hastily acknowledged her fault, stating, "I am filled with trepidation. It is indeed my negligence for not having promptly paid my respects to your Majesty in recent days." "Preposterous, you do not even recognize your own missteps." The Empress Dowager slammed her palm upon the table in fury. She continued, "Let me ask you, since half of this month has already passed, has His Majesty visited any of the other concubines?" Meng Tang remained silent. The Empress Dowager sought merely to seize the occasion to chastise her. Such spectacles unfolded every month, rendering any words spoken a potential misstep, best left unuttered. Arrogant and domineering, jealous and inept. You, who have disregarded all that I once imparted to you, do you consider it mere background noise? To expand your lineage, to proliferate, how can the emperor favor but one person? Fair distribution of favor is the rightful path." With quiet dignity, Meng Tang replied, "Indeed, I acknowledge my error. I shall endeavor to persuade His Majesty to visit my sisters more frequently." This month, how many little eunuchs have perished in your palace? 8, if I recall correctly. You are performing splendidly as Empress, knowing full well that His Majesty is being accused of cruelty and bloodlust. You do nothing to intervene. You have thrown the entire harem into a state of trepidation. You are truly excelling in your role as Empress, Meng Tang reiterated. "Yes, I have erred." The Empress Dowager sighed, casting her gaze upon the group of lovely concubines below her. She declared, "You may all return. I have matters to discuss privately with the Empress." Yes. Once the concubines filed out, the Empress Dowager's expression turned stern, commanding, "Lu Yu, bring me my disciplinary rod." "Yes, your Majesty." Meanwhile, outside the Xianing Palace, the concubines gathered together, laughing and saying, "Here it comes again. The Empress is about to face punishment once more." How pitiable, but what can one expect, given her inherently timid nature? Each time she endures her punishment in silence, never seeking the Emperor's assistance. She has brought this upon herself. Yet, one cannot entirely fault her. Who dares to confront His Majesty? The Emperor goes wherever he pleases. Xiao Hongyun stood amidst this group, her distinguished lineage ensuring that she was frequently the subject of flattery. With curiosity, she inquired, "Does the Empress often face punishment?" "Indeed she does." The Empress Dowager, being the Emperor's birth mother, has a strained relationship with him. She consistently holds the Emperor accountable for the death of her beloved fourth prince. And since she cannot confront him directly, she takes out her frustrations on the Empress. Xiao Hongyun turned to glance at the Sinang Palace, which she had previously perceived as warm and benevolent. Now, however, it seemed to transform into a visage of sharpness and cruelty. As dark clouds gathered in the sky above, casting an oppressive gloom. She bid farewell to the other concubines, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. Unable to contain herself, she clicked her tongue and said to Kaiwei, "Kaiwei, please make a trip to the imperial study and request His Majesty to come to Sinang Palace. Just inform him that the Empress is here." Kaiwei hesitated, saying, "My lady, do you intend to assist the Empress?" "Nonsense, assistance? I merely think." Xiao Hongyun fell into silence, pondering what she truly believed, that one ought not to repay kindness with ingratitude. Meng Tang had aided her once, and she felt compelled to repay that debt. After this, they would be even. Enough of this chatter, go quickly. Chapter 9, Zitong. I have returned. Kaiwei rushed breathlessly to the imperial study, panting, "Where is His Majesty? I have something to discuss with him. I implore you to allow me entry." Li Changfu sighed and replied, "Unfortunately, miss, the timing is not fortuitous. His Majesty has left the palace to inspect the people's conditions." Kaiwei's expression changed drastically as she suddenly understood why the Empress Dowager had chosen this particular day to summon the Empress. "What? He has left the palace? Do you have any knowledge of when he shall return?" she asked, her face filled with urgency. Li Changfu shook his head and said, "How could we possibly know? His Majesty's schedule is kept confidential, and we are not privy to such information." "But the Empress?" "What about the Empress?" Kaiwei's face flushed with anxiety. "What has happened to the Empress?" "The Empress has been summoned by the Empress Dowager for reprimand," Kaiwei blurted out in one breath. Li Changfu's expression shifted immediately. He first sought to calm Kaiwei, saying, "Do not fret, Miss Kaiwei, return for now. I will find a way to contact the guards accompanying His Majesty outside the palace and relay your message." Kaiwei bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance, sir." After Kaiwei departed, Li Changfu pondered for a moment before turning to leave. The Empress was widely recognized within the palace as a virtuous individual, having assisted many of the servants. Thus, he was naturally willing to exert himself on her behalf. In Sinang Palace, Meng Tang extended her hands as the ruler's rod struck her palms repeatedly with sharp cracks. After enduring 40 strikes, her delicate hands had swollen to an unrecognizable state. The Empress Dowager discarded the rod and declared, "Your intentions are impure. It is time for you to reflect in my Buddhist hall, facing the wall and contemplating your heart." Without the Empress Dowager's permission, not a single drop of water or grain of rice is to be delivered to her. Lady Lu coldly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." She gestured to Meng Tang, saying, "Please, Your Highness, it is time for you to go to the Buddhist hall and reflect upon your transgressions. May the deities cleanse you of your sins." Fang Ning's face was filled with indignation. Their empress was truly exceptional, unmatched in her gentle and virtuous nature. How could there be talk of sins? The Empress Dowager was merely bullying her. Noticing Fang Ning's fury, Meng Tang gently patted her hand and whispered, "Let us go." In the Buddhist hall, Meng Tang knelt on the hard ground, as Lady Lu had deliberately removed the cushion, intending to numb her legs, a clear reflection of the Empress Dowager's wishes. With a cold snort, Lady Lu remarked, "The Empress Dowager acts in your best interest. Your Highness, please recognize who truly governs the harem moving forward." Fang Ning's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Lady Lu, how dare you speak to Her Majesty in such a manner? She is the mother of the nation. It was His Majesty himself who brought her into the palace." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lady Lu slapped Fang Ning across the face. The Empress was known for her meekness, and it was unlikely she would dare to disclose such an incident to anyone. Meng Tang quickly embraced Fang Ning, stating, "What is the meaning of this? Lady Lu, please return to the Empress Dowager and inform her that I will diligently kneel in the Buddhist hall and reflect upon my misdeeds, and I shall never defy her." Lady Lu huffed in satisfaction, saying, "That is more like it." With that, she arrogantly departed from the Buddhist hall. Once they were alone, Fang Ning was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "This is utterly intolerable." Kneeling was proving to be cumbersome, so Meng Tang gestured, saying, "Fang Ning, it is difficult for me to kneel. Please fetch the paper and brush from over there." "What do you need them for?" "To copy the Buddhist scriptures." Fang Ning, following her orders, brought the items over, saying, "Even at this moment, you still think of copying scriptures. What shall we do, now that the Empress Dowager forbids anyone from sending you water or food?" Meng Tang searched for ink, but found none. Upon hearing this, she paused and said, "Very well, then let it be as it is." The so-called act of evoking sympathy, the more tragic, the better. Only then would the heartless emperor be moved. Meng Tang drew a knife and made a shallow cut on her wrist, allowing bright red blood to flow forth. Fang Ning gasped, "Your Highness, you mustn't." Meng Tang smiled gently at her and said, "Tell me, if I were to use my own blood to copy 10 volumes of Buddhist scriptures for the late consort Qi, would that suffice in sincerity? Fang Ning stared at her in shock. Meng Tang squeezed her blood into a cup, then dipped a brush into it, beginning to meticulously inscribe the scriptures, one character at a time. As night fell in the Synopsis palace, the Empress Dowager reclined on her couch and inquired, "How fares the Empress?" Lady Lu replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I know what to do." She has been kneeling in the Buddhist hall for a day without food. Her face was filled with smug satisfaction. The Emperor will not return for several days. Even when he does, what can he do? Does he dare to openly defy you? Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager let out a light scoff, saying, "Do you know, these past years, I have felt as though I were standing on the edge of a knife, walking on thin ice. I have heard that His Majesty wishes to elevate that late wretched woman's mother to the status of Holy Empress Dowager, placing her on equal footing with me. How can this be tolerated? The demise of one as despicable as Qi was utterly disgraceful. How could he dare to elevate her to the status of a revered Empress Dowager, thereby casting me aside? Since he has caused me discomfort, I shall return the favor. Has he not been particularly fond of that Meng girl of late?" Old Madame Lu chuckled. "What is the Meng girl worth? She bears no comparison to you." This remark delighted the Empress Dowager immensely. The Meng family is now thoroughly downtrodden, lacking the lofty aspirations of their former days, deteriorating with each generation. How could they possibly stand alongside the Nye family? Chui returned on the third day, following Meng Tang's punishment. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to the Synopsis palace. In the Buddhist hall, Meng Tang's hands trembled slightly as the final crimson character was inscribed. A voice filled with concern echoed from behind. "Zitong." At last, Chui had returned. Her efforts of transcribing Buddhist scriptures over the past 3 days were not in vain. "Your Majesty." Meng Tang's delicate face was ghostly pale, her lips devoid of color and parched to the point of flaking. Fang Ning wept. "Your Majesty, the Empress has gone without food or water for 3 days. Please, save her." Meng Tang, with her pallid countenance, gently admonished, "Do not speak foolishly. I am quite well." Her words were fragmented, her breath shallow, as if the air she inhaled was far less than that which she exhaled. Chapter 10. Meng Tang is my Empress. Meng Tang's frailty was profound, and she slowly closed her eyes. Do not speak, Zitong. Chui clasped her small hand, which had once been fair and lovely, now swollen and rough like a fan. Chuyi's gaze deepened with a growing intensity as he inquired of Fang Ning what transpired. Fang Ning sobbed in response. Earlier, the Empress Dowager claimed that the Empress was envious and inept, and thus struck her palm 40 times with a ruler. Chui lifted Meng Tang into his arms, his expression darkening, fury brewing within his obsidian eyes. Fang Ning continued, "It does not end there. They compelled the Empress to kneel, and she complied. They removed the cushions from the Buddhist hall. Your Majesty, look at the state of her legs. Should she suffer lasting repercussions, how will she walk again?" A large bruise marred her knees, and they had forbidden the servants from bringing her water or food. "She has gone 3 whole days without nourishment." Fang Ning wiped her tears, adding, "I wished for her to partake of the offerings within the hall, but she insisted it was unacceptable, claiming that doing so would taint the sincerity of her transcriptions." A certain string within the man's heart was plucked with a delicate touch, sending ripples through his being. He asked, "Buddhist scriptures? What scriptures?" Fang Ning, choking on her sobs, explained, "The Empress expressed a desire to hand-copy 10 volumes of Buddhist scriptures to pray for the well-being of the late Empress Qi. She stated that kneeling was inconsequential, so during her punishment, she diligently transcribed 10 entire volumes." Fang Ning reached out, slowly pulling up Meng Tang's sleeve, revealing scars from sharp blades adorning her wrists and arms. The Empress said that sincerity was paramount in transcribing the scriptures, so that Empress Qi might find peace in the afterlife. Thus, she insisted on using her own blood for the task. These wounds are the result of her bloodletting. With a sudden crash, Fang Ning knelt on the ground, crying out, "Heaven bear witness, the Empress has always been gentle and virtuous, never having wronged another, yet she is subjected to such torment. I beseech your Majesty to stand for our Empress." Her eyes were swollen and red from weeping. Chy, disregarding the circumstances, swiftly lifted Meng Tiang and made his way outside. Feng Anning hurriedly gathered up the 10 volumes of scriptures and followed closely behind him. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, accompanied by Lu Mm and a retinue of palace attendants, arrived at the entrance of the Buddhist hall. The Empress Dowager, her face adorned with an air of authority, declared, "The Emperor has returned." She cast a cold glance at the figure in Chy's arms and remarked, "Since His Majesty has returned, why does he not come to pay his respects to me?" Do you no longer acknowledge me as your mother? Chy's expression darkened. He recalled the days of fasting and kneeling in the Buddhist hall. Memories flooded back to when he was 8 years old. Following the death of Empress Qi, when he was taken in by the then consort Sh, the world spoke highly of Sh's virtues, yet her heart was as dark as night during his stay with her. He faced punishments every 3 days and harsher ones every 5, subjected to various pretexts for his chastisement. He was once forced to endure a period of 49 days without shoes, his bare feet trotting upon the frost-laden ground. Resulting in swollen, cracked, and festering wounds, he was made to prostrate himself before the then fourth prince, enduring humiliation in numerous forms. He had knelt in the Buddhist hall before, and he had endured fasting and deprivation. Recollections of past tribulations surged within him, and with crimson eyes, he spoke, "Mother, if you had not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten that you once treated me thus." The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, she had been plagued with the fear that he might resurrect old grievances to exact revenge on her. Yet he had not. He had always bestowed upon her the respect befitting her status. She thought it was perhaps because the emperor feared the Nye family, thus refraining from retaliation. However, the hatred that now gleamed in Chy's eyes filled her with trepidation. After 14 years of suppression, he had never forgotten the grievances inflicted upon him by this woman. Filial piety is paramount. I have endeavored to honor and accommodate you, Mother. I have turned a blind eye to your petty mischief in the past. But this does not grant you the right to harm my empress, he asserted vehemently. The empress is the mother of the nation, the sovereign of the inner palace, and my legitimate consort, the Empress Dowager gasped. Retorting, is the emperor blaming me? If the empress has erred, it is only natural for me to impose punishment. Otherwise, what would become of the inner palace? How could Meng Tang serve as a paragon for women across the realm? A paragon, Chy chuckled darkly, his voice resonating within the hall. I set a standard like yours, mistreating an adopted son and clinging to power? You. The Empress Dowager's face drained of color as her body swayed. Lu quickly steadied her, unable to contain herself. Lu interjected, Your Majesty, your words are excessively harsh. Do not forget the immense efforts the Nye family expended to support your ascension. Chy's piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon Lu as he rebuked, Who permitted you to speak while the ruler is addressing? He turned coldly to Lu Seize her and silence her. Do not stop without my command. In the years past, the emperor had maintained a demeanor of cordiality towards the Empress Dowager, leading those within her palace to forget the true nature of the emperor. Lu in a state of panic, fell to her knees before the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, Your Majesty, save me, I beseech you. The Empress Dowager felt a slight stir of emotions within her as she spoke. Lu Mama has been by my side for many years. Accompanying me from the Nye residence, Chui interjected, stating, Meng Tang has also been with me for 7 years. He cast a glance at Fang Ning, who stood respectfully nearby, and commanded, You shall silence her. Fang Ning, taken aback, raised her head in astonishment, her eyes brimming with tears, releasing the grievances she had endured in recent days. She bowed deeply and replied, Yes, Your Majesty, this servant shall do so immediately. Fang Ning approached Lu Mama, whose former arrogance and haughtiness vanished in an instant, replaced by trepidation. Li Changfu held Lu Mama in place, and Fang Ning raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap with all her might. What a satisfying release. Upon witnessing this scene, Chui declared, Mother, this realm is mine to rule. Meng Tang is my empress. Punishing her amounts to striking my own face. Just moments ago, this wretched maid claimed that Mother's family had aided me greatly. Has she truly forgotten the deeds of the Nye family at my ascension? When I was trapped within the capital, the Meng family traversed countless miles to rescue me, sacrificing over 100 lives, leaving only General Meng and Meng Yun among the male members of their household. How could your Nye family, akin to a reed swaying in the wind, be worthy of comparison? Do not presume I have forgotten. The Empress Dowager leaned against the door, her complexion ashen. Your Majesty, how could you? How could you reproach me for the sake of a girl from the Meng family? Chui gazed at her coldly and replied, The Empress Dowager, cherishing the late emperor, devotes herself to prayer. Unless there are pressing matters, no one is permitted to enter or exit Sinang Palace. With that, the imperial guard surrounded Sinang Palace completely, forbidding any entry or exit. The Empress Dowager staggered, collapsing to the ground. Her expression dazed. Chui felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the woman in his arms. Chapter 11, 2 days of unceasing vigilance over her. Meng Tang shook her head lightly. for this humble servant to be so enraged. It is not worth it. Please do not let this affect the bond between mother and son. After uttering these 2 sentences, Meng Tang closed her eyes and fainted. Zitong, Imperial Physician Xian, hurry to Kunming Palace. He carried Meng Tang out, pausing momentarily by the Empress Dowager's side, stating, I knelt for 2 days and nights, and could barely endure. She is but a frail woman. Yet you have deprived her of food and water and forced her to kneel here for 3 whole days. Is this your intention, her demise? With that, Chui strode away, holding her tightly. The Empress Dowager, lost and bewildered against the door, heard Lu Mama's anguished cries, as the Imperial Guard sealed off the area completely. Your Majesty, the Emperor has decreed that from today onward, you are not to step out of the Buddhist hall. Li Chongfu regarded her coldly, remarking that were it not for that non-existent familial bond, the Emperor would have long since sent the Empress Dowager out of the palace to guard the late Emperor's tomb, allowing her no respite within these walls. In Kunming Palace, the Imperial Physician prescribed medicine, while Chui sat at the bedside, personally feeding her spoonful by spoonful. As Meng Tang lay unconscious, she instinctively expelled the bitter concoction, making it impossible to administer. Chui took a mouthful himself, finding it exceedingly bitter, and then cradling Meng Tang's delicate face, he shared the potion mouth to mouth. The bitterness of the medicine mirrored the sorrow in his heart. The actions of the Empress Dowager served as a poignant reminder of the days he had once spent within the palace. He extended his hand to tuck Meng Tang's damp hair behind her ear. Zitong, do not be afraid. Chui casually picked up the copy of the Lotus Sutra that Meng Tang had been transcribing. Her calligraphy was meticulous, the delicate and elegant small characters now stained a deep brown from dried blood. A look of helplessness crossed his face as he gazed at the person lying on the bed and said, why must you be so foolish as to use your own blood? As midnight approached, Meng Tang succumbed to a high fever, uttering delirious words. Your Majesty, I am in great pain. I am here. I still need to face the wall. I cannot cause trouble for the Empress Dowager and Your Majesty. Face the wall, that is no longer necessary. I forbid it. Do you understand? I am fine. Fang Ning entered, replacing Meng Tang's soaked headscarf, her eyes glistening with moisture as she spoke, regarding Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. I am uncertain whether I should voice my thoughts. Speak. I grant you permission. No matter what you say, you shall not be punished. Fang Ning knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, saying, in truth, this is not the first time Her Majesty has behaved in such a manner. It is merely that her previous actions were not as extreme. Your Majesty, do you recall last year's longevity festival? The Empress Dowager arrived late to the banquet, and you scolded her. In fact, 2 days prior to the longevity festival, she was confined by the Empress Dowager in the Buddhist hall, reciting Buddhist scriptures. She recited all 12 volumes before being released. It was not her fault. Moreover, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, she injured her hand and accidentally spilled wine on Your Majesty's dragon robe. You may not know, but at that time all 10 of her fingers had been pricked with needles by the Empress Dowager. It was not intentional, merely a reaction to the immense pain. There are many things you remain unaware of. Fang Ning spoke rapidly, while Chui sat silently, listening intently. That is all. Upon finishing, Fang Ning knelt, her head bowed to the ground. Chui grasped her swollen hand and said, it will not happen again. You may leave now. Yes, Your Majesty. When Meng Tang awoke, she felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The first thing she did was check the favorability rating above Chuyi's head, and to her astonishment, it had risen to 45, an increase of 6 points. This was the most significant rise yet. Previously, despite her diligent efforts to please the Dog Emperor for a month, she had scarcely managed to gain a single point. The Empress Dowager truly was a potent tool for garnering favor. Zitong, you have awakened. The man's voice was slightly husky, resonating within his chest. It was then that Meng Tang realized she was nestled in Chuyi's embrace. Your Majesty. Her complexion remained pale. Chui said, after enduring so much suffering, why did you not tell me? Had it not been for the message from the palace maid of Yuhua Palace, I would have remained unaware. Meng Tang's expression turned to one of genuine surprise. Did someone from Xiao Hongyun's faction report this? Indeed, she had previously faced difficulties at the hands of the Empress Dowager. She found it hard to believe that the Dog Emperor could be oblivious, though perhaps he simply did not care. Now, as she glanced at the favorability rating, Meng Tang could not help but smile. It had reached 45, indicating that he might indeed be somewhat concerned about her. Albeit just a little. Seeing her smile, Chui felt a growing unease within him. He remarked, Zitong, you are too obedient. Even after being wronged, you do not confide in me. Meng Tang gently caressed Chuyi's chest and said, The Empress Dowager is your nominal mother, while you are my husband. As a devoted wife, I naturally must consider your feelings. I do not wish to jeopardize the bond between you and your mother for my own sake. One must first possess affection before there can be a familial bond. What connection do I share with her that could be called maternal love? Next time Zitong encounters such a situation, simply inform me, and I shall take care of it. Your Majesty, it would ultimately be unwise, should you come into conflict with the Empress Dowager. The court will become a cacophony of criticism. I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. She was far too understanding, which stirred a flicker of guilt within Chu Yi, guilt for his previous indifference, and for that bowl of contraceptive soup. Li Changfu knocked on the door and said, Your Majesty, you have been absent from court for 2 days, and the ministers believe something may have happened to you. They are as anxious as ants on a hot pan upon hearing this. Meng Tang replied, Your Majesty, I am quite well, but I fear I shall not be able to attend to nighttime duties in the coming days. You must attend to your important affairs. The people of the realm await your leadership. Do not let my condition delay matters of great significance, for that would truly burden me with an unpardonable guilt. The emphasis lay on the words concerning nighttime duties. The thought of a temporary reprieve from such responsibilities brought a secret joy to Meng Tang. Exchanging these minor wounds for increased affection and a break from nighttime obligations felt worthwhile, as they were merely superficial injuries. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment. Meng Tang noticed the shadows beneath the man's eyes, indicating he had indeed watched over her for 2 days. She reached out, gently touching his eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, with dark circles under your eyes. Once you have settled the affairs of the previous court, Your Majesty, do return and take a good rest. Do not compromise your health. Chu Yi grasped her hand and kissed it, saying, If there is anything, send someone to summon me. Meng Tang smiled softly. Very well. In a couple of days, when you feel better, I shall have your elder brother come to the palace to keep you company. Meng Tang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she quickly rose, exclaiming, Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. Are you happy? Indeed. She gazed at him, brimming with affection. Chu Yi ruffled her hair and said, Rest well. You can only meet him once you are sufficiently healed. Understood. After Chu Yi departed, the smile on Meng Tang's face promptly vanished, her expression turning blank as she gazed ahead. Fang Ning entered, exclaiming, Your Highness, I was truly terrified. Had it not been for His Majesty's sudden return, I would not have known what to do. I was so afraid something had happened to you. Chapter 12, Poisoning. You overestimate her. Fang Ning knelt by her bedside, weeping uncontrollably. Meng Tang reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes, saying, Do not cry. It is merely some superficial injuries that appear worse than they are. I am quite well. Fang Ning choked back tears, saying, It is truly a blessing that you, Your Highness, have divine protection. Even heaven could not bear to see you suffer, which is why His Majesty returned just in time. Come, let me see your hand. Meng Tang took her hand, frowning slightly. Your hand is all bruised. You foolish girl. Fang Ning let out a laugh, saying, What of it? You have no idea how satisfying it was to hit Lu Mama. His Majesty specifically instructed me to do so, intending to bring you honor. His Majesty truly cares for you, Your Highness. It seems the two of you share a profound and mutual affection. You are unaware that during your 2-day slumber, His Majesty remained steadfastly by the side of Her Highness, attending to her without respite. Despite the physician's counsel, he would not be swayed, caring for you throughout the entire day and night. I have never witnessed His Majesty extend such kindness to anyone else. Meng Tang's tone was rather indifferent as she replied, Is that so? During your unconsciousness, I recounted to His Majesty numerous instances of the late Empress Dowager's actions towards you, to which he vowed that such occurrences would never transpire again. How could one place trust in the words of a treacherous emperor, particularly one of such inherently suspicious nature? Fang Ning, however, was quite elated. In the past few years, it has not been easy for Her Highness in the palace. As the Empress, you were often disregarded by others. Now it is evident that His Majesty is increasingly attentive towards you, and I genuinely rejoice for you from the depths of my heart. Enough of this talk. His Majesty's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Go fetch that bottle of jade dew ointment. Your hand has swollen, and it requires treatment. Fang Ning, taken aback by the attention, exclaimed, That medicine is so precious, sent specifically by His Majesty for your leg. And it is already scarce. How can I possibly use it? Do you not heed my words? What could be more vital than your well-being? Her eyes reddened, and she obediently brought forth the small vial of treasured medicine. Meng Tang took a little, gently massaging it into her palm. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ning could no longer contain her tears, deeply moved. Such a benevolent mistress deserves to be cherished by the emperor, and she vowed to serve her in her next life, even if it meant toiling endlessly. My lady, I am willing to brave the mountains of knives and the seas of flames for you. Fang Ning professed with tear-filled eyes, has Her Highness awakened? A voice, light and carefree, preceded the arrival of Xiao Hongyun. Her expression radiated vitality, her brows and eyes exuding an air of confidence. Fang Ning remarked. You are gravely injured, yet your spirits remain high. Meng Tang softly reprimanded, do not speak ill of Sister Xiao. Had she not sent word, how could His Majesty have returned so swiftly? Fang Ning's countenance shifted. And she lowered her head, admitting, I have erred. As Xiao Hongyun entered, Meng Tang dismissed the attendants and, with a feeble demeanor, said, I apologize for any amusement my weakness may have caused you. Xiao Hongyun tucked the covers around her, saying, there is no need for such formality. I have brought you a nourishing soup made from lotus seeds and silver fungus. Please do taste it. She retrieved the delicacy from the food box without hesitation. Meng Tang took the spoon and savored it bite by bite. Xiao Hongyun's gaze flickered. When Meng Tang had previously offered her gifts, she had hesitated, suspecting poison, but now, in receiving something from Xiao Hongyun, Meng Tang exhibited no doubts whatsoever. Truly her character is noble, Xiao Hongyun mused. Ahem. Xiao Hongyun coughed lightly, adding, do not misconstrue my intentions. My visit is not to curry favor. Meng Tang smiled faintly, replying, indeed, I understand. You aided me once before. And now I have reciprocated. We owe each other nothing. Thank you for your timely assistance, she concluded. Xiao Hongyun let out a derisive snort, her tone dripping with disdain as she remarked, how can you, a queen, be so utterly pathetic? Given that your mother and mine share a close friendship, allow me to speak candidly. Your Highness, one cannot lead the harem while exhibiting such timidity. Are you aware of the whispers that circulate beyond these walls? They say you are weak and ineffectual, easily deceived by others. Recalling the words of the concubines from that day, Xiao Hongyun could not help but roll her eyes. What purpose does your reign serve? Subjected to the Empress Dowager's scorn and the mockery of the concubines, how can anyone possibly respect you in the long run? If you cannot fulfill the duties of a queen, it would be prudent to abdicate in favor of someone more capable. Daring to voice a most audacious thought, she added, were I to enjoy the emperor's favor, I would undoubtedly assert my dominance in the inner palace. Only through decisive action can one command respect from those beneath. The Meng family has long been known for producing fierce and capable women. How is it that you emerged with such a feeble disposition? Xiao Hongyun's words were remarkably blunt. Such heretical statements, if overheard by others, would surely instill fear in their hearts. Yet Meng Tang did not take offense. She simply replied, sister speaks the truth. Xiao Hongyun, taken aback, exclaimed, why do you not refute me at all? You should protest, assert that you will rise again and refuse to be bullied any longer. Why this display of weakness? Meng Tang stirred the silver fungus soup in her bowl and replied, if you desire the emperor's favor, it is not beyond your reach. Xiao Hongyun's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, since you have already performed the palm dance before the emperor, perhaps during the upcoming palace banquet you could masquerade as a dancer to present a performance. The emperor has been yearning for consort Qi. Surely, upon witnessing your grace, he would be moved by nostalgia. Yet, Xiao Hongyun frowned and questioned, are you certain this plan is viable? What if the intended emotions do not manifest? And instead, I provoke the emperor's ire? You must remember that when I donned the cloud-patterned purple gown, he nearly struck me down. Meng Tang smiled gently and said, fortune favors the bold. Whether it evokes fondness or disdain rests entirely on your dancing skills. Confident in her own abilities, Xiao Hongyun straightened her posture and declared, in this capital, if I were to claim second place in terms of dancing, I doubt anyone would dare to call themselves first. Meng Tang could not help but chuckle as she finished the last spoonful of the silver fungus soup, remarking, your confidence is indeed commendable. However, Xiao Hongyun furrowed her brow and asked, why are you so eager to assist me? Am I not indebted to you in return? Meng Tang shook her head, saying, what debt is this? It is not I who will take the stage to perform, and besides, this method carries its own risks. It is entirely up to you to decide. She merely wished to avoid the consequences of a night spent with the emperor. Compared to that, she would prefer to endure the Empress Dowager's torment once a month to cultivate goodwill, rather than labor for an entire month without any progress in affection. I understand, Xiao Hongyun said hastily as she rose and turned to leave. Upon exiting the palace of Kuan-Ning, she found herself perplexed. She had come with the intention of mocking the queen, yet somehow, she had received valuable advice in return. How remarkably gentle and virtuous she was, even in her wounded state, devising strategies to vie for the favor of the concubines. Inside the palace of Kuan-Ning, Fang Ning noticed the bowl in her hands, and could not help but frown with concern, exclaiming, Your Highness, how can you carelessly consume something sent by another? What if it contains poison? Meng Tang shook her head and said, rest assured, she wouldn't dare. It was merely a matter of winning people's hearts, and although Xiao Fei was indeed somewhat foolish, to think she would resort to poisoning? That would be to overestimate her abilities. Chapter 13, Meng Tang's Old Flame. The Meng family was fiercely protective, especially since their numbers had dwindled. After the decline of the Meng lineage, they cherished Meng Tang, their sole legitimate daughter, all the more dearly. Over the years, Meng Tang had mostly brought good news to the Meng family, concealing her troubles. Chui had not gone back on his word. 5 days later, when Meng Tang was able to rise, he arranged for Meng Yun to enter the palace. Meng Yun currently held the position of 100 households in the Genie Wei, a 6th-rank official. It is worth noting that the Meng family had earned merit for their loyalty to the throne, with the elder General Meng serving as a 1st-rank general of the Piachi, however, having relinquished military power. He was now merely a titular commander, holding a high position without real authority. The Meng family bore no resentment about this. On the contrary, they cheerfully assisted the emperor in alleviating his burdens. With both father and son in such a predicament, it was no wonder outsiders claimed the Meng family had lost its spirit. Tanger, your brother has come to see you. Meng Yun, accompanied by a young eunuch, joyfully entered Kunming Palace. Meng Tang promptly rose to greet them, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, brother. Upon seeing her, Meng Yun's eyes turned red, and he remarked, Tanger, you've grown thinner. Look at your pale little face. You have always been one to report only good news, and conceal your troubles. I know you are not faring well in the palace. It's all the elder brother's fault for being incapable, allowing you to marry into the royal family and suffer so. Meng Tang comforted him. Who says I am not well? His Majesty dotes on me now. Look, His Majesty has permitted you to enter the palace, to see me. Do other concubines receive such treatment? He grasped his sister's hand, fully aware she was trying to console him, yet he sighed. You, glancing around, he continued, Tanger, I wish to speak with you privately. May we enter the room? Meng Tang nodded. They entered the room and closed the door. Before Meng Yun could speak, the young eunuch, by his side, hastily removed his official cap and called out, Tang Mei Mei. Meng Tang's eyes widened slightly. Meng Yun helplessly chided, why are you so impatient? Don't frighten Tanger. Fengwani, feeling embarrassed, smiled awkwardly and said, I apologize for my abruptness. Meng Tang instinctively took a step back, her face filled with shock. She remembered this person, her childhood companion, with whom she had once been betrothed. After Chui ascended the throne, concerned for the Meng family, he sought to keep them in check, issuing an imperial decree to marry Meng Tang into the palace, placing her in the central palace. Upon receiving this news, the original owner of this body had cried herself to death, desperately seeking Fengwani in the dead of night, wishing to elope. However, Fengwani, being indecisive and reluctant to abandon his family, refused the original owner's request, fearing the calamity that might befall them due to Meng Tang. The original owner, incredulous that the man who professed his love was unwilling to take such a risk for her, faced with the imminent wedding date, and disheartened by the thought of marrying the bloodthirsty Chui, ultimately took her own life by drowning. Thus Meng Tang found herself in this predicament, with a grim expression. Meng Tang angrily scolded, brother, what do you mean by bringing him here? Do you not realize that if His Majesty finds out, it would be a death sentence? You are being foolish. Meng Yun rubbed his head, distressed, and said, Tanger, please listen to me. I did not wish for this either. Upon learning that I could enter the palace, to see you, this individual knelt outside my courtyard for a full 4 days. I found myself at a loss. He was adamant about meeting you, threatening that if I did not allow him entry, he would hang himself at my doorstep. His countenance was one of utter despair. Meng Tang harbored no affection for Fengwani. Compared to Chui, this person was the true architect of the original owner's demise, for it was he who drove her to despair and a desire for death. They had been childhood sweethearts for 14 years, professing love daily, yet when calamity struck, they each fled their own way. Had it not been for the original owner's death, she might never have traversed through time, likely still relishing a life of comfort in the modern world. Tanger, it has been 7 years. You have been in the palace for 7 years now. I have things I wish to convey to you. I can no longer restrain myself. Fengwani stepped forward. Seeing this, Meng Yun awkwardly retreated to the side. Meng Tang raised her hand to interrupt him, declaring, I have nothing to say to you. Tanger, I acknowledge my past cowardice and immaturity led to your entry into the palace. Your resentment towards me is entirely justified. 7 years have passed, and I have reflected deeply on how arduous your existence has been within these palace walls, on how you tread upon the thinnest of ice daily, and my heart aches in torment. I was wrong. My past timidity has forged your present plight. Meng Tang scoffed. What purpose does this serve now? I am the Empress, a position that bears no relation to you any longer. It is entirely inappropriate for young Master Feng to linger here. Please take your leave, Tanger. I now recognize my errors. When I learned of your grievous injuries in the palace, I wished I could take your place, Sister Tang. With just a word from you, I would brave fire and water for you. I would whisk you away from the palace, to a place of freedom. The notion of braving fire and water had been echoed to her by Feng Ning. She trusted Feng Ning, yet found no belief in Feng Wanyi. He had abandoned the original owner and now displayed this facade of deep emotion. Who was he trying to impress? Outside Kunming Palace, the emperor's carriage came to a halt. The eunuch was about to announce their arrival. Chu Yi gestured for silence, saying, "Hush, there is no need for announcements. The empress is recovering from serious injuries. We must not disturb her." "Yes, your majesty." Chu Yi approached the entrance, where the attendants stood respectfully in the courtyard. Chu Yi inquired, "Why does everyone remain outside?" Feng Ning replied, "Today, Meng Yun and Meng Baihu have entered the palace, to see the empress. They are conversing within." Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, about to speak when he suddenly heard Meng Tang's delicate laughter from inside. Meng Tang chuckled lightly, saying, "Oh, you say you wish to take me away. What of your family? What will become of the Meng family?" Feng Wanyi hastily responded, "Naturally, they shall come with us. Who does not know of the emperor's cruelty? Seeing you suffer thus pains my heart immensely. You have sustained such severe injuries this time, nearly losing the use of your legs. What of next time, or the time after that? Sister Tang, look at the current emperor. He has bestowed upon your father a nominal title of the first rank, allowing Zifeng to languish in a sixth-rank position. Does he hold you in any regard whatsoever? The Meng family once supported him, yet he has repaid their kindness with such ingratitude. Tanger, can you truly accept this? Can the Meng family truly accept it? Meng Yun interjected, "I am quite content. I am living very well now, and I do not require your pity. I particularly enjoy my current position." Remember, Meng Xiong once harbored lofty ambitions, declaring his intent to command the Northern Army and become the new sovereign of the steppes. But what of that now? Are you truly content to merely amuse yourself in the capital? Meng Yun's expression turned instantly frigid. He retorted, "What of amusing myself? The very fact that I can do so in the capital signifies that the nation is at peace and that the emperor governs with great efficacy, allowing me this opportunity." Hearing this, Feng Wanyi's face fell with disappointment. "You clearly do not think this way. You were never one to indulge in such hedonism." "What do you mean? My sister, before marrying into the palace, cherished you deeply, yet what have you done? You cowered before royal power, timid and fearful, driving her to her demise in the river. Now she has ascended to the position of empress, basking in the emperor's favor. What purpose does your lament serve now? Yet I regret it. I truly regret it." Zifeng, Chapter 14, Such sweet lips, only he has tasted them. Meng Yun could no longer contain himself. "What good is your regret now? Where were you when my sister needed you most? Now that you realize your folly, it is too late. She is now the emperor's, and your words only serve to harm her, not to save her. Do you understand?" Feng Wanyi, in tears, lamented, "Zifeng, Tang Mei, do I truly have no chance left? How can I rest easy knowing Tang Mei suffers in the palace?" With tear-streaked cheeks, Feng Wanyi gazed at Meng Tang, saying, "You could have been happy. Could have lived without worry." Meng Tang's tone dripped with sarcasm as she replied, "Indeed, I once believed I could attain lifelong happiness. Now I realize that not marrying you was the right choice. With your heartless disposition, you could hardly provide the life I desire. They say that couples are like birds of the same forest, fleeing when disaster strikes. You and I are not even married, yet we have already gone our separate ways. Regretting now is far too late. Feng Wanyi, your existence will only bring me harm." Feng Wanyi implored, "Tang Mei, you need only tell me, do you love the emperor?" Meng Tang remained silent. "You do not love him, do you?" Feng Wanyi pressed urgently. Meng Tang replied, "Does it matter whether I love him or not? It matters greatly. I hope the trials of these 7 years have not been in vain for you." In an effort to dissuade Feng Wanyi from pursuing her further, Meng Tang stated, "Of course I love him. You do not know. His Majesty is a true man of great stature, the only one capable of protecting me in this world." Feng Wanyi's face turned ashen. Meng Tang continued, "True, my earlier years were difficult, marked by emotional distance from the emperor, yet, in these past 2 years, he has cherished me like a precious jewel. When I despaired, when I was hurt, where were you? The emperor surpasses you by 1,000-fold. He always appears when I need him most. Do you understand?" Feng Wanyi shook his head, saying, "I do not understand. Were our joyful days as childhood friends all a facade?" Outside, Chui suddenly turned to Feng Ning, remarking, "It seems we have spoken for quite a while. The siblings must be parched by now. Feng Ning, please fetch a pot of the finest tea." Feng Ning bowed respectfully. replying, "Yes, your majesty." As Fong Ning brought the tea over, Chui extended his hand to receive it, saying, "Let me take care of this, you may leave." Understood. Chui knocked on the door, raised his voice, and called out, "Zitong, I have come to see you. I hear your elder brother is also here, may I enter?" Upon hearing this, the occupants within the room were momentarily startled. Meng Tang feigned calmness, casting a warning glance at Feng Wani, and whispered, "Enough, the emperor has arrived." Feng Wani quickly replied in a hushed tone, "Sister Tang, I understand that your words are spoken in anger. I will give you time to consider. I do not believe that our 14 years of affection can be compared to Chuy's influence. On the 8th of next month, at the small banquet in the palace, I will await you at Taipan's Tsuha garden." Having spoken, he adjusted his official hat and stepped back behind Meng Yun. Meng Tang and Meng Yun sat on either side, upon a redwood couch, separated by a small table, while Feng Wani stood below. Meng Tang remarked, "Your Majesty is jesting, you are always welcome here without such formalities." Chui narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled, pushing the door open to enter. Meng Yun promptly rose to offer his respects. "There is no need for such formalities, dear brother-in-law." Chuyi's gaze shifted between Meng Tang and Meng Yun before finally resting on Feng Wani. Meng Tang cheerfully said, "Brother, now that you see me, I assure you I am quite well. My injuries have healed completely, so there is no need for concern now that you have seen and spoken. The hour is late, you should return swiftly." Meng Yun, fearing Feng Wani's recklessness, nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, I shall not intrude upon your time with the Empress any longer. I take my leave." Chui nodded in acknowledgement. Once the two had departed, Chui settled onto the couch and inquired, "Did you enjoy your conversation with the elder brother-in-law?" Meng Tang chuckled, "My elder brother remains as carefree as ever, worrying that I might be bullied. With your Majesty present, I am quite well." Chui extended his hand, his rough palm gently caressing her face, sending a tingling sensation through her. "I shall ensure that your elder brother visits the palace more frequently to keep you company." Joy flickered in Meng Tang's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meng Tang's mind was racing, uncertain if Chui had overheard her conversation with Feng Wani outside, having recently recovered from serious injuries. She had assumed that Chui would be considerate of her condition and refrain from demanding her presence at night for the time being. To her surprise, he arrived that very evening. Although her heart resisted, she felt compelled to feign delight. They discussed state affairs, and Meng Tang pretended not to comprehend. Chui stated, "Today, I received a memorial regarding the impeachment of the Deputy Minister of Revenue." Feng Wani was indeed the son of Deputy Minister Feng Qing. Meng Tang looked at him in astonishment, unsure of the intent behind his words. She recalled that in earlier years, the Meng and Feng families had been related by marriage, and that the Emperors Zitong and Feng Cheng's son shared a childhood bond of deep affection, a match that the Emperor had intervened to sever. "Your Majesty, such words are unwarranted. Feng Cheng's son was never a suitable match. My father and brothers are well aware of this, which is precisely why they betrothed me to your Majesty." Leaning against Chui, Meng Tang added, "Moreover, although I had a prior engagement with Feng Wani, our relationship has always been innocent and pure, as the heavens can attest. If your Majesty cannot trust him, do you not also doubt me?" Her tone was soft, yet within Chui's heart a sense of unease stirred. The words spoken by Feng Wani earlier in the day echoed in his mind, igniting an unnamed fury within him. The implication of her remarks suggested that Meng Tang's feelings for him paled in comparison to those of Feng Wani. Indeed, in the past few years, he had shown little interest in Meng Tang, but times had changed. Meng Tang leaned closer, kissing the man's Adam's apple, and said, "Your Majesty, ever since I married you, my heart has belonged solely to you. In my eyes, you are the finest man in the world." The memory of Feng Wani incessantly referring to Meng Tang as Sister Tang unsettled Chui. Lying on the bed, he cast his gaze down upon the woman in his arms. Had he not tasted those luscious red lips? Had he not experienced the softness of that tender body? Had those eyes, brimming with affection, ever been directed towards him? Feng Wani dared to covet his empress. The flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chuyi's eyes, while the world spoke of the emperor's bloodthirstiness and cruelty. "Only I knew that he never harmed lives without cause. When he took a life, there was always a reason, though others remained oblivious to the truth, thus misjudging him." At this moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Feng Wani. For 8 years since his ascension, the realm of Daong had thrived under his reign, a testament to his prowess. To marry such an emperor and become his empress was surely a reward for the virtues of her past life. Bestowing upon her such great fortune, her lips were impossibly sweet. He mused that Feng Wani must never have savored such sweetness. Chapter 15, Call him Igu. That night, Chui was exceedingly passionate. Meng Tang furrowed her brow, feeling discomfort and soreness below her waist. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Chui propped himself up on either side of her and asked, Zitong, I am a year older than you. Would you call me Ge? Chui had been on the throne for 8 years and was now 22. Meng Tang had married him at the tender age of 14, and 7 years had passed since. Indeed, he was a year her senior. Meng Tang wrapped her arms around the man's neck, pulling him towards her with force, her soft red lips kissing and teasing his thin ones, calling out, Ego. The man's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The bed creaked softly as the curtains swayed. The next morning, Chui went to court. While Meng Tang dutifully consumed her restorative medicine, she pondered Chuyi's reaction from the previous day and summoned Fang Ning. Inquiring, when I was talking with my brother yesterday, how long did His Majesty stand outside? Fang Ning thought for a moment and replied, he stood for quite a while and even had me brew a pot of tea. Saying he did not wish to disturb you and Meng Baihu's heartfelt conversation, which is why he lingered outside a bit longer. Thus, Meng Tang gained clarity on the matter. This statement was utterly absurd. Chui must have overheard Fang Wani's words. No wonder he attempted to probe her multiple times through the night. Chui possessed the inherent flaws of many rulers. He was suspicious. If she wished to continue cultivating Chuyi's favor, she would need to allay his concerns and dispel his doubts. The upcoming banquet on the 8th day of the next month presented an excellent opportunity. Chui entrusted Meng Tang with the arrangements for the palace banquet. As a capable empress, she rarely made mistakes in such matters, having only once accidentally spilled wine on Chuyi's dragon robe due to her sore hands at the beginning of the year. On the day of the 8th, not only did Chui invite nobles and dignitaries, but he also summoned numerous court officials. Meng Tang and Chui sat upon the high dais, while the concubines took their places according to rank on either side. Seated in the lower ranks, the officials arranged themselves according to their hierarchical positions. Musicians played merrily, and the Qianqing palace was filled with an atmosphere of joyous celebration. However, the absence of Xiao Fei and the Empress Dowager was palpable. Meng Tang remarked to Chui, Xiao Fei claimed she was unwell today and thus did not attend. Chui nodded slightly, dismissively replying, if she is unwell, let her rest comfortably. As for the Empress Dowager's absence, nearly everyone in the harem was already aware that it stemmed from the punishment of the Empress, which had incensed His Majesty, resulting in her confinement to the Sinang Palace. The Empress, gentle and gracious, was a perfect match for the imposing and dignified emperor. Below, Fang Wani observed this scene, feeling both envy and regret. The passage of 7 years had not diminished Meng Tang's allure. Instead, it had enhanced her charm and beauty. Such a captivating beauty was once his, as they had been childhood sweethearts. As the palace banquet progressed, Meng Tang announced, a new dancer has joined the palace, who has prepared a fresh performance specifically for His Majesty. Chui, lacking enthusiasm, was preoccupied with the conversation he had overheard between Fang Wani and Meng Tang, which mentioned a meeting at the Tay Pool and the Lotus Garden that very night. He cast a sidelong glance at the Empress, and though she harbored deep affection for him, Fang Wani's words rang true. Meng Tang and Fang Wani shared a bond of 14 years. Could he truly compete with that? Could Meng Tang genuinely let go of him, having experienced little warmth in his youth? Chui held a profound distrust towards others and could not fathom that anyone could love him wholeheartedly. He resolved to test her sincerity. Lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared at the center of the grand hall, draped in a purple veil and adorned in a splendid gown of cloud-like violet. The dancer captivated all attention. Chui felt an irresistible pull towards her, as if he were gazing upon his late mother. Every movement, every step she took exuded the grace reminiscent of his mother. Meng Tang glanced at Chui, reassured that with Xiao Hongyun's remarkable performance, she would undoubtedly be spared from the emperor's bedchamber that night. Chuyi's longing for Empress Qi was so profound that he would surely take an interest in the dancer. It must be said that Xiao Hongyun was indeed the finest dancer Meng Tang had ever witnessed, and this strategic move was executed flawlessly. As the performance concluded, the dancer gracefully approached Chui and performed a deep bow. Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. Chui raised his hand, his demeanor visibly lightened, and with a gentler tone, he inquired, what is your name, and how old are you? The surrounding concubines regarded the dancer with astonished expressions, their gazes filled with envy and resentment. Xiao Hongyun slowly removed her veil, revealing her delicate features. She blinked and said, Your Majesty, it is I. Did you enjoy my dance today? At this, Chui was genuinely taken aback. Never having anticipated Xiao Hongyun's thoughtful gesture, he smiled and replied, My beloved consort feigned illness to remain here, indeed giving me a delightful surprise. Xiao Hongyun's eyes sparkled as she asked, Then does Your Majesty find it to your liking? Chu Yi beckoned her closer, saying, "Come sit by my side." Overjoyed by this invitation, Xiao Hongyun felt elated. This was the first time since entering the palace that the emperor had treated her with such warmth. She cast a glance at Meng Tang, thinking to herself, "Do not blame me, this is all you're doing." With her skirt lifted in delight, she approached and took her seat beside Chu Yi. Meng Tang then inquired, "Does your majesty find it pleasing? My sister, Xiao Fei, has been practicing diligently day and night for this occasion." Chy grasped Meng Tang's hand, and as his thoughts drifted to FW New York, his smile faded slightly. He remarked, "I find this delightful. It must surely be the Empress's idea, is it not?" Meng Tang hastily shook her head, replying, "Your Majesty has guessed incorrectly this time, it is. In fact, the suggestion of concubine Xiao Heng chose not to elaborate. Since Meng Tang wished to bestow this credit upon her, she would graciously accept it." She mused that perhaps Meng Tang was the only foolish woman in the world, selflessly relinquishing her man to another. Was the Empress truly so deeply affectionate? Could she bear to see her man in the company of other women without a hint of jealousy? Xiao Heng remained perplexed by many aspects of Meng Tang. Chy narrowed his eyes and said, "My beloved, your dance tonight was exquisite. I shall visit you this evening. Do indulge me with a few more performances." Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng was instantly overcome with joy, her eyes widening slightly as she rose to curtsy, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is too gracious. Then I shall await your arrival, Your Majesty." The other concubines, witnessing this exchange, stifled their laughter, commenting, "Concubine Xiao is quite the strategist." The Empress toiled tirelessly to arrange this birthday banquet, yet did not earn a single compliment from His Majesty. While concubine Xiao's casual dance has elicited such delight. Indeed, I dare say the Empress is far too accommodating, a veritable doormat. Below, FW New York, observing this scene and overhearing the conversation, felt her jealousy morph into fury. Though Meng Tang appeared to be the mother of the nation, holding a position of great power and prestige, how could the emperor's heart and mind belong solely to her? The emperor embraced many, and the number of concubines in the harem was countless. Could he genuinely love Meng Tang? The emperor was known for his fickle affections, affectionate yet heartless, and yet he alone had remained devoted to her all these years, without even a secondary concubine, who could achieve such loyalty. Surely, Meng Tang's previous declarations were mere words spoken in anger. As the palace banquet concluded, Meng Tang rose to return to Knn Palace. Along the way, from behind a rockery, a young maid suddenly emerged. Feng immediately scolded, "How dare you? Who dares to obstruct the Empress's palanquin?" The maid knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, saying, "A young gentleman surnamed Feng sought me out, instructing me to deliver this letter to Her Highness. She will understand upon reading it." "Present it to me," Meng Tang said calmly. "Yes, Your Highness." Meng Tang opened the letter, which contained but a single line, "I await you at Qht. Should you not come, I shall seek you out at Knn Palace. At worst, I shall die." Meng Tang smiled, using death as a threat. Did he truly believe his life was of such value? What she feared was his madness leading to her own ruin. If he were to come to Knn Palace, and Chy were to find out, it would spell disaster. All her painstakingly built goodwill would likely vanish in an instant. She needed to resolve this matter discreetly, ensuring Chy's complete peace of mind while putting an end to FW New York's mischief. Reflecting on how Chy had gone to Xiao Heng's quarters that night and would likely not concern himself with her, she decided, "Feng, you and the others may return to Knn Palace. I have matters to attend to." Feng did not inquire further. Though the Empress appeared gentle, she always possessed a keen sense of propriety and purpose. Responding with a simple, "Yes." At Ti Pool, QH Garden, FW New York was pinned to the ground by guards, and before him appeared a flash of bright yellow fabric. Chy's voice, low and laced with menace, intoned, "Young Master Feng, are you aware that lingering in the palace after curfew is a capital offense?" Chapter 16, "For this life, I am only devoted to Your Majesty." Chuyi's voice was chilling. Feng Wani suppressed the fear and bitterness within him and said, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Chuyi found amusement in his demeanor, however, the mirth did not reach his eyes, and his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Young Master Feng, is it that the enchanting scenery of the Lotus Garden has captivated you so, that you linger here well past the hour?" Feng Wani knelt on the ground, slightly tipsy from the wine he had consumed that evening, his eyes glistening with a hint of red. He replied, "Everything in the palace is indeed delightful, and what of the people?" Chuyi's gaze was as frigid as ice. Feng Wanyi abruptly lifted his head, but Chui had already walked past him and seated himself upon a nearby stone bench. Li Changfu presented a cup of tea, and Chui swirled the Bai Luo Chun within the cup. Inquiring, Zifeng, I have heard that your family has long-standing ties with the Feng family. Pray, tell me, what should I do in such a situation? From a shadowy corner, a figure clad in a scarlet flying fish robe approached. Meng Yun knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty should handle this matter with impartiality. My good minister, had you not informed me today, I would remain oblivious to young Master Feng's late-night stroll in the lotus garden. Chui remarked as he rose, grasping Meng Yun's chin and adding, My dear brother-in-law is always on my side. Though a smile graced his face, his tone was devoid of any warmth, releasing his grip. Chui benevolently declared, You may rise. Indeed, your majesty. Upon hearing these words, Feng Wanyi became frantic, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Yun. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Zifeng, it was you who reported me, yet Meng Yun maintained his calm demeanor, stating, Brother Feng, it is already curfew. Your presence in the palace at this hour is indeed inappropriate. I am merely adhering to protocol. Feng Wanyi shouted, You know precisely why I linger here. Meng Yun's expression shifted at this admission. He had overheard Feng Wanyi's plan to meet Meng Tang here. Knowing his sister's cautious nature, she would not come, but Feng Wanyi's obstinate behavior warranted a lesson. He needed to instill fear within him, to ensure he would no longer dare to provoke Meng Tang. Thus, Meng Yun discreetly informed the emperor of Feng Wanyi's late-night stay. Meng Yun stepped forward and struck Feng Wanyi sharply across the cheek. His voice was stern as he declared, How could I possibly know your reasons for remaining here? Feng Wanyi was momentarily silenced by the blow. Brother, have you perhaps indulged too much this evening and begun to speak nonsense? At this, Feng Wanyi felt a jolt of clarity, shaking off the intoxication. Not far away, the emperor sat with a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of regal confidence, as if he were a spectator relishing a performance. Observing the two before him, Chui casually remarked, Oh, and what compels you to linger here? Feng Wanyi's cheek, marked by the strike, was now red and swollen. He stammered, Because the lotus flowers in the lotus garden bloom exquisitely. And I am quite fond of them. I became so entranced that I lost track of time. Chuyi's smile faded, his voice turning cold. No matter how beautiful these lotus flowers may be, they belong to me. Without my permission, I shall not allow others to covet them. This declaration startled both Meng Yun and Feng Wanyi. He appeared weary and disenchanted with the play, his eyelids slightly lowered as he inquired, Li Changfu, what became of the last man who dared to covet my possessions? The last individual who misappropriated disaster relief funds met a gruesome fate, his body sliced repeatedly, blood spilling profusely. Li Changfu still vividly remembers that scene, where, before the assembly of civil and military officials, he ordered the live dismemberment of that corrupt parasite. Li Changfu lowered his head and replied, He was flayed alive by your majesty. Chui set down his teacup and stated, Very well, let us proceed as last time, then, flay him alive. Since it is Minister Meng who has reported this matter, let it be Minister Meng who takes action. Meng Yun and Feng Wanyi's expressions shifted dramatically. Feng Wanyi could not help but tremble, gasping for breath, words caught in her throat. Meng Yun hastily knelt before Chui, saying, Your Majesty, what, do you refuse? Meng Yun's body tensed, and he responded, I cannot comply, Your Majesty. This blade may serve to slay your enemies and ensure your safety, but it must not be stained with the blood of loyal ministers and valiant generals. Chui slammed his hand upon the table, declaring, Do you defy my command? Please spare Feng Wanyi's life. Imprisonment or exile would suffice. Let your majesty decide. Feng Wanyi said calmly, Very well, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Your majesty regards human life as mere weeds. If I am to die, then so be it. Meng Yun turned back and reprimanded her. Silence. Naturally compassionate and tender-hearted, Meng Yun could not have been forced into the palace that day had Feng Wanyi not threatened to take her own life. Chui coldly remarked, Zifeng, consider carefully, I demand his life alone. Should anyone else arrive at the Chu Huyuan, it may not just be him who faces death. Feng Wanyi's face paled in horror. He knew everything. He was fully aware. Meng Yun's expression mirrored her distress. Even so, he deeply bowed his head to her, pleading, I beseech your majesty, in light of Minister Feng's diligent service, and for the sake of his only beloved son, spare his life and do not allow the Feng family to be extinguished. Chuyi's gaze remained steady upon him, yet beneath that calm exterior, a tempestuous rage brewed. Meng Tang approached with a lantern in hand. The surroundings were deserted, save for a young man standing by the lakeside of Chu Huyuan, his eyes sparkling like stars, and perhaps due to intoxication, his cheeks bore a slight flush. Meng Tang walked closer and called out, Feng Wani turned, his eyes still glazed with the effects of alcohol, gazing at her as if entranced. Sister Tang, you truly came. Meng Tang, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, Feng Wani, how childish can you be? Who do you think you can threaten with your death? Had I not intended to clarify matters with you today, I would never have come. The man approached her, a hint of grievance upon his face, saying, Sister Tang, I merely wished to see you properly. As he advanced, she retreated, indignantly declaring, I do not wish to see you. Do you not understand? I am now the Empress, the Emperor's woman. Although we were once childhood sweethearts, that is all in the past. You chose to cast me aside. I am living well in the palace now, and the Emperor treats me kindly. Please do not trouble me any further. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Meng Tang laid eyes on him, she recognized who he was upon noticing the affection progress bar beside him. In this world, only Chui possessed such a bar of affection. No one else did. The figure before her, Feng Wani, was but a fade. Chui had altered his appearance, probing her sincerity with a calm demeanor. Meng Tang continued, you are unaware of how well His Majesty treats me with such a commendable sovereign. How could I still think of others, or waver in my affections? That would indeed be the height of ingratitude. Let me reiterate, my heart belongs solely to His Majesty. As for you, Feng Wani, I harbor no affection whatsoever. Do not attempt to sway me with past events. Compared to His Majesty, you are but a charlatan. The affection progress bar beside Chui gradually ascended by one notch, reaching 46. Within the room, Feng Wani was silenced, forcefully restrained by the imperial guards, and upon hearing her words, his eyes widened in disbelief, gradually reddening, before he succumbed to tears. Chapter 17, I would rather die than allow others to touch me. Upon hearing her declaration, Meng Yan too felt a sense of relief wash over him. Casting a glance at Feng Wani, he exhaled softly and said, you should abandon all hope. Love is not about entanglement or relentless pursuit. It is about letting go. Do you understand? Feng Wani lay on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, utterly disheveled. Outside, by the Tai pool, Chui and Meng Tang stood, one on each side. Chui inquired, but I cannot let go. Sister Tang, I realize now how gravely I erred that day. Having returned to my senses, I find myself unable to release my hold. Over the years, my family has presented me with numerous potential brides, yet none have captured my interest. My heart belongs solely to you. He gazed at her with profound affection. Meng Tang inwardly cursed. Regarding the Emperor as a theatrical performer, she decided to play along, responding coldly, and what of it? You are merely a man yearning for what he cannot have, an obsession personified. If I were to be with you, you might not even cherish me. Chui stepped forward, attempting to grasp her delicate hand. Meng Tang recoiled sharply, raising her voice, Feng Gongzi, have some self-respect. I am already a married woman. Do you not know that when you spurned me, I felt as though my heart had turned to ash and I plunged into despair? At that moment, I resolved that since you did not want me, I would never want you again. What does it matter if you have returned? Do you think everyone is moved by the tale of a wayward son returning home? Feng Wani, you are mistaken. After you cast me aside, it was His Majesty who stood by my side. When I was oppressed, it was he who defended me, while all others claimed I was unworthy of the role of Empress. Only he praised my gentleness and virtue. He sacrificed much for me, even risking his relationship with his own mother over our discord. I am but a human, and as such, I am capable of being moved. I have vowed to dedicate the remainder of my life to His Majesty. You cannot withstand the trials. When calamity strikes, you scatter like leaves in the wind, yet His Majesty is willing to slay demons and gods for my sake. Tell me, how can you possibly compare yourself to him? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yi's gaze darkened slightly. With his numerous palaces and concubines, how could he claim to love only her? Do you know how enraged I was at the banquet today when I saw you seated to his left and a concubine to his right? Even if he treats you well for a fleeting moment, His Majesty will always be His Majesty. How could his heart and soul belong to you alone? You are aware of the nature of the imperial court. Meng Tang replied, her expression devoid of emotion, and what of it? He is His Majesty, the Emperor of Daong, and I am the Empress, his lawfully wedded wife. Even amidst the myriad blossoms of the harem, I remain the sole peony, destined to share a coffin with him a century hence. No one else is worthy. Sister Tang, I am prepared to forsake everything for you, my parents, my family. None of it matters to me anymore. All I desire is you. I am willing to elope with you. In this vast world, there shall surely be a place for us. Unlike Chui, I shall never take a concubine. You shall be my only wife. Sister Tang. Meng Tang extended her hand to halt his approaching form, retreating repeatedly as she spoke. Feng Wani, how long must you force me? I have chosen to move forward and find contentment in my current life. Do you not understand human speech? Let me be direct. I find you tiresome, repulsive, and loathsome. Please, keep your distance, I implore you." Upon hearing her words, the man cast a fleeting glance toward the door of the nearby chamber. Chewie grasped Meng Tang's wrist tightly, exclaiming, "No, I cannot believe it." His anger transformed his gaze, reddening his eyes. His performance was quite convincing. Meng Tang scoffed internally, forcefully pushing him away. She declared, "In the past, I was so troubled by you that I contemplated ending my life by drowning. Now, I am the Empress, your incessant entanglement. Do you wish to provide others with leverage against me? Do you not realize what would happen should His Majesty discover this? What happens between us is of no concern to me. What matters is how His Majesty perceives me. I do not wish to provoke his anger or bring him embarrassment. Do you understand?" Chewie attempted to pull her into his embrace, his breath reeking of alcohol as he hurriedly implored. Sister Tang, how can you think of him at every turn? You once clearly favored me." Meng Tang could hardly withstand his force. She pondered what it would take for Chewie to find peace. He had once attempted to end his life by jumping into a lake over Fengwani. Meng Tang understood now. What Fengwani possessed, Chewie desired as well. She closed her eyes, feigning a look of utter humiliation, and softly uttered, "Fengwani, your contempt for me is so great, perhaps death would be preferable. Even in death, I would not allow another to touch me, save for His Majesty." After uttering these words, Meng Tang bit her tongue hard. It is said that biting one's tongue to commit suicide is excruciatingly painful. Indeed, it was agonizing. She intended only to draw a little blood, yet the pain was real. The suffering reflected on her face was not feigned. Her delicate visage turned pale, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of her lips. Chu Yi's gaze darkened, and he gradually released Meng Tang. She stumbled backward, questioning, "Is this how much you despise me?" As Meng Tang spoke, another mouthful of blood gushed forth, staining her moon-white gown crimson. She replied, "Indeed," embodying a spirit of unwavering defiance. "I guess this, how deeply you love Chu Yi," Meng Tang proclaimed emphatically. "Yes." He nodded, appearing utterly disheartened, and said, "You may leave. I shall no longer disturb you from this day forth." Meng Tang cast a cold glance in his direction, lifting her gown as she turned to depart. Chewie remained rooted in place for an extended duration, watching her until she faded from sight, until the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Only then did he move. He approached the small house in the courtyard and opened the door. Chewie stood above her, as if victorious in a grand gamble, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. He began to chuckle softly, the sound raspy, gradually growing louder, his laughter swelling with satisfaction. Chy extended his hand, tearing away the coarse cloth that obstructed New York's mouth, inquiring, "Are you satisfied now?" New York, seated on the ground, sobbed uncontrollably. Chy, like a triumphant victor, reveled in the display of his spoils. "She would rather perish than allow you a mere touch. My Empress possesses a noble character, and if you wish to reconsider, you have chosen the wrong person." In a surprisingly good mood, Chy felt the violent, murderous impulses within him gradually subside. He suddenly thought that sparing their lives might be preferable, allowing him to witness their marital affection, the harmonious bond between Emperor and Empress, compelling him to live daily in regret and anguish, which would be far more satisfying than their demise. Meng Tang loved him so deeply that she would never betray him. What was a mere New York worth? She did not even qualify as a rival. New York's face was smeared with dirt, a pitiful sight. Meng Yan observed this scene and felt a sense of relief, knowing the Emperor would no longer seek his life. New York lamented, "One misstep leads to another. Ha 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 ha. The beauty has already found solace in another's embrace, the past is irretrievable, and the old flame no longer waits for me. Where should I go from here?" Meng Yan, stung by his words, could not help but retort, "I care not where you go. Do not approach my sister again." Realizing the Emperor was still present, he quickly knelt, offering his apologies. "Your Majesty, it was a transgression on my part. I spoke without thought." Chapter 18. What do you think of the Empress? Chy replied nonchalantly, "My esteemed brother-in-law speaks wisely. There is no need for concern." He personally assisted Meng Yan to his feet. When in good spirits, he referred to him as his brother-in-law, but when displeased, he would address him as a minister. In truth, when Meng Tang appeared in Qh garden, Meng Yan felt a twinge of fear, worried that she might still harbor lingering affections for New York. Thankfully. Fortunately, his sister was perceptive. However, although Meng Tang had already expressed her resolve to the Emperor tonight, her clandestine meeting with an outsider was indeed inappropriate and would not bode well if it became public. Meng Yan was concerned that CHY might take issue with this. CHY cast a glance at W New York and said, young master effing should return promptly. Lest the venerable effing SHLing, in his advanced years, worry for your safety. Having uttered this, CHY stepped beyond the threshold and departed with a flourish. The Imperial Guards also took their leave. W New York collapsed onto the ground, and Meng Yan helped him up, saying, brother effing, I can only assist you this once. My sister nearly fell victim to your misdeeds. I hope you take heed. Should such a situation arise again, even divine intervention would not save you. With that, Meng Yan brushed off his robes and left. W New York sat dazed, gazing ahead at the spot where Meng Tang had stood. Tears soaked his garments as he murmured, Sister Tang, how cruel your heart is. Kuan Ning Palace. Upon Meng Tang's return, Ning was startled to see blood on her. Meng Tang quickly urged, do not make a scene, fetch some ice water. Yes. Inside the chamber, Meng Tang sat upon the couch, swishing some ice water in her mouth before spitting it out, relieved that the bleeding on her tongue had finally ceased. She removed her outer robe, lazily reclining on the soft cushions, reflecting on the events that had transpired, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Fortunately, her affinity progress bar had allowed her to recognize that treacherous emperor at a glance. Otherwise, if today's events are discovered, it would be deemed a grave sin of illicit relations with an outsider. Given Zhu Yi's suspicious nature, not even the heavens could save her. Fang Ning expressed her concerns. Your Highness, how did you sustain such a significant wound on your tongue? Meng Tang replied, it was merely an accident while eating. It's fine now. Do not inquire further. If His Majesty asks, this shall be the answer. Yes, Your Highness. Outside the chamber, a eunuch suddenly called out in a high-pitched voice, the Emperor has arrived. Meng Tang was taken aback. She recalled that during the earlier banquet, Zhu Yi had mentioned his intention to visit Consort Xiao that evening to witness her dance. Why had he not gone? Meng Tang hurriedly rose to her feet. As Zhu Yi entered, Meng Tang curtsied gracefully. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. There is no need for such formalities. Empress, Zhu Yi said, assisting her to take her seat. Noticing the blood-stained garment beside her, Zhu Yi inquired, why is there blood? Have you been injured? Meng Tang coughed lightly. I accidentally bit my tongue while dining. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Yi frowned and waved his hand, instructing the attendants, leave us. Yes, Your Majesty. Once they were alone, Zhu Yi said, Zitong, speak the truth to me. What is the matter? Meng Tang fell into a moment of silence. Zhu Yi was acutely aware of what had transpired. His question was merely a formality. He was a king of inherent suspicion, desiring not only her love, but also her honesty. Meng Tang grasped this realization and suddenly knelt before Zhu Yi, declaring, Your Majesty, I am guilty. What Zhu Yi sought was her unvarnished truth, yet Meng Tang understood that if she confessed, it would amount to admitting to an illicit meeting, which would undoubtedly displease him. Regardless of her intentions, conversely, if she chose to remain silent, it would be a deception, and Zhu Yi would be equally displeased. Caught in a dilemma, she resolved to embrace her role as the honest empress and lay bare the truth before Zhu Yi. His eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, Zitong, why do you act thus? Your Majesty, my clandestine meeting with an outsider is indeed a grave offense. I beseech you to impose punishment upon me. To depose me from my position as empress, to rectify the decorum of the 6 palaces. Zhu Yi, with a hint of amusement, inquired, a clandestine meeting, you say? Who is this individual? The son of Master Feng from the Ministry of Revenue. Fangwani. Meng Tang did not attempt to defend herself. After all, the tyrant was already privy to everything. She chose to retreat in order to advance, stating, I am truly unworthy of the heavy responsibilities of Empress. Unfit to be Your Majesty's principal consort, and have brought disgrace to the dignity of the court. Even if Your Majesty were to cast me into the cold palace or decree my death, I would accept it willingly. At that moment, Zhu Yi, however, was stroking the ring on his finger, observing her intently. She truly loved him, even willing to confess such matters. Then I ask you, why did you meet with Fangwani? What indiscretions occurred between you? He was fully aware yet feigned ignorance, clearly toying with her. Meng Tang replied, Fangwani, relying on our childhood bond, has persistently pursued me. I wished to clarify matters once and for all, which is why I agreed to meet. I swear, I have remained entirely virtuous, and he has not touched me in the slightest. And what of the injury on your tongue? Zhu Yi questioned. He attempted to force himself upon me, and in my resistance, I bit my tongue, refusing to yield. Zhu Yi nodded, pointed at her, and chuckled softly. You are quite something. I treat you thus, yet you engage in meetings with outsiders. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you to abolish my position as empress and appoint a new consort. For my virtues have faltered, and I am truly unworthy to be the mother of this nation. As my mother once remarked, I am foolish and incompetent, incapable of managing any matters, and it is only in the company of dim lanterns and ancient Buddhas that I find my rightful abode. Meng Tang lowered her head to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Unbeknownst to her, this fragile demeanor rendered her exceedingly endearing. Chu Yi rose and declared, "You shall remain confined in this Kunming palace for reflection." With that, he turned and departed. In truth, Chu Yi had arrived with a hint of anger, for it was indeed true that she had clandestinely met with a man. Regardless of her intentions, such an encounter remained a secret rendezvous. Yet, Meng Tang's candid confession, mingled with her tears, inexplicably lifted his spirits. To be wholeheartedly loved and trusted by someone was a profound sensation. The Empress's willingness to be so forthright about such matters clearly indicated her deep affection for him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to maintain an angry facade to impress upon her the gravity of the situation, to see if she would dare to act so recklessly again. Fang Ning entered the room and, upon seeing Meng Tang kneeling on the floor, exclaimed, "Your Highness, what has happened?" "I noticed His Majesty left in a fit of rage. What transpired between you?" Meng Tang helped her rise and replied, "It is nothing. I have merely been confined for a time." She mused to herself that perhaps Chu Yi's outward display of anger concealed his true delight. Having lacked love since childhood, only genuine affection and trust could truly touch his heart. She believed she had played her cards right. Moreover, having recently enjoyed a surge of affection with Chu Yi, it was perhaps time to create a little distance, to rekindle the freshness of their bond. Maintaining a steady growth of affection while also allowing herself a respite from his nightly visits, the trade-off of confinement for these benefits was certainly worthwhile. Others, however, might not share her perspective. In the Yuhua Palace, Chu Yi sat in a position of authority while Xiaofei danced gracefully below, performing one dance after another. He watched absently, his thoughts drifting to the image of Meng Tang in tears. As long as Chu Yi remained silent, Xia Hongjian dared not cease her performance, continuing to dance for the better part of the night, feeling as though she were enduring a torturous ordeal. Exhausted and breathless, she finally stumbled and fell to the ground. In a panic, she knelt and gasped, "I have erred." Yet Chu Yi gazed at her and inquired, "What do you think of the Empress?" Chapter 19, the scent of her handkerchief. Though His Majesty's body was present with her, his heart remained with the Empress. After a moment of silence, Xia Hongjian replied, "The Empress is a rare soul, devoid of scheming and full of benevolence, who in the harem is unaware of her virtuous reputation." Chu Yi murmured, "The sight of her in tears truly captivates the heart." Xia Hongjian bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She said, "Is my dance not sufficient?" It was not the inadequacy of her performance that troubled him, but rather his own disinterest in the dance itself. Chu Yi rose and declared, "Return to the Yangxin Hall." "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Xia Hongjian hurried after him, "Will you not stay this evening to keep me company?" Chu Yi turned back and replied, "I have just recalled that there are still memorials left unaddressed. My beloved consort, please rest well. I shall return another day. As she leaned against the door, tears fell from her eyes. Upon seeing her weep, Chu Yi's thoughts drifted back to the Empress. Xia Hongjian pleaded, "But Your Majesty, the memorials will never cease. I wish to serve you." Chu Yi shook his head, exclaiming how profoundly different it all was. Indeed, it was strikingly dissimilar. The tears of Xiao Hongyun lacked the poignant charm that Meng Tang's tears evoked. That sense of fragmentation was a sentiment reserved solely for the Empress. The following day, news of the Empress being confined in Kunming Palace spread throughout the imperial harem. The concubines, unaware of the reasons behind this turn of events, speculated whether the Empress had somehow offended His Majesty or if he had simply grown weary of her company. After all, in recent days, he had only summoned the Empress's presence and, even last night, had merely lingered with concubine Xiao before departing without spending the night. This gossip soon reached Xianing Palace. Within the Buddhist hall of Xianing Palace, the Empress Dowager knelt before the Buddha statue, a cold smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I had thought the Emperor held her in high regard. Yet after merely a couple of days, she finds herself in a predicament akin to mine." Nurse Lu fanned her gently and replied, "Indeed, what manner of man is the Emperor, with 3,000 beauties in the harem? How could he possibly favor but one?" The Empress Dowager continued, "He is inherently cruel and ungrateful, caring little for anyone. His heart remains solely with the late Qi, not for us mere mortals." Nurse Lu chuckled. "Fear not, Your Majesty. Given that the Emperor has already grown tired of the Empress, it won't be long before he also releases his ire towards you." With a light scoff, the Empress Dowager declared, "Once I regain my freedom, I shall ensure that Meng pays dearly for this. Though I may have lost a pawn, the game is far from over. As the weather grew warmer, the birds too multiplied. Lazily hiding beneath the palace gates, for several consecutive days, the emperor visited Xiao Hongyun, rendering her the darling of the harem, much to the envy of the other concubines. When the time came for the monthly distribution of allowances, Fang Ning, accompanied by 2 young maidservants, made her way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Chief Steward Li Chuanfu was busy counting the Nanjing cloud brocade meant for Xiao Hongyuan. Be cautious, for all of this belongs to concubine Xiao. There are a total of 20 rolls of this newly delivered brocade, all designated for her. What about the Empress? Inquired Fang Ning. Li Chuanfu frowned. The Empress has been under confinement for 3 months now. His Majesty hasn't even set foot in Kunming Palace during this time. Moreover, we have provided her with her due allowances. It's just that the newly supplied materials are lightweight and comfortable, and we can only afford to offer them to Yuhua Palace. Unlike Li Chongfu, Li Chuanfu was not one to remember favors. Upon hearing this, Fang Ning's expression shifted. How can you treat her this way after all the care she has shown you? Now that she is confined, this is your response? Li Chuanfu's countenance darkened, but the words were already spoken. Recently, the favored one of Yuhua Palace had made his intentions clear. What are you saying? Aunt Fang, I merely speak the truth. With limited supplies, we must prioritize the important. Are you implying that the Empress is no longer significant? You traitorous wretch, have you forgotten how kind the Empress has been to you? Just because she is currently confined, you treat her thus? Oh dear, we have not withheld anything due to the Empress, Li Chuanfu retorted. Then what of the Zhizhou cloud brocade? In previous years, it was always given to the Empress. Times have indeed changed. Fang Ning, being a person of sensitive disposition, immediately seized Li Chuanfu by the ear and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Well, Li Chuanfu, I never imagined you would be so treacherous. In the past, the Empress treated you with such kindness, yet now you won't even spare a few bolts of cloth for her. Your grandfather, Li Chongfu, revered as a venerable elder, would bow respectfully before Our Lady. What are you, in comparison? Li Chuanfu, stung by the blow, was instantly incensed. Do you truly believe that the Kunming Palace remains as it once was? To speak frankly, my grandfather has already conveyed a message stating that Consort Xiao will soon be promoted to noble Consort Xiao, while the timing of the Empress's release from confinement remains uncertain. What? Fang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Meng Tang, having served in the palace for many years, knew that even when the emperor favored others, no one had ascended to the status of noble consort as swiftly as Xiao Hongyun. If you genuinely care for your lady, you should urgently devise a strategy to restore her honor, lest the Empress remain in this state for much longer. As evening fell, Fang Ning had yet to return, and Meng Tang grew anxious. Have there been any news of Fang Ning? Lin Lang, kneeling on the ground, replied, Your Highness, there has been no news. They refuse to allow us to leave. What shall we do? Meng Tang's gaze darkened. This familiar narrative, being neglected and disregarded, was nothing new to her. She had faced the disdain of the Ministry of Internal Affairs before. Having baited Chui for 3 months, it was now time to gradually reel him in. She approached the palace gates, knocked gently, and said, Esteemed brothers of the Imperial Guards, I have an urgent matter to discuss. Your Highness is jesting. You are the Empress. How could we dare to address you so casually? The guards, accustomed to the Empress's kindness towards them, treated her with utmost respect. Meng Tang slipped a handkerchief embroidered with begonia flowers through the gap in the door, containing a jade pendant within. Could you assist me in delivering this to Grand Eunuch Li Chongfu? He will understand my intentions upon seeing it. The guards hesitated briefly before responding. Very well. Li Chongfu was stationed outside the imperial study when a guard rushed towards him. Breathless, Grand Eunuch Li, this is a token from Her Majesty the Empress, stating you would comprehend its significance. Li Chongfu's expression changed as he weighed the pendant in his hand, dismissing the guard with a wave. He hurried into the imperial study, kneeling as he presented the item, saying, Your Majesty, this is something the Empress has sent. Would you care to examine it? Li Chongfu understood better than anyone that the Empress had not lost the Emperor's favor. Rather, His Majesty had intentionally distanced himself to convey the gravity of the situation. Chui paused, his brush hovering over the paper, causing the ink to blur. Bring it here. Yes. Chui unwrapped the handkerchief to reveal the jade pendant, once his own cherished possession, which he had given to her with the words, In times of trouble, take this jade and seek me. This pendant, carried by Chui during his days as a prince, was not of great value, yet it bore profound significance. Chui held the handkerchief embroidered with begonia blossoms to his nose, inhaling deeply the faint scent of jasmine tea, reminiscent of her essence. He closed his eyes, his expression reflecting a profound enjoyment. It had been 3 months since their last meeting. Alas. Chapter 20. How dare you defame the Empress? In the Qiankuan Palace, the lights shone brightly. Meng Tang stood in the courtyard, gracefully bowing to Chu-yi. Your Majesty. Her eyes were rimmed with tears, a testament to her recent sorrow. After 3 months apart, she had grown considerably thinner, her chin sharper, and her appearance more haggard. Chu-yi toyed with the jade pendant in his hand and remarked, Zitong, the promise I made to you with this jade pendant in the past still holds true today. Speak freely of your desires. He pondered that perhaps she could no longer endure this suffering and wished to plead for a reprieve, to advocate for herself. If that were indeed the case, he would be willing to offer her an escape. Yet Chu-yi was mistaken. Meng Tang knelt on the ground, her eyes swollen from weeping, and implored, Your Majesty, ever since Fang Ning went to the Naiwafu to collect the monthly allowance this morning, she has not returned. I am acutely aware of my grave sins, and dare not hope for anything else. I beseech your Majesty to grant me permission to leave the Qianquan Palace to seek Fang Ning. Chu-yi gazed at her in astonishment, his eyes darkening as he inquired, Is that all? No further requests? That is all I seek. I implore your Majesty to show mercy and grant my wish. As she bowed her head to the ground, Chu-yi could not help but bend down, his palm meeting her forehead, warm against his hand. Meng Tang looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression pitiful and heart-wrenching. Chu-yi's heart softened unexpectedly, and he replied, Very well, I grant you this. Thank you, your Majesty, for your kindness. Li Chuanfu endured both blows and insults from Fang Ning today. Despite being the head of the Naiwafu, he felt utterly humiliated to be treated in such a manner before so many witnesses. Moreover, with the Empress having fallen from grace, and Fang Ning merely a maid by her side, he believed that with the protection of his esteemed grandfather, punishing a maid would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, he commanded his men to strike Fang Ning unconscious on her way back. Li Chuanfu initially intended to discard Fang Ning in some secluded spot to leave her there for a day. However, upon seeing her exquisite beauty, he was seized by nefarious thoughts. As night descended, enveloping the world in darkness, Fang Ning lay bound upon the bed, her eyes wide with terror. This was the place where Li Chuanfu took refuge within the palace. And now that he had returned from his duties, he had come to indulge in this beauty. Fang Ning shook her head, retreating in fear, trembling as she exclaimed, Li Chuanfu, you must be bold as a bear to dare lay hands on me. Li Chuanfu approached with a smirk, his face betraying disdain as he said, Oh, do you still think of the Empress as the powerful figure she once was? I am well aware that her circumstances have deteriorated. My dear. If you are willing to be with me, to be my companion, I shall protect you. In the future, anything good that comes my way, I promise to deliver it to your Kunming Palace first. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Fang Ning spat at Li Chuanfu with venomous fury, declaring, You, a castrated dog, dare to play with women. The best should rightfully belong to our Empress. This group of eunuchs, who despised being derided as castrated dogs, immediately darkened their expressions upon hearing such insults. One of them struck Fang Ning across the face with a resounding slap, exclaiming, You are overstepping your bounds. They seemed oblivious to the current predicament of Kunming Palace, where the emperor had not graced for 3 months. It was only a matter of time before an edict of deposing the empress would be issued. Outside, Meng Tang and Chu-yi had just arrived when they overheard this exchange. As Meng Tang was about to push open the door to intervene, Chu-yi raised a hand to stop her, coldly declaring, I wish to see how far he will go. Meng Tang bit her lip and softly replied, Your Majesty need not concern yourself with such matters. I am unharmed. Her slender form appeared as if it could topple with a mere gust of wind, her face drained of color. Despite being subjected to such treatment and feeling profound sorrow, she still feigned composure. Chu-yi, unable to suppress his voice, lowered it cautiously to avoid alarming her, stating, Others may disregard it, but I cannot. Within the room, Li Chuanfu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Fang Ning vociferously reprimanded, As long as the empress remains the empress, she is the mother of the nation. How dare you, servants, treat her with such disdain? However, Li Chuanfu appeared to find her words humorous. Grasping Fang Ning's chin and laughing heartily, The empress, who doesn't know she has a gentle temperament? Do you think she would blame me if she were to learn of our relationship? Oh, how could I forget? The empress is renowned for her grace and virtue. Surely she would not hold a servant accountable for such matters. Fang Ning's complexion turned ashen. Li Chuanfu, enough. The empress's kindness is not a justification for your actions. Release me at once. If you let me go now, I shall remain silent and not inform Her Majesty. And even if you did inform Her Majesty, what of it, after all these years in the palace? The empress has never punished a servant. I imagine she is too kind-hearted to inflict punishment even when wrongdoings are revealed. Fang Ning, you might as well surrender to me tonight. If you do, I will ensure that the 20 batches of exquisite silk originally intended for concubine Shao will be delivered to the Empress tomorrow. What do you say? Bah, those were rightfully the Empress's. You speak as if you are bestowing a favor. Li Chuanfu beamed with arrogance, proclaiming, now that I hold a favorable position in the Imperial Household Department, I decide who receives the good things, or not. Do you not see that Kunming Palace relies on my generosity to survive? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the mirth froze on his face. The guards abruptly burst through the door, causing Li Chuanfu's smile to falter as he failed to comprehend the unfolding events. Upon seeing Meng Tang and the Emperor at the doorway, Fang Ning hastily leaped from the bed, kneeling before them. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this servant greets the Emperor and Empress. Meng Tang, with tears glistening in her eyes, assisted Fang Ning to her feet, untied the ropes binding her, and gently embraced her, saying, Fang Ning, it is I who nearly brought you harm. My incompetence is to blame. Li Chuanfu, jolted back to reality, quickly prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, Long live Your Majesty, long live Your Highness. Chu Yi, having overheard the entire conversation, let out a cold snort, remarking, Your Highness may not be able to bear such a title from you. Li Chuanfu could never have anticipated that. Despite the Empress being confined and neglected for 3 months, she could still summon the Emperor. Trembling all over, Li Chuanfu exclaimed, I was mistaken, you treacherous creature, who flatters those above and bullies those below. In a fit of rage, Chu Yi drew the sword from the waist of the nearby guard. He was taken aback. In merely 3 months, the Empress had fallen to such a dire state that even the luxurious brocade she once wore had to depend on the charity of the palace servants. As long as she is my Empress for a day, she shall remain my Empress for a lifetime. How dare you, vile creature, tarnish her reputation. Your Majesty, I was blinded by foolishness. I shall change, I promise to change. He looked in terror at the blade in the Emperor's hand, fearing it might soon descend upon him, for the Emperor was not unaccustomed to such actions. Li Chuanfu crawled to Meng Tang's feet, trembling as he apologized, Your Highness, I was wrong, I beseech Your Highness to show mercy. Meng Tang seemed taken aback by his actions, standing frozen in place, while Fang Ning hurriedly pulled her back, exclaiming, Begone, wretched creature, do not lay a hand on our Empress. Grandfather, save me. Li Chuanfu's pleading gaze sought Li Changfu with a look of disdain. Li Changfu retorted, We have no grandson as wretched as you, do not misidentify kin. Take the Empress away, Chu Yi commanded coldly to Fang Ning. He wished to spare Meng Tang from witnessing any gruesome scenes, not wanting her to see the monstrous visage he assumed when taking a life. Chapter 21. This palace does not wish to share the bed. With a swift stroke, Chu Yi severed Li Chuanfu's head. He tossed the sword to the guard, instructing, Clean this place. Yes, Your Majesty. As Chu Yi committed the act, the dark hem of his robe was stained with blood, emanating a heavy scent of carnage. Meng Tang, standing in the corridor, beheld him approach, her eyes still filled with panic. As she saw Chu Yi draw near, she instinctively stepped back. Of course, this was merely an act. She knew well what Chu Yi favored in her, and thus feigned a demeanor of fragility. Displeased by her retreat, Chu Yi grasped her arm firmly, saying, Zitong, do not fear me, do not shy away. With that, he pulled her into his embrace, the overwhelming stench of blood now clinging to Meng Tang, rendering her sullied alongside him. Regaining her composure, she reached out and held tightly to the man's back, choking back her words, Your Majesty, I am here. Your Majesty, am I truly so inept? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Changfu discreetly gestured for the servants and guards to withdraw. Chu Yi's heart softened like water. How could that be? My Zitong is the most gentle and kind. I am inadequate. I cannot do anything right. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking into the fabric of Chu Yi's shoulder. Gently, he caressed her hair, enveloping the back of her head with his large hand, pressing her against his chest. You have done splendidly. I am very pleased. Once, his mother was similarly unassuming, gentle, and devoid of malice. Yet, how could such a person survive in the harem? The consequence was to be subject to bullying. Having endured much suffering, Chu Yi understood how challenging it was for Meng Tang to maintain her innocence in the depths of the palace. In the end, his mother, for his sake, transformed into the very person she had loathed the most, cunning and ruthless in her scheming. Chu Yi did not wish for Meng Tang to become like that. Once, he was unable to protect his mother. Now, however, he could safeguard Meng Tang. Your Majesty, what he said is indeed true. What use is it to be gentle and virtuous? She lamented, I am weak and incompetent, unable even to protect the maidservants by my side, thus unworthy of the title of Empress. Chu Yi felt a pang of sorrow. He gently soothed her, saying, Zitong, you must understand that some individuals are inherently malevolent. Not everyone possesses your innate kindness. You cannot expect the wicked to refrain from their malevolence, but you can restrain yourself and maintain your original intent. Zitong, you are truly doing remarkably well, with her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meng Tang lifted her gaze to Chui and inquired, "Does your majesty believe I am doing well?" "You are doing exceptionally well." Taking her hand, Chui began to walk back, saying, "Zitong, I shall escort you home." Upon their return to Kunming Palace, Chui began, "Zitong, just as he was about to speak, he was taken aback to see Meng Tang kneeling on the ground, holding the phoenix seal high above her head. "Your Majesty," she declared, "I have reflected upon this all the way here." Chui was startled and hastily exclaimed, "Zitong, what are you doing?" His tone was laced with panic. Meng Tang replied, "I am truly unworthy of being empress. My character is unsuited to govern the 6 palaces. Kindness is but a facade for weakness. My frailty nearly brought harm to those around me. Were it not for your Majesty's presence today, I would have no face to continue living in this world. Previously, I met with a man in private, which is a sin. My weakness has allowed the underlings to act with impunity, which is a second sin. I have caused a rift between your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, failing to serve as a model for the 6 palaces, which is a third sin. I beseech your Majesty to reclaim my phoenix seal, allowing me to dwell in solitude with the ancient Buddha, reciting scriptures for your Majesty day by day, to cleanse myself of my sins." Witnessing this scene, not only Chui but even the attendants of Kunming Palace were astonished. Chui's expression darkened, and he spoke with evident agitation. "I have just said, you have done no wrong. It is I who am unworthy of being empress." With tears shimmering in her eyes, Meng Tang's frail form trembled as she spoke. "Occupying this position will only bring trouble to your Majesty. I do not wish to hinder your progress. Merely catching a glimpse of you from afar would suffice to satisfy my heart." "You are not, your Majesty. Please do not comfort me. I understand well. The last time I was reprimanded by the Empress Dowager, it was your Majesty who saved me. This time, when Fang Ning was nearly harmed, it was again your Majesty who came to my rescue. I am but an incapable empress." Chui had intended to lift her house arrest tonight, to share tender moments with Meng Tang and offer her solace. Yet, the situation had not unfolded as he had hoped. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you resolute in this?" "I am resolute in this." Chui gazed at her intently, then, with a flick of his sleeve, departed from Qiankuan Palace, declaring, "Let the Empress remain in peace for a few days. Once you have calmed down, I shall return to seek you." This implied that her house arrest would continue. After Chuyi's furious departure, Fang Ning stepped forward to assist Meng Tang, saying, "Your Highness, why must you be this way? How can you deem yourself unworthy of being empress? It is merely that you do not wish to share a bed tonight. After all, once one begins to serve the emperor at night, it becomes difficult to cease, and she yearned to indulge in a few more days of such pleasures. It is of no consequence." Meng Tang replied, "Of no consequence?" Fang Ning exclaimed urgently, "Are you unaware of how many eyes in the world are watching your esteemed position? Serving the emperor does not inherently increase affection, but this strategy of retreating to advance can indeed cultivate significant favor once success is achieved." She merely wished to swiftly complete her duties and return home, not truly to become the tyrant's wife. Outside of Kunming Palace, Li Chongfu observed the emperor's face, flushed with rage, and cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we return to Qianqing Palace?" Li Chongfu could hardly fathom that there existed women in this world who did not aspire to be empress. Leaning against the dragon carriage, Chui declared, "Proceed to Yuhua Palace." "Yes, we shall make our way to Yuhua Palace." Meanwhile, in the Tingxue Pavilion where Mei Fei resided, the concubines gathered together, exchanging tales of amusing occurrences within the palace in recent days. Reclining on the noble consort's couch, Mei Fei remarked, "I have heard that the emperor is visiting the empress tonight." "Oh," Yu Fei chuckled, "it seems our empress is on the verge of regaining favor. How about we place a wager? Let us bet whether the emperor will lift the empress's confinement. Since the emperor is seeking her out, it is surely a sign that he will grant her freedom. I truly do not understand what the emperor sees in her soft and easily deceived disposition." After a moment, a young eunuch entered and whispered a few words into Mei Fei's ear. Instantly, a smile illuminated her face, her brows unfurling in delight. "Dear sisters, I fear you may lose your wager." "How so?" they inquired. "The emperor not only did not lift the empress's confinement, but rather left in great anger and went to Yuhua Palace instead." "Ah, the empress failed to seize this opportunity. How utterly ineffective. Indeed, if it were I would ensure the emperor remained with me tonight, no matter what. Our empress is truly both hypocritical and weak. Had I her lineage, I would not have languished in such a manner. I might have already borne several little princes. At this, the concubines could not help but burst into laughter, for it was true that the empress's condition was indeed disappointing. Xiao Hongyun was overjoyed upon hearing that the emperor would be visiting her, and she specifically donned the new garment made of cloud brocade that the Internal Affairs Office had just delivered that day. Standing at the door with eager anticipation, Chapter 22, considering him strangely enough, after changing into this cloud brocade attire, a sense of anxiety washed over her, and her eyelids began to twitch incessantly. Xiao Hongyun furrowed her brow lightly. "You are merely overthinking," Kai Wei quickly reassured her. "It is said in common lore that a twitching left eye signifies wealth, while a right eye foretells disaster. Perhaps you are destined for prosperity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyun immediately smiled, saying, "You are right, I am indeed destined for prosperity. You think this emerald green looks good on me? It looks absolutely stunning. You are among the first in the palace to wear this exquisite Jizhou cloud brocade, which speaks volumes of the emperor's favor towards you." She stood before Kai Wei, twirling gracefully, the faint fragrance of tea wafting from her, as the jade pendant and bell at her waist chimed with a crisp sound. "As long as it pleases the emperor, that is what matters. He enjoys seeing me in these simple colors." Kai Wei chuckled softly, covering her mouth, who was unaware that the empress currently holds the highest favor in the harem. "Yet, the emperor still has yet to summon me for the night." Xiao Hongyun momentarily lost herself in thought. She has been lavished with affection for the past 3 months, yet she has never shared a bed with His Majesty. If His Majesty truly cherished her, would he refuse to consummate their union? "Your Majesty has arrived," a eunuch called out sharply. The golden dragon carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the imperial Hua Palace. Xiao Hongyun quickly bowed to Chu Yi, saying, "This humble servant greets your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy good health." Chu Yi approached, his gaze narrowing as he observed her attire. "My beloved consort is dressed." His words trailed off, laden with unspoken implications. Xiao Hongyun twirled before him and inquired, "Your Majesty, do I look splendid? This cloud brocade was just delivered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs this morning. As soon as I learned of your Majesty's visit, I changed into it." Chu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "The cloud brocade from Jizhou is indeed exquisite," Xiao Hongyun replied cheerfully. "Such fine material is wasted on a person as ordinary as I." Chu Yi recalled Meng Tang's recent plight. Previously, any valuable items were sent straight to the empress, and now, even the empress must await others' approval to wear cloud brocade. A sudden, cold smile crossed Chu Yi's face as he beckoned a nearby maid, declaring, "Indeed a waste. Remove her garments at once." Feeling aggrieved by the empress earlier, he had intended to watch Xiao Hongyun perform the dance his mother often showcased. However, Xiao Hongyun had unwittingly struck a nerve. Jizhou cloud brocade, a precious fabric that even the empress could not afford. Xiao Hongyun was struck with panic. Dropping to her knees with a thud, the maid frantically began to strip her of her clothes. Whispering, "Your Highness, I have offended." Xiao Hongyun, bewildered and pale, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I know not what wrong I have committed. Why must you humiliate me thus, before so many witnesses in the courtyard?" To have her garments forcibly removed was an utter disregard for her dignity as a consort. Chu Yi grasped her chin, his gaze icy. "You have donned the cloud brocade that the empress has yet to wear. How dare you flaunt it so brazenly? Xiao Hongyun, do you presume yourself the sovereign of the harem?" Chu Yi's fury was palpable. The servants nearby trembled in fear. These were actions taken by those beneath him seeking to curry favor, and Xiao Hongyun remained oblivious to it all. Such occurrences were commonplace in the palace. When a consort fell out of favor, others would avoid them like the plague, and if one was favored, every fine item would be promptly presented. Clad in her snow-white undergarments, Xiao Hongyun hastily offered her apologies. "It was my fault." The emperor, weary of the situation, was further vexed by the empress and the cloud brocade. Though the empress had been confined, she had not been deposed, yet those beneath him engaged in such deceitful acts. Chu Yi commanded, "Li Chongfu, send a new batch of personnel to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. As you wish, Your Majesty." As Chu Yi turned to leave, Xiao Hongyun instinctively grasped the hem of his robe, her eyes glistening with tears as she called out, "Your Majesty, I truly did not know. Had I been aware, I would never have worn this cloud brocade." Chu Yi brushed her off and strode away with determined steps. Xiao Hongyun collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "The Empress," yet again the Empress. Kai Wei, poised to interject, was abruptly silenced by Xiao Hongyun's furious declaration, "If the Empress lacks something, then this palace shall not possess it either." "What am I worth?" Kai Wei hastily placed her hand over her mouth, casting a furtive glance her way, and cautioned, "Your Highness, such words must not be uttered lightly. The Empress is the sovereign's legitimate consort, and you are surely aware of her current predicament within the palace." It seems everyone believes the Empress has fallen from grace, yet who could have known that His Majesty still holds her in such regard? This time, we have been careless, Xiao Hongyun sobbed. I knew from the moment my eyelid twitched that it was an ill omen. Surely, it was my right eye. Deep within, Chu Yi's anger simmered unbeknownst to him. He found himself once more at Kunming Palace just as he intended to turn away. His body took a step forward, entering the premises. As a servant prepared to announce his presence, Chu Yi placed a finger to his lips. Whispering, "Hush, the Empress must be resting, no need for an announcement," the servant replied softly, "Your Highness is currently in the rear courtyard." "What is she doing in the rear courtyard?" The servant was at a loss for words. Curious, Chu Yi pondered for a moment before heading towards the rear courtyard, instructing, "Speak not a word, let us not disturb the Empress." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the rear courtyard of Kunming Palace stood a hibiscus tree. A site where palace maids and eunuchs often gathered to inscribe their wishes on prayer tablets, tying them with red string and hanging them upon the tree. The hibiscus tree was already adorned with numerous red tablets of various sizes. Meng Tang knelt beneath the tree, clasping a prayer tablet in her hands, and fervently bowed 3 times. She uttered, "First wish, may my lord find contentment and good health. Second wish, may the people live in peace, and may the world be free of strife. Third wish, may my lord retain his youthful spirit, never forgetting the joy of knowing one another." Chu Yi stood silently in the corridor, observing her, and as he listened to her words, his gaze softened. When he met Meng Tang, he was but a youth, and now, so many years had slipped by unnoticed. Meng Tang rose and affixed the prayer tablet to the most prominent spot on the tree. After completing this ritual, she gently cleared her throat, furrowing her brow. Fang Ning hastily approached, draping a cloak around her shoulders, saying, "Your Highness, the night is deep, do not catch a chill." Meng Tang replied softly, "His Majesty was quite angered when he departed today. I fear I have vexed him." Fang Ning responded, "You are well aware that His Majesty would be upset. Why then did you speak such words?" Meng Tang remained silent for a moment, her tone laced with sorrow. In these past years, due to the Empress's inability to bear offspring, ministers from the previous dynasty have persistently sent people to the inner palace. It has been 8 years without a single heir. They say it is my misfortune as Empress that has led to this failure, to set an example. Such idle gossip, Your Highness, why should you concern yourself with it? His Majesty cherishes and loves you. He surely would not heed such words. Meng Tang's lips curled into a faint smile, yet it was tinged with bitterness. Precisely because he holds me dear, he suppresses those baseless rumors. She placed her hand upon her abdomen and continued, "It has been 7 years since I have been able to bear him a child. How much longer can he shield me from this burden? He has treated me with such kindness. Yet I cannot help but consider his feelings. With 3,000 concubines in the imperial harem, even though my heart aches at the thought of him seeking solace in the arms of other favored ones, I must acquiesce to this reality. His Majesty is in the prime of his life, lacking an heir. Perhaps it is truly due to my ill fortune as the Empress." In Chapter 23, Tanger, Father will take you home. I reflect on the fact that although my father and brothers appear prosperous, the Meng family has long since fallen into decay, rendering me unable to assist them in any meaningful way. The position of Empress has always been claimed by the capable. Perhaps I should voluntarily relinquish my title to allow another to take my place. She spoke fervently, her breath becoming labored. "As long as he holds me in his heart, whether I reside in the central palace or languish in the cold palace, what difference does it make?" Fang Ning interjected urgently. "Of course there is a difference, if you lose his favor. Will those sycophants not come to torment you? Have I not endured enough torment over the years? It merely amounts to eating less, and not enjoying such a fine existence, as long as His Majesty thrives. I too shall prosper. If His Majesty were to falter, even if I were adorned in jewels and crowned in glory, I would still feel as though I were in the depths of hell. Conversely, if His Majesty were well, even if I were to subsist on mere husks and wear coarse garments in the cold palace, I would remain content." Upon hearing these words, Fang Ning was moved, saying, "You think of His Majesty in every regard, but what of yourself? If you suffer, we, the servants, will feel the pain as well." Meng Tang playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "What ill could I possibly suffer? My well-being is tied to His Majesty's. Now that my position has become a burden to him, if I must relinquish it, then so be it. Whether I am Empress or not bears no relation to my love for him. I cherish the man he is, not merely his title of Emperor." Fang Ning let out a soft whimper, saying, "Your Highness, please do not speak further. The dew is heavy, and your health is fragile. We should return quickly." Meng Tang lowered her gaze, catching a glimpse of the quiet corridor, empty of life, save for a shadow at the turning point ahead. She thought to herself that she had said all that needed to be said. Since she learned of the Dog Emperor's departure from the Yuhua Palace, she had anticipated his arrival, having staged this scene for Chu Yi's benefit. Too much has been said, she replied with a simple As Fong Ning assisted Meng Tang back to their quarters, Chu Yi emerged from the shadows, accompanied by Li Changfu. Chu Yi remarked, "So, this is how she perceives things." Li Changfu promptly added, "The Empress's feelings for you are as evident as the sun and moon." Chu Yi approached the hibiscus tree, reaching out to pluck a prayer tablet inscribed with 3 delicate characters, "Wishing you well." He pressed his lips together and furrowed his brow, realizing that she had unjustly placed the blame for her inability to bear an heir upon herself. Li Changfu dared not speak further. While others may be unaware, he knew that after every night spent in the Emperor's company, the Empress took tonics meant to prevent conception. "Have I erred in my actions?" Chu Yi asked. Li Changfu quickly responded, "Your Majesty has done no wrong. Your actions are guided by your own reasoning. The Empress does not concern herself with heirs, but rather with your Majesty. As long as you are well, she is indifferent to whether she holds the title of Empress or bears children." Recently, there have indeed been murmurs regarding the lack of heirs in the imperial harem, which seems to have displeased some. It appears that the Empress is well aware of this matter, which is why she has voluntarily chosen to abdicate in favor of another. However, this role of Empress can only be filled by her. Although the Meng family has ostensibly relinquished military authority, what you may not understand is that the command of the Shuabei army does not rely on military tokens or my imperial edicts, but rather on the Meng family itself. The Meng family has deeply entrenched itself within the Shuabei army for generations, and Shuabei has long since become synonymous with the Meng family. The 100,000 soldiers stationed there could, at my behest, vanquish my enemies or turn their blades towards the capital, all contingent upon a mere word from the Meng family. Furthermore, at this juncture, I find myself utterly reliant on her. She has introduced me to the exquisite pleasures of desire, so how could she claim to abandon her role as Empress with such ease? Li Changfu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Your Majesty, do you intend to visit the Empress this evening?" Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Enough. Her mind is clouded, and she is obstinate, perhaps convinced that assuming the role of Empress would only serve to hinder me. Her feelings for me are both a blessing and a curse. For now, let her take the time to reflect. Those beneath me must be astute and not neglect the Empress any further." "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand." While Chu Yi verbally expressed that her deep affections were burdensome, his heart was nonetheless warmed by Meng Tang's recent words. He felt an unprecedented desire to see Meng Tang, a yearning he had never experienced before. Yet, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. She appeared compliant, but she was resolute in her intentions, determined to see her plans through to fruition. There would be no dethronement of the Empress. Not only would she remain in her position, but he would also bestow upon her unparalleled honor and affection, as long as the Meng family maintained their composure. Chu Yi tucked the prayer tablet into his bosom, carrying it close to him. Meng Tang returned to her chamber. As she sat upon the couch, she summoned Lin Lang and asked, "Has His Majesty visited?" Lin Lang glanced around and, lowering her voice, replied, "He has come, but His Majesty instructed us not to inform the Empress." With this knowledge, Meng Tang felt a sense of clarity. That fleeting glimpse from the shadows could only belong to Chu Yi. She could not help but smile. Lin Lang inquired, "Empress, will you not meet with His Majesty?" Meng Tang curiously responded, "Why should I meet him? Meeting him would only lead to intimacy." Lin Lang replied, as if it were obvious, "Of course, spending more time together would strengthen your relationship." Meng Tang, however, smiled enigmatically and remarked, "Winning the heart does not necessitate perpetual proximity." With a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, Meng Tang understood the nuances of tension and desire. The more elusive the object of one's affection, the stronger the yearning. In her previous life, she had watched many dramas. The thought of such dramas made her feel somewhat disheartened. This place could never compare to the modern world. And once again, she longed to return. She hoped that after this ordeal, the rising favor of the Dog Emperor would be to her satisfaction. The Dragon Boat Festival was fast approaching. After court, this year had seen frequent floods and unstable conditions, leading to several disputes in the court regarding water management. Chu Yi returned to the imperial study, rubbing his temples in distress. In the past, when he experienced such headaches, Meng Tang would be by his side, massaging his head. Chu Yi called out, "Li Changfu, come and massage my head." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Changfu possessed excellent technique, yet Chu Yi could not shake the feeling of discomfort. He irritably waved his hand and said, That will be enough. Li Chengfu knelt on the ground and said, I shall practice diligently in the future. The newly appointed head of the Internal Affairs Department, Su Mingyue, had matters to report, and Chui summoned him to enter. Su Mingyue knelt upon the ground, cradling a list in her hands, and said, with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, Your Majesty intends to visit Lingon Temple to seek blessings. I am at a loss as to which concubines Your Majesty plans to bring along. The list was presented very well, replied Chui, his tone indifferent. He scrutinized the list and marked Meng Tang's name, saying, The Shao concubine shall accompany me. If I recall correctly, General Shao is due to return to court soon. Indeed, Your Majesty, came the response. His gaze lingered on Meng Tang's name. The Empress. Su Mingyue, bowing low, cautiously inquired, Will the Empress be going? Inform the Empress to make preparations. She will accompany us in 2 days' time. He pondered their prolonged estrangement and wondered if she had come to terms with their situation. Should she persist in her demands for deposing the Empress, he would truly be displeased. Understood, Your Majesty. As for the other concubines, such as Mei Fei and Xiang Fei, they need not be considered. In Kuan-Ning Palace. General Meng, with a formidable presence, strode into the grand hall and declared in a booming voice, Tanger, I have recently heard rumors that the Emperor intends to depose the Empress and confine you within the palace. Is there any truth to this? If the Empress is indeed to be deposed, speak but a word, and I shall take you away from this palace. If you wish to leave, I will bring you back to Shuabe. Along with your brother. After all, life in the capital is stifling. Chapter 24. The Emperor's old ailment recurs. Meng Tang's father, Meng Yan, was a rugged and bold man. Surprised, Meng Tang rose and asked, Father, what brings you here? General Meng ran a hand through his graying hair and cursed, Blast it, had I not come, I would still be unaware of the hardships you endure in the palace. It was your fellow officials who informed me of your confinement and the Emperor's intentions. Unable to suppress a laugh, Meng Tang reassured him, Father, please do not worry, His Majesty treats me well and you must cease mentioning returning to Shuabe. It is not as simple as you suggest. Your constant talk of it only serves to worry His Majesty. Meng Yan's eyes flickered as he grasped his daughter's small hand, suddenly filled with emotion. You are not deceiving your father, are you? If you were truly well off, would you be confined? I should never have allowed you into the palace. We could have fought tooth and nail to bring you back to Shuabe. Meng Tang gently patted his hand and shook her head. The confinement and the prospect of deposition are consequences of my own making. I had clandestine meetings with a gentleman. In truth, His Majesty has already forgiven me, yet I struggle with my own conscience. Feeling unworthy to be Empress? Nonsense, my dear girl, you are capable of anything. The title of Empress is but a trivial matter. Why should you be burdened by such concerns? Meng Yan, towering at nearly 2 meters, made Meng Tang appear childlike in comparison. Look at our Tanger, you've grown so thin. If Chui cannot provide for you, then let him send you back home. Meng Tang, the youngest daughter of Meng Yan and his beloved child, observed her father's graying hair and felt a pang of discomfort. Father, did you receive the Emperor's permission to enter the palace today? Humph, I will enter as I please. Can he truly stop me? Meng Tang chuckled, saying, Father, he is the Emperor, and you must show him respect. Meng Yan furrowed his brow and said, I understand, but your father's Achilles' heel is you, Tanger. Only when you lead a good life can your father find joy. If you suffer, even if it costs him his very life, he will strive to take you away from the palace. He playfully pinched Meng Tang's nose, reminiscent of the times when they were younger. On the day of her marriage, this formidable and domineering general shed tears for the first time, a scene that has remained etched in Meng Tang's memory, profoundly moving her. All right, it was Chui who urged me to enter the palace, claiming that you have been feeling unwell lately, and asked me to console you. Now that you know, your father is well aware of the situation. Chui, that young man, is the Emperor. How could your father truly show him disrespect? In her past life, Meng Tang's parents were preoccupied with their work, yet she felt the weight of paternal love from Meng Yan. Father, Meng Tang implored repeatedly, you must act with utmost caution, given the circumstances in Shuabe. His Majesty has always harbored concerns about the Meng family. This sentiment you share with your brother and me is truly confounding. If he, Chui, desires military power, I have granted it. If he wishes for you, I have also acquiesced. What more does he want? Your father merely wishes for you to thrive in the palace. If you do not fare well, even if I were to commit acts of treason, what difference would it make? He reached out, gently squeezing her small face, and declared, you are my bottom line, and no one shall cross it, not even the esteemed one at the pinnacle of power. Meng Tang was genuinely touched. After entering this world, Meng Yan and Meng Yun were the only two who had ever brought her warmth. Even for the sake of the Meng family, she must fulfill the role of empress. And do so with grace. Father, rest assured, I will not allow myself to suffer. It is not His Majesty who wishes to depose me, but rather my own resolute refusal to embrace this title. Meng Yan questioned with suspicion, what is the reason behind this? As he set Meng Tang down, they took their seats. Meng Tang smiled and replied, I merely intend to win over His Majesty's heart. You need not worry. Meng Yan chuckled in response, pointing at her and saying, that young man, Chu Yi, truly believes you are in despair and laden with worries. My dear Tanger, you have become quite clever now. Yet, a look of melancholy crossed Meng Yan's face. In the past, you were carefree and innocent. It was your father who sent you into the palace, compelling you to acquire these skills. The palace is a place where one must tread carefully. I genuinely fear for your suffering. Her innocence nearly led her to be deceived by a man like Feng Wani. Father, it seems that all of this is the will of fate. Meng Yan spoke earnestly. Tanger, if you find yourself in distress, you must share it with your father. Do not keep it hidden. You understand, each time you conceal something, your father feels a pang of sorrow. The daughter understood. In June, the weather can shift unexpectedly. The day may begin bright and sunny, but as night falls, thunder suddenly rumbles ominously. Meng Tang, already asleep, was jolted awake by the sound. Just then, a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire room. While large raindrops pounded against the window, Meng Tang got up, recalling that Chu Yi would suffer from his old ailment during stormy nights, losing control and not recognizing anyone. Your Highness, Feng Ning said worriedly as she entered with a lantern. It's thundering, Meng Tang replied. Feng Ning nodded, saying, this is the first thunder of the summer. His head is about to ache again. Meng Tang sighed. She, too, did not wish to appear overly virtuous, yet, when the thunder rumbled, the first person that came to her mind was Chu Yi. A habit formed over many years. Assist me in dressing, she instructed. Halfway through, she recalled that she was still engaged in a cold war with Chu Yi and was currently under house arrest. Making it rather inconvenient for her to present herself publicly, she raised her hand and said, wait, never mind, go fetch a set of clothing that the palace maids usually wear. Feng Ning, astonished, inquired, Your Highness, what is the purpose of this? I am heading to Qianqing Palace, she declared. Such a splendid opportunity to enhance goodwill cannot be missed. The eunuchs and palace maids stationed outside Qianqing Palace were utterly terrified. Inside the grand hall, the sound of shattered porcelain echoed repeatedly. Get out, all of you, leave. Li Changfu, standing outside, glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, what shall we do now? In the past, whenever His Majesty's old ailment flared, the Empress would always be by his side. One of the young eunuchs replied, but the Empress is currently under house arrest. Who would dare summon her? Another round of crashing sounds erupted from within the hall. Li Changfu, in a state of urgency, declared, His Majesty's old ailment is acting up. He cannot be left alone. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Hurry and summon the Empress. If His Majesty inquires later, I shall take full responsibility. Yes, I shall go at once. The eunuch, lifting his robe, descended the steps and was about to seek out Kunming Palace when he caught sight of a figure clad in pure white, gracefully approaching with an umbrella. Upon recognizing her, Li Changfu felt as though he had encountered a savior and rushed forward, disregarding the rain soaking him. Your Highness, please hurry inside. His Majesty is in distress. Meng Tang folded her umbrella and stepped into the corridor, nodding as she replied, indeed, that is why I have come. I gong. If His Majesty inquires later about my presence today, do not disclose it to him. After all, I am under house arrest, and if I were to venture out without permission, it would surely displease His Majesty. I understand. Your Highness, please do not delay any further. Rest assured, no word of tonight's events will escape the lips of those within Qianqing Palace. Chapter 25. How old is His Majesty? Meng Tang pushed open the door, and in an instant, a flash of sword light surged toward her. She swiftly bent at the waist, evading the strike. Having trained in martial arts under Meng Yan, her body was remarkably agile. Chu Yi's eyes were bloodshot, muttering incessantly, they all wish to harm me. They all wish for my demise. Get out, all of you, leave. After failing with one strike, he immediately launched a second attack at Meng Tang. Severing the palace ribbon at her waist, grasping the sharp blade, her palm was cut, and upon seeing the blood, Chu Yi dropped the sword and retreated a few steps, rebuking, I am not in the wrong. It is they who are at fault, it is they who cause harm, I am not to blame. Meng Tang set down the sword and stepped forward, her soft hand gently pressing against the man's forehead as she spoke. Your Majesty is not at fault, you are splendid. Seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, Chu turned his head erratically. Who are you? Do you wish to harm me as well? Ha, my very existence is a mistake. In this vast world, there is no place for me. During his episodes, Chu often failed to recognize those around him, a reality with which Meng Tang had grown accustomed. The fragments of his childhood that she pieced together were derived from the delirious ramblings during his episodes. Do not be afraid, Your Majesty, I am here, and I shall not harm you. Her voice was soft, effectively soothing Chuyi's madness. Chuyi fell silent for a moment before abruptly seizing her wrist. He then leaned in, gently inhaling the scent of blood from her injured palm. It seemed he was addicted to the metallic tang, and after a brief interval, he extended his tongue, slowly licking from her fingertips to the spaces between them. And then to the center of her palm, meticulously cleaning the blood that had flowed forth. Meng Tang felt a sharp sting in her palm, yet she paid it no heed. With her other hand, she caressed Chuyi's head, softly saying, Your Majesty, you are so obedient. These words appeared to trigger something within him. He suddenly lifted his head, shook it vehemently, and stepped back, exclaiming, I am not obedient, not in the slightest. If I were obedient, how could Mother Empress have abandoned me? She no longer wants me. No one in this world desires me. They all disdain me, viewing me as a burden. Why does no one want me? I have always yearned for their approval. Why do they always inflict pain upon me? Why do they make me weep? I loathe it. Meng Tang grasped his hand, speaking gently. There are those who want you. Zitong wants you. Zitong. He repeated, the name echoing softly. Yes, Zitong desires me, and only Zitong is willing to want me. Who is Zitong? Chuyi abruptly raised his head, looking towards Meng Tang, inquiring once more, who is Zitong? He staggered forward, carelessly knocking over the cups on the table with a loud crash, bewildered as he questioned, who is Zitong? Meng Tang hurriedly embraced him from behind, soothingly patting his chest, saying, do not dwell on it. If you cannot remember, then do not think about it. It is unimportant. No Zitong. My Zitong. He turned to Meng Tang, enunciating each word with weight. My Zitong is very important, but who is Zitong? He blinked, and the more he pondered, the greater his head ached. Eventually, he clutched his head, unable to suppress a low roar. Who is Zitong? Chuyi forcefully pushed her away, causing her to stumble to the ground, and then he seized her slender neck in a powerful grip. His eyes reddened as he demanded, are you Zitong? Your Majesty, I am Zitong. Then smile for me. Zitong would smile for me. Chuyi resembled a petulant child. In response, Meng Tang slightly curved her lips and said, Your Majesty, I am smiling. Sing a little tune for me. Zitong would sing a little tune for me. Unable to recall who Zitong was or the deeds she had once performed, he, however, remembered everything with remarkable clarity. Meng Tang then sang for him a song about the lotus flowers of Jiangnan. Chuyi, momentarily dazed, released his grip, murmuring, I still have Zitong. Meng Tang rose and helped him to his feet, saying, Your Majesty, let us return to bed. A good sleep will suffice. He obediently followed Meng Tang towards the bedside. Just then, a loud crack sounded as a bolt of lightning, fierce as midday, struck down. Chuyi's body trembled violently, and he immediately shielded his head, squatting down, shivering. Meng Tang swiftly embraced him, soothing him as one would a frightened child, saying, Your Majesty, do not be afraid, it is over now. The man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and in the next moment, he forcefully grasped Meng Tang's neck, pressing his lips against hers with fervor. His kiss was like a wildfire, igniting tremors wherever it touched. He pressed against her lips insistently, drawing forth the taste of blood, while his hands moved to untie the sash at her waist. Meng Tang let out a soft sigh and inquired, Your Majesty, do you recognize me? Chuyi released her, cradled her face in his hands, and scrutinized her intently with unwavering conviction. He shook his head and replied, I do not recognize you. Meng Tang was immediately amused by his response. And the next moment, Chuyi lifted her effortlessly and pressed her onto the bed, declaring, You smell delightful, so wonderfully fragrant. I adore it. Meng Tang asked, Your Majesty, how old are you now? Chuyi pondered seriously for a moment before earnestly responding, I am 12 years old. No, I am 20. Or perhaps. How old am I? Meng Tang burst into laughter. Do not laugh, Chuyi protested, nudging closer to her. I have declared, do not laugh. How infuriating. Chuyi pushed aside Meng Tang's clothing, his fingers exploring her fair, delicate skin, inch by inch, relishing the warmth and softness beneath his touch. I understand now. You are my personal maid, Meng Tang. She was left speechless. Moreover, how could Chuyi, at such a tender age, already have a personal maid? This seemed far too young. Nonsense, Meng Tang queried. Your Majesty, have you engaged in such activities with your personal maid at such a young age? Chu-yi appeared bewildered, then resolutely shook his head. No, the personal maid. Despises me. He lowered his head and playfully nibbled at her face, leaving Meng Tang's cheeks dampened with saliva, exclaiming, only you. Only you. The following morning, before dawn, Meng Tang rose, supporting her weary waist. She had indeed spent the night in attendance. Much to her chagrin, despite evading it for so many days, she could not escape this fate. However, it mattered little as long as Chu-yi remained oblivious to her identity and refrained from seeking her out incessantly. After donning her garments, Meng Tang stepped outside to find Li Changfu awaiting her. Having lost a night's sleep. He hurriedly inquired, "How is His Majesty?" "His Majesty sleeps soundly and is no longer in distress," she replied. Li Changfu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thanks to the noble consort." Meng Tang cautioned, "Should His Majesty inquire, say that a little palace maid took the opportunity to sneak in. It would be best if we can pass it off. If not. Should His Majesty wish to punish the negligent servants from last night, I shall take the blame." "Understood, my lady," Li Changfu replied. Meng Tang nodded and departed. This matter could be kept under wraps for now. In the future, when she faced grievances, she could reveal it to garner favor. Chu-yi did not rise until the hour of C. The after effects of his affliction left him with a severe headache. He held his head as he sat up, his dark hair cascading like a waterfall over his bright yellow inner robe, a vivid red love bite lingering on his neck, both alluring and provocative. A figure clad in simple white palace attire flickered in his mind. Chu-yi vaguely recalled that he had favored a palace maid last night. In Chu-yi's memory, that maid was strikingly beautiful. With a gentle disposition and a melodious voice that could soothe his inner turmoil with her enchanting songs, she bore a striking resemblance to Meng Tang. Yet, Meng Tang had been confined and remained behind closed doors. How could she possibly have come to the Qianqing palace? She had always been decorous and had never acted against imperial edicts. Chu-yi shook his head, rising to find a jade-green palace ribbon at his feet. A style customary among the palace maids. Li Changfu, he called out. Enter. Li Changfu, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly entered, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty has awakened. I shall summon someone to assist you in rising." Chu-yi sat at the edge of the bed, clad only in a bright yellow inner robe. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need." He was toying with a palace ribbon in his hand. Chu-yi inquired, "Who visited last night?" Li Changfu knelt and bowed his head, responding, "Reporting to Your Majesty, all was well last night. No one came." Chu-yi fell silent for a moment, his voice low and somber. "Is that so?" A sense of unease flickered within Li Changfu. Chu-yi cast the palace ribbon before him, stating, "I suffered a recurrence of my old ailment last night. A palace maid stealthily slipped into the Qianqing palace to comfort me. Investigate this matter. And even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, find this maid." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall dispatch someone immediately," Li Changfu replied. Meng Tang, wishing to maintain her secrecy, had already arranged for someone to take her place. Thus, it was not long before Li Changfu returned to the Qianqing palace, leading a young palace maid to report back. In the Qianqing palace, the young maid prostrated herself on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. This maid bore a striking resemblance to Meng Tang, though she lacked Meng Tang's graceful beauty, yet, the gentle warmth in her eyes and brows was remarkably similar. "The servant has seen Your Majesty," Greenie said, her nerves frayed. Early that morning, the Empress had discreetly sent someone to find her, promising a splendid position that would elevate her to wealth and honor, transforming her into a phoenix from humble beginnings. With the caveat that failure could lead to dire consequences. Naturally, Greenie was eager for such fortune. Furthermore, she considered that though the rumors painted the emperor as fearsome, he was undeniably more handsome than many noble scions in the capital. If a chance to become a consort truly presented itself, she would seize it without hesitation. Raising her head, she found Chu-yi seated at the edge of the bed, one foot resting on the bed's edge. Exuding a languid and carefree demeanor, Greenie slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes betraying an undeniable ambition. Chu-yi studied her features, sensing a resemblance yet also a difference. He felt that the person from last night possessed a more ethereal beauty, rather than this one, who appeared consumed by ambition and a desperate longing to ascend. Chu-yi asked her, "Can you sing a little tune?" Greenie nodded gently, replying, "Reporting to Your Majesty, I can." Thus, he instructed her to sing a piece from Jiangnan. In Jiangnan one can gather lotus, the lotus leaves spread wide. After she finished singing, her cheeks flushed, she glanced at Chu-yi, awaiting his response. Chu-yi turned to Li Changfu, asking, "Are you certain it is her?" Li Changfu hastily affirmed, "Indeed, it is her." One cannot deny that her charm and singing voice bear a striking resemblance to that of the Empress. He thought to himself that it seemed the harem might soon welcome another consort. Observing the emperor's demeanor, it did not appear that he was dissatisfied. The empress had thoughtfully arranged for such a person to be close to him, showing remarkable generosity, without a hint of jealousy. However, Chui's next words shattered Li Changfu's illusions. Chui closed his eyes and stated, "Take her out and beat her to death." At this pronouncement, both Green Yi and Li Changfu were taken aback. Green Yi's face turned pale. Li Changfu, perplexed, asked, "But does this maid not meet your majesty's approval?" Green Yi fell to the ground, fervently banging her head, exclaiming, "Your majesty, please, I do not know what I have done wrong. I beg you to spare my life." Her previously delicate and gentle facade vanished, revealing a shrill desperation. Chui coldly remarked, "To dare to evade the Qianqing palace and attempt to ascend my dragon bed. Such a scheming and reckless woman is the very embodiment of my disdain. Drag her away and execute her. Apply more force. I wish to hear her screams resonate throughout the palace, so that henceforth no one would dare to act in such a manner. This is a lesson to deter others." His Majesty, indeed, possessed not a shred of compassion. Furthermore, all the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids on duty last night are to be sent to the Department of Punishments. Including you, Li Changfu. Li Changfu, have you lost your senses? To allow others to enter when my old ailment flared up. Li Changfu fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." Chui sneered, his gaze fixated on the maid's face, filled with contempt. "What sort of wretch dares to approach my bed? Hurry and drag her away for execution. She vexes me." Lvy cried in fear, her delicate visage marred by tears and dust. And in her desperation, she shouted, "It was not me. It was not me, Your Majesty. It was the Empress who instructed me to behave thus. It was not I who attended to you last night. It was the Empress." Chui rose, his dark eyes piercing into her, exuding an imposing aura. Lvy prostrated on the ground, weeping as she spoke. "It was it was her idea. This morning, the Empress sent someone to find me, saying I should take responsibility for last night's attendance." She knocked her head repeatedly, pleading, "But it is the Empress. How could I dare to resist? I was coerced by her. This was not my intention. I beseech your Majesty to see the truth." Chui laughed in anger, saying, "You claim it was all the Empress's coercion. You truly had no desire for this, did you?" Yes. "How could I commit such a crime against the throne? The Empress threatened me, saying that if I did not comply, both I and my family would meet our doom." Now her words were reckless. Upon hearing the Emperor's decree of punishment, she hastily shifted all blame onto the Empress. Indeed, it was the Empress who had urged her to act thus, all the fault of the Empress. She completely disregarded the Empress's earlier warning that this line of duty could lead to losing one's head. "Li Changfu, tell me, was it the Empress who entered my chambers last night?" Li Changfu sighed inwardly, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. The Empress had indeed said that if the truth could not be hidden, she should be sacrificed. He replied, "Yes, it was indeed Her Majesty. However, she is currently under house arrest due to your old ailment flaring up. She risked herself to come here, fearing that you would be enraged upon learning the truth, hence instructing me to keep this matter hidden. As for Lvy, she is merely a lowly maid from the laundry bureau, who volunteered to serve in the Empress's stead. The Empress did not coerce her." "Enough, I understand what kind of person Zitong is. I am not ignorant." He shot a displeased glance at Li Changfu, then, his gaze turned to Lvy. "To slander the Empress, drag her away for execution." This was correct. Such an ethereal voice as was heard last night could only belong to his Zitong, the only one capable of soothing her madness. Chui chuckled bitterly to himself. How could he think it was anyone else? Without granting Lvy another chance to speak, two young eunuchs forcibly dragged her out of the Qianqing palace. Chui felt a tightness in his chest. "Oh, my queen, though you profess your unwillingness to remain in the role, one cannot help but notice the pangs of your heart as you exhibit signs of distress. Last night's torrential rain, did it not leave you chilled?" Meng Tang, having been drenched, returned home only to succumb to a chill. After consuming the concoction prepared by the court physician, she lay languidly upon her couch, lamenting, "For some inexplicable reason, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly." Yet, the thought of new concubines entering the palace provided her with a semblance of solace, for it meant she would not be summoned to share the Emperor's bed for the time being. Chapter 27, Let her weep. "I take delight in her tears, Your Highness." Lin Lang entered, his countenance far from cheerful. Meng Tang set aside her medicine bowl, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "A grave matter has arisen. Louis has been killed by a mob." Meng Tang's body stiffened, the fleeting comfort she had felt dissipating as her brow furrowed slightly. She learned this morning that His Majesty was in a furious rage, for Louis had dared to attempt to ascend the emperor's dragon bed and had slandered the queen, leading to the emperor's decree for her execution by beating. The screams of her demise were reportedly harrowing, with subordinates suggesting that His Majesty orchestrated the event to serve as a warning to others with ulterior motives, a clear message of the consequences of straying from the righteous path. Meng Tang sighed. I am to blame for her fate. How could you say such a thing, Your Highness? It was Lu Yi's own volition. She brought this upon herself to end her last moments. She falsely accused you. Claiming she acted under your duress, such a person deserved her end. The smile faded from Meng Tang's lips. Chui must surely know that it was she who spent the night in his company. Exasperation clouded her thoughts. The incessant presence of Chui was a burden she wished to evade. Each encounter demanded her to play a role, exhausting her in ways beyond mere performance. Her body felt as if it had been run over by a cart. The chill and aches compounding her weariness, she could only hope for a modicum of decency from Chui. Throughout the day, Meng Tang was plagued by trepidation, fearing that Chui would seek her out upon learning the truth. Yet, he did not. As night fell, having completed her evening ablutions and preparing for bed, a gentle knock interrupted her solitude. Your Highness, I have matters to report, Lin Lang's voice called from beyond the door. Meng Tang settled back onto her couch, replying, Come in. Lin Lang entered, bearing a cup of tea, presenting it with care. Your Highness, please take a sip of this warm tea to soothe your throat, without suspicion. Meng Tang accepted the cup and took a sip, inquiring, What is it you wish to convey to me, Your Highness? Please extend your hand, Lin Lang said with a smile. Meng Tang found Lin Lang's demeanor somewhat peculiar that evening. Yet she dismissed her concerns. Lin Lang was skilled and had always been a reliable aide, thus she complied and extended her hand. Lin Lang grasped Meng Tang's delicate wrist, and with a sudden force, yanked her down from the couch unprepared. Meng Tang instinctively lunged towards Lin Lang, her eyes wide with shock. Lin Lang's lips curled into a slow smile as he enveloped her in his embrace. Leaning close to her neck, his voice laced with obsession, Your Highness, you smell divine. Such audacity. Meng Tang immediately sensed something amiss. Her voice faltered, and warmth began to course through her body against her will. Lin Lang, what are you doing? His fingers caressed the corner of her eye, which appeared flushed as if stained with rouge. Your Highness, I have come to serve you. You are not Lin Lang, Meng Tang declared resolutely. With a slow curve of his lips, Lin Lang's smile exuded a wicked charm, and the upward tilt of his eyes transformed Lin Lang's otherwise ordinary visage into one of striking beauty. I am not Lin Lang. Pray, tell me, who am I? He leaned close to Meng Tang's ear, breathing warmth against her skin, his husky voice teasingly luring her in. Who am I? Come, someone, quickly, someone. She raised her voice, impatiently calling for assistance. And no need to shout. My lady, everyone is fast asleep now. Even if you were to scream your lungs out, no one would come, the man replied, amusement lacing his tone. Startled and frightened, Meng Tang asked, What have you done to them? What could a mere servant do? Merely encouraged them to indulge in a little more slumber. He retorted, I never anticipated that a dignified mother of a nation could appear so enchanting in someone's embrace. It seems this foray into the palace, to pluck flowers, has not been in vain. Let me go, Meng Tang pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. That won't do. My visit to the palace is not an easy feat. And I must obtain something in return. You are truly beautiful, my lady. Allow me the pleasure of stealing a kiss, won't you? His words dripped with flirtation and impropriety. Meng Tang feigned revulsion, trembling as she spoke. Then I shall not take my own life. Sensing her intent, he was genuinely alarmed. Recalling her previous attempt, Meng Tang's love for him was profound. Even the slightest touch from another man would drive her to despair. He pressed his fingertips against her lips, preventing her from biting her tongue. My dear Z-tone, do not fear, it is in truth. The moment Lin Lang entered, Meng Tang had already recognized him, for the dog emperor bore an unmistakable charm that was hard to overlook. Yet, she had not expected Chui to stoop so low as to masquerade as Lin Lang and tease her. Meng Tang played her part convincingly, feigning confusion as she stammered, Your Majesty, is it truly you? Chui withdrew his hand, tearing off the human mask from his face and declared, It is I. Meng Tang collapsed against his shoulder, softly weeping, her tears falling one by one onto the man's attire. I thought you were truly a flower thief. Chui reached out, brushing his fingers against her damp, delicate face, saying, Now you understand fear. With red-rimmed eyes, Meng Tang earnestly replied, If I had truly been touched by a flower thief, I would no longer wish to live. Chui chuckled lightly, If you would cease to exist upon being touched by a flower thief, then what of me? If a strange woman were to touch me, would I not also perish? I do not comprehend what your majesty speaks of, Meng Tang choked out. Chui lifted her effortlessly, laying her upon the bed, and queried, "Do you not understand? Are you truly feigning ignorance with me?" "I am not pretending," she insisted. "It is impossible not to pretend. After all, Chui has a penchant for delicate blooms." He began to unfasten her garments, exploring her form, saying, "I too feel repulsed upon realizing I have been touched by another woman." "Why do you not consider my feelings?" Zitong, Meng Tang bit her lip, caught in a web of unspoken words. Chui adored her in this state, unable to contain himself any longer, after a long absence from her embrace. And following a night of muddled consciousness, he found himself utterly captivated by her. He had intended to wait until Meng Tang regained her composure before returning, but after their encounter the previous night, he could think of nothing else but her. "What has your majesty given me? I feel so warm." Chui pressed his lips against hers and said, "It's merely a stimulant." Upon hearing these words, Meng Tang felt a chill run through her heart. Her body had yet to recover, and for Chui to engage in such behavior was utterly beastly. She replied, "Your humble servant has caught a chill. Your majesty, it would be best if you refrained from touching me, lest you also fall victim to this malady. That would indeed be my fault. What is there to fear, if you truly fall ill? It would not be your fault." He pinched her delicate face and inquired, "Zitong has yet to inform me if it was you last night." Meng Tang shook her head in panic, exclaiming, "No, it was not me." The bed creaked ominously. If she refused to admit it, he would compel her to confess. He pressed further, "Is it true?" Meng Tang whimpered softly, "It truly wasn't." The bed swayed again as he questioned her. "Is it?" And no, it is not. She reached out, attempting to crawl away from the bed, but Chui pulled her back. The bed shook violently as he insisted, "Is it? Is it?" He relentlessly forced her to concede, applying pressure that made her cry, making her ache. This torment continued until the fourth watch of the night. Initially, Meng Tang held her tongue, but eventually, she cried out, "It is me, it is me." Yet even after her admission, the man would not relent. The bed trembled even more violently. Meng Tang's voice had grown hoarse, and she lay upon the bed, unable to move a single finger. It is often said, there are no fields ruined by tilling, only oxen that have been worked to death. Yet, despite this passionate encounter, the man appeared as vigorous as ever, while Meng Tang felt akin to that exhausted field. Chui held her close, their bodies pressed together, hot perspiration dampening his hair at the temples. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, and his eyes gleamed with vitality. "Zitong, dear, take a bath and then sleep," he coaxed gently. Meng Tang did not respond. Too weary to even open her eyes, his voice, low and teasing, inquired, "What is this? Do you wish for me to carry you, to attend to your bathing?" As Meng Tang had already succumbed to slumber, she did not answer. The man continued to speak to himself, "Truly, you leave me no choice. Just this once." He lifted her in his arms and stepped barefoot into the bath. The tub was too small, and they faced each other, with Meng Tang seated upon his lap, her head resting obediently on his shoulder. The warm water caused his neck and chest to flush red, and as he turned to gaze upon Meng Tang's pale and fragile visage, desire stirred within him once more. "Zitong, once more, just this last time, shall we?" Silence from her would be taken as acquiescence. Just before dawn, Meng Tang was roused from her slumber in the tub, exclaiming in alarm, Your Majesty, I cannot endure any longer." Chui silenced her unfinished words with his lips, seizing her in a fervent embrace. The water splashed audibly, spilling over the edges of the tub and soaking the floor. It was said that the Empress's condition had worsened, her mild cold having escalated to a dire ailment. Early that morning, a dozen or more court physicians hurried to the Kunming Palace. It was rumored that the Empress did not merely suffer from a cold, rather, it was the result of the Emperor's desire to depose her, leading to her 3 months of confinement in the palace, which had caused her to fall into a deep depression. Within the Yuhua Palace, a celebratory atmosphere prevailed. Xiao Hongyun, upon hearing this news, nearly burst forth with joyful exuberance. Holding a cup of tea, she took a delicate sip and remarked with a grin, "I have heard it said that this morning, over a dozen physicians went to Kunming Palace. The Empress is gravely ill, perhaps on the verge of death." Kai Wei immediately covered her mouth and said, "Your Highness, such words must not be spoken lightly. If others overhear the curse upon the Empress, it will surely invite trouble. Moreover, did you not reconcile with the Empress not long ago? You have aided her, and she has assisted you in return." Xiao Hongyun let out a soft scoff. Her heart harbored resentment towards Meng Tang due to the previous incident involving Yun Jin. She remarked, "This moment is not the same as the last." Rising from her seat, Xiao Hongyun placed her hand gently upon Sai Wei's wrist and declared, "Come, accompany me to Kunming Palace to witness the spectacle." Xiao Hongyun had been exceedingly discontented lately ever since the Emperor's last visit, during which he departed in a fit of rage. He had not returned, not even to witness her dance. No matter, she mused. If my situation is poor, the Empress's plight must be even worse. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter. Along the way, Xiao Hongyun encountered Mei Fei and Xiang Fei, among others Xiang Fei, who seldom left her residence. Lu Yunhao unexpectedly crossed paths with them today. She inquired gently, "Are you sisters heading to Kunming Palace?" As the only one among the consorts with an official title, Xiang Fei naturally held a higher status than the others. Xiao Fei responded with indifference, "Are you sisters also going to Kunming Palace?" Mei Fei, covering her mouth with a smile, remarked, "I have heard that the Empress is unwell, and I have come to pay my respects." The three shared an unspoken understanding. Their visit was clearly not for the purpose of inquiring after the Empress's health, but rather to witness her misfortunes. Previously, the Empress monopolized the Emperor's affections, receiving his visits on 25 out of 30 days in a month. Now that she lay gravely ill, it was only fitting to observe her in such a state upon encountering one another. The three formed a group and proceeded towards Kunming Palace. Although the Emperor had barred the Empress from leaving her quarters, he had not prohibited the other consorts from visiting. The guards allowed the ladies to enter. Fang Ning was sweeping in the courtyard when she spotted them and promptly bowed in greeting. "I have seen the esteemed Xiang Fei, Mei Fei, and Xiao Fei." Mei Fei smiled and said, "I have heard that the Empress is quite ill today, so we have come to check in on her. Look, I have even prepared a fine squab soup, which I personally made this morning." Xiang Fei coughed a couple of times and added, "The Empress has caught a chill, and I have specially embroidered a luxurious fox fur coat for her." Among the three, only Xiao Fei arrived empty-handed. Mei Fei and Xiang Fei exchanged glances towards Xiao Fei, who felt inexplicably awkward. Realizing she had come merely to witness the spectacle and had forgotten to bring anything in her haste, Xiao Fei explained, "I was concerned for the Empress's health and hurried here. Once I return, I shall have Kai Wei send over some chicken soup, which is excellent for warming the body and replenishing energy against the chill." Fang Ning replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but the Empress is currently bedridden and may not receive guests, lest she pass her chill to the others." "What does that matter? The Empress's illness is of utmost importance. If I do not see her, how can I set my mind at ease?" With that, Mei Fei led the way inside, and Kai Wei could not stop her. Xiao Hongyun and Xiang Fei exchanged glances and followed behind. Meng Tang appeared gravely ill. Her delicate face was deathly pale, her lips devoid of color, and even her once bright eyes now lacked luster. She felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, finding even the slightest movement to be excruciating. 3 individuals entered and, upon seeing Meng Tang in such a wan state, genuinely believed she was gravely ill, not merely unwell, but it seemed that the 3 months of confinement had led her to succumb to a profound melancholy. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," one of them said. "Upon hearing of your illness, I felt compelled to visit." Meng Tang languidly reclined upon the soft cushions. Last night, Chui had been utterly beastly, and if death were to claim her, it would undoubtedly be in his bed. Her body was a mere collection of bones, each movement eliciting pain. With a voice faint and feeble, she murmured, "Please rise." Mei Fei and Xiang Fei exchanged glances. Evidently, the rumors held truth. The Empress had lost the Emperor's favor due to her confinement, and he seemed intent on deposing her. It was likely these circumstances that had driven her to despair. Otherwise, how could a mere chill render her so battered? Meng Tang engaged in a few perfunctory exchanges with Mei Fei and Xiang Fei before they took their leave, leaving only Xiao Fei behind. Initially, Xiao Fei had come to revel in Meng Tang's misfortune, but upon witnessing her pitiful condition, the mirth evaporated. Standing at the bedside, she inquired, "Your Majesty, are you nearing death?" Meng Tang was taken aback. Xiao Fei's manner was always so blunt, disregarding her royal status. With a sigh, Meng Tang feigned sorrow, replying, "Perhaps I truly am approaching my end, perhaps at the hands of Chui." Seeing her in such a state of near death, Xiao Fei felt a surge of indignation. Was it truly necessary to succumb to such despair over mere confinement? Even now, though the Emperor had turned against her, she still enjoyed life's pleasures. Could she not thrive without a man? Xiao Fei chided, "Look at yourself, the Emperor confines you, and you choose to wither away. Who are you trying to impress with this pitiful display? Do you think the Emperor would feel remorse upon seeing you? Have you seen him come to check on you even once?" Meng Tang fell silent. Xiao Hongyun seemed to have misunderstood something. It was indeed her knightly duties that had brought her to this state. Xiao Hongyun continued, "Are you aware that the world is rife with gossip about the Emperor intending to depose you? If you were to perish, would that not play into their hands? The very Mei Fei and Xiang Fei who accompanied me today I believe they would delight in your demise. Seeing Meng Tang in such a feeble condition only fueled Xiao Hongyun's frustration. Having fallen from grace, she should be strategizing to reclaim favor. Was she not known for her cleverness? Why, when the situation turned against her, did she falter? Chapter 29, The Empress in Decline. Witnessing Xiao Hongyun's genuine concern, Meng Tang felt compelled to clarify. Dear Sister Xiao, you have misunderstood. Xiao Hongyun retorted, what is there to misunderstand? Do you not appear to be on the brink of death? She herself was perplexed by her own anger, yet, seeing Meng Tang reduced to this frail state, stirred her ire. The contrast between the regal Meng Tang she once knew and this sickly visage was stark. Meng Tang remained silent. Xiao Hongyun asserted, Your Majesty, the Emperor has yet to depose you. You have every opportunity to fight for yourself. What good does it do to languish here in despair? Will others regard you with any more respect for it? With earnest intensity, she continued, when you were in your prime, they envied and resented you. Now that you have fallen, do you think those who once flattered you will even spare you a glance? You must not only consider your own feelings, but also those of the Meng family. If your father were to witness your current state, how heartbroken he would be. The Meng family is left with only you and your elder brother. Must you truly subject your father to the sorrow of burying his own child? Surely not. Yet, contemplating Chui's tireless dedication, it may indeed come to that. Meng Tang fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Hongyun presumed her words had been absorbed and thus remarked, Look at you, even the palace maids and eunuchs no longer attend to you with care. If you truly wish to end your life, why not simply hang yourself and be done with it, rather than presenting this pitiful sight to me? Is it worth it, all for a man, to torment yourself in such a manner? I too, have faced disdain from His Majesty recently. Yet do you see me exhibiting a shred of discomfort? At worst, I shall strive for favor once more. The Emperor has countless women in his harem. Should you perish, the position you once held will surely be claimed by another. Meng Tang had not smiled all day. Her physical discomfort rendered her incapable of joy. However, upon hearing Xiao Hongyun's words, she could not help but chuckle softly. This time, her tone bore a sincerity that was markedly deeper as she expressed, Thank you, Sister Xiao Fei. What good is thanks? Have you truly taken my words to heart? Meng Tang did not respond, instead countering, Sister Xiao Fei, you mentioned being in disfavor with His Majesty. What transpired? It is all due to you. Because of those servants in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who assumed you had fallen from grace, they redirected the silk brocade that was once sent to you to me instead. This incited the Emperor's wrath, leading him to publicly strip me of my garments before so many witnesses, utterly shaming me. Just look at my situation. Is this not more disgraceful than yours? Have I ever despaired? And even if I were embarrassed, what of it? Life must go on. I cannot allow a single incident to dictate my existence. Meng Tang found her somewhat endearing. Having no sister of her own, she felt a genuine affection for Xiao Hongyun in this moment. Covering her mouth, she coughed discreetly, took a moment to ponder, and then inquired, Sister, do you wish to regain His Majesty's favor? Xiao Hongyun, of course, yearned for it, yet following that incident, the Emperor had refused to even gaze upon her graceful dances. How could she possibly win back his affection? Meng Tang suggested, Your father's Yan'an army is soon to return to court. He will not neglect you for long. However, if you seek to expedite your return to favor, there is a course of action you might consider. Xiao Hongyun instinctively asked, What must I do? Feign illness. Xiao Hongyun frowned, Feign illness, but I have already pretended to be ill 8 times. His Majesty has lost faith in me and has even commanded that I be given medicinal broth to ensure I truly fall ill. You are aware that you have indeed overstepped with your previous ruses, Meng Tang replied, feeling exasperated. Your prior approach was flawed. If you intend to feign illness, it must be genuine. It depends entirely on your resolve. Go home and take a cold bath, claiming you caught a chill from being in my presence. When evening falls and the Emperor returns to Qianqing Palace, he will pass by Mingyi Path. You should be there, pretending it is a chance encounter, feigning a visit to the imperial physician for medicine. Remember, you need only go alone, dress modestly and pale your complexion, presenting yourself as one who has fallen from favor and is now mistreated. Meng Tang held the warming pot gently, her demeanor serene. She remarked, Even considering your father's standing, should His Majesty see you in such a state, he would undoubtedly take notice. Otherwise, if your circumstances worsen, your father will surely be enraged upon his return. With Yan'an just achieving victory and the soldiers bravely fighting on the front lines, it would indeed sadden your father to find you suffering in the inner palace. Xiao Hongyun began to grasp the implications. Feigning illness was not an option, for the Emperor despised insincerity. She had to genuinely fall ill. Swiftly she replied, I understand now. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance," just as Xiao Hongyun was about to rise and depart. Her brow furrowed, and she turned to Meng Tang, saying, "Wait a moment, if you possess the means to win the Emperor's favor, why not consider your own position? Is it the confinement that stifles your potential? Fear not, once I regain His Majesty's affection, I shall certainly speak on your behalf to secure your release." No need. Before Meng Tang could finish her sentence, Xiao Hongyun had already rushed out of the chamber. Meng Tang thought to herself, "No, she truly means no harm, and she is not afflicted with melancholia." As Xiao Hongyun exited Kunning Palace, she encountered Fang Ning in the front courtyard, approaching her with a frown. She cautioned, "Do not let your mistress's current misfortunes lead you to neglect her. She is still the Empress, and the Emperor has not deposed her. Should I discover that you servants do not treat her well, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Fang Ning's expression was complex, yet upon witnessing Xiao Fei's fervent defense of her mistress, she felt a sense of relief within her heart. She bowed respectfully and assured, "Rest assured, Lady Xiao, I shall take good care of the Empress." Xiao Hongyun scoffed coldly and flicked her sleeve as she departed. Mei Fei and Xiang Fei were still lingering outside Kunning Palace. Upon seeing her emerge, Mei Fei remarked with a smile, "Look at the Empress's complexion. I dare say her days are truly numbered." Xiang Fei softly added, "The heights of her past glory have now given way to profound decline. This is the fate of one who has lost the Emperor's favor. We must remain vigilant." "Sisters," Xiao Hongyun found their words exceedingly grating. She retorted, "Losing the Emperor's favor is far better than never having gained it at all. I have heard that since you entered the palace, His Majesty has not once visited you, has he, Sister Xiang Fei?" Xiang Fei's expression shifted. Not wishing to linger further with them, Xiao Hongyun boarded her palanquin and departed directly. Within Kunning Palace, Fang Ning entered and remarked, "I did not expect Lady Xiao, who appears so arrogant, to possess such a kind heart." She specifically instructed the servants to care for the Empress. Otherwise, she would have them punished. Meng Tang couldn't help but smile, responding, "Indeed, her heart is not wicked, she is merely spoiled by her family. Typically, her father and brothers pamper her, leading her to act with a certain impunity." She hoped that this time Xiao Hongyun would be of real assistance. She was unwilling to continue to be the land that lay fallow. Fang Ning added, "However, the outside world is currently rife with rumors of the Emperor's intention to depose the Empress, suggesting that she has succumbed to melancholia. It seems that those ladies came today to ascertain the truth. Upon witnessing the Empress's current state, they likely believe it to be true." Chapter 30, Zitong. "You are tormenting me." Initially, there were those who doubted the Empress's affliction with melancholia, but after Mei Fei and Xiang Fei visited Kunning Palace, the rumor swiftly transformed into reality. The concubines of the Mei faction gathered together, cracking sunflower seeds and discussing the latest happenings. I was rather surprised that even the typically reclusive Xiang Fei decided to join the Empress in witnessing the spectacle. Meng Tang has been Empress for 7 years. Yet in previous years, His Majesty hardly seemed to regard her with any significance. In fact, during her designated nights, he would often seek our company instead, completely disregarding her. However, for reasons unknown, over the past 2 years, she has suddenly gained His Majesty's favor. Whispers of dethroning her have circulated in the previous court, suggesting that His Majesty has truly grown weary of her. Upon hearing these words, Mei Fei wore a faint smile. For in the current palace, aside from Meng Tang, she holds considerable influence. Although Mei Fei is not the most favored, she undoubtedly possesses the most stable position within the palace, even during the month when Meng Tang was summoned most frequently. His Majesty still called upon Mei Fei. Should Meng Tang be deposed, would it not be the capable who ascend to her place? Mei Fei, half in jest, cautioned, "Sister, tread carefully, His Majesty has yet to depose the Empress." "Mei Fei, I can see it plainly." Today, the Empress looked deathly pale, as if her time is short. One remarked, "Is she truly that ill? Indeed, she can scarcely rise from her bed." The news of a dozen imperial physicians rushing to Kunning Palace is no mere rumor. Mei Fei concurred, "That is indeed the case. The Empress's illness is grave. If you sisters have the time, do pay her a visit to alleviate her troubled heart." With Mei Fei's words, it seemed the Empress was indeed in dire straits. Who would take pleasure in the company of one so sickly? Surely His Majesty would be even less inclined to visit her. It has been over 3 months since he last went. When he finally did visit, he immediately diverted to Xiao Fei's quarters. It appears the Empress has truly reached the end of her road. Nothing could be more persuasive than witnessing the Empress's face, marked by illness. Mei Fei's mind wandered to Meng Tang's frail appearance. And her smile deepened. By midday, an eunuch arrived with a message from His Majesty. Esteemed ladies, His Majesty wishes to dine with all the concubines and discuss the upcoming Duanwu festival, Yu Pin remarked with a smile. Originally, His Majesty intended for the Empress and Xiao Fei to accompany him for the festival, but given the Empress's current condition, she will certainly be unable to attend. Her gaze fell upon Mei Fei. And she continued, it seems, dear Mei Fei, that you have been favored. Aside from you, none other in the palace possess the qualifications to accompany His Majesty. Mei Fei, her hand covering her mouth with a fan, beamed with delight, clearly sharing this sentiment. Meanwhile, in the Yuhua Palace, Xiao Hongyun received the same news. With Meng Tang in such poor health, she is undoubtedly unable to attend. His Majesty wouldn't replace her with either Mei Fei or Xiang Fei. Would he? The thought provoked a sense of unease within her, and she asserted, no, such matters of offering sacrifices and seeking blessings should rightly be undertaken by the Emperor and Empress together, even in her illness. The Empress should accompany His Majesty, perhaps to dispel her misfortune. With determination in her eyes, she declared, I will speak to His Majesty about this. Reflecting on Meng Tang's pitiful state, she felt a pang of sympathy, especially noticing how she seemed unable to satisfy her hunger. Once she regains His Majesty's favor, she would surely speak well of Meng Tang in his presence, hoping to ease her burdens. The concubines have all arrived, and Chui is seated at the upper side, with the position beside him, designated for the Empress, left vacant. The concubines whispered among themselves below, His Majesty has invited so many young ladies, yet he has not summoned the Empress. The Empress is currently under house arrest. What reason would she have to come, not even allowed to attend the family banquet? Has His Majesty grown so weary of the Empress? What else could it mean? If His Majesty did not despise her so deeply, could the Empress have fallen into such despair? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hongyun felt a pang of discomfort in her heart and spoke up, Your Majesty, is the Empress not present? Chu Yi, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. It was precisely because of the rampant rumors throughout the palace that he had organized this luncheon, inviting Meng Tang to clarify matters. However, the people from Kunming Palace claimed that she was genuinely unwell. Chui now regretted his actions from the previous night, realizing he might have been too harsh and worn her out. He said, I have sent someone to summon her. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tang was assisted into the room. Her complexion was pale, her body frail and weak, needing the support of a nearby maid. And she bore no hint of vitality on her face. Today, she wore no makeup, which only accentuated her exhaustion. The surrounding concubines fell silent in an instant, halting their conversations, their eyes fixed upon her. Those who had not witnessed Meng Tang in her ailing state now truly believed the rumors that the Empress was gravely ill and nearing death. To require assistance even for walking. How could she have fallen so gravely ill? Meng Tang simply felt intense pain below and was unwell, hence the need for support. Your servant has seen His Majesty. Meng Tang was about to pay her respects when Chui strode down with determination, taking her small hand in his eyes brimming with affection, saying, Zitong, there is no need for such formalities. Meng Tang gently pulled away, casting a glance at the surrounding concubines, and softly remarked, Sisters, please do not let my illness affect your meal. I am unworthy to dine with you. Chui understood that his harshness from the previous night might have caused Meng Tang to harbor resentment towards him, prompting such words. Yet, those seemingly sarcastic remarks sounded to his ears like playful teasing. His mood gradually lightened as he replied, Zitong, do not speak this way. 3 months of house arrest is already sufficient, is it not? I wish to release you, yet you insist on imprisoning yourself in that chamber. You are not only tormenting yourself, but also me. During the time I have been unable to see you, I have thought of you daily. Zitong. Do you know how I have endured these past 3 months? Meng Tang replied, I have erred and must accept my punishment. House arrest is nothing more than that. I do not consider it torment, but I have never blamed you from the beginning. Why must you constantly plead for your own downfall, to provoke me? I shall not agree to dethrone the Empress. Zitong. Meng Tang raised her head, quietly gazing at him. Chui continued, I do not wish to depose the Empress, yet you confine yourself in Kunming Palace, forcing me to consider such a course of action. I hope you understand that you are the only Empress for me. Should you desire to be deposed or demoted, it shall only be in the next lifetime. The concubines. Xiao Hongyun. Such an overwhelming revelation. Were we not told that His Majesty had grown weary of the Empress? Were we not told that he intended to depose her? Were we not told that the Empress had fallen into despair due to this? Even Mei Fei and Xiang Fei could not maintain their composure. They all believed the Empress had lost favor. Yet, in truth, who had truly lost favor here? Was it the Empress or His Majesty? Your Majesty's expression, imbued with tender affection, stands in stark contrast to that of the empress, who remains cold and indifferent. Furthermore, the rumors surrounding the deposed consort suggest that it was the empress herself who requested her own removal. Could it be that she has lost her senses? Why would a perfectly fine empress wish to relinquish her position? Chapter 31. I am truly weak, your majesty. When one errs, one must face punishment. As a wife, one ought to lead by example. Meng Tang's tone was gentle. The concubines cast her complex glances, pondering the notion of leading by example. Does that imply that she too sought to be deposed? They were utterly unaware of the empress's transgressions, only knowing that she had angered his majesty 3 months prior. Zitong, Chui held her small hand and remarked, "What defines right and wrong? I am the sovereign, the ruler of all under heaven. My word is law." Such deep affection. Meng Tang glanced at the progress bar. Ah. Still at 46, despite being toiled upon all night, it remained unchanged. Chui truly lacked heart. His current display might lead one to believe he was infatuated with her. Those oblivious to the truth might genuinely think he harbored profound feelings. It seems his father has exerted pressure, compelling Chui to act in a bid to dispel the rumors of her deposition. For both the Meng family and Chui, the notion of deposing the empress is utterly implausible. As the stakes are too high, such an act would alter the dynamics of the court, causing a ripple effect. After uttering this, Chui took her hand and led her to the upper seat. Once seated, the man scrutinized her weary visage, his tone softening as he inquired, "Have you taken your restorative medicine this morning?" Meng Tang chuckled inwardly. Indeed, not only was she skilled in the art of performance, but the dog emperor was equally adept. "What hour is it?" And he still frets over the restorative, fearing she has neglected to drink the contraceptive soup, leaving him with offspring. Meng Tang's lips curled slightly as she replied, "The restorative bestowed by your majesty I shall certainly consume." Chui squeezed her delicate hand, stating, "I do this for your well-being. I understand, your majesty." After all, she had no desire to bear his child, and she had inquired about the medicine, confirming it to be a gentle tonic, harmless to her health. "Zitong, if you can comprehend my intentions, look at yourself. You have lost so much weight during this time, it truly pains me to see." Chui caressed her face. "Your majesty worries too much. I am quite well, merely suffering from a slight cold, nothing serious." With that, she coughed a couple of times. "It is my fault, knowing your health was not well." His gaze was laden with ambiguity. "Your majesty, since you are aware, please refrain from such actions in the future. I am currently under house arrest and unable to serve you. Do not mention your house arrest again. I have already declared that I shall lift it." "Zitong, why must you be so obstinate?" Chuyi's lips pressed together in displeasure. Soon after, Meng Tang noticed the progress bar visibly teetering on the brink of decline. She had ventured too far. Sighing, she hastily sought to remedy the situation, her tone tinged with a subtle melancholy. "Very well, I have observed that your majesty seems to have lost some weight as well. During my confinement, have you not taken proper care of yourself?" Chui replied, "I spend my days thinking of you and my nights longing for you. How can I rest well under such circumstances?" The man wore an expression of enduring affection, deep and unwavering. "It is no longer my fault, your majesty. Given this circumstance, I shall refrain from mentioning the matter of confinement again. As long as your majesty does not hold it against me, I shall be forever grateful." She cast a gentle smile at Chui, the fragile bond of goodwill stabilizing, not diminishing. Meng Tang silently exhaled in relief. It seemed she could not escape the night watch. But it mattered not. As long as Consort Xiao could lend her support, she would still have a glimmer of hope. She shot a hopeful glance at Xiao Hongyun, silently praying not to become a field left fallow. "Thank you." Xiao Hongyun was perplexed. What was she staring at? Now Xiao Hongyun understood that the empress was not deserving of any sympathy. It was all of her own making. In the hall of supreme harmony, no one dared to utter a word, quietly observing the emperor and empress, listening to their exchange. They could not decipher the hidden intricacies, but could sense the genuine affection the emperor bore for the empress. Chui turned his gaze to the concubines below and said, "Since Zitong has merely caught a chill, she shall accompany me to the heaven worship ceremony tomorrow, correct?" "Very well, beloved consort, you shall accompany me and Zitong tomorrow." Chui nodded at Xiao Hongyun, her face flushed crimson as she knelt to bow, responding, "Yes, your majesty. For the next 2 days, the affairs of the 6 palaces shall be entrusted to Consort Mei, temporarily granting her the authority to manage the inner court, with Consort Xiang assisting her. Upon my return with Zitong, I shall restore the authority to Zitong." Chui gazed at Meng Tang with tender affection, inquiring, "Does this arrangement meet with your approval?" Meng Tang replied, "Your majesty's arrangement is indeed splendid." Consort Mei offered a graceful bow, affirming, "I shall manage the inner court well, ensuring neither your majesty nor the empress need worry. Indeed, Chui smiled as he served Meng Tang some food. She reciprocated the gesture, and the harmony between the emperor and empress was enviable. Only Meng Tang was aware that all of this was a facade. Chui harbored mere physical desires for her, and as for feelings, he hadn't even met the passing mark, and her sentiments towards Chui, equally insincere, devoid of any longing for his physical form. She would rather not meet him at all than have to exert effort to garner affection. During the lunch banquet, the concubines dined in a state of blandness when the banquet concluded and each returned to their respective quarters. Within the grand hall, Consort May could no longer contain her fury and slammed the teacup onto the table. "Wretched woman, your highness, please calm your anger," a maid hastily urged. They had anticipated attending the outing alongside the emperor. Yet it turned out the empress's feigned illness was nothing but an act. If so, why then did she present herself in such a frail manner? Consort May recalled the rumors of several imperial physicians rushing to Kunming Palace at dawn. Pondering if it was not Meng Tang's deliberate performance for all to see, she had always suspected Meng Tang's feigned virtue, with every action revealing a calculating nature. Now witnessing her favored status with the emperor, this suspicion only solidified. Could she not be pretending to be weak and pitiful to deliberately capture the emperor's attention? As Yu Pin entered, she remarked, "I never expected the emperor's feelings for the empress to be so different from our assumptions." Another minor consort immediately chimed in, "Indeed, but what of it? The emperor has still temporarily entrusted the authority to manage the 6 palaces to you." Yu Pin said, "Do not fret, your highness. It is easy to relinquish the authority, yet difficult to reclaim it. Once the empress returns to the palace and commits some minor missteps, you shall firmly grasp the authority within your hands. All forms of favor are but illusions. Your majesty's harem is so vast that genuine affection is a rarity. Only the power grasped firmly in one's hand is authentic. My lady, do you not agree?" Upon hearing these words, Meifei regained her composure. She replied, "You speak truthfully. Once the empress returns to the palace, reclaiming my authority over the 6 palaces will not be a simple task. It is well that you understand, my lady, the empress's grave illness, after all, stems from our own lack of clarity regarding the matter. We have been deceived. The empress appears gentle, yet her strategic retreat is truly masterful. Look at our emperor, who is nearly on his knees, pleading for her to continue in her role as empress." Kunming Palace, Xiaofei remarked, "If you are not gravely ill, why do you feign such weakness?" Her displeasure was evident, as she felt duped by Meng Tang. Meng Tang, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "I assure you, I am genuinely unwell. I am not deceiving you." Xiaofei, skeptical, countered, "Do not spin tales. A mere chill does not render one so helpless that they require assistance even to walk." Meng Tang, in a moment of discomfort, muttered, "I am in pain below." Xiao Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Below? Which below?" Meng Tang glanced around to ensure they were alone and leaned in to whisper 2 words in Xiao Hongyun's ear. Instantly, Xiao Hongyun's face flushed crimson, her expression one of shock as she exclaimed, "You cannot be serious. How could it hurt there? Is it truly so severe that you cannot walk?" Meng Tang sighed, her intent not to boast. Stating, "The emperor visited me last night," Xiao Hongyun responded, "So, that is the source of such pain. You came to Kunming Palace early this morning, declaring yourself well, yet I chose not to believe you." "Am I to blame for this?" she stammered. "Can you truly fault me? Did you not see how ghastly your complexion was this morning? Anyone would think you were on the brink of death. Since you are well now, please do not overthink this. I am not concerned for you. Rather, I fear that the emperor would be heartbroken should you perish. My worries are for him, not for you." Meng Tang could not help but chuckle, responding, "Ah, so your concern is solely for the emperor's sake. How could I possibly care for you, when we are both women of the emperor? Spare me your misplaced sentimentality." "Very well, it seems I have been the one to misinterpret." Xiao Hongyun shot her a glance before turning away, her ears slightly reddening. "Since the empress's health is not in jeopardy, I shall take my leave." Xiao Hongyun never anticipated that Meng Tang's discomfort was due to her duties as a consort. It was utterly absurd. Her earlier worries now seemed excessively trivial. She had even intended to persuade the emperor to lift the empress's confinement and offer her some comfort. How foolish she had been. Look at our empress, even under house arrest, she still manages to captivate the emperor's attention, and then there is herself, utterly ignorant of what it means to serve the emperor. How pitiable she truly is. Xiao Hongyun turned to leave, wishing to avoid the sight of this empress who had reduced herself to such a state, her frustration growing with every glance. Meng Tang called out to her. "Sister, wait." Xiao Hongyun halted, inquiring, "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Meng Tang observed the rosy hue of her complexion and inquired, have you followed my advice and taken a cold bath? Naturally, she had indulged in it. In fact, she had spent the entire morning soaking, yet, she remained oblivious as to whether it was due to her robust health, for she felt no discomfort whatsoever, not even a hint of a chill. As the cold water had not registered as cold to her at all, Xiao Hongyun, blushing, replied, "Your method is utterly ineffective. I have soaked for an entire morning, and my body feels not the slightest bit unwell." Meng Tang let out a sigh. It was to be expected that Xiao Hongyun, having grown up riding and hunting alongside General Xiao, possessed a physique sturdier than most. She called out, "Fang Ning." Fang Ning entered upon her summons. Meng Tang instructed, "Fetch the package of medicine from the third tier of the corner cabinet." "Yes, Your Highness." It was a package wrapped in paper, concealing its contents. Meng Tang lowered her voice, saying, "Prepare this medicine. And upon returning, take a dose. By nightfall, you shall exhibit signs of fever." Xiao Hongyun gasped, "What is this?" "Do not worry, it will not harm you. It merely contains a touch of venom from the southwest, which will induce symptoms akin to a chill. By morning, the effects of the medicine will have worn off, and you shall be restored. Whether you choose to take it is entirely your decision." Xiao Hongyun hesitated momentarily, then, steeling herself, accepted the package from Fang Ning's hands. Meng Tang's familiarity with the process suggested she had likely employed it herself. Furthermore, Meng Tang had never intended to jeopardize her life. "I am grateful for your guidance, Your Highness." Meng Tang nodded slightly and gestured for her to exit. Xiao Hongyun knew she had to be resolute. Her body could not endure another encounter. Chui was more outrageous than an overworked ox. Still brimming with vigor after a night of toil, ready to attend court at dawn. As night descended, Chui initially intended to visit the Empress, as he had found last night's experience immensely pleasurable and wished to indulge once more. He instructed Li Chongfu, to Kuan-Ning Palace. "Yes, Your Majesty." As the dragon carriage passed through the Mingyi path, a shadowy figure appeared beside it. Indeed, Xiao Hongyun had unexpectedly crossed paths with Chui here. She stood aside, reverently bowing to him. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." The sound of her voice prompted Chui to recognize her. He raised his hand, saying, "Halt." "Yes." Chui dismounted from the carriage and approached Xiao Hongyun. Her complexion was pale, and she lightly coughed into her handkerchief, presenting a fragile appearance. Chui inquired, "My beloved, where do you venture at this late hour?" Xiao Hongyun's eyes glistened with moisture, her cheeks flushed deeply as she replied, "I have been suffering from a high fever this evening and was on my way to the Thai hospital to procure some medicine. Why not send a servant instead?" Recalling Meng Tang's words, Xiao Hongyun suddenly knelt before him, her slender frame trembling slightly. "At present, Your Majesty has cast me aside. How could those below heed my words?" Chui gazed at her for a moment, then reached out to touch her forehead. Feeling the heat emanating from his palm, Xiao Hongyun could not help but well up with tears. This was the first time since entering the palace that he had taken the initiative to touch her. Indeed, his hand was fervently warm, and Chui pondered whether she was genuinely ill. With the recent triumph of the Xiao family in the south, they would soon return to the capital, if it were to be known that a daughter of the Xiao family was being mistreated in the harem. "I shall escort you back," Chui declared. Li Chongfu, "Summon the imperial physician." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Hongyun, taken aback, exclaimed, "No need for that, Your Majesty. I can manage on my own. I do not wish to be a burden to you." Upon hearing her words, Chui couldn't help but think of Meng Tang, who had once expressed a similar sentiment. His demeanor towards Xiao Hongyun softened slightly. "You are in such poor health. If I were to disregard your condition, should I merely stand by and watch you faint on the way? Your Majesty, pray, do not speak further. Is my dragon carriage not spacious enough for two?" "Yes, Your Majesty." At that moment, Chui exhibited a measure of tenderness that was palpable. Such a sovereign was enough to stir one's heart. Xiao Hongyun felt her heartbeat quickening, and her cheeks flushed deeper. Surely, tonight, the emperor would bestow his favor upon her, and for all of this, she owed her gratitude to the empress. Upon arriving at the Yuhua Palace, Chui instructed the palace attendants to assist Xiao Hongyun from the carriage. His first words upon entering were, "The servants and eunuchs within have been changed." Xiao Hongyun replied, "Kai Wei has been by my side for quite some time. I have grown accustomed to her presence. May I not keep Kai Wei?" Chui smirked at her request. "Very well. If my beloved consort wishes it, Kai Wei shall remain." The imperial physician arrived to take her pulse and declared that Lady Xiao was merely suffering from a chill, advising that she simply needed to recuperate. Chui inquired, "Did you visit the Empress today?" Xiao Hongyun nodded. "It seems you caught the ailment during that visit," he remarked. Xiao Hongyun hurriedly responded, "It has nothing to do with Her Majesty, please do not blame her." Your Majesty, for she too has fallen ill. Upon hearing this, Chui chuckled, a rather mischievous grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he asked, "Do you truly care for the Empress?" I naturally care for Her Majesty," she stammered. "That is commendable. The Empress is the matriarch of the harem, and it is fitting that the consorts think of her first." Chapter 33, The Trials of Serving the Emperor. As the hour of the high approached, a servant reported that His Majesty had gone to visit Lady Xiao. Meng Tang let out a sigh of relief, her countenance brightening slightly. "Feng Ning, assist me in resting." Fortunately, tonight, Xiao Hongyun had performed admirably. Chui would likely not pay her a visit. If even this could not retain his attention, then Xiao Hongyun was indeed lacking in some regard, though she couldn't possibly be so utterly inept. Could she? After all, Xiao Hongyun was a lady of distinguished upbringing. In the Yuhua Palace, after Xiao Hongyun had taken her medicine, Chui rose and said, "Beloved consort, take care to rest well." Xiao Hongyun hurriedly asked, "Will your Majesty not stay tonight?" His tone bore no hint of emotion as he replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to, and I shall not linger, lest I succumb to illness myself. Tomorrow, I must visit Lingon Temple, to pray for blessings, and since both you and the Empress are unwell, I cannot afford to fall ill." Xiao Hongyun's smile turned bitter. She pondered whether the Emperor had considered the risk of catching illness when he visited the Empress. As this thought crossed her mind, she unwittingly posed the question, "Did you think you might fall ill when you visited the Empress?" She was acutely aware that such a question was inappropriate. Bordering on audacity, matters concerning the Emperor were not hers to question. Indeed, Chuyi's expression darkened. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Hongyun implored, "Since my arrival in the palace, your Majesty has not favored me. I wish to understand what I have done wrong. Your Majesty finds me too willful and disrespectful, and I have made an effort to change." "You mentioned that you think of the Empress daily, but do you know that I too think of you every day?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, creating a pitiful sight. Chui remarked, "You are not in the wrong. It is I who do not favor it." "Does your Majesty favor anyone? Do you favor the Empress?" asked Xiao Hongyun. A faint smile graced Chuyi's lips as he replied, "I naturally favor Zitong. But your Majesty, are you aware that the Empress suffers ill health, because of you? If you truly care for her, then do not be so demanding." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Xiao Hongyun felt she had indeed become audacious, daring to speak in such a manner to the Emperor. To her surprise, Chui did not take offense. Instead, he regarded her for a moment before falling into deep contemplation. "Was it Zitong who taught you to encounter the moonlit path tonight?" Xiao Hongyun's heart skipped a beat. "No, you must consider carefully. I shall not pardon the crime of deceiving the Emperor." His tone was chillingly indifferent. Xiao Hongyun shuddered, her eyes reddening as she confessed, "It was the Empress who instructed me." Chui murmured, "She has always been virtuous. Previously, when Mother urged her to persuade me to distribute my affections equally, I was unwilling, and she devised means to direct me to other consorts." He then reflected on Meng Tang's deep affection for him. Yet how she had to push her beloved man towards other women for the sake of the greater good. How painful must that be for her? Xiao Hongyun remarked, "The Empress is indeed very virtuous." Chui stated, "You are quite remarkable. You are the first in these years to speak such words to me. I shall take her health into consideration." With that, he turned to leave. Xiao Hongyun sank to the ground. Realizing she had ultimately failed to retain the Emperor, Kai Wei entered, flustered and perplexed, asking, "Why has your Majesty left?" Xiao Hongyun exhaled deeply, the facade of fragility slowly dissipating, and declared, "If he has left, then so be it. There is still time ahead." The words were spoken with a palpable bitterness. Meng Tang was on the brink of slumber when she felt a warm breath brush against her cheek, slowly opening her eyes. She was met with a face that sent a chill of terror through her. "Chui, Zitong." He lowered his head and gently kissed her cheek. Meng Tang propped herself up and asked, "What brings your Majesty here?" Chui sat on the bed, enveloping her in his embrace, saying, "What is it? Is Zitong displeased that I have come?" Meng Tang wished to display a gentle smile, but found it impossible. If she were to serve him again tonight, she would truly be worn out. Chui could not be so beastly. Her voice was faint as she replied, "I am pleased. If you are pleased, why not smile at me?" Meng Tang remained silent. Offering him a faint smile, Chui playfully pinched her cheek and remarked, "You always consider my feelings. Tonight, it was Zitong's idea for me to visit Xiao Hongyun, was it not? Zitong, I am your husband alone. If you are unwilling, you need not force yourself to allow me to visit other consorts." She did not express unwillingness. "I did not force it. It was said that there was no coercion." Yet the smile was rather unsightly, clearly indicating a reluctance for me to visit concubine Xiao this evening. I merely intended to spend a brief moment in concubine Zhao's chamber, yet Zitong wore such a sorrowful expression. If I were to truly favor her, would Zitong weep in silence, out of my sight? You are overthinking. Truly, Meng Tang was astounded by the dog emperor's self-indulgence. She lifted her gaze and spoke softly. Your Majesty, I shall not shed tears. Very well, if you say you won't, then you won't. You will simply mourn in silence where I cannot see. What I wish to convey is that in the future, such actions are unnecessary. Regardless of what the late Empress Mother may have told you, you may dismiss it as mere wind passing by your ears. Heed only my words, for Zitong is the most obedient. Is she not? As he spoke, Chui gently kissed the area behind her ear, the kiss imbued with a tender sensuality, nipping at her delicate earlobe with his teeth. Zitong, they are not what I desire. Do you understand? Meng Tang trembled in her embrace, yet her mind was remarkably clear. From the very beginning, she was not what Chui sought. It was her endless attempts to please him and her keen understanding of his preferences that had garnered her this position. I understand, Your Majesty. I shall not touch you today. Let me see how severe the swelling is, for even concubine Xiao has advised me to show you some compassion. Meng Tang did not anticipate that Xiao Hongyun would dare to speak such words to the emperor. Knowing Chuyi's capricious nature, one could never predict which words might provoke his ire. For Xiao Hongyun to muster the courage to utter such sentiments was indeed no small feat. This affection she would cherish. As Chui nestled beneath the covers, the dim light revealed the vivid scenery before him. Meng Tang cradled his head, her face flushed, her neck warm, and her body involuntarily blushing. Your Majesty, do not look, there is nothing worth seeing. With a gentle touch, she gasped, a soft sound escaping her lips. Chui emerged from the covers, drawing her into his embrace, confessing, I was indeed reckless last night. Reckless, indeed, it has been 3 months since I last touched you. My excitement has perhaps gone too far, causing you pain. Chui planted a kiss upon her forehead. In bed, he had always been indifferent to her well-being. Yet now he spoke these words, prompting Meng Tang to gaze at him in astonishment. Glancing at the affection progress bar nearby, which remained utterly unchanged, she realized that there was likely little sincerity behind Chuyi's words. Nevertheless, Meng Tang had to continue to play her part, feigning an unconcerned demeanor. I do not mind at all. Serving Your Majesty is my honor, and I do not feel any pain. Chui felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Even in such pain, she claimed to feel none. Then shall I come again tonight? He whispered softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Meng Tang could not help but curse inwardly. Dog Emperor, begone. Chui observed her complexion shifting from red to pale. Though she was in agony, she was also terrified, yet still responded with a reluctant, very well. Chapter 34. She tolerated everything about him. Chui suspected that, regardless of the pain or exhaustion, she would acquiesce to any of his demands. She unconditionally embraced all aspects of him. In this world, Meng Tang was one of the 2 individuals capable of such devotion. The other was her mother. After the demise of her mother, Meng Tang became the only person who truly cared for her. She loved him deeply. Chui affectionately remarked, Zitong, all you need to do is to act a little spoiled towards me and utter a cry of pain, and I shall let you go. However, Meng Tang regarded him with a look of skepticism. She had previously indulged in such whims in bed, expressing her discomfort, yet the man remained dominant, proceeding with his desires unabated. Shaking her head, she replied, Your servant feels no pain. As long as it is bestowed by Your Majesty, I shall endure it all. With her beneath him, Chui whispered, I have granted you an opportunity. Zitong, do you truly feel no pain? He lowered his head, gently brushing against her cheek, their breaths mingling. Meng Tang let out a soft moan, her eyelashes fluttering, her voice trembling as she confessed, I feel unwell, it hurts, but upon thinking of Your Majesty, the pain seems to dissipate. Anything given by Your Majesty is cherished. She reached out, embracing his broad back. Chuyi's gaze darkened, ultimately mindful of her well-being. He pressed his thumb against her rosy lips and leaned close to her ear, softly saying, Today, we shall use this place. Faint sounds echoed from the inner chamber as Fong Ning dismissed the attendants. Her cheeks flushed. In the fleeting moments of spring nights, Chuyi's passion knew no bounds. The following day, the concubines bid farewell, and the officials bowed in reverence. Meng Tang and Chui journeyed to Lingon Temple, the procession grand and seemingly endless. They did not share a carriage, firstly, to prevent Chui from becoming overly animalistic, and secondly, he appeared to have matters to discuss with the court officials, prompting Meng Tang to discreetly withdraw. The carriage jolted as Meng Tang languidly leaned against the soft cushions. Her lips were cracked, and her throat ached severely. She held ice in her mouth to alleviate her discomfort. Fong Ning hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, are you still unwell? Meng Tang let out a soft hum, reluctant to converse. When she did speak, her raspy voice resembled that of an elderly woman. There came a series of knocks on the carriage, followed by Xiao Hongyun's voice from outside. Your Majesty, may I enter and have a word with you? Meng Tang gestured for the carriage to halt, then lifted the curtain and beckoned her. Xiao Hongyun smiled and nimbly jumped into the carriage, settling beside Meng Tang. As soon as she entered, she began chattering incessantly. Your Majesty, are you aware that the Empress Dowager has also left the palace with the entourage? When His Majesty is absent, you must be cautious of her, lest she bully you again. Meng Tang nodded in acknowledgement. Dissatisfied with her response, Xiao Hongyun remarked, Did you hear me? I am not merely concerned. I fear you may once again disrupt the bond between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, making it difficult for His Majesty. Meng Tang nodded again. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? Xiao Hongyun inquired. Only then did Meng Tang respond, something like that. The hoarseness of her voice was comparable to that of an elderly matron. Startled, Xiao Hongyun asked, What happened to your voice? Has your cold worsened? Meng Tang wore an expression of exasperation and replied, Do not inquire further. I fear that your illness might be contagious to me. It is not concern for you. Is your cold not worsening? Your complexion looks worse than yesterday. With a sigh, Meng Tang added, The cold has subsided, thanks to the royal bedchamber. Xiao Hongyun, feeling a surge of frustration, remarked, I truly cannot fathom from whence the Empress derives such good fortune, to be so cherished by His Majesty. Perhaps in a past life, I unwittingly disturbed the ancestral graves of his family. Meng Tang's voice was hoarse and languid, yet, how could the act of serving at His Majesty's side lead to such discomfort? Surely, it could not be due to mere affection. His Majesty must possess an overwhelming vigor. She gazed at her sister with an air of innocence. Why did you not retain His Majesty's presence yesterday? Meng Tang inquired. Xiao Hongyun, equally perplexed, replied, I genuinely did my utmost. Meng Tang rubbed her temples and said, Recount to me every word exchanged following your encounter with His Majesty last night. Xiao Hongyun relayed the events in detail. Meng Tang was rendered speechless. Even in her palace, Xiao Hongyun had the audacity to discuss the Empress. And naturally, that dog of an emperor would instantly think of her. Meng Tang questioned, Why, during your time together, did you feel the need to speak of me? Xiao Hongyun scratched her head and admitted, I did not intend to, it just happened inadvertently. Unable to contain herself, Meng Tang lightly tapped Xiao Hongyun on the head, exclaiming, How foolish you are. Should His Majesty visit you again, ensure that you do not speak of me. Surely, there must be mundane tales of the common folk to share, or perhaps you could extol the virtues of Lady Qi. Do you understand? Xiao Hongyun nodded, albeit with a degree of confusion. Meng Tang earnestly advised, You must capture His Majesty's heart, otherwise, what fate awaits your family? Our Xiao family is quite well off, came Xiao Hongyun's response. Meng Tang sighed, exclaiming, Xiao Hongyun, you fail to grasp the political landscape of the court. Do your relatives not write home to offer you insights? She continued, Once your father and brothers return, His Majesty will undoubtedly strip the Xiao family of military power. Your kin may not wish to relinquish it, but they shall have no choice, otherwise, their achievements will provoke His Majesty's apprehension. The Xiao family lacks the prominence of the Meng family. His Majesty will not bestow undue favors upon you should the Xiao family fall from grace. What then will you do? Xiao Hongyun was taken aback. Do you not understand the saying that when the rabbit dies, the fox is cooked, and when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden? To speak frankly, His Majesty once confided in me his intention to transfer the command of the Yannan army to my elder brother. Though it was merely a test, we Meng family would never accept such a heavy burden. Even before your father and brother's return, His Majesty has already begun to covet the military authority your father possesses. The Yannan army, unlike the Shuabei army, is not particularly unique. It recognizes individuals, not symbols. He merely needs to appoint a reliable general to secure the position, and the military command will no longer belong to the Xiao family. Xiao Hongyun shook her head, responding, I do not comprehend what you are saying. You need not understand every detail, you must simply realize that the fortunes of you and the Xiao family are intertwined. You must rise for the sake of your family, establishing a foothold in the harem. Lest the Xiao family be discarded when the time comes, you must ensure that His Majesty holds you dear. But His Majesty does not favor me, he only cherishes you, Xiao Hongyun lamented. Meng Tang chuckled softly, stating, Do you have any notion of how I have endured these past 7 years in the palace? For the first 5 years, His Majesty seldom graced me with his presence. Even when it was my turn to serve him, he would openly humiliate me, favoring the other concubines instead. I and the palace, every concubine seemed to garner more attention than I. I was merely an ornament in the harem, one that His Majesty scarcely regarded. Meifei Xiangfei, having gained significant influence within the palace, dares to utter reckless words before me. denouncing my worthiness for my position. Even should His Majesty overhear her, he would show no mercy on my behalf. Seemingly oblivious to my existence as he passes by with his favored consort, my father and brothers suffer even more. My father was falsely accused of clandestinely selling military arms. I tirelessly sought connections to vindicate him. Yet to no avail. Before His Majesty, I am rendered utterly humiliated, with none deeming me, the Empress, worthy of their regard, all shutting their doors to me. At that time, His Majesty genuinely wished to eradicate the Meng family. But it was only thanks to my brother that we apprehended the true culprit behind the arms trafficking, thereby saving my father's life. From that moment on, I understood that in this palace, if I could not rise above my circumstances and grasp power, I would only endure the humiliation of being oppressed by others. Sister Xiao Fei, do you wish for the Xiao family to meet a similar fate? The Meng family was fortunate to capture the true villain. What if fortune had not favored them? Meng Tang spoke in a soothing tone, encouraging Xiao Hongyun to shed her inner timidity and strive for her rights. Xiao Hongyun is far more manageable than Mei Fei Xiang Fei. She would never treat other consorts in such a manner. Moreover, the consorts within the palace are exceedingly cautious, possessing deep schemes, yet Xiao Hongyun stands as an exception. She is amiable and, should she manage to make a mark in Chui San's heart, she could break free from the curse of nightly attendance. After all, such attendance does little to foster affection. This honor is one she does not desire. Chui's performance is lamentably poor, a veritable nightmare. Chapter 35, They shall all be killed, not a single one spared. Meng Tang is unperturbed by the prospect of Xiao Hongyun encroaching upon her favor. Once Xiao Hongyun appeared, Chui's affections for her waned. If Xiao Hongyun truly possessed such remarkable abilities, she would not require Meng Tang's guidance and yet still fail to retain Chui's heart. Meng Tang employed every stratagem, laboring for 2 years, to achieve her current standing of 40-6. For Xiao Hongyun, even if the heavens turned upside down, she would never surpass Meng Tang. There seems to be an inexplicable quality about Xiao Hongyun that leads to ruin. Zitong, Chui lifted the curtain of the carriage, and both Meng Tang and Xiao Hongyun turned their gazes toward him. The warmth in Chui's eyes turned frigid upon noticing Xiao Hongyun. Meng Tang and Xiao Hongyun rose to offer their respects, saying, Your Majesty. What brings the beloved consort here? Chui inquired. Meng Tang replied with a smile, Sister Xiao Fei feared I would be bored and came to engage me in conversation. Upon seeing Chui and recalling Meng Tang's earlier words, Xiao Hongyun felt a flicker of fear. She quickly stated, Since Your Majesty has arrived, I shall not intrude upon your time with the Empress and will take my leave. Chui did not attempt to stop her. After she departed, he stepped forward, instinctively pulling Meng Tang into his embrace, his low, husky voice resonating. Is your throat still unwell? A faint blush crept upon Meng Tang's cheeks. In a soft voice, she replied, It is merely my recovery that has been slow. I do not blame Your Majesty. Chui chuckled lightly, then gently grasped her chin, placing a piece of candy from his fingers into her mouth. It was sweet, imbued with a refreshing mint flavor. Meng Tang gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes. He remarked, Mint candy. I chanced upon it and bought some, as I heard it soothes the throat. Do you like it? Zitong, Meng Tang nestled against his shoulder, responding, I do. If you enjoy it, once the blessings are concluded, I shall take you to explore the bustling markets of this capital city. Meng Tang's eyes sparkled with delight as she embraced the man's neck, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chui, playfully gripping the nape of her neck as if she were a delicate creature, replied, What is there to thank, if Zitong wishes? I shall bring you out more often. I can imagine that being cooped up in the palace must be quite stifling for you. It is not dull with Your Majesty around, she replied, her sweet words endearing her to him. This year has seen a surge in natural disasters, leading to an increase in the number of refugees. Upon exiting the city, Meng Tang beheld an endless expanse of refugee camps. Despite the establishment of numerous camps outside the capital, many were still displaced, collapsing on the roads. It is the imperial procession. It is the emperor's procession. A voice among the refugees cried out. Immediately, a throng of destitute souls rushed toward them, their appearances disheveled and caked in dirt, pleading, Your Majesty, please save us. My child is on the brink of starvation. Your Majesty, could you spare us some food? They lamented. They say we carry the plague and refuse to let us enter the city. Yet we are clearly free of disease. The officials in the camps are deceitful. My husband was sent to a refugee camp and perished within days. Those high-ranking officials are merely seeking to exploit us for labor, denying us food and water. Who would dare venture back to those camps? My parents also succumbed in the refugee camp. In an instant, the refugees obstructed the path, wailing in despair, the imperial guard hastily reported. Your Majesty, the road is blocked. How shall we deal with these refugees? Chui reclined against the soft cushions, languidly stating, kill them, stop one, and kill one. Meng Tang gazed at him in shock, while she was aware of his notorious reputation as a tyrant. His cruelty seemed unfathomable when faced with the plight of these pitiable souls. Your Majesty, would such actions not incite public wrath? Chu Yi's smile faded slightly as he inquired, does Zitong believe I am being too ruthless? Meng Tang shook her head, replying, I merely feel a pang of sympathy for them. Is Zitong opposed to my decision to eliminate them? He pressed. Meng Tang responded, I would not dare to interfere with your Majesty's judgment. Playing with the jade pendant at his waist, Chu Yi remarked, it is of no consequence. Zitong, pray tell, what would you do in my stead? I shall heed your counsel, and you shall not be blamed. Meng Tang bowed gracefully before him, stating, then I humbly beseech your Majesty to spare the lives of those refugees. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi chuckled lightly, declaring, very well, I shall heed Zitong's wishes. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and announced, spare them, do not kill them. Although the Imperial Guard harbored doubts, they nodded in compliance with the command. Noticing her persistent curiosity toward the outside, Chu Yi straightened up and asked, does Zitong wish to alight and see the refugees? She inquired of Chu Yi, is it permissible? I wish to distribute some food to them. As a gentle and virtuous empress, how could she remain unmoved by the plight of the refugees, if she were to turn a blind eye to their suffering? Would Chu Yi perceive her as cold-hearted? In dramas, most innocent female protagonists feel a surge of compassion for the destitute, while the male lead is often enamored by their benevolent, nurturing spirit. Chu Yi is not exempt from worldly customs. Zitong desires to do as she pleases. The man's gaze is profound. His queen, alas, remains too naive, having never encountered the malice of human hearts. This experience may serve her well. Meng Tang dismounted from the carriage, and together with Fang Ning, she carried the prepared provisions to the forefront of the procession. Chu Yi followed closely beside her. The emperor, it is the emperor, and the empress. The commoners hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads, chanting, long live the emperor, long live the empress. Meng Tang's voice was gentle as she handed the food to the imperial guards, instructing them to distribute it, saying, I have some provisions here, if anyone is truly famished, they may take some. Thank you, empress, thank you, empress, your kindness knows no bounds. Meng Tang smiled, casting a joyful glance at Chu Yi. The child who had lost his parents, never having tasted such delectable pastries, devoured them ravenously. Suddenly, perhaps in his haste, the child rolled his eyes, clutching his chest. The woman beside him cried out urgently, he is choking, Debao is choking. Is there any water? Who has water? The woman's eyes glistened with tears of desperation. Meng Tang turned to Fang Ning and urged, Fang Ning, quickly, bring a jug of water. Fang Ning handed her the water pouch, and Meng Tang hurried towards the child. Dear lady, let him sip some. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears. Moved by gratitude, she replied, yes, yes, thank you, my lady, you truly are a benevolent soul. Just as the woman reached for the water pouch, she abruptly drew a knife from her sleeve and, with lightning speed, lunged it towards Meng Tang. Meng Tang caught the glint of the blade, yet it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the knife aimed for her throat. And the next instant, a powerful force came from behind. Chu Yi seized Meng Tang by the nape and pulled her into his embrace, kicking the would-be assailant away with force. An uproar erupted among the crowd of commoners. Kill the dog emperor. Slay the tyrant. He enforces brutal tyranny, merciless and cruel. He regards human life as mere grass. Quickly, kill him. The enraged commoners surged towards them. A light chuckle reached Meng Tang's ears as Chu Yi gazed at the loathsome faces in the crowd. Zitong, they are not true commoners. Genuine commoners go hungry daily, even resorting to cannibalism. Already emaciated and frail, how could their bodies appear so robust? True commoners traverse vast distances in search of sustenance. Never having laid eyes on the imperial visage, how could they recognize our identities amidst the throng? Furthermore, regarding the child who choked, observe the mud upon him. This is not the filth of a true commoner, but rather, it seems he rolled in the dirt while clad in new garments. Meng Tang looked up at him, saying, so your majesty has long known, and has ordered them all to be slain. Zitong possesses a kind heart. Unless one experiences it firsthand, how can one trust my words? Upon hearing this, Meng Tang could not help but retort, I believe, regardless of what your majesty tells me. I trust only in your majesty. You are my husband. If I do not trust you, whom else could I trust? At that moment, her eyes were filled with him. Chu Yi could see his reflection within her pupils. She laid bare her heartfelt intentions before him with such sincerity. As Chu Yi was about to speak, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a long blade sweeping towards him. His gaze suddenly turned fierce. He swiftly drew the sword from the waist of the Imperial Guard and, with a single stroke, cleaved the approaching young man in two. Crimson blood gushed forth, splattering before Meng Tang. The man coldly commanded the nearby guards, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Chapter 36. Zitong is, perhaps unwilling to see me. Chui observed the pallor of Meng Tang's face. Realizing she was utterly terrified, he enveloped her in his arms. Leaning down to softly reassure her, "Do not be afraid." Meng Tang's lips trembled as she stammered, "Your Majesty." I saw his intestines spilling out. She trembled incessantly in his embrace. The stench of blood clung to him. Tainted by the blood of the slain, with a sudden effort, she broke free from his hold, pushing him away and retching against the carriage. Zitong. Chui reached out to grasp her hand, but Meng Tang flinched in fear. Exclaiming, "Do not come near," with a sharp motion, she swatted his hand away, causing Chui to stagger back a step. Her intense reaction immediately incited his displeasure. "Are you afraid of me?" he inquired. Meng Tang shrank back slightly, her eyes betraying an involuntary blend of fear and revulsion. Chui recognized that gaze all too well. It mirrored the looks cast upon him by officials after he had executed their peers. He had hoped Meng Tang would be different. No matter his actions, he believed she would never fear, despise, or reject him. Yet now, he saw the familiar fear and disdain reflected in her eyes. Even a mere touch from him was unbearable for her. "Is it so that you fear me for taking a life? They deserve to die." My Zitong shows sympathy for those false commoners, yet fails to comprehend my position. Meng Tang gasped for breath, desperately wanting to clarify that it was not fear or disdain, but rather an instinctive reaction. She had never witnessed such violence from Chui, nor had she seen a body severed in half. The gruesomeness was overwhelming. It was far too bloody and repulsive. At merely 18, she had only completed high school and had not encountered such harrowing experiences. Meng Tang sought to explain, "Your Majesty, I did not mean to. I merely." Her words were muddled, her breath hitching as she struggled to suppress the wave of nausea rising within her. Yet, it seemed that Chui was wounded by her reaction. He despised the way others regarded him with such disdain, indifferent to the opinions of others, but not from Meng Tang. If even she feared, loathed, and resisted him, he would truly become a solitary figure. Chui had no desire to hear her explanation. He believed the expression in her eyes was genuine. Perhaps he had held Meng Tang in too high esteem. Meng Tang watched helplessly as her favor with him plummeted from 46 to 43. Despite her tireless efforts to please him, she saw no increase in affection, yet it could drop so swiftly, losing 3 points in an instant. Chui waved his sleeve and boarded another carriage. Upon witnessing this, Meng Tang felt a tumult of nausea and fatigue, once more leaning against the carriage as she retched. He always behaved this way, distrusting her over trivial matters, sulking without a willingness to listen to her explanations. She had thought that with her favor reaching 46, he might show a semblance of trust, a departure from his previous demeanor. Meng Tang gazed at Chuyi's carriage, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Her body was weary, and her heart was equally drained. Every day, she must consider Chuyi's feelings, donning a mask of profound affection, performing for his gaze. Having worn this facade for so long, she has nearly forgotten her true self. Rationality dictates that she ought to reconcile with the past, to soothe Chuyi and bring him back to her side. Yet, she hesitates. She is also frightened, haunted by vivid memories of the gruesome sight of intestines spilling forth. Who then can offer her solace? Meng Tang ascended into her carriage. Inside, Fang Ning remarked, "Your Majesty seemed rather upset just now." Meng Tang remained silent. Fang Ning pressed on, "Will your Highness not go to check on him?" Meng Tang closed her eyes and replied, "Allow me a moment of respite." "Yes, Your Highness." Chuyi's foul mood had unfortunate repercussions for Li Changfu and his subordinates, who waited outside the carriage, too timid to utter a sound. Xiao Hongyun descended from the carriage, discreetly gesturing toward the interior, inquiring of Li Changfu, "What ails His Majesty?" Li Changfu lowered his voice, "It seems His Majesty had a quarrel with the Empress." Xiao Hongyun frowned. Given the Empress's gentle nature, it was hard to believe she would argue with His Majesty. Surely, he must be in the wrong. Who is outside? Inside the carriage, Chuyi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and casually asked, "Your Majesty, it is Consort Xiao." Chuyi paused, then replied, "Let her enter." As you command, Your Majesty. Li Changfu lowered Xiao Hongyun to the ground, gesturing for her to enter, cautioning, "Your Majesty requests your presence. Please refrain from mentioning the Empress, lest His Majesty be troubled." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyun pressed her lips together and stepped into the carriage. As dusk approached, they arrived at Lingon Temple just as Meng Tang alighted from the carriage. She was greeted by the sound of laughter emanating from within. Chu Yi's voice floated through the curtains. My beloved consort's words resonate deeply with me, Your Majesty, is it not foolish of Lu Sheng? He is truly a simpleton, unable to recognize his own wife, bringing home a fierce tigress as his primary wife, a most ludicrous affair. I had no idea my beloved consort enjoyed such tales from the common folk. Xiao Hongyun replied with a smile. In my youth, I was quite the mischievous child. My mother urged me to study the 4 books and 5 classics, which I found unappealing. It was only these tales that captivated me. If Your Majesty enjoys them, I shall recount them for you in the future. Chu Yi's mood seemed to brighten, as he responded with a simple, Meng Tang cast a glance at the carriage, only to see Chu Yi and Xiao Hongyun descending, the latter joyfully following beside him. Just as Meng Tang was about to avert her gaze, Xiao Hongyun spotted her and offered a smile. Meng Tang ought to be pleased. Xiao Hongyun had gained favor, which would likely mean that Chu Yi would seek her out less often, sparing Meng Tang from the pressure of fulfilling his desires. Yet, a smile eluded her. While he reveled in happiness, she felt suffocated. The emperor and empress entered Lingon Temple together, a place of great solemnity within the Deyong kingdom. As they walked side by side, both remained silent, the tension palpable, even noted by their attendants. The abbot of Lingon Temple spoke. The auspicious prayer ceremony begins tomorrow. May I suggest that Your Majesty and the empress rest in the guest chamber tonight? Meng Tang nodded, saying, Please proceed according to your arrangements. Women and men were housed separately, and Meng Tang, along with Xiao Hongyun, followed a young monk toward the west chamber. Another young monk gestured for Chu Yi, saying, Your Majesty, please come this way with me. Yet Chu Yi remained rooted in place, his gaze darkly fixed upon Meng Tang's retreating figure. After all this time, had she not come to seek him out for an explanation? Had she not come to soothe him? Was it truly because she had slain that commoner, that she had grown weary of him, loathing him? In days gone by, her affection for him had been boundless. Yet now she could not endure the fact that he had taken a life so insignificant. Did her contemptuous gaze suggest that she viewed him as cruel and bloodthirsty? Alas, his reputation had always been thus. Your Majesty, the young monk observed him with confusion. Let us proceed. The Empress Dowager resided in the 3rd courtyard of the left wing. Granny Lu entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Empress Dowager, guess what I have discovered? The Empress Dowager, seated on a couch embroidering a pouch, lifted her head at the inquiry, asking, What is it? I have heard that the Emperor and the Empress have had a falling out. Which is why he did not utter a single word upon arriving at Lingon Temple. The Emperor is indeed displeased, having not cast a glance at the Empress throughout their journey, instead keeping Lady Xiao company. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Empress Dowager's lips curled slightly, as she remarked, I thought that after neglecting her for 3 months, the Emperor would finally bestow his favor upon her again. Yet, after just 1 day of being favored anew, he has already grown weary of her. Some individuals simply cannot discern their own standing. The Empress Dowager sighed, saying, Very well, let her come. I shall teach her how to serve the Emperor properly. Granny Lu stifled a laugh with her hand, adding, Your words ring true, for I believe the Emperor will be unwilling to engage with her in the near future. Did you not notice, after Lady Xiao departed today? The Emperor lingered, gazing longingly at her retreating figure. Few men are truly devoted, and even fewer than that can be said of the Emperor. There are many beautiful women, the Meng family is not irreplaceable. A hint of amusement graced the Empress Dowager's face as she cryptically replied, In our previous encounter, I made a misstep and lost to her. Now I believe that even if the Emperor becomes aware of my actions towards her, he will not intervene. I am all too familiar with his callousness. Do you recall the years when I so tormented Miss Meng? Did the Emperor ever utter a word of discontent? Indeed, it was only this year that he took a greater interest in her. In past years, she endured such humiliation, living a life worse than that of the palace maidens, and yet he never paid her any heed. The Empress Dowager straightened herself and instructed, Quickly, summon her. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Tang was dining within her quarters. The temple offered only vegetarian fare. Generally, she did not possess a strong desire for indulgence, thus she had no particular grievances, and consumed a modest amount. At the moment she set down her chopsticks, Fong Ning entered with Granny Lu. Fong Ning wore a troubled expression as she announced, Your Ladyship, Granny Lu insists on speaking with you about something urgent. And I could not deter her. Upon seeing Granny Lu's imposing demeanor, Meng Tang understood well that the Empress Dowager had likely heard of her discord with the Emperor and was preparing to confront her. She took a handkerchief and dabbed at her mouth, inquiring, What is it, Granny? Granny Lu replied, The Empress Dowager requests your presence. Meng Tang countered, Has Granny Lu's injury healed? I recall that last time, the Emperor had someone strike you. leaving your face bruised. That bruise, indeed, had been inflicted by Fong Ning. She glared fiercely at Fong Ning and said, "Of course, it is well. Your Highness should not indulge in idle chatter. Let us hasten and not keep the Empress Dowager waiting." Meng Tang rose and simply replied, "All right." However, Fong Ning did not follow suit. Upon seeing Meng Tang accompanied by Lu Mama, she hurriedly made her way to Xiao Hongyun, who resided in the grandest chamber of the West Wing. The Lu Feng courtyard. Kai Wei promptly extended her hand to stop her, saying, "Sister Fong Ning, it is not convenient for our mistress to meet anyone at this moment. What is the Empress doing?" Fong Ning inquired. Kai Wei smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction, and replied, "Our mistress is currently engaged in a game of chess with His Majesty, and it may not be convenient for you to see her." Fong Ning had intended to request Xiao Hongyun to convey a message to the emperor. Hearing that he was present, she immediately declared, "I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty and the Empress." "Sister Fong Ning, it truly is not convenient." Fong Ning produced a pouch of silver and handed it to Kai Wei, saying, "Surely, my mistress has often looked after your mistress, has she not? I kindly ask you." Sister Kai Wei, to facilitate this, Kai Wei, of course, refused. Just as she was about to speak, a voice from within the room called out, "Kai Wei, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" Kai Wei sighed and responded, "Sister Fong Ning from the Empress's side has arrived." Upon hearing this, Chui paused momentarily in his game. His deep voice resonated. "What does she seek?" "I do not know, Your Majesty." "Let her in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Kai Wei turned to Fong Ning and said, "All right, dear sister, His Majesty has summoned you." Hurriedly, Kai Wei entered the room and knelt with a thud. Xiao Hongyun, surprised, asked, "What is Fong Ning doing?" Fong Ning bowed her head and replied, "Replying to Your Highness, our mistress has once again been summoned by the Empress Dowager. I beseech His Majesty to come to her aid." Chui frowned upon hearing this. Xiao Hongyun immediately rose and said, "Why did you not mention such an important matter earlier? Hurry, take me there." However, Chui cast her a sidelong glance and calmly replied, "My beloved, what is the haste? The game is yet unfinished." With an indifferent expression, he placed a black piece on the board and remarked, "The Empress Dowager is my mother. Can I possibly harm her?" Fong Ning, bowing her head to the ground, recalled the quarrel between Chui and Meng Tang earlier in the day, rendering her speechless. Yet, Xiao Hongyun interjected, "Your Majesty, you are well aware of how the Empress has been tormented by the Empress Dowager." Chui, recalling the fearful and disdainful look Meng Tang had cast upon him, felt as though his heart was pricked by needles. Abruptly, he cast aside his chess piece and stated, "Zitong likely does not wish to see me. In her eyes, I am perhaps more fearsome than the Empress Dowager." Chapter 37. He is loyal and righteous. He bore a notorious reputation for cruelty and bloodshed. Indifferent to how others perceived him, he could even smile while sending people to their demise. Yet Meng Tang was different. Meng Tang was his wife. She had once expressed her belief that for every life he took, there was a reason behind it, and she trusted that he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. He had believed her words, but today, Meng Tang had looked at him with such eyes. Chui could not help but feel anger swell within him. It was precisely because he cared for her opinion that he felt this way. Hearing his words, Fong Ning hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how could the Empress possibly not wish to see you? You cannot fathom the depth of the Empress's affection for you. Over the years, particularly during her initial days in the palace, she endured considerable hardship, yet, in her letters to her family, she consistently reported only good news, striving to alleviate their worries and avoid causing you any trouble, despite the court's whispers branding her as timid and unworthy of her position. The Empress never uttered a word of complaint. However, Your Majesty, have you ever considered that she hails from a distinguished military lineage? In her family, she was cherished as a precious jewel. What noble woman would silently endure humiliation? Yet, for your sake, she has borne the bitter cold of winter without coal and received scant bedding from the inner court, all while enduring insults from maids and being subjected to ridicule. The Empress, once a spirited rider, has suppressed her brilliance to embody the grace of a gentle queen. Though she has never known comfort in the palace, she has never expressed reluctance on your behalf." Fong Ning, with tears in her eyes, implored, "Your Majesty, allow me to speak from the heart today. The Empress would sacrifice everything for you. This earnest sentiment is witness to the heavens. How could she not long to see you? During her confinement, you think of her daily, and she, too, yearns for you each day. She prays for your well-being before the Buddha." When the Empress faltered, she accepted the consequences, feeling unworthy to face you, which led her to impose this almost self-punishing confinement upon herself. "I am unaware of any misunderstandings between the Empress and yourself, but I know that despite any faults, her heart has always been aligned with yours." Yes, Chui listened, memories of Meng Tang's initial years in the palace flooded back. Those years were marred by the Meng family's tyrannical dominance, where no one dared to challenge their authority in the court. The achievements of the three dynasties, their efforts to rescue the throne, were not his victories, but those of the Meng family. Thus, Chui intentionally distanced himself from Meng Tang, withholding intimacy and publicly favoring other concubines on the nights he was to share with her, thereby diminishing her status. She had indeed suffered greatly in the palace due to his indifference, yet he had not anticipated that in the absence of warmth and comfort, even the lowest servants could openly humiliate her. This reflection drew parallels with his own past, where, despite being a prince, he was relegated to serving other princes, enduring similar indignities. With a furrowed brow, a voice within urged him to check on her, to ensure she was not being mistreated. Ultimately, he could not release her from his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "Very well, lead the way." Fong Ning's heart leapt with joy. "Yes, your majesty." In the initial snow hall, the Empress Dowager resided in the temple. Meng Tang followed Granny Lu into the room, where the Empress Dowager scrutinized her from her throne. Granny Lu barked, boldly, upon seeing her majesty, "Why do you not promptly kneel and pay your respects?" Today, Meng Tang was in a foul mood. She understood that to regain the favor she had lost, she would have to play the part of the wronged. However, after enduring for so many years and pretending to be virtuous, she longed to indulge herself for once. Even clay figures possess their temper, let alone her. Gazing at her, Meng Tang remarked, "Mother, after being confined for so many days, have you forgotten how you came to be despised by His Majesty?" The Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically. In the past, Meng Tang had always been submissive, never imagining that this gentle-spirited daughter of the Meng family would dare to speak to her in such a manner. "I am the mother of His Majesty. How dare you, as Empress, address me so insolently? Do you intend to commit an act of treason?" she commanded. "Lu Yu, teach her a lesson, strike her until she comprehends the essence of loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety." Hearing these words, Granny Lu lifted her chin defiantly and replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall go and shatter her insolent tongue." As she approached, her hand rose high, a glimmer of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. At that very moment, a figure clad in deep indigo appeared at Chushiwa Pavilion. Upon hearing the servant girl's words and witnessing the scene within, Chu Yi's heart tightened, and he prepared to unleash a reprimand. However, to his astonishment, his typically gentle wife suddenly seized Granny Lu's wrist with great force. Meng Tang swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to the cheek of the insubordinate maid. This act not only shocked those within the room, but also left Chu Yi and consort Xiao outside utterly astounded. The sudden blow elicited a shriek from Granny Lu, who cried, "How dare you strike me? As the Empress, how is it that I cannot discipline a wicked servant?" Her tone was frigid. The Empress Dowager, equally taken aback, rose to her feet, pointing a trembling finger at her, exclaiming, You bold wretch, Meng Tang, do you not know that as a wife, your husband is your heaven? You must honor your husband and love your children, serving your in-laws dutifully." "Mother," Meng Tang replied, "I am only aware that in the past, His Majesty has never pursued any grievances against you, despite your actions, all due to your single act of kindness. Yet you continually seek to create discord for him. You truly believe that after you have humiliated His Majesty so grievously, he would still retain you and honor you as his mother?" The Empress Dowager looked at her, panic etched across her face. "You have lost your mind. How dare you speak such reckless words?" Outside, Xiao Hongyun was equally startled by these words. She had only ever witnessed the Empress's submissiveness and had never seen her display such decisiveness and ferocity. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Yi raised his hand, silencing her with a glance. His interest peaked as he observed the unfolding drama. Meng Tang's eyes were filled with disdain as she addressed the elderly Empress Dowager. "Had it not been for that bowl of rice you once bestowed upon His Majesty when he first encountered you, do you think you could still be here playing the part of a doting mother? You have humiliated me for 7 long years. I have always sought to avoid troubling him, not wishing to affect the bond between mother and son or bring shame upon him from the previous dynasty. Mother, I have endured until now, but since His Majesty has severed all ties with you, I shall no longer bear it. I am the Empress, the legitimate wife of His Majesty, even for his sake. I must reclaim my dignity, for my honor reflects upon him." Descending from her elevated seat, the Empress Dowager sneered, "You have been Empress for 7 years. Despite my trials against you, His Majesty has never cared. He is a man of little sentiment. Do you truly believe he holds you in high regard? Just because he stood up for you once, do you imagine he will do so again? Meng girl, you overestimate your importance. Today, even if I punish you here, do you think you will rise in your defense once more? You are nothing but a mere plaything, when he is in good spirits." He may indulge you, but when he is not, there are countless other concubines in the harem for his pleasure. Today, she frolics with the daughters of the Shao family. Does she spare a thought for you? Meng Tang, you cannot possibly be so naive as to believe that the emperor harbors any genuine affection for you, can you? The Empress Dowager exclaimed in exasperation. If Chui were truly indifferent to Meng Tang, as she claimed, he would indeed remain unconcerned regardless of the dowager's humiliations. Meng Tang let out a light laugh and retorted, you claim he is ungrateful? Mother, you are mistaken. After years of acquaintance, you have failed to comprehend him. She showed no fear, meeting the dowager's gaze with unwavering strength. If he were truly heartless, he would not remember the kindness of that meal, nor would he allow your Nye family to wield power through false pretenses. On what grounds do you accuse him of being ungrateful? You have enjoyed the esteemed title of Empress Dowager for so many years. Have you ever considered who bestowed it upon you? Were it not for him, how could you have ascended to such heights? It is his profound sense of loyalty that has allowed those who once wronged him to rise to positions of power. To suggest he is ungrateful is utterly ludicrous. The Empress Dowager's face paled at her words. You have truly lost your mind. Lu Yu, administer the torture. I shall make her understand that she cannot behave so insolently before me. Let us see if His Majesty will stand up for you today and confront me. The Dowager scoffed repeatedly. Lu Mama quickly interjected. Yes, I shall teach her a lesson on your behalf. Lu Mama raised her voice deliberately. Your Highness, are you aware of what torture entails? I will use the clamps on your fingers, tightening them until your skin breaks or, at worst, your fingers are severed. How excruciating that would be, for the fingers are linked to the heart. Chapter 38, The gentle persona crumbles. Lu Mama's intent was to intimidate Meng Tang, hoping to witness fear etched upon her face, to see her beg for mercy before the servant. Yet, she was met with disappointment. Meng Tang's voice brimmed with anger as she declared, You vile servant, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lu Mama brandished the clamps and said, Your Highness speaks defiantly. I shall see how resolute you remain once subjected to this punishment. Meng Tang smiled, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. Mother, you truly intend to allow this insolent servant to inflict punishment upon your daughter? The Empress Dowager resumed her seat, asserting, What objection can I have? As the Empress, you show no respect for your mother-in-law, and as a wife, you lack reverence for your husband. Since His Majesty is preoccupied, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you properly. Lu Yu, proceed with the punishment. Lu Yu barked at the servants in the room. What are you hesitating for? Restrain her. The maids and eunuchs, though intimidated by the Empress's status, dared not defy the Dowager's orders. Forgive us, Your Highness. Xiao Hongyun, uncertain if the Empress could handle the multitude of unruly servants alone, was about to call for assistance when Chui raised his hand to stop her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Wait, hold on. Xiao Hongyun felt anxious. How could a mere woman stand against so many unruly servants? Surely His Majesty would not truly allow that insolent servant to punish the Empress. She regarded him with a gaze filled with suspicion. Chui instinctively sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. His Zitong, bold enough to challenge the Empress Dowager, must possess a means of resolution. Zitong was not like Xiao Hongyun, lacking in wit and reckless in her pursuit of fleeting satisfaction. As expected, a cold voice of mockery emanated from within the room. Mother, have you perhaps forgotten my name? She lifted her foot and kicked the eunuch who dared to approach her to the ground. Subsequently, she seized the water jug from the table and hurled it viciously at the maid. Behind her, a cacophony of falling furniture ensued. Meng Tang brandished a chair leg, striking it forcefully against Lu Momo, who collapsed to the floor, wailing in agony. How dare you? How dare you behave so insolently in the Empress Dowager's court? She declared. In ancient times, there was Mulan who took command. Today, it is I who shall punish these treacherous servants. A glint of fierceness flickered in Meng Tang's eyes as she asserted, I have practiced martial arts with my father since the age of 5. Do you truly believe that a daughter of the Meng family is one to be bullied? Were it not for my entry into the palace, I too could lead troops into battle alongside my father. A daughter of the Meng family is no mere ornament. I have endured your insolence for the sake of maintaining decorum for His Majesty. The Empress Dowager retreated step by step, stating, Meng Tang, your wild behavior here today, how can such a disposition qualify you to be Empress? I will certainly report this to His Majesty. A low voice resonated from outside, declaring, There is no need, I have heard everything. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer, and a man clad in elegant dark garments crossed the threshold. Meng Tang froze momentarily, her expression shifting. She was uncertain how long Chui had been outside, listening. Under the guise of chastising the Empress Dowager and reprimanding the servants, she had vented her frustrations. While she felt a sense of relief, Chui had always disdained those who acted with arrogance. Witnessing her current demeanor would surely diminish his admiration for her. Stiffening, Meng Tang instinctively glanced at the affection progress, bar.to her astonishment. Rather than diminishing, it had increased, now standing at 46. Meng Tang gazed at him in disbelief. It had never been like this before. In the past, when she had displayed her temper and even resorted to violence against the servants, Chuyi's eyes had betrayed his contempt, which was impossible to conceal. Hence, Meng Tang had later adopted a facade of grace and gentility. The Empress Dowager approached, weeping as she pointed at Meng Tang, exclaiming, "Is this the fine empress you have chosen, running amok in my presence? Where is the gentility and grace? It is utterly ridiculous, Your Majesty. Do you truly believe she is worthy of being empress?" Meng Tang hung her head, remaining silent. The earlier bravado had vanished, leaving her seemingly lost in a state of shock. She could not help but check the affection progress bar repeatedly. Indeed, it had genuinely increased by 3 points. Meng Tang felt somewhat dazed, finding it hard to believe that her gentle persona had crumbled in such a manner. Yet Chuyi's admiration had still risen. A slight smile graced Chuyi's lips as his deep voice echoed in the room. "I believe she is worthy." The Empress Dowager looked at him in astonishment. "Your Majesty, I am your mother. She has humiliated me to this extent. How can such a woman, disloyal and unfilial, be worthy of sharing the ancestral temple?" Yet, Chuyi retorted, "She is my empress, and yet you wish to subject her to unjust punishment? Who are you truly slapping in the face?" The Empress Dowager's complexion turned pale. "I am merely teaching her a lesson on behalf of the emperor. Oh, if anyone is to teach her a lesson, it should be I. I am the one who married her, not you, mother." His gaze was intense as he fixed it upon Meng Tang. She lowered her head, pondering what Chuyi could possibly mean by this. Had he not previously treated her with fury and indifference? She had assumed that she would have to go out of her way to appease him in order to quell his anger. Yet now, seeing Chuyi's smiling countenance, he bore no semblance of being upset. The Empress Dowager trembled with indignation and said, "Your Majesty, are you truly willing to place yourself in a position of filial disgrace for her sake? The Holy Mother Empress Dowager has been deceased for many years. I have already fulfilled all duties of filial piety that I owed her. How can you claim that I am unfilial?" She seemed to have forgotten how she had once forced her son to kneel before her and her favored child, treating him as mere fodder for amusement. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Meng Tang with a curious glint, remarking, "Zitong, this is the first time I have witnessed you wielding a stool leg as a weapon. You truly exhibit the demeanor of General Meng, who in the court did not know that General Meng Yan was a boorish man. Constantly uttering coarse language, was the tyrant not mocking her?" Meng Tang snapped back to reality and hurriedly discarded the stool leg, performing a graceful curtsy toward Chuyi, reverting to her previous, gentle self. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. Mother is quite right. I am uncouth and unworthy, failing to uphold the dignity of the royal family, and indeed, I am not fit to reside in the palace." Her tone, once cold and sharp during her confrontation with the Empress Dowager, now dripped with sweetness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chuyi cast her a meaningful glance. "Ah, mother, your attendants in the Sinang palace are quite audacious. Daring to oppress the Empress. If we are to speak of the royal dignity, is it not obliterated from the moment you allow your subordinates to trample upon the Empress?" As these words fell, the entire room of servants, including the old matron Lu, trembled in fear as they knelt, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They dared not meet the emperor's gaze. His words were light, yet the absence of anger in his tone only heightened their terror. The emperor's wrath lay concealed beneath a calm surface, and the more serene he appeared, the more devastating his eventual outburst would be. "Your Majesty, please forgive us." Lu's body quivered like a sieve. Chuyi stood tall and regal, embodying the authority of the emperor. The Empress Dowager took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, will you truly punish your mother for a mere girl from the Meng family?" Chuyi remained silent, casually remarking, "Since mother enjoys the arbitrary exercise of power so much, let her observe closely today. Li Chongfu, take all of the Empress Dowager's attendants outside and subject them to the punishment of finger amputation until all 10 of their fingers are severed." Fang Ning felt tears welling up as she witnessed the emperor stand up for the empress. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Chongfu beckoned the guards, who proceeded to drag the trembling servants into the courtyard. Lu's face turned pale with terror as she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, please show mercy. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." She crawled to Meng Tang, sobbing uncontrollably, her forehead bleeding from striking it against the ground. "I truly was in the wrong, Your Majesty. I have wronged you before. I know my mistakes. Punish me as you will. I accept it all. I beseech you, your majesty, to intercede with the emperor and spare me this once. Meng Tang instinctively took a step back. Chy forcefully kicked Lu Momo to the ground, exclaiming, wretched creature, the account for your previous humiliation of the empress has yet to be settled, drag her away. Especially that Lu Yu, I demand she be punished severely. I want to hear her screams. Lu Yu, a personal maid who had entered the palace alongside the Empress Dowager, was a long-standing servant of the Dowager's family. Making this act a blatant affront to her dignity. A flicker of compassion appeared in the Dowager's eyes as she interjected, Your Majesty, the Empress has ultimately not been harmed, why must you resort to such measures? This is Lingon Temple, and tomorrow, there is a grand ceremony for the people's blessings. If blood is shed, it would surely be against the will of heaven. Chy's eyes glinted with derision. Retorting, Mother, you are aware that administering punishment here at Lingon Temple defies the celestial order. I commend your understanding. I had thought you incapable of grasping such a simple truth. The Dowager, flustered, grasped the table for support. Chy continued, You should rest, Mother. It is your indulgence in the flattering words of these sycophants that has led you to this state. In the future, I shall arrange for someone to attend to your needs. And such fawning individuals will no longer be by your side. Why you intend to isolate me? She gasped, incredulous. Chy offered no reply. A fit of coughs erupted from the Dowager, her rage manifesting as she could no longer suppress her distress. Ultimately, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the floor. Chy's expression remained indifferent as he remarked, Mother, do not faint, I still wish for you to witness this punishment. He commanded coldly. Someone, assist the Empress Dowager. Yes, your majesty. The Dowager was escorted to the entrance, where a multitude of kneeling maids and servants filled the courtyard, their wails of supplication mingling with their terror as guards forcibly shackled them. On the elevated platform, Chy sat upon a chair of golden silk namad. He gestured to Meng Tang, signaling her to take a seat beside him. Come Zitong, sit next to me. Meng Tang bit her lip and replied, Yes, your majesty. She obediently settled beside him. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Chy's lips as he lifted the tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Let us begin. He commanded. And the next moment, the guards tightened their grips on the shackles. The courtyard echoed with anguished cries, each scream piercing the air, causing the victims to writhe in agony. Have they not eaten? Put some strength into it. I want to see their fingers broken. Chy stated indifferently. Yes, your majesty. As Meng Tang observed this scene, her eyelashes fluttered slightly although she understood their plight was of their own making. She could not help but feel a sense of discomfort. The cries were too jarring, striking her ears like daggers. Leaning back in his chair, Chy tilted his head to gaze at Meng Tang, saying, Zitong, pay close attention, you nearly became like them today. Are you afraid? Meng Tang smiled softly, uttering words that pleased Chy. I am not afraid, for I know your majesty acts in my best interest. I will watch closely and remember this moment. Yet, Chy's gaze suddenly darkened. He was not afraid of the brutality unfolding before him, but rather terrified of the man he had become. With a disdainful laugh, he remarked, You are not afraid, you never feared them. What you truly fear is me. She once again donned that obedient demeanor. The previously arrogant and cold Meng family girl had disappeared. Chui found himself increasingly unable to fathom this person by his side. Perhaps all her submissiveness and attempts to please were merely a fade for his eyes. She was no different from those women in the palace who approached him with ulterior motives. She too had her own agenda. As the torment concluded, Empress Dowager Nya stood at the door, drenched in cold sweat. Were it not for the guards holding her, she would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Li Changfu entered and reported, Your Majesty, the execution has ended. How should we dispose of these individuals? A flicker of wrath appeared in Chuyi's gaze. He abhorred those sycophantic and treacherous servants. All his scars and old ailments were the result of such vile subordinates. Chuyi declared, Imprison them, after the sacrifice to heaven, drag them to the West Vegetable Market for execution. As for their families, they shall face 3 generations of punishment. Upon hearing these words, both Li Changfu and the guards fell to their knees in shock. A seemingly casual remark left everyone astounded. Li Changfu's lips moved as if to persuade, but ultimately he dared not speak. Chuyi, weary of the situation, was about to rise and leave when Meng Tang suddenly pressed her hand against his. Her small hand warm against the back of his. Hastily, Meng Tang stood, lifting her skirts as she knelt before him, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Do not bring calamity upon their families. Chuyi's eyes remained indifferent as he inquired, Is it that Zitong believes I have gone too far? That I am cruel and unyielding? Meng Tang quickly shook her head, her anxiety palpable as she replied, Your Majesty, I fear you may be criticized by others. The death of those servants is inconsequential, but your reputation must not be tarnished by their actions. Chui gazed at her in silence, asking, "Is this your true sentiment?" Chapter 40. I grieve for your majesty, Meng Tang responded. Every word I utter is from the depths of my heart. Chui rose, assessing her from his elevated position. Before assisting her to her feet, he said, "I have reigned for 8 years, bearing the label of tyranny for the same duration. Should I now be afraid?" Yet Meng Tang replied, "But I truly grieve for you." Chuyi's expression instantly turned frigid as he retorted, "I kill to protect you, yet you fear and despise me. Refusing my touch, I stand up against wicked servants for your sake, and you impede my actions. Do you truly grieve for me, or are you merely dissatisfied with my brutality? You know in your heart." With that, Chui flicked his sleeve in anger and departed. Li Chongfu, witnessing the scene, hurriedly remarked, "Your Highness, why must you act thus? You know well the nature of His Majesty, the more you oppose him, the angrier he becomes." With a sigh, Li Chongfu quickly followed after him. Standing nearby, Xiao Hongyun pondered and then said, "Do you realize the immense effort your maid has exerted to bring His Majesty here to rescue you?" Fang Ning remained silent. Xiao Hongyun continued, "His Majesty does all this for you. Why would you send him away?" Meng Tang exhaled heavily, replying, "I genuinely do not wish for him to ruin his reputation on my behalf. A punishment extending to 3 generations is excessive," Xiao Hongyun remarked. "In fact, before arriving, His Majesty was still upset with you, yet even in his anger, he came to your aid. Do you know why? Your Majesty is utterly indifferent to his own reputation. He solely desires your well-being. Dear Queen, I must speak a thought that may be deemed inappropriate. For 7 years, Sinang Palace has humiliated you, so why must you concern yourself with their lives or deaths?" Meng Tang cast a glance at the distracted Empress Dowager and remarked, "I had no intention of meddling in their fates. I merely fear that your Majesty's wrath may lead to excessive bloodshed." "If your Majesty is untroubled, why should you be?" Xiao Hongyun retorted. Silently Meng Tang sighed. "To love him is to naturally wish for his well-being." Xiao Hongyun fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, Meng Tang feared nothing. She merely feigned the demeanor of a delicate flower to soothe Chui. Yet today, her usual ruse proved ineffective. When Chui arrived, he bore a smile, appearing somewhat placated, but upon departure, his anger seemed to have intensified. Could it truly be that breaking character renders the innocent flower persona obsolete? Meng Tang felt a headache coming on. The capricious emperor was proving to be quite the enigma. Chuyi's discontent was palpable, the agitation in his brows and eyes nearly impossible to conceal. The ministers in the room trembled with trepidation. The Minister of Justice, Mei Xiaoyu, spoke cautiously, "Your Majesty, a shipment of arms has gone missing from the western camp. It is feared they have fallen into the hands of bandits." Chui replied, "The responsible parties from the western camp shall be imprisoned and interrogated. I have witnessed that group masquerading as refugees. They are too well trained to act without a commander behind them. Investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the bandits have mingled with the refugees, making it difficult to distinguish between the two." Chui declared. "If they cannot be differentiated, then we must eliminate them all. We cannot allow these bandits to sow chaos within the capital." However, Chui suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes still icy, and inquired, "What is it? Do you also believe I am being too cruel?" One minister fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I would not dare, Your Majesty. I merely fear that should we mistakenly execute innocents, it could incite terrible rumors and unrest among the populace." Chui countered, "Have you devised a means to distinguish the bandits from the refugees?" The minister was drenched in cold sweat. "We both understand that failing to eradicate the roots of this problem will lead to future calamities. Currently, the bandits have united. If we do not quell them swiftly, they will become insurrectionists. Must we not seek to pacify them?" Chui laughed, saying, "Do you comprehend the number of lives, over 10,000 weapons lost from the western camp, that could be claimed by the common folk? Pacify them? Do they deserve such a fate?" The minister froze, responding, "I understand, Your Majesty. I shall dispatch someone to attend to this matter immediately." The capital has grown increasingly unstable of late. During the upcoming Duanwu festival, the streets will be bustling with citizens. Ensure that additional patrols are deployed. Any signs of unrest must be reported immediately. This Duanwu must unfold without incident. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chui sighed, fatigue evident in his brow and eyes. No one can truly comprehend him. Even Meng Tang is not exempt from this folly. Li Chongfu entered, inquiring, "Your Majesty, will you be visiting the ladies tonight?" Chui replied, "There is no need. The temple is a place of tranquility. Tomorrow marks the grand blessing ceremony. Everyone should rest well." "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall inform the ladies that they need not await your arrival." In the dead of night, Meng Tang lay in bed when a thunderous roar echoed from afar. jolting her awake, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Rising from her bed, she peered through the window and beheld a conflagration that lit up the sky. She hastily descended, emerging from the dwelling, calling out. Fang Ning, the Lingon temple is in chaos. The bandits have gathered under the cover of night and are assaulting the mountain en masse. Damn it, let us slay the tyrants and change the dynasty. Brothers, follow me into battle. Disguised as refugees, the marauders surged into Lingon temple, unleashing a torrent of destruction. Meng Tang quickly made her way to the other courtyard, shaking Fang Ning awake. Fang Ning, rise swiftly, we must head to the eastern courtyard to find His Majesty. As Fang Ning was about to inquire, she caught sight of the raging inferno outside, her complexion shifting dramatically just as Meng Tang and Fang Ning dashed out of the courtyard. They collided head-on with the bandits charging up the mountain. Meng Tang turned and fled. The path ahead was blocked, and the only escape led to the Empress Dowager's quarters. The Empress Dowager had also awakened, exclaiming, "What is happening? What is going on?" Meng Tang stepped forward, grasping her, and said, "Mother, bandits are attacking the mountain." Fang Ning, hide in the water vat, I will divert them. Once they leave, you can quietly seek out His Majesty. How can that be? I am in good health. They won't catch me. You are slower, and if they pursue you, you may not survive. Before Fang Ning could elaborate further, the bandits were already closing in from behind. The Empress Dowager's face turned ashen. In the dead of night, Chui gazed at the flames spreading across the mountain, furiously demanding, "Where are the people from the Imperial City Guard? Are they all useless? How could they allow so many thieves to ascend the mountain?" Li Changfu knelt on the ground, replying, "Your Majesty, all the guards on duty tonight have been slain, including Commander Liu." Furrowing his brow, Chui inquired, "Where is Meng Tang?" "She is unaccompanied." With that, Chui rose and strode away. Colliding with Fang Ning, who rushed in, grabbing her, he pressed, "Where is your mistress?" Fang Ning sobbed, "My mistress went alone to lure the bandits away so that I could seek help." Upon hearing this, Chuyi's heart seemed to stop, his pupils constricting. "What did you say? Your Majesty, you must send someone to find the Empress. She is in a fragile state and cannot endure much longer." Chuyi forcefully pushed her aside, commanding, "Li Changfu, the northern camp is closest. You must descend the mountain to seek reinforcements. The remaining Imperial Guard shall join me in a thorough search for the Empress." Yes. The rear mountain of Lingon Temple was the only place untouched by the marauders. Meng Tang slipped into the woods. She glanced at the Empress Dowager beside her and asked, "Why do you follow me? I cannot protect you." Nie Zhuqing's hair was disheveled, and she found herself without anyone capable by her side. The most reliable person turned out to be Meng Tang, whom she had often looked down upon. Remembering how Meng Tang had reprimanded the servants during the day, Nie Zhuqing felt compelled to closely follow her. In that moment, all semblance of the Empress Dowager's dignity and authority had vanished, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. "Meng girl, you must protect me. If you can safeguard me, I shall never trouble you again." Chapter 41, I beg you, save me. Upon hearing this, Meng Tang replied, "Mother, you should not have troubled me in the first place. Moreover, do you truly believe you can trouble me again in the future? To persuade me to protect you with such words is rather absurd, is it not?" Nie Zhuqing, filled with trepidation at the thought of Meng Tang truly abandoning her, hastily grasped her wrist and declared, "I have never sought anyone's favor. Should you forsake me here, the Nie family shall not rest until justice is served. The Nie clan oversees the military supplies in the capital. Consider the plight of the 100,000 troops stationed in the desolate northern frontiers. If anything were to happen to me, the provisions destined for Shuabe would undoubtedly fail to arrive on time." Meng Tang retorted with dissatisfaction, "Mother, are you aware of what you are saying? If your Nie family were to greedily hoard the supplies meant for the Shuabe army, do you truly believe His Majesty would tolerate such treachery?" Nie Zhuqing chuckled, her tone imbued with confidence. "Contemplate this, those 100,000 troops cannot be wielded at will, they are beholden to the Meng family. And His Majesty has long harbored dissatisfaction." Meng Tang's expression remained composed as she weighed the pros and cons. Nie Zhuqing continued, "In comparison to the bandits before us, those are seasoned cavalry, trained for battle. How could you rest easy? The principle that one cannot slumber beside the throne without vigilance is surely not lost on you. In truth, the provisions allocated to Shuabe have diminished year by year. Have you not noticed? If you can protect me, I assure you, this year, the Shuabe army shall experience a prosperous new year. No sooner had Nie Zhuqing finished speaking than the bandits had already pursued them to the rear mountain. "Brothers, seize the treacherous emperor and his consort, capture one, and slay another. Kill, kill, kill. A woman capable of tyranny is surely no paragon of virtue. Brothers, a change of dynasty hinges upon this night. Kill, kill, kill." the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the bandits, clad in armor and wielding long blades, incessantly scoured the mountainside. The Empress Dowager trembled slightly and uttered, "If we are captured, it will be our demise." Meng Tang grasped the Empress Dowager's wrist, casting a warning glance her way, and whispered urgently, "Your Majesty, how can I trust you? Look at those bandits in the distance. If I simply push you out, I might secure my own escape. What say you?" Nie Zhuqing stiffened and protested. "You cannot do this. I am your mother. For 7 years, have you ever regarded me as a daughter-in-law? Humph, mother, you have never considered His Majesty as your son, just as you look down upon me. Is that not the case? Spare me the pretenses. You claim you can ensure a prosperous year for the Shuabe army. How can I believe you?" Nie Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, reflecting on how, despite her treatment of this daughter-in-law, Meng Tang had always acquiesced and never revealed her true nature. Nie Zhuqing had long assumed her to be feeble, thus intensifying her own harshness over the years. While Meng Tang had never retaliated, this misconception led Nie Zhuqing to believe that her daughter-in-law was easily manageable. Yet today, in the light of day and amidst recent events, it became abundantly clear that Meng Tang was far from ordinary. All those years of forbearance might have been a guise. The Empress Dowager clenched her teeth and pressed a token into Meng Tang's hand, declaring, "This is the iron decree of the logistics camp." Meng Tang glanced at it, confirming its authenticity. The Empress Dowager was correct. Over the years, Chui had indeed grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Shuabe army, a force he could not utilize, and the rations dispatched had been steadily declining as he pressured them to bow to his will. The Shobe army has always been under the command of his father, who commanded unwavering loyalty. No one would submit to anyone else but him. Ever since learning of his father's military authority being stripped away, replaced by a mere nominal position, and the necessity for his daughter to enter the palace as a hostage, the discontent within Shobe army has simmered for quite some time, making it inconceivable for them to bow to Chui. "The soldiers require sustenance," Meng Tang declared. "Very well, mother, I shall safeguard you. Even in death, I will not allow you to perish." Hearing this, Nie Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. "Look at the treatment of the Shobe army. My words about their ungratefulness are not unfounded. Alas, the Shobe army has persistently refused to yield to him. Each time a new commander is dispatched to Shobe, they are invariably repelled. If you or I were in his position, we might not fare any better." "Humph, you are indeed partial to him. However, he may not extend the same courtesy to you." The Meng family once basked in glory, having saved the throne from peril and quelled internal strife. Meng Yan was a veteran of 3 reigns, who dared to defy him, and now, his father has indeed endured much humiliation, yet he has never harbored resentment. His father is aged, and perhaps a quiet life in the capital is not so bad. She smiled slightly, saying, "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish?" Nie Zhuqing fell silent. She still vividly recalled Meng Yan's youthful arrogance, now a mere shadow of its former self. Meng Tang grasped her hand and ventured deeper into the woods. Beyond these trees lay a precipice, unfathomably deep. As they reached the edge, both Meng Tang and Nie Zhuqing's expressions shifted dramatically. The sound of the bandits' footsteps grew ever closer, and it was evident they were about to be pursued. Nie Zhuqing screamed, "We are cornered, do not panic." Meng Tang inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed. "Even if they truly pursue us, I shall negotiate with them to ensure your safety." Nie Zhuqing's complexion drained of color as she retreated step by step. Suddenly, armored bandits emerged from the thicket, bellowing, "We have found them, here they are, ha ha ha, one old and one young. The elder must be the Empress Dowager, and the younger, the Empress, I presume. We are fortunate indeed. Let us kill them and present their heads to our leader." The bandits wore expressions of fervor. "No, no." Nie Zhuqing was terrified, shaking her head repeatedly as she continued to back away. Meng Tang, taken aback, shouted, "Do not retreat, I promise to protect you." In the next moment, the earth of the cliff crumbled beneath them, sending the Empress Dowager plummeting down. Meng Tang hastily reached out to grasp her, but was pulled down as well by the force of inertia. With her eyes wide open, she clawed at the stone wall, desperately seeking something to hold on to. Perhaps fortune favored her. Her fingers found a crevice in the rock. Barely halting their descent, the bandits chased after them, peering down to see their quarry suspended on the cliff's wall. One of them remarked, "Go guard the base of the cliff, they cannot hold on for long. Just wait for them to fall. At this height, they are certain to perish." "Ah, it is the Imperial Guards, they are coming." "How can there be Imperial Guards? They appear to be the Golden Guards of the Dog Emperor." "Run!" The Golden Guards drew their blades, certain to spill blood. "Hurry, hurry, these 2 women are as good as dead." Meng Tang, hearing the commotion above, breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It seems they have fled, with one hand firmly wedged in the crevice of the stone wall. She clung tenaciously to the Empress Dowager's hand, leaving the latter suspended in mid-air. In a state of utter panic, the Empress Dowager implored, "Do not let go. Please do not release your grip. I have wronged you in the past. I am at fault, 1,000 times over. I should not have allowed the Emperor to torment you. You are a good person, and thus, you would not abandon me in my time of need." "Would you?" Meng Tang, upon hearing these words, let out a wicked laugh and replied, "What do you think? I have already secured the iron decree from the supply camp. It appears, dear mother, that you no longer have any reason to remain alive." Chapter 42, Zitong, all I desire is for you to survive. Furthermore, dear mother, as a mere fragile woman, I find it quite arduous to maintain my grip on this stone wall. It is quite possible that I may not endure long enough to await the Emperor's rescue and could fall at any moment. If I were to relinquish my hold and it were just me, I might still conserve some strength to await the Emperor's aid. The Empress Dowager's complexion turned a ghastly white as she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "No, please do not let go. I implore you, Meng Tang, I am willing to forsake my dignity today. I beseech you." The wind held cold and heavy between the cliffs. Meng Tang remarked, "You once humiliated me, and now you realize your mistakes." Nie Zhuqing's expression darkened, fearing that Meng Tang might renege on her agreement once she had secured her advantage. "Will you dare to prick me with needles again?" Meng Tang inquired. The Empress Dowager shook her head vehemently, asserting, "I shall not, I will not." "Will you still douse me with scalding hot tea?" "Never again, never again." Meng Tang was thoroughly satisfied and continued her inquiries. "Will you still make me kneel in the ancestral hall?" "Absolutely not, absolutely not." Meng Tang burst into hearty laughter and asked, "Then, dear mother, if I find myself in peril, will you come to my aid?" I will. Meng Tang then tightened her grip on the Empress Dowager's hand, stating, "Remember what you have promised tonight." She felt a sense of exhilaration. This old crone had humiliated her for years, and now she understood fear. She comprehended what it meant for one's life to be held in the hands of another. The Empress Dowager cautiously inquired, "You will not let go, nor will you allow me to perish, will you?" Meng Tang cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "The Meng family has always been loyal and righteous." Nie Zhuqing immediately grasped her meaning and sighed in relief. The imperial guards pursued and swiftly dispatched the bandits who had not managed to flee upon sighting the two suspended against the mountainside. The guards were taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we have found you." As those words fell from their lips, the Empress Dowager watched in disbelief as Meng Tang's expression shifted back to one of delicate fragility and sorrow. With a pitiful gaze directed at the Empress Dowager, she asked, "Mother, do you understand why the Emperor has repeatedly tolerated you?" The swift change in demeanor was so abrupt that Nie Zhuqing could scarcely react. Instinctively shaking her head, Meng Tang sighed and gently remarked, "Do you remember that bowl of rice? After the death of the Emperor's mother, you bestowed upon her a bowl of white rice. As Chui arrived, he heard Meng Tang's soft, delicate voice echoing between the cliffs. His heart tightened, and he urgently called out, "Go, prepare the ropes." Unfazed, Meng Tang continued, "Perhaps in your eyes, you merely offered a meager meal to a starving palace maid. But had you known he was Chui, you might not have granted him that bowl of rice. Yet, Your Majesty, he has remembered that bowl of rice for a lifetime, because of your unintentional act of charity. Even when the Nie family acted arrogantly and caused fatalities, you still indulged them. Even as the Nie family forcibly abducted maidens and engaged in unsavory conduct, you suppressed numerous scandals on their behalf. Mother, could you promise me that once we ascend, you shall refrain from displeasing His Majesty? Perhaps you might regard him with sincerity, treating him as your own kin. He is not heartless, rather, he is overly sentimental. Mother, a little kindness from you would be sufficient for him to remember your grace for a lifetime." Above, Chui listened to these words, his heart a tumult of emotions. He said, "Zitong, cease your words. Save your strength, I shall rescue you shortly." In a moment of realization, Nie Zhuqing understood that these words were directed at the Emperor. She cast a meaningful glance at Meng Tang, recognizing that the gentle and virtuous demeanor of the Meng family girl was indeed a fade crafted for the Emperor's eyes. Having once been a consort herself, Nie Zhuqing was well aware of the tactics of vying for favor. Meng Tang weakly implored, "Mother, can you promise me?" Nie Zhuqing could only respond, "Very well, I promise you." Above, the imperial guards lowered a rope, yet it was far too short. "Your Majesty, the rope is insufficient, it cannot reach," Chui exclaimed, "Then fetch a longer one." In a state of urgency, he called out, "Zitong, can you hold on?" Meng Tang's voice was faint, delicate as if it might shatter in the air at any moment. She replied, "Your Majesty, I can endure." She added, "Do not worry, Your Majesty, I shall be fine, and mother will be safe as well." Upon hearing the words mother, Chu Yi's gaze darkened. Zitong, release your grip, I only wish for your survival. Previously, he had quarreled with her, believing there would be ample time for them to share together in the future. But witnessing the current scene, his heart tightened, and he struggled to breathe. The line between life and death was perilously thin. From below, Meng Tang's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, I cannot doubt if mother were to fall today. How would you confront the Nye family? How would you face the officials of the previous dynasty? They would drown you in their spittle." Initially, upon hearing Chu Yi instruct Meng Tang to let go, Nye Zhuqing felt a moment of anxiety, fearing she might truly release her grip. Now, upon hearing her words, she quietly exhaled in relief. Yet, this admirable daughter-in-law displayed both forbearance and the ability to perform. Were she a son, she would surely achieve great things. Her expressions of deep affection towards the emperor were telling. Nye Zhuqing smiled wryly, pondering who truly held the upper hand. The emperor had yet to discern the true nature of his beloved. Hearing these words, Chu Yi realized that even in this dire moment, his Zitong was still considering his well-being. He said, "It matters not, Zitong. I fear not the idle gossip of the previous dynasty, I fear for your safety. I only wish for you to live. You cannot endure much longer. Release your grip." Though he spoke thus, Meng Tang understood him well. Should she let go today, allowing the Empress Dowager to perish, with Chu Yi's suspicious nature, he might wonder if she too would wish for his demise. Meng Tang is utterly incapable of relinquishing her grip, whether for the promise made to the Empress Dowager or for the affection she holds for Chu Yi. "Your Majesty, she is my mother, and the only person from the past by your side. I do not wish for you to reflect upon bygone days and find that there remains not a single familiar face." These words instantly brought tears to Chu Yi's eyes. It would be impossible to claim that he was not moved within. Such heartfelt sentiments could soften even the most hardened of hearts. He replied, "But I only wish for you to live. Both my mother and I will survive," she declared. No sooner had she spoken than Chu Yi could no longer contain himself. He understood that Meng Tang was but a frail woman. How terrified must she be, suspended against the cliffside, not to mention the fact that she clung to another person. Given her already delicate state, how could she endure such a position for long? Chu Yi exclaimed, "Zitong, I shall descend to rescue you." "Your Majesty, please don't." Meng Tang feigned deep affection as she implored, "I am Meng. I am not so weak. Oh, not put yourself in danger. Please, do not come down. I truly can hold on." Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi naturally interpreted them as her concern for his safety. It is often said that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Even in such dire straits, his Zitong was still thinking of him. What reason did he have to resent her or harbor hatred, whether she accused him of cruelty or deemed him inhumane? There existed only this one exceptional Zitong in the world, and he intended to keep her securely within his grasp. Zitong, be obedient, I will come down to save you. Chapter 43, Fear not. I shall protect you. Meng Tang shook her head, her pale cheeks slowly streaming with tears as she said, "If your Majesty is to risk himself for my sake, I shall immediately let go and leap down. Moreover, does your Majesty doubt my strength? I have drawn a 9-stone bow in my father's military camp. I truly can endure." Sweat beads began to form at her temples, seeing her in such a state. Chu Yi recognized her bravado. The man ceased his speech, lightly touched the tips of his toes to the cliff face, and leaped down. Li Changfu observed this scene, his eyes wide with alarm. He rushed to the cliff's edge and shouted, Your Majesty, someone, quickly, the Emperor has jumped." The Jingwu guard stood by, stating, "Do not panic, Mr. Li. How could I not be anxious? Such a high precipice, and His Majesty has leaped down." The Jingwu guards replied, "The Emperor never undertakes actions without assurance." As he descended to Meng Tang's position, Chu Yi plunged his dagger forcefully into the cliff face, using it to halt beside her. Zitong, I do not believe you would let go. You are too kind-hearted to allow the Empress Dowager and yourself to perish together. Nye Zhuqing trembled at this remark, for the Meng family girl was not known for her kindness. Meng Tang's eyes glistened with tears as she said, "Your Majesty, how could you truly come down? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me? I would be utterly unable to bear the consequences." Chu Yi reached out, gently caressing her pale cheek, wiping the dust from her face as he reassured her. "I shall not come to harm." Above, Li Changfu observed the scene and felt a sigh of relief escape him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He said, "Your Majesty, if you are truly in a hurry, you may allow the guards to descend in your stead. There is no need for you to personally court danger. However, Chui frowned, responding, "The guards lack the prowess that I possessed." He turned his gaze toward Meng Tang, then glanced at Nie Zhuqing below, saying, "Zitong, hand her over to me." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately grew anxious, recalling how the Emperor had earlier commanded Meng Tang to release her grip and had told her to die. In a flurry, she looked toward Meng Tang, praying she would not let go. Chui coaxed, "Be good, if this continues, you will not be able to hold on much longer. Give her to me." Meng Tang met his gaze and replied, "Your Majesty, she is my mother." Chui affirmed, "Indeed, she is your mother." A smile spread across Meng Tang's face, her eyes brimming with love and trust for him as she addressed Nie Zhuqing. "Mother, His Majesty is stronger than I. He will rescue you." In truth, both Meng Tang and Nie Zhuqing were sweating profusely, struggling to maintain their grip. Nie Zhuqing, in a state of panic, stammered, I do not wish." The Empress Dowager genuinely feared that Chui would simply let her fall. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Tang interjected, stating, "Mother, His Majesty is a man of his word. A decree from the Son of Heaven is as binding as the strongest of oaths." Yes, that not so. "Your Majesty?" Chui glanced at the Empress Dowager, extending his hand, affirming, "Indeed." In the next moment, he forcefully took the Empress Dowager from her grasp. With the Empress Dowager gone, Meng Tang felt a considerable relief. Before long, the Jinwu guards arrived with a rope, lowering it down. "Your Majesty, the rope has been lowered. Please hold on." Chui regarded the Empress Dowager with an impassive expression, saying, "Mother, you may ascend first," although his tone was laced with reluctance. Nie Zhuqing's heart settled as she grasped the rope, and was subsequently pulled up by the Jinwu guards. "Zitong, give me your hand." Chui reached out toward her, his eyes filled with warmth, a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown the Empress Dowager. "All right." Meng Tang extended her hand, just as the stone she was holding suddenly shifted. With a plop, Meng Tang found herself plummeting downward with the stone. Chuyi's pupils constricted in an instant, his mind went blank. And before he could think, he instinctively leapt after her, gripping Meng Tang's hand tightly and pulling her into his embrace. "Your Majesty!" Meng Tang exclaimed in shock. Chui held her closely, attempting to scale the stone wall. But its smooth surface offered no purchase. With reddened eyes, Meng Tang implored, "Your Majesty, how can you be so reckless in saving me?" Chui gently stroked her head, reassuring, do not fear, I shall protect you. Below is a stream, it will not claim your life. My dear Zitong, do not be afraid." With that, he lowered his head, kissing Meng Tang's forehead softly, tenderly, and repeatedly. Meng Tang was genuinely taken aback that he would once again leap down for her sake. She wrapped her arms around his lean waist, saying, "Your Majesty, I was wrong, I shall never sulk with you again." At that moment, when Chui truly jumped down, Meng Tang was overwhelmed with astonishment. The Chui she perceived as selfish and suspicious. How could he act so irrationally for her sake? Chui gently comforted, "I am no longer angry, Zitong. You dislike it when I take lives, so I shall refrain from doing so in the future." However, Meng Tang shook her head and replied, "Your Majesty, it is not that I disapprove, I was merely frightened by that deceased individual. You stained your hands with blood for my sake, how could I possibly hold that against you? I apologize, I truly was terrified at that moment. It was my first encounter with such a sight, seeing a person bisected, their entrails spilling forth. As a woman of noble birth, I have not been exposed to such harsh realities. It was the scene that frightened me, not your actions, and certainly not you, Your Majesty." Meng Tang's heartfelt words untangled the knot within Chuyi's heart. It was not disdain for his actions that had caused her expression, but sheer terror. Considering her upbringing as a genteel lady, it was indeed a shocking experience for her. Chui regretted not listening to her explanation more attentively, lamenting that he had not been there to offer her solace. The sound of the howling wind filled the air as they embraced, both descending into darkness. With a resounding splash, the water's surface erupted as they fell, yet Chui steadfastly shielded Meng Tang within his arms, ensuring she suffered no harm. Such a steep cliff posed a dire threat to their lives. Even in the water, Chui felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body as his consciousness began to wane. Sinking deeper into the abyss, "Your Majesty," Meng Tang grasped his hand, halting his descent. She swam, dragging him toward the shore. Fortunately, she had only experienced a brief ringing in her ears as they fell, her body remained unscathed. Chui had protected her so well that she could not bear to see him perish. Her hope of returning home was entirely tethered to him, though she did not harbor genuine affection. She could not bear the thought of him dying in such a desolate place. Meng Tang pressed against his chest, aiding him in expelling the water that had invaded his lungs. On the cliff above, Li Chongfu wore a grim expression, his voice sharp, "Hurry down and search, there are bands of bandits below." we cannot allow them to find His Majesty first." The Empress Dowager watched the scene in a daze. The Nie family harbored significant ambitions. All she needed to do was quietly inform them, discreetly locate Chu Yi, eliminate him, and then support a young child to ascend the throne, allowing her to govern from behind the curtains. Then, the realm would truly belong to the Nie family. The Empress Dowager clenched her fists, recalling Meng Tang's pale, sweat-drenched face when she had saved her. Chapter 44, "I shall soil you." Rain fell during the day, and the cave was filled with the damp scent of earth. Thunder rumbled outside. Meng Tang cast a glance at Chu Yi beside her, fervently hoping for his golden guard to arrive swiftly. The man let out a low groan. Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes. Meng Tang had not anticipated his awakening at such a moment. During thunderstorms, his old ailment would often flare, leading him to behave unpredictably, rendering this an unsuitable time for him to regain consciousness. Gazing into Chu Yi's dark, brooding eyes, Meng Tang asked, "Your Majesty, do you still recognize me?" Chu Yi remained silent, rising to a sitting position, extending his hand towards her. His thumb pressed firmly against her lips, and then his expression turned icy, his tone laced with a chilling murderous intent. "Who are you?" Very well, it was indeed the Chu Yi who, in the throes of his illness, attacked indiscriminately. Meng Tang was about to explain herself. The outside world was filled with the coarse voices of the bandits. "Have you found him? We demand to see the living or the dead. I heard that dog of an emperor fell down with him. It truly brings great relief to the heart." Meng Tang swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, wrapping her arms around his waist and pulling the man back behind a massive rock in the cave. Before long, the 5 bandits entered. The leader spat and remarked, "Bah, this knife is damned difficult to wield. The officials' weapons are no match for our own." He continued, "This is new stock from the western camp. Had it not been for that gentleman's covert exchange, we would never have access to such fine goods in our lifetime. Let's quickly dispose of that dog of an emperor once our leader ascends the throne. Let us see if those sanctimonious officials dare to chase us again." If the Chu family had not fallen into ruin, would he have had the chance to become emperor, after we kill him? "Let's hang his head at the city gate." The bandits conversed as they walked. Cold sweat trickled down Meng Tang's brow, with Chu Yi gravely injured and unable to distinguish friend from foe, and her own weakness rendering her powerless. She truly was no match for these men. She hoped they would not discover her and Chu Yi. However, fate had other plans. The deranged Chu Yi was beyond Meng Tang's control. He gripped Meng Tang's wrist, squeezing tightly, causing her to release her hold with a soft gasp. The bandits immediately sensed this subtle movement. "Who's there? Are you truly hiding here?" they taunted. "Ha, if you know what's good for you, come out, and we might just send you on your way." They approached the place where she and Chu Yi were concealed. Chu Yi shot her a glance, stepped forward, and appeared before them. Despite his injuries and damp clothing, his inherent nobility could not be concealed. His gaze was menacing, and his expression was cold. The bandits were struck with terror. "It's him. It must be Chu Yi. I have seen his portrait." Without any effort expended, they rallied. "Brothers, charge!" In an instant, the group clashed with Chu Yi. His moves were fierce and ruthless. Lacking a weapon, he fought with his bare hands. Even injured, he was not to be underestimated. He swiftly seized one bandit by the throat and tightened his grip. The man struggled momentarily before falling silent. The remaining 4 recoiled in horror, hastily retreating. "Your Majesty, the knife." "Catch." Seeing this, Meng Tang quickly picked up the knife from the ground and tossed it to Chu Yi. He raised his hand to catch it, sweeping the blade across. One head rolled to the ground. His eyes were filled with intense murderous intent, leaving 3 adversaries. The remaining 3, witnessing his brutality, felt their resolve crumble. Contemplating fleeing. "Run, inform the others, and send reinforcements." But Chu Yi would not grant them the chance to escape. With a forceful throw, he hurled the knife, which embedded itself in the back of the last man, who collapsed to the ground. Chu Yi advanced, withdrawing the blade and pursuing the remaining 2. Those 2 were filled with dread, as was Meng Tang. Even in such a severely injured state, he fought with such prowess. With a swift motion, Chu Yi blocked their path. Upon seeing this, the 2 intended to kneel and plead for mercy, but Chu Yi had no intention of granting them that opportunity, swiftly slitting their throats. His drenched clothing, now stained with blood, became increasingly sticky, accompanied by an overwhelming scent of iron. Chu Yi entered, reminiscent of a vengeful deity. Meng Tang felt nausea rise within her from the pungent odor. Retreating a step while bracing herself against the wall, her withdrawal seemed to strike a nerve within the man, prompting him to discard his weapon and stride purposefully toward her, his hands equally smeared with crimson. Upon reaching her, he fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. Her delicate visage bore an uncanny familiarity, and inexplicably, he reached out, malevolently smearing the blood from his hand onto her cheek, tainting her pristine skin with a vivid scarlet. Insisting she share in his filth. Do not shy away from me, he admonished, brow furrowed. Meng Tang pressed her lips together, recalling the fierce countenance he had displayed moments before, and dared not move. She inquired. Your Majesty, do you know who I am? Chu-yi tilted his head in confusion. He transferred the blood from his cheek to her neck, then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss, his expression rapturous as he murmured. So beautiful. His breath brushed against her neck, igniting a tingling sensation. Meng Tang instinctively arched her back, attempting to create distance, which only deepened Chu-yi's displeasure. Narrowing his eyes, he asked ominously, Are you afraid of me? He gripped the back of her head, pulling her towards him, asserting, You must not fear me. His tone was fierce. The blood on his body elicited a flicker of revulsion in Meng Tang's eyes. Your Majesty, would you kindly remove your soiled garments? Initially expecting resistance or the need for persuasion, she was taken aback when Chu-yi, without hesitation, released her and decisively stripped off his clothing, revealing a sculpted chest. The musculature elegant yet understated. Unfortunately, a long, gaping wound marred his torso, oozing blood incessantly, the depth revealing bone. He observed her for a moment, then, in a fit of madness, seized her hand, pressing her soft palm against his ghastly injury. Meng Tang instinctively recoiled. Chu-yi, undeterred, exerted enough force to send her staggering against him. He firmly pressed her palm onto the wound, the vivid, sticky sensation registering against the torn flesh. Meng Tang's countenance darkened. Chu-yi gazed at her as though she were his prey, declaring, You must not fear me. Are you afraid of blood? This is my blood. Do not be frightened. Touch it more, and you shall no longer fear. His insistence compelled her to caress the wounds, leaving Meng Tang feeling intensely uneasy. Chu-yi proclaimed, I intend to soil you. Chapter 45, Together we fall into hell. Zitong outside, thunder and rain raged. Yet within the cave, the air was damp and stifling. Chu-yi held Meng Tang close, nuzzling against her, his bare skin emanating an astonishing heat. A mere touch revealed the intensity of his fever. Alarmed, Meng Tang exclaimed, Your Majesty, you are burning up. However, Chu-yi paid her no heed, rubbing the remnants of blood from his body onto hers. The man leaned closer to her neck, his searing breath cascading upon her vulnerable skin. Meng Tang instinctively reached out to push his face away, her voice trembling. Your Majesty. He blinked, momentarily lost in confusion, unable to discern the identity of the person before him, yet, the warmth radiating from her captivated him entirely. He lowered his gaze slightly and inquired, From which palace do you serve as a maid? I am Meng Tang, she replied. Meng Tang. His grip was overpowering, his arms firmly constricting her waist. Leaving her breathless, without garments, Meng Tang could distinctly feel Chu-yi's primal reaction. Flustered, she stammered, Your Majesty, you are gravely injured and burning with fever. You must rest. Allow me to attend to you. Attend to me? Chu-yi effortlessly loosened her garment, pressing his body against hers, reveling in her softness. He lowered his voice, asking, By using your body to serve me? Your Majesty, that is unacceptable, Meng Tang gasped, her protest swallowed by the intimacy of their lips. Chu-yi pried open her mouth, fervently claiming her tongue, sucking on it with fervor. The sound of their heavy breathing filled the air, more disconcerting than the thunder outside. He kissed her until she could scarcely breathe. Grasping her chin and gently licking her swollen lips, his gaze brimming with possessiveness, I desire you, he declared. No. At any moment, those bandits may return. How could Chu-yi engage in such acts at this precarious time? Her refusal ignited a fierce displeasure within him, his grip tightening, leaving bruises on her chin. He growled, You shall not refuse me, no one can deny me. With a swift motion, he tore aside her clothing. His hands exploring, pressing, and caressing. Captivated by the heat emanating from his body, Meng Tang's eyes glistened with moisture, the corners tinged with color. Chu-yi's formidable form loomed over her, his breath hot against her ear. We shall both descend into hell. Zitong. Meng Tang gazed at him in shock. When Chu-yi was ailing, he often failed to recognize anyone, yet, this time, he had indeed recognized her. Was it a genuine acknowledgement? Or merely a reflexive utterance? Before she could ponder further, she was engulfed in his fervent embrace. Chu-yi's condition was astonishing. Despite his injuries, he was capable of such actions. As Meng Tang surveyed the marks upon her body, she dressed and glanced at the now slumbering Chu-yi. She reminded herself not to be angered. When had Chu-yi not acted beastly? She could only hope that the storm would soon pass. Gritting her teeth, she removed the garments from the fallen bandits and dressed Chu-yi anew. His wounds had ceased bleeding, yet the severity of his internal injuries remained uncertain. Such reckless behavior. The early summer storm raged on, eventually subsiding. 2 hours later, Chu-yi opened his eyes. Meng Tang inquired, Your Majesty, are you able to walk? this place may not be safe for long. Having vanquished this small band of marauders, delays in communication may attract others. Chu Yi, typically forgetful of his actions during his episodes, pressed his head with a hand as he rose, asking solemnly, "Did I slay these men?" "Indeed, your majesty is remarkably valiant." Chu Yi clutched his chest. In the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of his lips, slowly cascading downward. Chu Yi indeed suffered severe internal injuries. He exhaled deeply and inquired, "Zitong, what time is it now?" Meng Tang glanced at the sky and replied, "It is approximately the hour of C." Chu Yi attempted to rise, but sharp pain surged through his limbs, causing the normally cold and suspicious emperor to stumble awkwardly for the first time. Meng Tang hurriedly supported him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you are gravely injured, we must leave at once. Those mountain bandits are undoubtedly searching for us with all their might, and we cannot linger here." "But your wounds?" Meng Tang turned her gaze towards his pallid face, witnessing the tyrant in such a feeble state for the first time. "It matters not. Once I reunite with my companions, all will be well." "Let us proceed." "Very well." Meng Tang assisted Chu Yi as they made their way out, with most of his weight resting upon her, his weakness palpable. The man cast a sidelong glance and noticed the mark of a kiss on her neck. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it, his voice hoarse. "These were caused by me." At his words, Meng Tang shot him an indignant look, retorting, "Your Majesty, in your madness you acted recklessly, and now your body is in such a state. Yet you still think of." Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "When I am mad, I may forget others, yet I remain unable to forget you." It was clear he was referring to her form. Along the way, Chu Yi directed Meng Tang, stating, "We need only cross the mountain ahead and continue straight to reach the outskirts of the capital." His body grew increasingly frail, his voice dwindling. Meng Tang was desperate for his survival. Alarmed, she asked, "Your Majesty, are you well?" Turning her head, she saw that Chu Yi had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Unable to carry a man for an extended journey, she could only drag him to hide beneath a tree. After 2 more hours, Chu Yi awoke. His vision was somewhat blurred, yet he could still recognize Meng Tang, who had fallen asleep against him. He felt no regret for having jumped alongside her. Given the chance again, he would still choose to leap, for he had grown fond of her, and once one becomes attached, they cannot simply disregard it. As long as she remained loyal, he would always treat her well. Chu Yi reached out, gently caressing her face. Meng Tang, disturbed in her slumber, awoke with a start. Upon seeing Chu Yi's weary visage, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you are awake. Can you continue walking?" Chu Yi replied, "Zitong, could you grace me with a smile?" Meng Tang was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yi's gaze was unfocused as he continued, "I do not know why, but at this moment, I particularly wish to see you smile." Meng Tang then pulled the corners of her lips upward, revealing a faint smile, saying, "Your Majesty, I am smiling." Chu Yi cherished the sight of her laughter, his demeanor softening. He mused that had he encountered someone so gentle during his youth, treating him kindly and smiling at him, he would have found it impossible to refuse. Gentle souls deserve to be treated with kindness. Meng Tang noticed that Chu Yi's favorability rating had surged beside her, climbing swiftly to 50 before finally stabilizing at 54. This was the fastest increase in affection she had ever witnessed. Recognizing the rapid rise, Meng Tang became more tender in her actions as she helped him up and led him further into the woods. However, Chu Yi, utterly weakened, fainted once more. A sense of urgency welled within Meng Tang. Chu Yi was growing increasingly fragile, and it seemed his injuries could not hold out much longer. Your Majesty, please do not slumber. If you endure a little longer, we shall reach the outskirts of the capital." Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls severed from their string, splattering onto the muddy ground. This was not feigned. She was genuinely terrified of losing Chu Yi. At this very moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the woods, and Meng Tang held her breath in anxious anticipation. Were they pursuers or reinforcements? Chapter 46, Zitong, you have forsaken me. Damn it, Biaoji's entire group has perished. It must be the work of that treacherous emperor. Who would have thought that the wretched emperor possessed such formidable prowess? He should not have escaped far. Search. Meng Tang's complexion turned pale as she gazed at the unconscious Chu Yi on the ground. The group not far off would discover them in no time. Clenching her teeth, she made a resolute decision. She concealed Chu Yi with the underbrush and then dashed in the opposite direction, deliberately creating a rustling sound. There's someone over there. Pursue. It must be that wretched emperor. There was so much blood in that cave, he too must be at his wit's end. We brothers are indeed fortunate. The mountain paths were uneven and treacherous, compounded by the recent rainfall, leaving Meng Tang drenched and disheveled. Yet she could not afford to halt. To stop was to invite endless humiliation and death. These mountain bandits would not grant her a swift demise. As the empress and the emperor's consort. There was nothing that would excite the bandits more than the humiliation of a woman associated with the emperor. Though she often feigned fragility, her spirit was anything but weak. Chui awoke. Having slumbered for 3 hours, and felt somewhat rejuvenated instinctively, he turned to his side, but Meng Tang was absent. His empress was nowhere to be found. A shadow darkened his gaze. Zitong. He called out, but no answer came. An absurd thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Meng Tang deemed his injuries too severe, that he was a burden, and had abandoned him to flee alone? He recalled Meng Tang's gentle visage and the warmth in her smiling eyes. No, she could not possibly be that kind of person. He sought evidence to prove that Meng Tang had not forsaken him, but he found none. There were no other footprints on the ground. She had indeed departed on her own. A sense of indescribable despair washed over him. In an instant, he felt as if he could scarcely breathe. He admired her fearlessness in the face of death, yet she could not share his trials. The disappointment within him threatened to overflow. Reflecting on the loving gaze she often bestowed upon him, he wondered, were those expressions mere fabrications? Your Majesty, Li Changfu and his men arrived, and upon seeing Chui leaning against a tree, alive, he burst into tears of joy. Li Changfu rushed forward, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is a relief to see you unharmed. I was so worried about you. The Jinwu guards followed closely behind. Chui extended his hand, stating, I have sustained internal injuries. Peng Su, bring me the medicine. Peng Su was the most knowledgeable about medicinal lore among the Jinwu guards. Anyone who suffered an injury would typically seek him out. Yes, Your Majesty. After consuming the medicine, the fever subsided, and Chui felt significantly better. He rose and hastily bandaged his wounds, inquiring, Have you located the Empress? Li Changfu shook his head, replying, I have not seen the Empress. Noticing Meng Tang's absence, he instinctively asked, Your Majesty, where is the Empress? The words seemed to have struck a nerve with the man, prompting a cold laugh as he spoke, his tone laced with derision. I too wish to inquire. Where is the Empress? At once, Li Changfu fell silent, suddenly seized by a bold thought. Could it be that the Empress had abandoned His Majesty and fled on her own? Otherwise, how could His Majesty be in such a furious rage? Chui cast a sidelong glance at the Jinwu guards and declared, Accompany me to search for the Empress, living or dead. We must find her. Yes, Your Majesty. The sky was darkening, and the mountain path was treacherous, making the search for her all the more difficult. Yet, Chui was unwilling to concede defeat. He could not articulate the tumult of emotions within him, even knowing that this woman might have forsaken him out of fear for her life. He remained deeply concerned for her safety. He thought to himself that he was truly pathetic. As night fell, Meng Tang was severely fatigued, far outmatched by the burly bandits closing in on her. The ruffians cackled heartily, taunting, No need to run, we've played this game of hide and seek long enough, haven't we, you cowardly emperor? If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I might spare your life. Gasping for breath, Meng Tang retorted, I am not the emperor. Oh, a little lady then? I heard that the cowardly emperor fell off a cliff with the empress. Are you the empress? At that moment, Chui, riding close behind, overheard their words, his expression darkening. Li Changfu, brandishing a torch, learned that the empress was nearby and was about to shout, but Chui shot him a sharp glance and coldly scoffed. Silence. He commanded, Bring me the bow and arrows. Yes, Your Majesty. Chui knocked an arrow, narrowing his eyes as he aimed at the group ahead. The bandits remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, and Meng Tang, oblivious to Chuyi's pursuit, defiantly raised her chin and declared, Yes, I am the Empress. What of it? The bandit inquired, Where is the Emperor? Why isn't he with you? Fearing they might return to find Chui, Meng Tang replied, Oh, he was gravely injured and has perished. The bandits burst into raucous laughter, questioning, Is he truly dead or merely pretending? Of course, he is truly dead. If he weren't, he would have already succumbed. I have no desire to carry a burden. I simply wish to survive. There's no way we could escape your pursuit together. He must have already breathed his last. You heartless wench, the cowardly emperor sacrificed so many of our brothers for you, even leaping off this perilous cliff for your sake, and this is how you repay him? What can I say? Birds of a feather flock together. When disaster strikes, each flies their own way. Ha ha ha, little lady. None of us have yet had the pleasure of entertaining an emperor's woman. If you were willing to join us, perhaps we could plead your case to our superiors upon our return. What say you? Meng Tang sought merely to buy time, hoping the Jinwu guards would locate the emperor, and then they would all be saved. She did not believe the Jinwu guards to be so inept as to fail to find him after a day had passed. Very well, she replied, such agreeable spirit. One of the bandits, upon hearing her words, brightened with excitement and approached her. Chu Yi's face turned as cold as ice. Li Changfu, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Cautiously glanced at Chu Yi. The emperor's gaze was as dark as water, the murderous intent almost palpable. It was unclear whether that murderous intent was directed at the bandits or at Meng Tang herself. In the depths of the cave, the intertwining of tenderness and passion was palpable. At that moment, upon hearing those words, Chu Yi's fondness for her transformed into a tempest of rage. With a swift whoosh, an arrow was loosed, piercing the heart of the advancing bandit, who fell lifeless before he could comprehend the unfolding events. The remaining 4 bandits cried out in terror. Chu Yi, with lethal precision, dispatched each adversary with a single arrow. Showcasing a formidable skill that had not dulled despite his long absence from archery. Once the 5 assailants lay slain, Chu Yi appeared before Meng Tang atop his steed. Meng Tang exhaled a sigh of relief. The night was cloaked in darkness, and she had no time to scrutinize his features. Tears glistened in her eyes as she implored, "Your Majesty, you have finally arrived." The man, towering above her, raised her chin with the whip in his hand. His ebony attire rendering his complexion ghostly paled. It was then that Meng Tang sensed something amiss. A glance at the affection meter beside her caused her breath to catch in her throat. Affection level 24. Chapter 47. The sun and moon shine brightly. I, your servant, will die to make my intentions clear. Meng Tang inwardly lamented her misjudgment. Chu Yi was a monarch plagued by suspicion. His gaze was steely, and she realized he had reached the peak of fury, likely having heard and believed her earlier deceptions aimed at the bandits. Otherwise, the sudden drop in affection could not be explained. It felt as though her life hung in the balance. Though the coarse whip against her chin caused discomfort, Meng Tang did not resist. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. "I knew your Majesty would come. You have indeed arrived." Chu Yi scrutinized her, her fragile demeanor evoking a sense of pity, akin to a flower bud untouched by the elements, relying on him for sustenance. In the past, such a sight would have softened his heart, compelling him to soothe her. Yet now, his eyes grew colder, and his words dripped with frost. "Oh, why did you think I would come? My dear Zitong has truly been a delight, abandoning me to face the world alone. Despite my sincere devotion and willingness to brave any peril for you, you, my Zitong, can so easily pledge yourself to bandits, showing no regard for my honor." His chilling tone seemed to chill the very air around them. The moonlight casting a stark, pale light upon his face, his lips curled in a sardonic smile. "Your Majesty." Meng Tang's eyes widened as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She dropped to her knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty believed my words? Those were merely a stratagem to buy time. How could I truly ally with them?" Meng Tang questioned what manner of reasoning governed Chu Yi's thoughts. He doubted her when he ought to have believed her. Yet he chose to trust her when it was most unwarranted. Her frail form trembled as if a mere breeze could topple her. Struggling for breath, she continued, "When I saw those pursuers closing in, I was left with no choice but to divert the bandits, leaving your Majesty behind. My heart's sincerity toward you is as clear as day. Do you truly believe I am the sort to cling to life in fear?" She had to allay Chu Yi's suspicions, otherwise, the affection would continue to plummet. Meng Tang had traversed the tumultuous tides of joy and despair. When her affection had surged to 54, she had dared to hope that the cold monarch might, at last, exhibit a semblance of humanity, bestowing upon her a fragment of his affection. As a result, an entire afternoon passed, and upon awakening, it felt as though one had returned to the days of liberation. With the dog emperor growing ever more suspicious, the man remained silent, seemingly weighing the truth of her words. He had encountered many who, driven by the allure of power and status, flattered him while suppressing their conscience. Ever since the death of his mother, Chu Yi had ceased to trust anyone, withholding his genuine feelings and maintaining a guarded demeanor even towards Meng Tang. Otherwise, he would not have sent her a bowl of restorative medicine after each night spent together. With a cold smirk, Chu Yi remarked, "If Zitong claims it was to divert the pursuers, why do I find only your footprints upon awakening? Where are the footprints of the pursuers?" Meng Tang was taken aback. "It was because a torrential rain had washed away all traces. You, dog emperor, are not only suspicious, but also blind," she exclaimed, trembling with indignation. Her lips quivered as she continued, "After I departed, the heavens unleashed a downpour, thus rendering any footprints impossible to discern. Only where His Majesty remained untouched by the rain could my few footprints be found." Meng Tang closed her eyes briefly, her delicate form swaying slightly. "Does His Majesty doubt me?" she queried, suddenly rising. She drew the sword from a nearby guard with unexpected force, brandishing it against her neck with a sorrowful smile. "If your Majesty does not believe me, I can only prove my sincerity through death. Fierce towards others, she was even more ruthless toward herself. With the blade pressed to her throat, blood soon appeared, the speed of her action leaving those nearby in shock. Zitong, Chui exclaimed, dismounting hastily. He kicked the sword from her grasp, yet a vivid crimson mark remained on her neck, though shallow. It was painfully conspicuous. With tear-filled eyes, Meng Tang implored, "Why must your majesty prevent me? Allow me to perish, thus sparing you the distress of my presence." Chui, indeed, felt a profound vexation, grasping Meng Tang's wrist, his tone turned icy. "You belong to me, as my wife, who grants you the permission to die without my consent." Her countenance reflected deep sorrow as she replied, "It seems I have erred, and no matter my actions, they are all misguided." Before she could finish, her strength faltered, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, her soft body collapsing into Chuyi's embrace. His breath quickened as he called out, Meng Tang, do not feign unconsciousness, for that is a crime against the crown." This pretense of fainting was indeed necessary. Having explained herself, the dog emperor would not listen. Obstinately persisting in his tirade, hence, she could only feign unconsciousness to allow him a moment of calm. Li Changfu approached and glanced over, stating, "The empress truly has lost consciousness." Chui gazed at the woman in his arms. Gentle and endearing, more obedient than any woman in the harem, he recalled her earlier conversation with the bandit and felt an unanticipated surge of anger. He questioned whether her compliant demeanor was merely an act. Li Changfu advised, "Your Majesty, the Empress speaks truth. It did indeed rain heavily before we found you." Chui narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who permitted you to speak?" Li Changfu fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I was wrong." Chui snorted coldly, pushing Meng Tang towards Li Changfu as he commanded, "Take her back." With that, he mounted his horse alone. Li Changfu, naturally apprehensive, hastily picked up Meng Tang. However, Chui suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Under Chuyi's scrutiny, Li Changfu held Meng Tang with utmost care, fearing he might incur the displeasure of his majesty. As a eunuch, Li Changfu lacked a masculine foundation, yet inexplicably, upon witnessing Meng Tang softly nestled in his embrace, jealousy began to stir within Chuyi's heart. He was indeed vexed by Meng Tang's abandonment of him, yet he was equally unwilling to allow anyone else to easily touch her. Li Changfu raised his eyes, trembling as he met Chuyi's gaze. "Your Majesty." Chui dismounted once more, approached him, and took Meng Tang into his arms, saying, "Enough, seeing how you struggle to hold her, you can't even manage a woman, utterly useless." Li Changfu thought, was he not holding her securely? Clearly, it was his majesty who did not wish for anyone else to lay hands on the empress. Very well, whatever his majesty says is law. With keen perception, Li Changfu responded, "This servant has spent many years within the palace, my strength has waned, and I indeed find it difficult to carry anyone. This is my fault, and upon returning to the palace, I shall certainly undertake rigorous training." Chui wrapped Meng Tang in a thick cloak and lifted her onto his horse. Meng Tang, fully aware of her surroundings, could not help but roll her eyes. Thinking that Chui was utterly despicable, he needed to be punished, otherwise, his foul temper would likely never change. Upon their return to Lingon Temple, Chui carried her into a room and quickly instructed the servants outside, "Bring the accompanying physician at once." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chui gently laid her on the bed. With only the two of them remaining in the room, he reached out, intending to caress her delicate face. Yet, at the very moment their hands were about to meet, he abruptly withdrew his hand and snapped fiercely, "I do not trust you." Shortly thereafter, the physician hurried in, carrying a medicine box. "Let me examine the empress." After delivering his words, Chui stepped aside. Under the intense gaze of Chui, the physician felt as though he were being pierced by needles, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he examined her pulse. Pondering what had caused his majesty to be in such a fiery temper, the physician carefully bandaged the wound on Meng Tang's neck and prepared a prescription, then knelt before Chui, stating, "Your Majesty, the empress is merely exhausted from overexertion, leading to her faintness. It is not a grave matter. I shall prescribe a remedy to restore her strength. As for the wound on her neck, it was perilously close to a vital area." After this, the physician indignantly added, "These mountain bandits are truly despicable. Their brutality nearly cost the empress her life." Thankfully, Your Majesty intervened in time. The physician believed that the wound on Meng Tang's neck was inflicted by the bandits. Upon hearing this, Chuyi's gaze deepened significantly. Did it mean that she had genuinely intended to take her own life? "Leave." The physician, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly replied, "This humble servant takes his leave." Once again, only Meng Tang and Chui remained in the room, initially feigning unconsciousness. Meng Tang eventually succumbed to genuine fatigue after a long day of travel. When she finally awakened, she found Chui seated beside her. Eyes closed and resting, his head gently leaning against the bedpost. Instinctively, Meng Tang glanced at her favorability score. It had risen slightly to 3-2. In other words, Chui still held some faith in her. Yet the increase was undeniably unsatisfactory to her. Meng Tang picked up a thin blanket from the side and draped it over Chui with a light sleep and a vigilant nature. He immediately opened his eyes and grasped her wrist. Upon recognizing who stood before him, his grip unconsciously relaxed a fraction. "Your Majesty," Meng Tang called softly, clearing her throat. Chui released her hand. Meng Tang continued. "I am quite well now. Your Majesty need not worry." However, Chui narrowed his eyes and rose, stating, "Who is worried about you?" After the ordeal they had just endured, Chui had regained his composure. Hearing this, Meng Tang could not conceal her disappointment. Chui declared, "Empress, my anger does not stem from your exchange with the bandits, but from the fact that you abandoned me regardless of your reasons. You left me behind." Such nonsense. The wretched emperor was clearly upset over her words and her abandonment. Chui continued, "Do you truly perceive me as someone who can only share in good fortune, but not withstand adversity together?" Meng Tang found herself both amused and exasperated. She risked her life to divert the pursuers, and yet she was in the wrong. This obstinate man was being unreasonable. For a fleeting moment, Meng Tang considered abandoning her service altogether, yet she quickly regained her composure. Propping herself up slightly, she gazed tenderly at Chui and proclaimed, "I would rather sacrifice my life than allow your Majesty to face peril." She added, "If today I were to be dishonored by those bandits, I would take my own life and never again appear before your Majesty, so as not to taint your eyes or disgrace the royal name." These words prompted Chui to grip her chin firmly, compelling her to look up and reveal every nuance of her expression and gazed, if what lay before him was all a fade. Then she was truly an exceptional actress. "I have said before, you are mine, and your life belongs to me. Without my permission, you are not allowed to die. No matter the circumstances, you must not perish." His grip tightened slightly as memories of the scene he had witnessed surged forth. Had he been even a moment slower, she might have truly met her end at the hands of those men. Meng Tang's lips curled into a faint smile, albeit strained, as she asked, "So today, no matter what I say, your Majesty will not believe me?" She closed her eyes, feigning disappointment, and said, "Your Majesty, you have hurt me." Chui gradually loosened his grip, attempting to articulate that he believed she had not intentionally abandoned him, yet abandonment was still abandonment. Chui was deeply frustrated. She did not understand that he preferred to share life and death with her rather than have her sacrifice herself to save him. Otherwise, why would he have leapt from the cliff? "Take care of yourself," Chui said coldly, and with that, he turned and left. Upon seeing the emperor depart, Fang Ning hurriedly entered, anxious. "Your Highness, are you well?" She was not well at all. She felt utterly despondent as the goodwill she had painstakingly cultivated had vanished. Observing the tears welling in Meng Tang's eyes, Fang Ning quickly offered comfort. "Your Highness, do not be sorrowful. His Majesty has stayed here all night." Clearly indicating that he still cares for you. "What do you know? I do not need Chuyi's concern. I merely wish to regain the goodwill I have lost. Who cares what Chui thinks?" She resolved to take drastic measures. Chui returned to his study, where Li Changfu cautiously attended to him from the side. Chui perused 2 documents, his heart increasingly heavy with discontent. He raised his gaze towards Li Changfu and spoke, "Li Changfu, your servant is here. Do you believe that I am a ruler who can only share in fortune, but cannot endure hardship alongside others?" Upon hearing this, Li Changfu abruptly knelt down, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Your Majesty is the finest sovereign since the inception of Deyong." "Finest sovereign?" Chui scoffed. "Am I deaf? Can I not hear the whispers from the outside world, whether they deem me a wise ruler or a tyrant? Spare me the flattery. I speak of the Empress. Li Changfu, understanding that the Emperor was currently perturbed by matters concerning the Empress, replied, "The Empress naturally acts in your best interest." Upon hearing this, Zhu furrowed his brow slightly. Li Changfu hastily added, "Yet the Empress does not comprehend your heart. You hold deep affections for her, and you would not wish to see her in peril." This sentiment seemed to ease Zhuyi's agitation, as his frown gradually relaxed. "Today she dared to abandon me, to leave me alone. In the future, she may well cast me aside again for other matters. This fills my heart with profound discontent." "Does your Majesty believe that the Empress left you for her own safety? Do you trust the words she spoke to the bandits?" Zhuyi admitted that when he first heard those words, his blood had surged, and anger had clouded his judgment. Now, having regained his composure, he recognized that Meng Tang's words held merit. Moreover, she had already resolved to sacrifice herself. Zhu was a man who placed faith neither in heaven nor earth, but solely in himself, yet this time, he yearned to believe in Meng Tang's affections for him. He trusted that she loved him without reservation. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a guard burst into the chamber. In haste, Your Majesty, the Empress has just left the palace to seek the abbot of Lingon Temple. She claims she wishes to spit it out. The Empress has stated that after tomorrow's grand sacrificial ceremony, she will not return to the palace, but will remain at Lingon Temple for purification, reciting scriptures, and praying for Your Majesty's well-being. Zhu Yi's expression shifted dramatically, panic setting in. She wishes to remain at Lingon Temple? Who permitted this? He abruptly stood up. The guard, fearful of repercussions, quickly explained. The Empress said she has been rejected by Your Majesty, and thus cannot remain by your side. Instead, she prefers to accompany the serene light of the ancient Buddha and spend her remaining days in peace, believing it to be a blessing for Your Majesty. Blessing? Zhu Yi scoffed in anger. What kind of blessing is this? Did I grant her permission for such an action? How dare she act so independently? She is still the Empress. The guard, in a state of cold sweat, continued. The Empress stated that she has accomplished nothing during her time in the palace, and therefore, it would be better for her to stay at Lingon Temple as an ordinary disciple. Claiming she is unworthy of her title, Zhu Yi's dark eyes were filled with fury as he inquired, where is the Empress now? She is in the Mingyue Hall discussing scriptures with Master Yuan. Lead the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Yesterday, they had just endured an attack by bandits, who had been apprehended by the guards. Lingon Temple had been affected, but fortunately, the altar remained intact, allowing the sacrificial ceremony to proceed, albeit postponed until the following day. Zhu Yi stormed towards Mingyue Hall with fervent determination. In Mingyue Hall, Meng Tang raised her eyes to gaze at the night sky, which was devoid of the moon. She remarked, it is said that the Zen master possesses great abilities, and Your Majesty once wished to summon him as the national master, but he declined the offer. Opposite her sat a monk clad in garments as white as snow, his countenance exuding warmth and his lips adorned with a gentle smile. He appeared remarkably youthful, contrary to the rumors that claimed he was already in the twilight of his years. The Jade Seal Zen master spoke with a smile. Such are but mere rumors. This humble monk is merely a modest abbot, accustomed to a life of leisure like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. How could I possibly aspire to be a national master? Oh, Meng Tang's gaze fell upon him. The monk before her possessed an extraordinary demeanor, indeed radiating an aura of transcendence. She returned his smile, saying, I have long heard that the Jade Seal Zen master is a remarkable individual, and upon meeting you, it is evident that the tales hold true. The Jade Seal replied, this humble monk has also heard of Your Majesty's extraordinary nature, and upon this meeting, it is indeed remarkable. The two raised their teacups, exchanged subtle smiles, and shared a sip, a silent understanding passing between them. Zen master, the people outside say that you possess an uncanny ability to predict fortunes. Why not divine one for me as well? Meng Tang proposed. The Jade Seal Zen master did not refuse. He narrowed his elegant eyes, and, with a sudden smile, responded, Your Majesty is not of this worldly realm. Meng Tang looked on in astonishment. Could it be that this Jade Seal Zen master truly possessed remarkable insight? Oh, what do you mean by that? She inquired. The Zen master leisurely explained, the fate of your current body has already been exhausted. You ought to be dead, yet here you are, still alive. Meng Tang chuckled. The Zen master asked, is my prediction accurate? She merely smiled in silence, then added, if that is the case, Zen master, please divine my future. I wish to know if my desires still hold any hope of realization. The Jade Seal set down his teacup, his brow slightly furrowing. Meng Tang waited in quiet anticipation. She sensed that this Zen master was not ordinary. Perhaps he possessed a means to return, and it might be prudent to remain at Lingon Temple for a while. Lowering her eyelids, she fell into deep contemplation. The Zen master's clear voice drew her back to the moment. As he stated, I have cast a divination. It is a perilous situation, beset by obstacles. Speak plainly, Meng Tang replied with irritation. The Zen master, unfazed, smiled and said, it portends great misfortune, entrapment in adversity, with no way out. Meng Tang froze, a wave of anger surging within her as she asked, truly, there is no way out? The Zen master shook his head. Unbeknownst to her, she crushed the cup in her hand, her face paling with distress. After a moment, she declared, I do not believe in heaven, nor in earth, and I certainly do not believe in your divination. The corners of the Zen master's lips curled slightly as he remarked, if your Majesty does not believe, then there is no need to inquire further. Meng Tang fell into silence. The Zen master seemed to see through her thoughts, saying, upon this meeting, it is clear that your Majesty is indeed a remarkable person. The emperor arrives, called a young eunuch from outside. Raising his voice, Meng Tang regained her composure. The Zen master asked her, "Will your majesty continue to remain at Lingon Temple for purification? I can assist you." Meng Tang gazed deeply at him, saying, "You should know what to do when the time comes." The Zen master smiled knowingly. "Your majesty, the divination merely reveals the future. However, the path is forged by one's own steps." "Is it not?" Meng Tang raised an eyebrow, replying, "You speak wisely. No matter how accurate your predictions may be, there will always be instances of error. At that moment, Chui entered the courtyard. I in the courtyard. One could observe Meng Tang and Yuan seated across from one another, a considerable distance separating them. Meng Tang rose, her previous composure during the conversation with Yuan dissipating, replaced by a sense of frailty and dependence. She raised her fan to conceal her face, casting a timid glance towards Chui, and spoke, "Your Majesty, I have incurred your disdain, and thus I am a sinner, unworthy to face you." As Chui advanced, Meng Tang retreated. "Your Majesty, I implore you to grant me permission to take monastic vows and seek solitude in a temple for spiritual refinement." Lingon Temple possesses dedicated quarters for female monks, where many unfortunate women, both shorn and unshorn, reside for their practices. Noticing her reluctance to draw near, a dull ache stirred within Chuyi's heart. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he commanded, "Zitong, come here, do not compel me to repeat myself." Meng Tang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she hesitated, gazing at him as she replied, "Your Majesty, forgive me, but I cannot. How can I possibly remain by your side when I am no longer deserving?" Yuan, the Zen master, had proclaimed that she was destined for a spiritual path, asserting that if she devoted herself to Buddhism, she could ensure the prosperity of De Yong. Upon uttering these words, Meng Tang cast a fleeting glance at Yuan. The master mused on the capricious nature of women, noting their ability to change emotions with alarming swiftness. Fortunate for him, he had already renounced worldly ties. Otherwise, who could say whether being pursued by such a woman would be a blessing or a curse? Yuan interjected, "Your Majesty, the Empress indeed possesses a profound spiritual affinity given the current instability of the realm and the recent frequency of natural disasters. If she were to remain in the temple to pray for blessings, it would surely touch the heavens." Chui, however, held no faith in the supernatural and dismissed Yuan's mystical assertions, pointing an accusatory finger at the monk. He retorted, "Is it you who has led her astray?" Yuan thought to himself, "How convenient it is to be termed a holy monk when needed, yet reduced to a wild monk when not." He feared for his life at that moment. Indeed, the very next instant, Chuyi's countenance darkened as he declared, "Yuan, you have poisoned her mind. Drag him out and execute him." Yuan exchanged a glance with Meng Tang, contemplating how amusing it was to be caught in the couple's playful banter at the cost of his own life. Alarmed, Meng Tang gasped, her complexion paling, "Your Majesty, please, this cannot be allowed. The prayer ceremony scheduled for tomorrow requires the presence of the holy monk. And my decision to remain in Lingon Temple is solely mine, having nothing to do with Yuan. I, too, wish to pray for you and the people. I earnestly beseech your mercy." Chuyi's gaze darkened slightly as he beckoned her closer, asserting, "You do not wish for his death? Very well, come to my side without hesitation. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time. Should you further displease me, I will immediately see this wild monk's head severed." Chapter 50. I am unworthy of this nourishing elixir. Yuan rubbed his nose, aware of the tension. Having known Chui for an extended period, he understood the latter's temperament well. He did not believe that Chui would truly execute him, as he was a killer but not one who killed indiscriminately. Meng Tang appeared genuinely frightened. Hastening towards Chui, biting her lip, she implored, "Your Majesty, why must you go to such lengths? You have already cast me aside. If you wish to avoid my presence, why not allow me to remain in the temple? Is that not preferable?" "Who said I have cast you aside?" Chui replied, irritable. Meng Tang glanced at her affection level, which had risen to 38, yet it was still insufficient. Meng Tang turned her head and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, you are clearly still resentful towards me. It is my fault for causing your Majesty displeasure, and I willingly choose to remain at Lingon Temple to cleanse my sins." At that moment, upon hearing the words Lingon Temple, Chui felt an unbearable headache. He tightened his grip on Meng Tang's wrist, gritting his teeth as he said, "How dare you?" Meng Tang furrowed her brows and replied, "Your Majesty, why must you put yourself through this? When you see me, you are unhappy. When you do not see me, you are also unhappy. Why not simply forget about my existence and let me fade from your memory? Would that not be better?" Chui fixed his gaze upon her, and she continued, "Do not be so unreasonable. To remain at Lingon Temple and become a nun, have you considered how your father and brothers would feel? Meng Tang's tone was desolate. So it turns out that your majesty is concerned for my father and brothers. Fearing they might harbor resentment over this matter, Chui opened his mouth to speak. Meng Tang offered a sorrowful smile, tears brimming in her eyes, and said, "Rest assured, your majesty, I shall write home and inform my father and brothers that my decision to enter the monastic life is my own. Made for the sake of your majesty and the peace of the realm, and has nothing to do with you. My father and brothers are reasonable men, they would not blame you for this." Yuan watched in astonishment, rubbing his bald head and lamenting how fortunate he was not to have to marry. How frightening. Yuan cleared his throat twice and remarked, "Your majesty, the empress is a woman of foresight. She would not put you in a difficult position. If you no longer hold affection for her, it would be best to allow her to cultivate in the temple. It would serve the greater good for yourself and the realm." In the past, the Meng family held great power, and Chui had no choice but to marry Meng Tang, keeping her in the palace as a hostage. This ill-conceived plan had originated with Yuan, who had once declared, "Only a daughter of the Meng family is worthy of the heavy responsibility of empress." Now, the Meng family had gradually been sidelined by Chui, losing their former threat. Yet the Shuabei army remained a formidable force. However, Chuyi's unwillingness to let Meng Tang go stemmed not from concerns about the Shuabei army, but rather from his own selfish desires. He could not bear the thought of this gentlewoman smiling at others in his absence, sharing her kindness with strangers. Wei Yin's words made Chui feel deeply uncomfortable, as if his marriage to Meng Tang was merely a means to restrain the Meng family. Although this had indeed been the case at first, the situation had changed over the past 2 years. Chuyi's expression darkened as he said, "If this wild monk continues to spread his wicked words, I shall have your tongue cut out." Such ferocity. Yuan cast a glance at Meng Tang and fell silent, recognizing the true anger of the emperor at that moment. Chui ceased speaking, gripping Meng Tang's hand tightly as they strode towards Mingyue Hall. His voice echoed from a distance, "If the wild monk has nothing better to do, he should go to Qingzhou and subdue the remnants of King Lu Wei. Depart after the sacrificial rites, tomorrow." Wei Yin's expression shifted dramatically. Why was he, merely a monk, always being assigned tasks on the battlefield? A young novice entered, noticing the abbot's gloomy demeanor and curious about his distress. The novice asked, "Holy monk, what troubles you?" Yuan gazed into the boundless darkness of the night and replied, "The years have not been kind, and I have chosen my friends poorly. Nevertheless, the empress is truly a remarkable person. Perhaps she could indeed change the fate of Dayong and alter the emperor's path." Chui brought Meng Tang back to Shuelua Pavilion, where the front courtyard had been largely ravaged by a band of mountain thieves. This was the new residence prepared for Meng Tang by Lingon Temple. Chy forcefully pulled the person into the room. The interior was aglow with flickering lights, illuminating Chy's darkened visage. Meng Tang parted her lips slightly. Chy remarked, "My empress has the leisure to meet with that wild monk in the dead of night. I presume her injuries have healed sufficiently." Upon witnessing the fervent, possessive glint in Chy's eyes, Meng Tang inwardly lamented the impending doom. Surely he would not demand her company again. The dawn was fast approaching. Meng Tang took a step back, feigning a cough, and stated, "Ahem, your majesty, I am not in good health. I see the empress is quite well." "Engaging in merriment with that wild monk," Chy retorted, pinching her chin before leaning closer. He pressed his lips against hers, whispering softly, "Empress, do you believe that wild monk to be a decent fellow? It was he who urged me to marry you in the past." Meng Tang's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Thus, his words were not to be trusted. Understood, to suggest that my empress should renounce her status and become a nun in a temple is utterly absurd. I shall neither allow nor permit it. As Chy's lips met hers, a surge of heat coursed through him, and he closed the distance, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and fervently claiming her with kisses. He was a wolf, a beast, biting and sucking with unrestrained fervor. Meng Tang had always known him to be fierce, yet tonight, Chy seemed particularly savage, breaking the skin of her lips and tasting the metallic tang of blood. The tumultuous rage within him found its outlet amidst this sea of desire. He entwined his tongue with hers, sucking forcefully. Meng Tang winced from the intensity of his kiss. "Your majesty. Your majesty, we must pray for blessings tomorrow." Her words tumbled out in broken whispers. "I am aware," he replied. "Your majesty, the dawn approaches." "I am aware," he reiterated. The man's lips lingered on hers before trailing down to her neck, leaving behind several gruesome red marks upon her alabaster skin. "Your majesty. Please. No more kisses. My garments cannot conceal that area." "Then let it remain exposed. Which wild temple would accept such a wanton person as you?" Who is wanton? Pray tell, who is truly wanton? Is there no sense of justice left? Chy pinned her against the door, pressing down heavily. Once Chy had donned his attire, Meng Tang lay on the bed. Barely conscious, Your Majesty, are you no longer angry? Chy remained silent. Meng Tang feigned a heartbroken demeanor, saying, You must still be upset. In the past, after our encounters, Your Majesty would always reward me with restorative medicine. She had refrained from taking her medicine previously in the cave, and now she was reluctant to do so again. Meng Tang genuinely feared the consequences. Intentionally, she hinted to Chy that it was time for her to receive contraceptive medicine. Chy's hand, fastening his robe, froze in place as he stood silently seeing him thus. Meng Tang's face betrayed her disappointment. Alas, times have changed. Your Majesty has grown weary of me to the point of denying me even a bowl of restorative medicine. Ahem, it matters little. What use is it for my broken body to consume more medicine? Ultimately, it is a fate devoid of children. I am unworthy of such remedies. Her eyes shimmered with glistening tears. Her body marred with terrifying marks, resembling one who had been thoroughly ravaged. Chapter 51, Zting, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Chy gazed intently at her. His queen wept with heartfelt sincerity. Genuinely sorrowful over the bowl of medicinal concoction, tormented by the lack of imperial favor, her delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down one by one. In that fleeting moment, the cold hardness of Chuyi's heart softened. That was not a restorative tonic, it was a contraceptive potion that had rendered her childless. Does Zitong truly wish to drink? Chuyi inquired. Meng Tang raised her gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture, and replied, Does this humble servant even have the right to partake now? Drink, you must drink, she thought, harboring no desire for conception. Perhaps it would even evoke a modicum of pity from the dog emperor, enabling her to gain his favor more swiftly. Alas, that elixir must be exceedingly precious. Let His Majesty bestow it upon others in the future, for it would be a waste for this humble servant to consume it. With that, she gently coughed twice. Observing her frail demeanor, Chuyi pondered the day she would uncover the truth, that the potion was indeed a contraceptive. He could only imagine the depths of her sorrow and despair. Chuyi had never intended to cease the provision of this medicine, for both him and Meng Tang. Now was not an opportune time for progeny. He approached her, his fingers brushing away the moisture from beneath her eyes, softly murmuring, Soon, I shall send someone to bring it to you. Do not weep any longer. Upon hearing this, her misty eyes brightened considerably, filled with newfound light. This humble servant. Can I truly, she asked, in my current state, can I still receive such a generous favor from Your Majesty? As she spoke, tears threatened to fall again. Chuyi caressed her pale cheek, saying, You have no right. Who does? If you wish to drink, then drink. Just not mention the matter of shaving your head and renouncing worldly affairs again, understand? Meng Tang bit her lip and slowly nodded. This humble servant understands. That is good to hear. Every time you bring up that subject, I grow angry, and if I am angry, you shall not fare well either. Do not provoke my ire, Zitong. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. Hypocritical. If she desired a child, he would never acquiesce. Meng Tang glanced at her favor meter. After spending a night with her, it had not increased, still at 38. Sweet words, who cannot utter them? Closing her eyes, she nestled against his palm. This humble servant understands. Should it be Your Majesty's wish, I shall not oppose. I will not entertain such thoughts again, even for Your Majesty's sake. I shall fulfill my duties as queen. Seeing her so compliant, Chuyi felt his temper ease considerably. My Zitong has always been understanding. As for the previous matter, I trust you, but regarding this, it shall be a one-time occurrence. It is not permitted again, understood? As he spoke the latter part, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Meng Tang softly responded, This humble servant understands. He cherished her obedience, captivated by the fervent gaze she bestowed upon him. Chuyi rose and stepped outside, commanding, Have the imperial physician prepare the restorative tonic and follow the old recipe. Yes, Your Majesty, came the reply. Chuyi instructed Fang Ning, Take good care of the queen, let her rest for a while, and awaken her before the sacrificial ceremony. Fang Ning curtsied, Your Majesty, rest assured, this servant understands. Once Chuyi departed, Fang Ning joyfully entered the room and bowed to Meng Tang. Congratulations, my lady, best wishes to you. Meng Tang was utterly perplexed. What was there to celebrate? Fang Ning smiled brightly and said, The Empress has finally reconciled with His Majesty. Before His Majesty departed, he expressed concern for the Empress, specifically instructing his servants to prepare nourishing medicine to send over, and he also asked me to take good care of her. Meng Tang's gaze remained tranquil and unperturbed as she replied, Is that so? Although Chu Yi verbally professed his trust in her and insisted that he bore her no ill will, the warmth of his affection had not only failed to return but had also remained utterly unmoved. Revealing a lingering sense of unease in his heart, the affection that had been lost could not be easily regained. The remedy applied had not been sufficiently potent. It was necessary for Chu Yi to experience sorrow and heartache. Perhaps even to shed a few tears. Fang Ning approached to assist her in lying down, saying, "Last night, His Majesty stayed here for the entire night. I believe his anger has dissipated by now. His Majesty no longer harbors resentment towards the Empress, and your favor will remain unchanged. This is indeed a momentous blessing. With the Empress and His Majesty at peace, we, the servants, will also bask in the glory. Indeed, if I were to lose his favor, everyone in Kunming Palace would suffer alongside me. Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. Look, over the past 6 months, your favor has remained steadfast. Which of the other noble ladies does not envy and resent you? Enough of this, I wish to rest for a while. Please awaken me when the time comes. Of course, Your Highness, attending to His Majesty was truly exhausting. Especially since Chu Yi, that scoundrel, had summoned her to his side even while she was still recuperating, adding to her fatigue. A few days earlier, bandits had attacked the mountains, and Xiao Hongyun's courtyard, being close to Chu Yi's, had narrowly escaped disaster. After learning that Meng Tang had fallen from a cliff alongside His Majesty, she had been deeply worried for quite some time. Now, upon hearing that she had been found, she could not help but desire to see her. Before knocking on the door, Xiao Hongyun remarked, "Kai Wei, I am not concerned for her. I merely wish to see whether she is alive or dead." Kai Wei nodded repeatedly, saying, Indeed, Your Highness, you care nothing for the Empress." Xiao Hongyun nodded and continued, "How pathetic it is that the daughter of a gatekeeper could be driven to fall from a cliff by mere mountain bandits. Is it not laughable? I came to witness her disgrace." Kai Wei immediately responded, "Isn't it truly amusing? If it were you, Your Highness, you would never have fallen." Xiao Hongyun shot her a glance, saying, "Only I am permitted to mock her." "You must not laugh." Kai Wei was silenced and quickly replied, "How could I dare to laugh at Her Majesty the Empress? You are overthinking it, Your Highness." Xiao Hongyun cleared her throat a couple of times before finally knocking on the door of Mingguan Pavilion. Fang Ning opened the door. Xiao Hongyun, with an air of arrogance, declared, "I have heard that something has befallen the Empress, so I have come to take a look. Has Her Majesty's health improved?" Fang Ning hesitated before responding, "The Empress is resting. It may not be appropriate to disturb her now. I will just take a quick glance, and then leave. At this point, Fang Ning had already discerned that although Xiao Fei appeared to be domineering, she was, in fact, quite foolish and often spoke insincerely, secretly cherishing their Empress's kindness. A light cough emerged from within the room, prompting Meng Tang to ask, "Who is it? Your Highness, you are awake. It is Lady Xiao Fei who has come." "Let her in." Xiao Hongyun entered the room unaware of Meng Tang's attendance to Chu Yi. The previous night, she was taken aback by Meng Tang's pale complexion, devoid of color, and her visibly frail state, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Why did Meng Tang always encounter such misfortunes, injured here or there? "Please have a seat." Meng Tang gestured towards a nearby chair. Meng Tang had only managed to sleep for a little over an hour. Xiao Hongyun caught sight of the myriad red marks adorning her neck, a sight both alarming and dreadful. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Have you been bitten by the mosquitoes from down the mountain? I have heard that the insects here are particularly venomous. Are you all right, Your Highness? I have brought some anti-itch medicine from the palace. I shall have Kai Wei deliver it to you shortly." After uttering these words, she hastily added, "I am not concerned for you, so do not misinterpret my intentions." Meng Tang. Xiao Hongyun remains as naively innocent and adorably proud as ever. Meng Tang spoke softly. "I understand, dear sister. There is no need for further elaboration. I am aware that you despise me to the extent of not wishing to cast even a glance in my direction. A woman as astute, intelligent, and straightforward as you is indeed a rarity in this world." Xiao Hongyun, oblivious to any underlying implications, lifted her chin defiantly and declared, "As long as you understand, previously, you assisted me once, and just a few days ago, I aided you as well. We are even now. Henceforth, Your Majesty, do try to exhibit a bit more fortitude and the valor befitting a daughter of a military family. Look, even the mosquitoes dare to impose upon you." Chapter 52, Your Highness, this tonic seems off. The imperial physician delivered the prepared tonic. Fang Ning entered the room, stating, "Your Highness, the tonic is ready and still warm. Please take it promptly." Meng Tang accepted it and stirred the concoction within the bowl. Xiao Hongyun, upon observing the dark potion, queried, "What sort of medicine is this? The scent is terribly unpleasant." Fang Ning could not suppress her laughter and explained, this is a tonic specially bestowed upon our esteemed princess by His Majesty. Intended to nourish the body, only you, your highness, possess it in the entire palace. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyun could not help but gaze at the potion with longing. Could it truly be so extraordinary? Indeed, it is a gift from His Majesty. How could it be anything less? Xiao Hongyun's eyes glistened with desire as she stared at the bowl. Meng Tang inquired, do you wish to taste it? Xiao Hongyun's face flushed instantly as she retorted. Who wishes to drink it? My health is perfectly fine. I have no need for such concoctions. It is only you, perpetually ailing, who requires medicine. It is no wonder His Majesty has bestowed it upon you. You ought to restore your frail body first. You look as though you have been run over by a cart. Meng Tang replied, if you wish, dear sister, you may have a sip. Xiao Hongyun was indeed curious to know the flavor of the imperial tonic. She had never tasted such a thing before. Meng Tang ladled a spoonful and extended it toward her. Xiao Hongyun, feeling entirely weak yet resolute in spirit, declared, I am not envious of your tonic. It is merely that your servants are exceedingly negligent, lacking even someone to taste for poison. I shall have to test it for you. Her awkward remarks lightened Meng Tang's mood considerably. Xiao Hongyun truly was a delightful little spirit. Xiao Hongyun accepted the spoon, cautiously licked it with her tongue, and in the next moment, she was overwhelmed by the intense bitterness and fishy sourness. Nearly gagging uncontrollably, she dropped the spoon, clutching her chest as her complexion paled slightly. In disbelief, she exclaimed, this is utterly revolting. Fong Ning remarked, well, what medicine is ever pleasant? As long as it benefits the body, that is sufficient. I cannot endure such a tonic. Your Highness, please keep it for yourself. Meng Tang downed the entire bowl in one go, leaving Xiao Hongyun utterly stunned. I must take my leave now. The ceremony for the heavenly offerings is about to commence. Xiao Hongyun observed that she was not gravely injured. Merely possessing a shallow wound on her neck and a few bites from mosquitoes, which seemed to be healing well. Rising to her feet, Xiao Hongyun declared, I shall not impose any further upon exiting the Mingguang pavilion. She patted her chest, her complexion unflattering as she remarked, that tonic is truly dreadful. A single taste nearly caused me to expel my breakfast. Kai Wei, following her lead, inquired, was it truly so unpleasant? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I have a lingering sense of unease. Kai Wei shook her head and replied, Your Highness may be overthinking it. Do you not recall? The last time I felt uneasy and my eyelids twitched, I was dressed in cloud brocade and met His Majesty's disdain. My premonitions are usually quite accurate. She gestured for Kai Wei to come closer, whispering, obtain a portion of the Queen's tonic from the imperial physician discreetly. Kai Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, you wish to partake as well? I shall bring it home for our family's physician to examine. This flavor gives me an unsettling impression. If it is indeed a tonic, I shall procure several doses. If not, Kai Wei looked at her in astonishment, surprised that her mistress was showing such discernment. She quickly assured, do not worry, Your Highness, I will find someone to obtain it without arousing suspicion. During the ceremonial worship to the heavens, the Emperor and Empress stood upon the altar while the officials knelt in reverence. A sea of dark heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Chui extended his hand towards her, saying, Zitong, come closer. Observing Meng Tang's pallid visage, he felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting on how harshly he had been the previous night. She was in a weakened state, and he should not have demanded so much. Yet, despite his demands, Meng Tang remained obedient, evidently devoted to him to the utmost. No matter his actions, she indulged him, and Chui relished this feeling. Unbeknownst to Meng Tang, she followed Chui in reciting the sacrificial words. Under the blazing sun, the ceremony endured for over an hour. The officials below, unable to withstand the heat, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows. Chui, too, concerned for Meng Tang's health, sought to conclude the rites promptly. As the officials descended the steps from the altar, a glint of cold light flickered in the distance. Unbeknownst to anyone, a sharp arrow was aimed in their direction. Master Yuan stood atop a high tower, bow in hand, squinting as he targeted Chui on the distant altar. He recalled the conversation he had overheard between Meng Tang and Chui. Prior to the ceremony, Meng Tang had approached him. Master Yuan observed the Empress, clad in the attire of a palace maid, standing calmly in his courtyard. She candidly stated her purpose, I require your assistance. Surprised, Master Yuan responded, Your Highness must have mistaken me for another. Meng Tang regarded him with the semblance of a smile, saying, the holy monk need not assist. After the ceremony, I shall inform His Majesty that the holy monk and I met here, and that the holy monk praised me as an extraordinary person. Master Yu Yin's delicate eyes widened slightly. When have I ever conferred with you in private? Yet, he indeed had referred to her as an extraordinary person. And not just once, a lie must be half true to be credible. Do you think His Majesty would believe me? With Chuyi's notorious suspicion, the mere thought sent chills down Master Yu Yin's spine. If he truly aroused Chuyi's doubts, that man would show no mercy and might very well have him executed without a second thought. Wei Yuan took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, if there is any task in which this humble monk can assist, please do not hesitate to articulate it. However, I must caution you that my abilities are limited, and I may not be able to fulfill your request. No, you are certainly capable, she replied. Yesterday, I dispatched someone to investigate your background. Our esteemed monk is indeed formidable, having spent 5 years in the military, fighting valiantly for His Majesty. I have heard that the Akamumu tribe even bestowed upon you a title, ghost-faced jade monk, for you don a ghostly mask each time you take a life. It is quite remarkable. Who would have thought that the saintly and immaculate monk shares such a kinship with His Majesty? Yuan remained silent, resigned. He said, Very well, please proceed since your Majesty believes I can accomplish this. I shall do my utmost. Though he appeared to be a figure of sacred dignity, internally he was rife with tumult. For the first time, he found himself ensnared by another. Meng Tang declared, I require you to orchestrate an assassination. The method of the assassination is inconsequential. The target is His Majesty. Are you mad? Of course, I am not mad, she retorted, casting a fleeting glance at Yuan. Rest assured, I would never allow harm to befall His Majesty. How could I bear to see him injured? Yuan furrowed his brow. If you doubt my words, I could perform a divination for His Majesty to ascertain whether he will be harmed today. Indeed, he performed the divination, and the omens concerning Chuyi were all auspicious. Meng Tang spoke no falsehood. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan grasped that this assassination was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Meng Tang to win the heart of the saint. Yuan aimed for Chuyi atop the altar, gritting his teeth in disbelief at the madness unfolding before him. The couple had both succumbed to insanity, one selfish and cold-hearted, the other hypocritical and shameless. How well they complemented one another. Yuan marveled once more at his fortune in not having to marry. Who would dare to wed such a woman? Chapter 53, Tang, do not die, do not leave me. The benefit of conversing with an astute individual lies in the fact that words are often unnecessary. The other party instinctively knows what must be done. Wei Yuan was such an individual, and so was Meng Tang. Releasing his grip, he loosed the arrow with deadly precision. No one within the altar anticipated such a scene. Nor did they recognize the stealthy ambush. Only Meng Tang reacted swiftly, exclaiming, Your Majesty, be cautious. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, placing herself before Chuyi. A sickening thud echoed as the arrow pierced her body. Entering through her back and exiting from her chest, Meng Tang staggered, her once tender eyes gradually dimming. Chuyi hastily cradled her in his arms, lifting her with urgency, calling out, Imperial Physician, summon the Imperial Physician. Hurry, bring him here. The suddenness of the arrow left everyone in shock. Blood poured forth from her chest in torrents. In that instant, a dull ache pierced Chuyi's heart as the vivid crimson stained his resplendent yellow dragon robe. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, overwhelming in its volume. For the first time, the usually composed gaze of the emperor betrayed a flicker of panic. There was simply too much blood. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses. Heightening his anxiety, holding her tightly, he swiftly descended from the altar. Meng Yan and Meng Yan rushed through the crowd, their faces etched with worry. Tang, Meng Yan's eyes widened in alarm. Chuyi forced himself to remain calm, though his hands trembled as he held her. Zifeng, Tang is with me. You must gather people and hurry to the listening sound tower across the way to search for the culprit. That arrow was shot from their dot. We cannot allow the mastermind to escape. However, Tang, Chuyi's gaze was resolute as he declared, Hasten, do not compel me to repeat myself a third time. Everything concerning Tang is under my protection. Whoever has inflicted such harm upon her shall wish for a fate worse than death. Meng Yan cast a worried glance at Meng Tang before turning to his guards, bellowing, Brothers, follow me. Meng Yan interjected. Your Majesty, I beseech you to entrust Tang to me. He had endured 7 long years of restraint, all for the sake of his family's safety, yet now, Tang lay grievously wounded. Without a doubt, Meng Yan harbored resentment towards Chuyi. As Chuyi carried the injured woman into the courtyard, he strode with determination, stating, Meng Guozhang, this is not the time for disputes. Let the imperial physician attend to Tang first, shall we? Meng Yan fell momentarily silent. Once Chuyi had deposited her within the room, Meng Yan abruptly swept his sleeve, his countenance as cold as iron, clearly seething with rage. Within the Mingguang pavilion, Chuyi was drenched in blood. His concern for himself overshadowed by his fixation on the figure upon the bed. "How fares the Empress?" he inquired. The physician's hands trembled slightly as he replied in trepidation, "Your Majesty, the arrow is but a fraction away from piercing the Empress's heart." Chewie gazed at her in horror. The physician's hands quivered uncontrollably as he grasped the shaft of the arrow, hesitating to remove it, for it lay perilously close to her heart. With a sudden thud, the physician knelt before him, trembling as he implored, "Your Majesty, I dare not extract the arrow, it is too near the heart." Chu Yi's expression darkened as he retorted, "You are the imperial physician, if you lack the courage to act, what use are you to me?" The aged physician shook uncontrollably. Chu Yi approached and seated himself beside the bed. That moment, Meng Tang's consciousness wavered. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow, murmuring, "Zitong, do not fear, I shall save you, I will not allow any harm to befall you." The physician cautioned, "The instant it is withdrawn, it may sever vital vessels, resulting in excessive blood loss. Your Majesty, steady your hand. If possible, I implore you to undertake the extraction." "Very well, I shall do it." Chu Yi reached forth, gripping the arrow embedded in her chest. Meng Tang fluttered her eyelids, her lips parting slightly as she faintly uttered something. "What is it you wish to convey, Zitong?" Chu Yi leaned closer, straining to hear. She whispered, "Your Majesty, do not be afraid." Her voice was so delicate, as if it might be carried away by the breeze at any moment. For the first time, Chu Yi felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes, a heaviness settling in his heart. "I am unafraid, Zitong, I am unafraid." Even in such dire circumstances, she continued to offer him comfort. Chu Yi gripped the arrow tightly and, with a sudden surge of resolve, withdrew it forcefully. Blood erupted forth, splattering several droplets onto Chu Yi's face. "Physician," he called out. Without waiting for his command, the physician hurriedly approached, medicine box in hand. An experienced elder, he was well versed in treating such wounds. As Chu Yi prepared to rise, Meng Tang's hand unexpectedly reached out to him weakly. He turned to clasp her small hand, softly assuring, "I am here, I shall not leave." Meng Tang's lips moved slightly, and she feebly asked, "Your Majesty, are you injured?" Chu Yi's eyes burned with emotion. Even in his own dire state, she worried for him. Such a person as Meng Tang, wholeheartedly devoted to him, was truly irreplaceable. "I am unharmed, you must also take care of yourself, do you understand?" Meng Tang's gaze briefly swept over the affection progress bar, which was steadily rising. Indeed, it was only through complete devotion that the heart of the Dog Emperor would begin to warm towards her. Every ounce of kindness that Chu Yi bestowed upon others was never in vain. For a man of his nature, a single unit of giving demanded tenfold in return. Meng Tang longed to return home so fervently that she was willing to immerse herself in perilous situations. She murmured, "Your Majesty, a person of such dragon-like grace and phoenix-like demeanor should not weep for a humble servant like me. Your Majesty, a man should not shed tears lightly, your tears should not be shed for a mere woman." Her words came out in fragmented whispers. The tears that had been brimming in her eyes finally spilled over, and upon hearing her words, Chu Yi could no longer restrain himself. A single drop fell onto Meng Tang's hand. He implored, "Do not speak, Zitong, do not speak." Meng Tang gently shook her head and replied, "I fear if I do not speak now, later there may be no opportunity." Her delicate face grew even paler from the loss of vitality. Chu Yi reached out to wipe the bloodstains from her visage, saying, "It will not happen, my Zitong will live long, and we shall grow old together. When we are old, I will take you on journeys through the mountains and waters." How does that sound? Such a thought was truly a nightmare. Meng Tang had no desire to be bound to this man for a lifetime. A frail smile appeared on her face, fragile yet painfully heart-wrenching to behold. She said, "Do you remember earlier, when your Majesty mentioned that after the heavenly sacrifice, you would take me to explore the capital? Your Majesty, is that promise still valid?" Chu Yi grasped her hand and pressed it against his forehead, affirming, "It is valid. Wherever Zitong wishes to go, I shall take you, if only you can recover." Meng Tang's smile was tinged with sorrow as she replied, I fear I may not have the chance. I long to accompany your Majesty, to wander the capital together, to admire the gardens of early summer, to ride through the streets listen to operas." Your Majesty, tears streamed from his eyes as she lamented, "I still have so many things I have yet to do with your Majesty. It is too late. It is still too late. It will not be, Zitong, nothing will happen. Once you are well again, I shall ensure we do everything together. Is that agreeable?" Chu Yi's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 54. I shall never let Tanger down. Tears left 2 wet trails on her cheeks as she said, your Majesty, I am in so much pain." Chu Yi tightened his grip on her hand, unwittingly imparting strength to her. She said, "Zitong, bear with it, think of it as for my sake. Meng Tang's voice was choked, her words had become incoherent. Your Majesty. I do not speak, Zitong. I know, I understand everything. The proud emperor bowed his head, his eyes reddened with unshed tears. He was genuinely frightened, having found such a remarkable person, gentle and virtuous. She was the finest empress and his dearest wife. He could not bear to lose her. In that moment, the man who had never believed in heaven or earth found himself praying to the heavens, pleading not to take away the only person by his side. Meng Tang coughed heavily twice, her frail countenance resembling shattered glass. Chui dared not touch her, fearing that any movement might cause her to break. Zitong, I wish for your recovery, you must not leave me. His voice was hoarse, revealing the anguish within his gaze. It is still insufficient. This is far from enough. The affection level has merely risen to 56. Meng Tang stoked the flames further, saying, your servant. Fears there may be no more opportunities. I yearn to engage in a few more conversations with your Majesty. Please do not be disheartened. I have never, ever been a worthy empress. Her words came forth in a stammer. Her countenance pained, as she continued, if it were possible, I would prefer not to hail from the esteemed Meng family, to be free from your Majesty's suspicions and trepidations, and to lead a simple life as an ordinary woman. Should that day ever come, I would only desire to be a most common consort in the imperial harem, to pass my time reading and sharing intimate words with your Majesty. I am so weary. So very weary, your Majesty. Chui listened intently. In the preceding years, he indeed treated Meng Tang poorly out of caution towards the Meng family, yet, if given a chance to start anew, if he were afforded another opportunity, he now recognized Meng Tang's worth. How could he disregard her again? Meng Tang was unique, irreplaceable. No one could ever assume her place in his heart. Tanger, I understand that you have always felt unworthy of the burdens of an empress, that the weight of such responsibilities exhausts you. It was I who compelled you into this role, but Tanger, I do not regret it. I simply wish for you to be my wife. No one else will suffice. Do not sleep, think of it as a favor to me. Do not succumb to slumber. Meng Tang, summoning all her strength, grasped his hand tightly, saying, but it truly hurts so much. Endure it, just hold on a little longer. He suddenly turned his gaze to the imperial physician, his eyes sharp as daggers. Is the bleeding under control? Are you capable or not? If you cannot manage, I shall have your head. The physician broke into a cold sweat. Rest assured, your Majesty, the heart has not been harmed. I am capable. Meng Tang's eyelids fluttered, glancing at the progress bar. 6-2. It had finally passed. For the first time in years, Chuyi's heart felt encased in a thick shell, impervious to all. Yet at this moment, Meng Tang, through such extreme measures, had managed to crack that shell open. With a sense of relief, Meng Tang closed her eyes and released Chuyi's hand. Moments later, the physician exhaled in relief, announcing, your Majesty, the bleeding has ceased, it has stopped. Chuyi, finally able to ease his anxious heart, let out a heavy sigh. You have done excellently. Upon our return to the palace, I shall reward you handsomely. This humble official thanks your Majesty. However, your Majesty, the Empress still remains in danger. She requires meticulous care. I understand. Chuyi extended his hand, gently caressing Meng Tang's delicate face, saying, if I cannot keep you by my side, I shall command all outside to perish, your father, your brother, the remaining servants of the Meng family, including Zitong. For their sake, do not abandon me, will you? These words caused the physician to break into a cold sweat. Soaking his back, Chuyi lowered his head and softly kissed her lips, a fleeting touch, asserting, I believe Tanger would not wish to leave me either. Meng Yan had been waiting outside, nearly frantic with worry. Finally, after half an hour, Chuyi emerged, blood-soaked. How is Tanger? The arrow has been removed, the bleeding has ceased, the father-in-law may rest assured. In his demeanor towards Meng Yan, Chuyi regained his composure. Meng Yansong let out a sigh of relief and spoke. Your Majesty, Tanger is now gravely injured. However, Chuyi interrupted him, saying, she suffered this injury for my sake, for me alone. Rest assured, my father-in-law, I fully comprehend Tanger's deep affection for me, and I will not betray her heartfelt devotion. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan felt a pang of bitterness. It was the first time he witnessed Meng Tang display such reckless abandon for someone. Initially, he was filled with anger at her severe injuries. But now, having calmed somewhat, he understood that this was entirely Tanger's choice. Could it be that his Tanger truly harbored such profound feelings for the emperor? A subtle discontent stirred within Meng Yan. He stated, I only hope your Majesty will treat Tanger kindly. That alone would suffice for my contentment. Naturally, Meng Yan mused. Little did he think that he was unaware of how Chuyi had tormented Tanger in previous years. The Meng family had nearly bowed down to the ground to dispel the emperor's suspicions in order to survive. Meng Yan led his men and pursued them to the Linging Tower. Atop the tower sat Yuan, who had not departed, clad in a simple white robe and wearing a wooden mask resembling a sinister spirit. He perched by the window. As Meng Yan and his entourage reached the top floor, they beheld this scene. Meng Yan sensed something amiss about the figure. Yuan's gentle voice emanated from beneath the mask. Meng Baihu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Meeting you in person today, you truly are extraordinary, a dragon among men. Meng Yan glared at the bow in his hand, exclaiming angrily, so it was you who harmed my sister? Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, oh, how can you say that? My initial aim was the life of that wretched emperor. Who could have anticipated that your sister would suddenly shield him from an arrow, thus wasting a splendid opportunity to slay the dog emperor? Meng Yan clenched his fists. Meng Baihu, do not be angered. I have heard how difficult it is for the Meng family in the capital. How glorious was the young general Meng in years past. Yet now, you can only serve as a mere hundred household of the Jinyui. Do you not feel a tinge of dissatisfaction? He leapt down from the window, his movements ghostly, instantly appearing beside Meng Yan. If the young General Meng wishes to escape such a predicament, why not consider a collaboration? His tone was laced with seduction, meant to test. 7 years prior, he had prophesied that the Meng family would rebel. Chui dismissed this, resulting in the scene where Meng Tang entered the palace as a consort, effectively as a hostage. Yu Yin's predictions had never been wrong, regardless of how obedient the Meng family had been over the years. Their blood was still that of the fierce wolves from the borderlands. A tiger may temporarily bow its head for its cubs, but it cannot do so for eternity. This day, Yuan remained convinced that the Meng family would indeed rebel. And that prophecy was true. Meng Yan scoffed, the Meng family has been loyal and righteous for generations. Collaborating with someone like you would only tarnish our bloodline. He commanded, seize this villain, life or death. It matters not, should he perish, the responsibility lies solely with me. Meng Yan, I swear that I shall not allow the one who harmed my sister to leave this Linging Tower alive. Chapter 55, Foolish Tone. Your presence is a blessing to me. How fierce, Yuan sighed, retreating repeatedly as the guards surrounded him. Yuan remained calm and collected, utterly disregarding the men before him. Meng Yan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, declaring, kill. Without hesitation, the guards surged forward. The graceful figure of Yuan moved with an elegance that belied her strength. With a mere flick of her wrist, she executed a technique that could effortlessly incapacitate an opponent. It appeared as though she exerted no effort at all, yet with a gentle press and a slight twist, she rendered a man's arm useless. Yuan leapt onto the windowsill, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she remarked, if you choose not to cooperate, then so be it. Why such ferocity? Meng Yan stood there, his hand slowly gripping the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. Allow me to present you with a grand gift. No need for thanks, this failed assassination will not be overlooked by those above. Let the dog emperor prepare for his fate. Ha! He feigned a boastful demeanor, throwing the bow in his hand towards Meng Yan. Instinctively, Meng Yan caught it, only to witness Yu Yin's body tumble backward. This tower stood over 10 zhang high. Any ordinary person would surely meet their demise, shattered into a pulp upon impact. Meng Yan hurriedly rushed forward, peering down, yet the specter was nowhere to be seen. His gaze darkened as he struck the wall with force, declaring, search below, the living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. Understood. Meng Yan tightened his grip on the bow and turned to return to Lingon Temple to report. In Lufeng Courtyard, Xiao Hongyun learned of Meng Tang shielding Chui from an arrow and sustaining grave injuries. She hastened to Meng Tang's side. Kai Wei trailed closely behind, exclaiming, Your Highness, you have put your socks on inside out. Xiao Hongyun paused to correct her socks, stating, I am anxious for my heart. Kai Wei chuckled, replying, Your Highness, with such concern for the Empress, she will surely be pleased to know who is concerned for her. Xiao Hongyun retorted, I fear that if she were to perish, the Empress' position would be claimed by those like Mei Fei and Xiang Fei, and I would be left with no good days ahead. Indeed, you do not care for the Empress at all. That is not entirely true, Xiao Hongyun said as she continued on her way. Meanwhile, Meng Yan was also eager to report to Chui. His pace swift and unwavering. As Xiao Hongyun crossed the moon gate and turned down the corridor, she unexpectedly collided with a man, enveloped in the faint scent of jasmine reminiscent of the Empress. Meng Yan was equally startled. He stumbled back, exclaiming, Lady Xiao Fei. Xiao Hongyun, with a lack of control, swayed from the force of the impact and nearly fell backward. Meng Yan quickly reached out to steady her. In a flurry of confusion, Xiao Hongyun stood firm, breathless as she gazed at him. Meng. She stuttered. Meng Yan cupped his fists in respect, saying, "Please, Lady Xiao Fei, remain at ease, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." He turned to depart. Xiao Hongyun stood momentarily stunned. Kai Wei caught up to her, stating, "Your Highness, why the rush? The Empress is right there. She cannot escape. With your speed, I could hardly keep up." Xiao Hongyun remained silent. And Kai Wei, seeing her in such a daze for the first time, asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Regaining her composure, Xiao Hongyun adjusted her clothing and replied, "What could possibly trouble me? Come, let us go to the Empress." So it was that Meng Yun, the brother of the Empress, the proud young general who had basked in the limelight 7 years prior, was indeed the one in question. In Mingguang Pavilion, Chu Yi remained steadfastly by Meng Tang's side. Holding his small hand, Li Chongfu had matters to report. He knelt on the ground and said, "Lord Peng and Lord Zhang have been waiting for your majesty in the study for quite some time. They wish to discuss the issue of flood control on the southern bank of the Huai River." Chu Yi gently squeezed her palm and replied, "Tell them to wait a little longer. I am currently occupied." The imperial physician has stated that Meng Tang has not yet passed the critical period. He is truly fearful, afraid that if he loses focus for even a moment, she might depart from him, forsaking him forever. Meng Tang slowly lifted her eyelids, having rested for a moment. Her vitality had improved significantly, however her eyes were filled with self-reproach as she spoke, "Your Majesty, please go. This concerns the lives of countless common folk." Zitong. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, his eyes brimming with reluctance. "I am untroubled, I have walked through the gates of death and am not so easily dispatched." Meng Tang's words came with great difficulty, as her excessive blood loss had rendered her pale. Chu Yi declared, "I wish to stay with you." He could not bear to experience such a painful separation once more. His tone was resolute as he added, "Do not overthink it. It is merely a matter of them waiting a little longer. A few hours will not matter. I want to be by your side." "Your Majesty." In Meng Tang's misty eyes lay a deep affection. "To have such a sovereign as you is the greatest fortune of my life." Chu Yi tucked the blanket around her, stating, "To have you, Zitong, is indeed my fortune as well." "Silly Zitong, do not risk your safety for me again. Do you understand? I am tough and resilient. Injuries do not concern me, but you are different." He gazed at her with deep affection. Were it another person who heard these words, they would undoubtedly believe that Chu Yi harbored an unreserved love for them. Yet, Meng Tang glanced at the progress bar, realizing it had only just reached a passing mark. A ruler must consider too many matters, rendering their love inevitably impure. She could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "I am the same, I too am tough and resilient. You see, I am unscathed this time. Am I not, Your Majesty?" "There is no need for alarm. A couple of days of rest will suffice. The affairs of state are pressing, so you should hurry along." At this moment, Meng Tang was indeed at her most vulnerable. How could she not need companionship? Chu Yi replied, "I shall stay with you a while longer. I truly wish you would not be so understanding." Understanding causes one to ache for her, as she considers everything for him, yet neglects her own needs. This was the Meng Tang he cherished. Chu Yi sighed, feigning displeasure as he said, "If you speak such words again, I shall be angry." Meng Tang fell silent. Outside, Li Chongfu returned with another report, "Your Majesty, Meng Bai, who has returned from Lingyin Tower." "Let him enter." Meng Yan pushed the door open and entered the room. He half knelt on the ground, saying, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Chu Yi inquired coolly, "Were you able to capture anyone?" Meng Yan presented the bow in his hands with both of his, stating, "That villain was indeed cunning. We did not capture anyone, but left this behind." Chu Yi rose to take the bow from him and then picked up the arrow that had pierced Meng Tang's body. Squinting slightly, "This is made of newly forged fine iron, originally destined for the western camp." His tone turned cold as he spoke. "Indeed, this corresponds to the batch of military supplies lost by the western camp. Identical to those used by the bandits who attacked the mountain. They must be accomplices of the mountain bandits." Chu Yi fell into silence, a hint of suspicion lingering in his gaze. Why would the adversary leave such obvious evidence? It was far too conspicuous. Is it truly that band of mountain bandits? Meng Tang suddenly propped herself up and climbed out of bed. She was gravely injured, unsteady on her feet, and fell to the ground. With tears welling in her eyes and a quiver in her voice, she exclaimed, "It is them again. I knew it had to be them. Previously, when this band of mountain bandits pursued me, they mentioned that even if their assault on the mountain failed, they would have contingencies in place. I never expected they would be waiting here. Such malice is truly despicable." Chapter 56. Her resolute demeanor was heart-wrenching. Chu Yi was overly suspicious. The evidence left by Yuan was too conspicuous. And Chui might not believe it. Meng Tang could only attempt to smooth things over for Yuan. Seeing her in such a state, both Chui and Meng Yun were taken aback and rushed forward. Zitong, Tang heir. Chui quickly scooped Meng Tang into his arms and laid her back on the bed. He said, Zitong, your body is in such a weakened state, how can you move about so carelessly? With reddened eyes and a tone laced with indignation, Meng Tang replied, I am truly terrified, fearing for your majesty's safety, worried they will not spare you either. Chui reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and asked, Did they truly say such things? I swear to the heavens, your majesty, I dare not even imagine what would happen if that arrow struck you. It was clearly aimed at your vital point. They are utterly deranged. Indeed, that arrow was indeed aimed at his fatal spot. Had it not been for Meng Tang shielding him, it would have pierced his heart, resulting in his death. The only ones who harbored such hatred for him were those bandits plotting rebellion. Chui embraced Meng Tang tightly, soothing her, Do not fear, my Zitong. They will not have such an opportunity again. Those who caused you such grievous harm, I vow I will not let them go easily. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Meng Tang nestled against him, feeling reassured by his belief. Her gaze flickered as she gently said, Your Majesty must also take care of yourself. Do not put yourself in danger, or I shall be heartbroken. Chui lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead, murmuring in response, All right. His queen was still as understanding as ever. Meng Tang rubbed her cheek against his chest and said, As long as your majesty remains safe, I would be willing to do anything. Zitong Meng Yun stood awkwardly to the side, feeling quite out of place. It seemed that his sister had escaped the clutches of death. As the couple exchanged intimate words, he found himself caught between staying and leaving, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Your majesty, please attend to your affairs. I would like to speak with my sister for a moment. I imagine this has startled her greatly. Upon hearing this, Chui did not refuse. He cast a glance at Meng Yun and said, Zifeng, you stay and look after Tang heir. I understand. Thank you, your majesty. Chui rose and departed. Once Chuyi's figure was no longer visible, Meng Yun closed the door. Standing by the bedside, his expression was complicated. Tang heir, do you realize how frightened father and I were this time? Do not act so impulsively in the future. Meng Tang sighed and replied, But if I had not shielded your majesty, that arrow would have struck you. Do you truly hold such affection for him? Meng Tang fell silent. Meng Yun said, In the past, I was opposed to your marriage into the palace. You, thinking of the greater good, willingly entered, which caused great heartache for both father and me. Now, seeing you so grievously injured, I truly wonder whether allowing you to enter the palace was the right choice. Had I known this would happen, I would have rather taken the risk and brought you back to Shuabei. Brother, please stop, Meng Tang quickly interjected. Meng Yun, regaining his composure, realized his indiscretion and remarked, Brother truly feels the pain. Meng Tang smiled gently and replied, Brother, I assure you I am fine. Look, it did not strike my vital points, did it? It's merely a close call. After a few days of rest, I shall recover. What do you mean it did not strike a vital point? If it had, you would be lost. Meng Yun grasped Meng Tang's small hand and said, Tanger, should you ever grow weary of the palace and wish to leave, do not hesitate to inform both brother and father. She understood that both Meng Yan and Meng Yun cherished her deeply. The Meng family, renowned for its loyalty and virtue over generations, was a legacy she did not wish to tarnish. Brother, I truly am fine. Trust me, once I heal, we can ride together, shall we? His Majesty has promised that once I recover, he will indulge my every wish. He, with a tender gesture, lightly flicked her forehead. His Majesty is quite profound in thought. You must exercise utmost caution within the palace. Should you face any grievances, inform brother immediately. Do you understand? I understand. Seeing her face pale, Meng Yun, unwilling to further disturb her rest, encouraged her to lie down properly and departed. As he stepped outside, he encountered Xiao Hongyun hurrying into the courtyard. Xiao Hongyun lifted her gaze upon seeing him and spoke, I was unaware that Meng Baihu was also here. There was a hint of panic in her voice. Meng Yan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Xiao Hongyun watched him walk several meters away from Mingguang Pavilion. Her expression contemplative. Your Highness? Your Highness? Kai Wei called out. Xiao Hongyun snapped back to attention, and Kai Wei, smiling, remarked, That is General Meng, indeed a phoenix among men. Even the princess is captivated. How absurd. Silence yourself. The fact that I have encountered General Meng today must not be mentioned to anyone. Do you understand? Furthermore, he is no longer a general, but Meng Baihu. Do not err in addressing him. Xiao Hongyun's face bore an unusual severity. Kai Wei, taken aback, nodded obediently. Come, let us go see the Empress. I shall only take a brief glance. Tread lightly and do not disturb her. Half a month later, Meng Tang's wounds had significantly healed, the scars forming upon her skin, and she was able to rise. One day, Meng Tang stood in the Buddhist hall, which was empty. With her eyes closed and hands clasped, she was making a wish to the Buddha. Your Highness. A clear voice resonated. Yu Yin emerged from behind a pillar, arms crossed, observing her with keen interest. Meng Tang turned her head slightly, casting him a glance, and inquired, what brings the holy monk here? Previously, this humble monk rendered you a great service. Having done so well, do you not wish to express your gratitude? Meng Tang scoffed coldly. Is doing well synonymous with intentionally lingering at Linging Tower, or deliberately leaving the bough behind to incite suspicion? This Yu Yin was truly devious, clearly scheming, his mind as intricate as his demeanor was pure. Yu Yin shrugged and replied, yet it did not obstruct your highness in any way, did it? The humble monk is merely curious. The matter of my struggles for his majesty in the military is known only to the two of us. How did the empress come to know? Meng Tang replied, isn't the holy monk capable of divining all affairs of the world? Why not attempt to discern it for yourself? There are indeed matters beyond my grasp. The empress may hold me in too high regard. Meng Tang continued, it is of no consequence to share this with you, for it is not a secret. The scouts of the Shuabei army possess a renowned pair of keen ears and far-seeing eyes. It appears that the Meng family still maintains such profound ties with Shuabei. Are you not afraid I might inform His Majesty? This palace believes the holy monk to be an astute individual. Would you not agree? The Jade Seal certainly would not, for 7 years ago, only when Meng Tang thrived could the realm flourish, thus the Jade Seal is pleased to assist Meng Tang in securing her favored status. Zitong, the gentle call of Chui resonated from the entrance of the Buddhist hall, and the Jade Seal receded into the shadows. Meng Tang turned, her smile blooming like a flower, the sharpness that marked her conversation with the Jade Seal entirely vanished. Replaced by a visage of softness, she spoke, Your Majesty, what brings you here? Chui stepped forward, draping a cloak over Meng Tang's shoulders, his brow furrowed as he inquired, what brings you to this place? With genuine warmth, Meng Tang replied, I have come to pray for your majesty, hoping the Buddha will grant you protection from treacherous individuals. After experiencing this ordeal, I have truly grown fearful. Today, I have specially bathed and burned incense, devoutly praying before the Buddha for an entire day, seeking only to ensure your majesty's peace for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Chui smiled with satisfaction, declaring, what Zitong wishes shall surely come to pass. Will hurrying to accumulate 100 points allow me to leave as well? Meng Tang glanced at her affection level. It had remained stagnant at 62 since it had risen 2 weeks prior. She pondered the enigmatic nature of Chuyi's affections. Recently, he had been cherishing her in his palm, fearful of any misstep, prompting admiration from onlookers regarding the deep bond between the emperor and empress. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Chuyi's feelings for her were but at 62. Earlier, Tang Er mentioned a desire to stroll through the garden of early summer with me, seeing her in good spirits today. Would you care to join me for a walk? Chui took her small hand, inquiring, very well, Meng Tang replied, her demeanor exceedingly docile. Since learning of Meng Tang's injury, Fang Wani had been racking his brain to see her. To ascertain the state of her wounds, she was particularly averse to pain. Even a slight insect bite in her childhood would bring her to tears. This recent calamity had left her in dire need of comfort. Yet the emperor was preoccupied with state affairs, and could not be by her side at all times. The echoes of Meng Tang's words lingered in his ears, and Fang Wani realized that since entering the palace and meeting Meng Tang, he had scarcely noticed any other woman. His thoughts were consumed by her, and upon closing his eyes, her gentle visage appeared before him. Alas, that gentleness was not directed at him. Her resolute demeanor was all the more heart-wrenching. Today, he had bribed the guards of Lingon Temple to gain clandestine entry. He believed he would merely take a glance, causing no trouble for his sister Tang, and then depart. Chapter 57, Who Dares to Look? I shall pluck out his eyes. As Fang Wani made his way, he meticulously avoided others, cautiously approaching Meng Tang's quarters. Memories of their innocent childhood together flooded his mind. How intimate they had once been, now rendered so callous. Had Sister Tang truly forgotten the joy they once shared? He was unwilling to let go, clinging to the memories of the past. On that day, Meng Yin had urged him not to trouble his sister any further. He longed to release his burdens, yet while he immersed himself in his studies at home, his mind was consumed by her name, crafting verses and paintings that invariably depicted her visage when she was absent. He managed to endure, but upon encountering her, a wave of profound regret and yearning enveloped him. Sister Tang. In the distance, he discerned faint voices, and he wondered if the heavens were aware of his longing. For he seemed to hear Sister Tang's voice. Your Majesty, look, you are sweating. Today's heat is quite unbearable for a stroll in the garden. Meng Tang gently guided Chui to a shaded pavilion. Then took out a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the sweat from his brow. The subtle fragrance of jasmine wafted from her cloth, stirring an undeniable desire within Chui. He reached out, suddenly encircling her delicate waist and drawing her onto his lap. As Feng Wanyi approached quietly, she chanced upon the intimate scene of the emperor and empress entwined. Chui held her close, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, the gardens of the Lingon temple leave much to be desired. Especially since the front courtyard has been ravaged by fire. Once you have fully recovered, I shall take you to the Bihua Palace, where true beauty awaits." The Bihua Palace was the emperor's private summer retreat. Yet he had never taken her there. Her face lit up with astonishment, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she asked, "May I truly go, Your Majesty?" Upon uttering these words, Meng Tang's gaze dimmed momentarily as she continued. "In all the years that Your Majesty has visited the summer palace, you have never taken me along. I have never set foot there. I once heard Mei Fei mention the exquisite lotus flowers, claiming that after witnessing them, she could never forget. I am curious as to just how beautiful they are. Alas, I have never had the fortune to see them in person during my years in the palace." Her words stirred a sense of regret within Chui, who gazed tenderly at her small, sorrowful face. The sight of her melancholic demeanor pierced his heart. In the years past, he had overlooked Meng Tang, never truly acknowledging her presence. Reflecting now, he realized how much he had missed. Resting his head on her shoulder, he murmured, "It is my fault. I neglected my Zitong all these years. I and the palace, with someone as enchanting as Meng Tang. How could anyone else capture his attention? He must have been blind in those earlier years." Meng Tang smiled gently, saying, "It is not Your Majesty's fault. It is my frail constitution that renders me unfit for long journeys. I have heard that Bihua Palace is quite far from the capital, and one can only assume that Your Majesty has been considerate of my health, which is why you have not taken me there." Her thoughtfulness was heart-wrenching. With a soothing touch, Meng Tang caressed his hair and said, "Your Majesty, I do not mind, even if Mei Fei and Xiang Fei have been there. What of it, even if Your Majesty once favored them? I am still Your Majesty's wife, and I shall not compete with them." Zitong. Her words struck a chord within Chui, igniting warmth in his heart and revealing a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. He gazed at her porcelain-like face. After days of nurturing, her complexion had significantly improved, her cheeks flushed with color, and her soft lips had regained their rosy fullness, inviting admiration. Chui lowered his head. Poised to kiss her, Meng Tang gently pushed against him, saying, "Your Majesty, we are still in public, someone might see us." With a lowered voice, Chuyi's deep timbre lingered by her ear as he remarked, "No one shall allow me a mere kiss." Preposterous, a kiss cannot simply be contained. Chuyi, that scoundrel, was nothing short of a beast. While a kiss might seem trivial, the ensuing fervor could spiral into something far more significant. Her wounds had yet to heal. "Your Majesty, please not in broad daylight." Did Zitong fear being seen? "I care not who dares to look. Whoever gazes upon me shall find their eyes plucked from their sockets." His desire for those vermilion lips was insatiable. This exquisite sensation, he, Chui, could not forego experiencing today. He grasped her wrist, drawing her into his embrace, and lowered his head to capture those luscious, dew-kissed lips. Soft and fragrant, ensnaring Chuyi's very soul. Meng Tang had been injured for half a month, and Chui had refrained from any intimacy during that time. Other women held no allure for him. He yearned solely for Meng Tang. Now that she could finally stand, Chuyi's impatience surged as he longed to savor her once more. Meng Tang's delicate hand pressed against the man's chest as she let out a soft whimper. Her words swallowed by their mingling lips. His kiss was laden with passion, as if he sought to devour her whole. His tongue entwined powerfully with hers, capturing her breath and exchanging their essence. Soon, her eyes glistened with moisture, and a faint blush graced her cheeks, akin to the delicate hue of rouge, more radiant than the blossoms in the garden. Feng Wanyi widened her eyes, witnessing this fervent scene unfold. The emperor's kiss was fierce. Could such a fragile and diminutive figure withstand it? Feng Wanyi instinctively took a step back, her foot crunching on a stone by the roadside. The sound startled the two in the pavilion. Chui released Meng Tang, one hand gripping her neck, pulling her closer into his embrace, a posture brimming with possessiveness. "Who dares?" His gaze turned icy, commanding, "Show yourself." Feng Wanyi gasped and turned to flee. Chui snapped a nearby flower branch and hurled it towards the source of the sound. With a whoosh, it sliced through the air, grazing Feng Wanyi's cheek and leaving a vivid, alarming trail of blood. "Show yourself." Feng Wanyi, trembling, glanced at the branch embedded in the stone nearby, shuddering as she emerged from behind the tree. kneeling on the ground. Feng Wanni, pay my respects to your majesty. The utterance of her name startled both Chui and Meng Tang. Meng Tang's lashes fluttered. Feng Wanni was a nuisance, having caused her to bite her tongue last time. Dissipating the emperor's suspicions, why had she appeared again? Indeed, Chu Yi's countenance darkened as he sneered, this courtyard belongs to the royal family, not even officials are permitted entry, let alone the offspring of officials. I recall, in the list for this heavenly sacrificial ceremony, your name was conspicuously absent. The man narrowed his eyes. The majesty of the emperor was not to be trifled with. Or does young Master Feng wish to enter my garden to pilfer fragrant treasures? Chu Yi caressed the nape of Meng Tang's neck with deliberate strokes. Meng Tang could feel the storm of his irritation brewing. Feng Wanni's face blanched with terror, her cheeks flushed as she stammered. I did not, I have no such intentions, I merely. Her gaze drifted toward Chu Yi's arms. My bird has ventured into the royal abode, I seek to retrieve it. Feng Wanni, in her youth, could not restrain her emotions. What manner of bird could so captivate young Master Feng's thoughts? Speak up, for perhaps I may assist you in your search. Though his tone bore no waves, his icy gaze was profoundly intimidating. Chapter 58, Chu Yi, you are indeed a cur. Feng Wanni's eyes darkened slightly as he spoke. That is a bird of exceptional quality, adorned with brilliant plumage and possessing a melodious song. The sovereign of all birds, a creature that I have long yearned for and finally obtained with great difficulty. This statement, not only did it escape Chu Yi's notice, but even she discerned its underlying implication. Was it not a declaration that Chu Yi had stolen his woman? The more Chu Yi feigned indifference, the greater his fury swelled within. With narrowed eyes and a frosty demeanor, Chu Yi remarked, how can you be certain that this bird belongs to you? Once it has entered the royal abode, it becomes a bird of the empire. Young Master Feng, you have repeatedly coveted what belongs to me. Tell me, what should I do with you? Feng Wanni inhaled deeply, his tone earnest as he replied, I merely wish to catch a glimpse of that bird. With but a single glance, I shall discern whether she willingly flew into the royal gardens. The woman he held dear now rested in another's embrace, not even casting a glance in his direction. In their youth, the Meng and Feng families resided in close proximity, and given the Feng family's esteemed position in court, they were deemed unworthy of the Meng lineage. Yet Meng Tang was infatuated, trailing after Feng Wanni, calling him Wanni Gij, and studying together. At that time, even the elders of both families predicted that these two children would surely unite in the future. Alas, this beautiful dream was shattered by an imperial decree. I recall that Tanger and young Master Feng share a long-standing acquaintance. Why does she not greet an old friend upon their reunion? The emperor is indeed meddlesome. Having previously expressed his stance through a self-inflicted wound, he now resorts to further probing. Meng Tang, with a demure demeanor, replied, Your Majesty, I dare not gaze upon him again. The last time I did, you confined me to the palace, nearly dismissing me altogether, leaving me in fear. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering softly as they met his. Chu Yi reached out, brushing against her dewy lips, and inquired, Do you truly wish not to see him? With me present, it cannot be deemed a clandestine meeting. Hearing this, before Meng Tang could respond, Feng Wanni interjected, Tang, Your Majesty, I have heard that you were injured. Has your condition improved? I have brought with me some excellent wound ointment, renowned for its rapid healing properties, favored even by those in the military. He hastily produced a vial of the ointment. Your Majesty's well-being is paramount. Given the heat of the day, it is unwise to venture outside. It is best for you to rest until you have fully recovered before heading out. He cradled the vial of ointment in his hands. Chu Yi glanced over and remarked, It is indeed a fine remedy. Meng Tang, in a playful manner, replied, No, even the best of ointments are not lacking within the palace. What can be found outside cannot compare to the palace's quality. I am already feeling much better, and taking a stroll is not a grave matter. Young Master Feng should consider his own affairs instead. Chu Yi sighed and said, Young Master Feng's intentions are sincere. Does Tanger truly not desire it? Meng Tang raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection, nearly overflowing with love for Chu Yi, as she said, Your Majesty, please do not speak foolishly. Young Master Feng's intentions are not directed towards me. They are likely meant for you. Perhaps he seeks to curry favor with you for an official position. Meng Tang cast a glance at the progress bar. After much effort, it is imperative that one does not fall back due to Feng Wanni's actions. Tang, Your Majesty, I assure you, I am not what you think. Meng Tang abruptly rose from Chu Yi's side, gracefully gliding forward, the delicate fragrance of jasmine tea momentarily disorienting Feng Wanni. Feng Wanni gazed at her with intense emotion, his lips parting slightly, hinting at the name he was about to utter. Sister Tang. Meng Tang lifted her hand and forcefully knocked the medicine to the ground, her tone stern as she declared, What do you mean? Do you truly believe this palace would covet such trifles, young Master Feng? There are no birds here that you seek. It seems you have come to the wrong place. Did he truly think she was merely a canary in a cage, an object for men to contest over? Such a comparison is utterly revolting. Your Majesty. Feng Wanni's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he nearly voiced the long-suppressed question. Have you truly forgotten our past? Chui watched this exchange with keen interest, refraining from interrupting Meng Tang. Although Feng Wanni's presence displeased him, Meng Tang's few words inexplicably delighted him. She remained loyal to him. What did it matter that they were childhood friends? She did not wish to spare him a glance. Her heart belonged to him. Feigning magnanimity, Chui remarked, Enough, Tanger. Do not let this person mar the joy of our outing. Consider it akin to being bitten by a dog on the road. You are the true dog, Meng Tang thought to herself, suppressing an eye roll. Chui stood, gently taking her hand and coaxing, Let me see, your palm must be red from the impact, and I would surely feel distressed. How insincere. Meng Tang rolled her eyes internally once more. Chui continued with a feigned air of seriousness, I have previously stated that should anyone spy upon us, I would have their eyes gouged out. I am a man of my word. However, if Tanger intercedes on his behalf, I might consider sparing him. Would you have me gouge out his eyes, Tanger? I shall heed your wishes. Chuyi's gaze shifted towards Feng Wanni, who stiffened, his face betraying alarm. If she truly intended to have his eyes removed, it would reveal a ruthless side to her, shattering her gentle facade and raising Chuyi's suspicions. How could a delicate flower so readily inflict harm? If she refrained from such an act, it would imply lingering affections, which would equally incite Chuyi's discontent, leaving him to question whether they had shared a secret intimacy unbeknownst to him. This was indeed a conundrum, more perplexing than any Olympiad problem she had ever solved. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tang offered a graceful bow and stated, Your Majesty, there have been too many occurrences of late, and it is ill-advised to shed blood within the temple grounds. Chuyi's eyes darkened. Was Tanger truly advocating for him? Meng Tang smiled slightly and said, Of course not, since young Master Feng is here in search of birds. What do we lack in the palace? We have an abundance of birds. We could simply offer one to young Master Feng. Moreover, he has reached the age where one ought to pluck flowers. How could his residence be devoid of company? Feng Wanni looked up in astonishment, scarcely able to believe this was the once gentle and amiable Sister Tang. Meng Tang continued, In my humble opinion, the palace maid Qing Ju from the laundry bureau would be an excellent choice. She is 3 years older than young Master Feng, though her father holds but a minor official position. She hails from a respectable family, a virtuous young lady. As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older brings fortune, and she is indeed at the age where she knows how to cherish others, making her a fitting match for young Master Feng. Having encountered Qingju Meng Tang, it is evident that she possesses ambition and aspires to ascend the social ladder. Previously, she attempted to fabricate a scandal involving Meng Yun, which left her brother so frightened that he refrained from traversing that path for an entire month. It would be most fitting for the two of them to torment each other, allowing her and her brother some respite from their troubles. Feng Wanni, stiffening her form, remarked, Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. I have never even laid eyes upon that Qingju, nor do I harbor any affection for her. How can one so carelessly arrange a marriage? Is it truly so casual? She continued, I in the beginning, Your Majesty, and I had never met, yet look at us now. You regard me as a treasured jewel, and I view you as my ideal partner. The notion of a perfect match is simply that. For Your Majesty, I would willingly forsake my own life. Such sentiments are far more genuine than the ephemeral bonds of childhood friends. Your Majesty, do you not agree? As Meng Tang gazed at him, her eyes brimmed with tender mirth. Her words filled Chui with immense satisfaction, dispelling any prior displeasure. Unable to contain himself, Chui embraced her waist and said, What you speak is most accurate. Even if we were strangers upon first meeting, we could still grow old together. What of childhood friends? Not every pair of childhood companions can become a divine couple. Feng Wanni felt a pang from her words, his eyes reddening slightly as he asked, Your Majesty, do you truly wish for me to wed a woman I have never met? Meng Tang replied with a light-hearted tone, Young Master Feng, given that Sir Feng is of advancing years, he must surely wish for a grandchild. It would be remiss for one without offspring to be deemed unfilial. Young Master Feng is renowned throughout the capital as a great talent. It would be only fitting not to disappoint Sir Feng. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Feng Wanni clenched his fists involuntarily. How could his sister speak to him in such a manner? Had her time in the palace transformed her into someone so cunning? With every word laced with sharpness, his throat felt parched, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chui interjected, Sir Feng is nearing his 60s. It is indeed time for young Master Feng to have a companion. Meng Tang turned to face him, bowing slightly as she said, "In light of my long-standing acquaintance with young Master Feng, I wish to request a marriage decree on his behalf. Might your majesty be willing to grant this humble petition?" Feng Wanni's tone grew grave as he replied, "Your majesty need not concern yourself so for my sake." "How can that be?" she retorted. "I have known young Master Feng for several years. It is only right that I seek a favorable match for him. A royal decree from your majesty would be a tremendous honor, bringing glory to the Feng family. Surely, once Qingju enters the Feng household, she will serve as a virtuous partner, aiding young Master Feng in his scholarly pursuits and managing the household with great care." Chu Yi, in high spirits, squeezed her small hand, his eyes also filled with joy as he declared, "The Empress's idea is splendid. I shall comply. I will draft the decree forthwith, personally bestowing this auspicious union." "Thank you, your majesty." Meng Tang's gaze shifted to Feng Wanni as she urged, "Young Master Feng, should you not express your gratitude?" Feng Wanni trembled slightly, having come merely to see his sister, bewildered at how matters had escalated. His voice strained, he managed, "I thank you for your gracious favor. Rise." Zhu Yi cast a glance at the sky and remarked, "Tanger, the sun is becoming increasingly intense. It is unwise for you to remain exposed for too long. Allow me to escort you back." "Thank you, your majesty, for your concern. I shall not be impolite," she replied. Feng Wanni looked up, her heart aching as she observed the two figures departing hand in hand, her eyes growing misty with emotion. Ultimately, it was only he who felt this unwillingness. She was so cold, resolute, and formidable. No longer the fledgling in need of protection. In days, Feng Wanni made her way back. Today, it was Meng Yan's turn to stand watch, and he happened upon her presence. Meng Yan called out, "Feng Wanni." She lifted her gaze. Meng Yan approached with fury, gripping her collar tightly, declaring, "What are you doing here? You have no right to enter the Lingon temple. Did you sneak in?" Upon witnessing her disheveled state, Meng Yan quickly grasped the situation. He bellowed, "Have you met my sister again? To what extent do you intend to harm her before you relent? Last time, because you sought her out, she was confined by His Majesty and nearly lost her position as Empress. Do you truly wish for her demise?" "Yes, I came to see her," Feng Wanni replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan raised his fist and struck her squarely in the face, exclaiming, "You dismissed my previous warnings as mere nonsense, didn't you? Your own demise matters little, but you shall not drag my sister down with you. She is now the Empress, a member of the royal family, even if she once grew up alongside you. That was 7 years ago. Can you not cease your entanglement with her? Like a man, let go when necessary, and offer your blessings." Feng Wanni seemed incensed, retorting, "Am I the one harming her? Is it truly me? She is thriving, favored by the emperor, exalted above the harem. How could I possibly possess the power to harm her? Ha ha ha." "Meng Yan, do you still believe that Tang Mei is the same girl who needed your protection 7 years ago? Are you unaware of her current prowess?" With just a few words, she persuaded the emperor to spare me from a gruesome punishment and even secured a marriage decree that ruined my life. Is she truly Tang Mei? Could she possess such a ruthless heart? Meng Yan, have you ever understood your sister? She is now no different from the emperor, wielding the power of life and death over others, holding great authority, and naturally looking down upon a mere scholar such as myself." Listening to Feng Wanni's frenzied outpouring, Meng Yan began to piece together the narrative. Veins bulged on his forehead, and unable to contain himself, he forcefully pinned Feng Wanni to the ground and delivered a severe beating. With a voice laden with uncontainable rage, he proclaimed, "So, in your eyes, Tanger is such a person, this is how you perceive her? I am genuinely relieved that Tanger did not marry someone like you, otherwise, she would never find happiness. Ha, if it were not for Tanger today, do you think you would still be alive to speak these words to me? You entered royal territory without permission, attempting to encroach upon the Empress. This is a crime punishable by extermination of your entire clan. Not only would you perish, but your family would also suffer, including Minister Feng. You have always acted solely for your own benefit, seeking immediate gratification without consideration for others. Today, Tanger has spared your life, and yet you harbor such resentment towards her. You are truly a thankless wretch. A useless fool. I, Meng Yan, misjudged you." Feng Wanni was left battered and bruised, and as he rose to his feet, he exclaimed, "You dare to insult me? You dare to insult me? The Meng family truly embodies a kinship. After all, I have cherished a decade-long bond with her. How am I to relinquish that? What sin have I committed? What sin?" Meng Yan seized his collar with fervor, stating, "Had you acquiesced to Tanger's plea 7 years ago and taken her away, our Meng family would have fought for you both. Now that Tanger has ascended to the throne, do you not find your words rather belated? Is that love you profess? Nay, it is merely an obsession born of unfulfilled desire. You cannot bear to witness her thriving without you. Coward, depart. I Meng Yan, hold you in disdain. Tread carefully henceforth, lest our paths cross again. Chapter 60. The Empress Dowager is poised to torment the Empress once more. In the laundry bureau, the maidservants diligently washed garments, while the head maid, Qingju, sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds and occasionally striking her willow branch. Hurry up, at this pace, how long will it take to wash these basins of clothes? Suddenly, a young eunuch rushed in, a smile adorning his face, proclaiming, Congratulations, Aunt Qingju. Congratulations, Qingju, bewildered, replied, Lai Fu, are you not serving under Lord Li? What brings you to my humble quarters? Lai Fu chuckled, His Majesty wishes to bestow a marriage upon you. Dear Qingju. Qingju was taken aback. The betrothed was none other than Feng Wani, son of the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue is a third-rank official. Qingju's face lit with joy as she exclaimed, Is it truly so? Do not jest with me. To be so fortunate as to be linked to the son of a minister? Indeed, it is true. The Empress has interceded on your behalf, and His Majesty shall return to the palace shortly. Once he does, the decree of marriage will be issued. Heaven be praised. The Empress is truly a benevolent soul. Just as the rumors have portrayed, Qingju was utterly elated, for a woman of her modest background to be connected to the son of a minister. It felt as though her ancestors were smiling down upon her, having lingered too long at Lingon Temple, and observing as Meng Tang's health gradually improved, the day of her return to the palace arrived. If one were to ponder who was most anxious about Meng Tang's return, it would undoubtedly be Mei Fei, for once the Empress returned, she would have to relinquish her authority over the 6 palaces. Mei Fei lay on her couch, her spirits low. The maidservant, Yinxing, remarked, I have heard that the Empress Dowager returned to the palace prematurely after being startled. Among those in the palace, who holds the Empress in such disdain? It can only be the Empress Dowager. Mei Fei frowned, replying, Even the Empress Dowager cannot safeguard my authority over the 6 palaces. Yinxing countered, Your Highness, you are mistaken. The Empress suffered greatly at Lingon Temple and is said to have sustained serious injuries. Her health has only just begun to recover. You need only to visit the Empress Dowager with some medicine, for how often has she chastised the Empress? As long as the Empress remains ailing, the authority over the 6 palaces shall still belong to you. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Fei conceded, Indeed. On the 2nd day of her return to the palace, a maidservant arrived at Kunming Palace, announcing that the Empress Dowager had summoned her. Previously, Aunt Lu had been subjected to punishment, rendering her hands useless, and a youthful newcomer had taken her place by the Empress Dowager's side. At this moment, Meng Tang was tending to the flowers in the courtyard when she overheard and inquired, Is the Empress Dowager summoning me right now? The clever palace maid, bowing slightly, responded, replying to the Empress, The Dowager has requested your presence, as she has specially prepared a welcoming luncheon to cleanse away your travels, and hopes you will arrive at Xianing Palace punctually before the meal begins. I understand, Meng Tang replied, after the maid departed. Fang Ning, with indignation, exclaimed, The Dowager's summons can never bode well. She is surely concocting another scheme to torment you. I shall go and inform His Majesty at once. Meng Tang raised her hand to stop her, saying, There is no need. Fang Ning, her eyes ablaze with urgency, asked, Have you forgotten the last incident? The Dowager is not a benevolent figure, unaware of the events that transpired between Meng Tang and the Empress Dowager on the day of the bandit attack. Fang Ning naturally assumed the Dowager intended to inflict further distress upon the Empress. Your Highness, you must not be so mild-mannered. If you are wronged, you ought to inform His Majesty. It is essential that he feels your plight. The Dowager is truly insufferable. You have only just returned to the palace, and in your weakened state, she schemes to harass you. Meng Tang playfully flicked her forehead and replied, Not necessarily. What do you mean by not necessarily? Fang Ning retorted, This is certainly no banquet of goodwill. We must go to Xianing Palace. Fang Ning, now in tears, protested, Are you truly going? You won't even allow me to report to His Majesty. What if the Dowager truly intends to confine you within the palace walls? Then I shall deal with that old hag myself, Meng Tang declared resolutely. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard her mistress speak so boldly. Tears hung comically at the corners of Fang Ning's eyes, teetering on the brink of falling. In Kunming Palace, the fragrant smoke wafted gently. The concubines were seated at the table, chatting and laughing with Mia Zhuqing. I have heard that the Empress has returned to the palace, said Yu Pin. Mei Fei smiled in response. Indeed, it is said that the Empress faced great peril at Lingon Temple, shielding His Majesty from disaster. One can only assume that the bond between the Empress and His Majesty has deepened. Among those who most resented Meng Tang's favor, aside from this group of concubines, was the Empress Dowager, whose animosity towards her surpassed even theirs. Mei Fei continued, now that the Empress has garnered such favor, I fear she will look down upon us even more, with her virtuous character and extraordinary talents. How can we possibly compare? Having said this, she discreetly cast a glance at the Empress Dowager. Yu Pin seized the moment to add, during the Empress's absence, it was Sister Mei who managed the inner palace. Upon the Empress's return, the authority over the 6 palaces will surely be relinquished back to her. With a radiant smile, Mei Fei feigned indifference. The authority over the 6 palaces rightfully belongs to the Empress. What is there to relinquish? My management of the inner palace pales in comparison to that of the Empress. Nie Zhuqing glanced at her with casual disinterest. Mei Fei immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh dear, look at me, speaking nonsense in front of the Dowager. I am not worthy to be compared with the Empress." Had it been any other time, Nie Zhuqing would have certainly been enraged. Her countenance darkened, yet at this moment, the concubines observed the Empress Dowager's expression, wondering why she showed no signs of displeasure. "The Empress has arrived," a eunuch called out sharply, and the next instant, Meng Tang, supported by Fang Ning, gracefully entered. Fang Ning remained exceedingly anxious, closely trailing behind Meng Tang, fearful that the Empress Dowager might suddenly turn against her. Upon noticing Fang Ning, the concubines immediately rose, their expressions solemn as they intoned, "This humble servant greets Her Majesty, the Empress." The concubines could not help but cast furtive glances at her, then at the Empress Dowager. The Dowager slowly sipped her tea before speaking, "The Empress has arrived. Come, sit beside me." Indeed, the performance was about to commence. Even Mei Fei struggled to suppress a smile, casting a discreet glance in her direction. "Yes, mother." Meng Tang obediently settled beside the Dowager. The Dowager continued, "Today, I summoned you not for trivial matters. Your care for the Emperor at Lingon Temple has been quite arduous, so I, along with the other concubines, wish to offer you a warm welcome." "Thank you, mother," Meng Tang replied. Yet, the other concubines perceived this declaration as a guise for malice and torment. They eagerly awaited the spectacle. "Come, Empress, taste this medicinal wine, crafted with great care by the palace's brewmaster. It is said to be exceptionally beneficial for those with frail constitutions. A true tonic." Nie Zhuqing personally poured her a cup of wine. Mei Fei, fearing her amusement would be too evident, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, pondering whether the wine might be laced with poison. Surely, the Dowager could not genuinely have the Empress's welfare in mind. Unless the sun were to rise in the west, Xiao Hongyun looked on with concern, clearly apprehensive about the potential toxicity of the wine. She stammered, "Your Majesty, this humble servant is also unwell, perhaps I should drink this wine instead." Upon hearing her words, the other concubines cast disapproving glances her way, their displeasure evident at the interruption of their entertainment. A hint of amusement danced upon the Dowager's lips as she remarked, "This wine is scarce, with only this small cup available. It is best suited for the Empress. If you desire, my dear Hongyun, I have just brewed some plum wine this year. I shall have several jars sent to you shortly." The onlookers mused. As expected, the Dowager would not easily let the Empress off the hook. Meng Tang also interjected, "How could I possibly disappoint mother's goodwill? This splendid medicinal wine is something I have never even laid eyes upon before. I am overjoyed." With that, Meng Tang downed the entire cup in one gulp. The concubines watched her intently, anticipating her impending misfortune. After all, the wine bestowed upon the Empress by the Dowager could hardly be as simple as an ordinary medicinal brew. Fang Ning clenched her fists in trepidation, wondering how the Empress could have consumed it so recklessly. Chapter 61, The Dowager's Wrath Against Heaven, Earth, and Mei Fei. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Fang Ning whispered, fearful that the wine might contain laxatives or some other poison. What mischief had this old hag not engaged in? "If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to expel it," Fang Ning anxiously urged, her voice barely above a whisper, lest the Dowager overhear. Xiao Hongyun nervously twisted the handkerchief in her grip. Summoning Kai Wei and quietly instructing, "Go to the imperial physician's office and have a doctor wait outside. If anything should happen to Meng Tang, we must ensure she receives prompt treatment." The Dowager observed these small maneuvers without a word of protest, stating, "This medicinal wine is crafted from the finest herbs, rare and precious, immensely beneficial for those with weak or cold constitutions. Surely, it must contain some rare and deadly poison." Xiao Hongyun thought. Meng Tang rose, her face aglow with joy as she bowed to the Dowager, saying, "Thank you for your gracious gift of wine, mother. Your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you." Nie Zhuqing calmly remarked, "You are my beloved daughter-in-law. what need is there for repayment? After saying this, she gently held her hand and patted it softly. It was a picture of maternal kindness and filial piety. The concubines below gazed at them with wide eyes, feeling that something was amiss. When had the Empress Dowager ever treated the Empress with such warmth and affability? Mei Fei, believing the Empress Dowager intended to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before conflict, smiled and said, "Your Majesty, do try this roasted lamb. It is marinated with spices from the western regions and is truly delectable." With that, she personally cut a portion of the roasted lamb and instructed a servant to deliver it. However, before it could reach Meng Tang, Nie Zhuqing frowned in displeasure and, suddenly adopting a stern expression, declared, "Roasted lamb is a dish replete with strong odors, given that the Empress has only just recovered. How can she indulge in such greasy fare?" How thoughtless of Mei Fei. The reason Nie Zhuqing had summoned Meng Tang was to reconcile with her. Having gained a clearer perspective, she believed that evil people would ultimately meet their own demise. Her disdain for the emperor was well-founded, and she anticipated that others would eventually deal with him. The emperor, under the illusion that he possessed the empress's profound affection, was in for a surprise when the truth came to light. Thus her demeanor towards Meng Tang became increasingly benevolent, not solely because Meng Tang had saved her on that day. Mei Fei, her beautiful eyes widening, hastily knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. It was indeed my oversight. I failed to consider this matter." The Empress Dowager, her fingers entwined around a string of Buddhist beads, furrowed her brow and spoke with an austere expression, "You are indeed foolish. With the authority to manage the 6 palaces placed in your hands, I find myself deeply concerned about how you would govern the inner court." She sighed and continued, "In my view, since the Empress has returned, the authority to manage the 6 palaces should be returned to her, for ultimately, the inner court must be under her command." "Your Majesty." Mei Fei trembled slightly, astonished by her words. She could not fathom what had come over the Empress Dowager. Had she perhaps been bewitched? The Empress Dowager, of all people, should be the least inclined to see Meng Tang's power grow. Why then was she aiding her? In truth, Meng Tang did not particularly care for the authority to manage the 6 palaces. Having someone else handle the affairs was quite agreeable, as contending with the foolish emperor had already drained her energy. With a gentle countenance and a soft tone, Meng Tang replied, "Mother, my health has yet to fully recover, and I fear I lack the strength to manage these affairs." Upon hearing this, Mei Fei thought the Empress was being insincere, perhaps playing a game of feigned reluctance. With a pitiful demeanor, she lamented, "In these days, I have managed the inner court, and while I may not have accomplished much, I have certainly toiled. I recognize that my sister has returned, and it is indeed time to return the authority to her. However, the accounts are quite chaotic, and there are still some expenditures that have not been clarified. I fear that my sister will have to wait a few more days." Mei Fei contemplated stalling for time, knowing that while the power remained in her hands, she held a position akin to that of a deputy empress, and she could not allow Meng Tang to seize it easily. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, darkened her expression and stated, "I too have managed the 6 palaces in the past. It merely involves some trivial affairs, and they are not difficult to account for. If you cannot even handle these minor tasks, it is evident that you lack the talent for such responsibilities. The authority to manage the 6 palaces must not fall into the hands of someone like you." The concubines had only ever witnessed the Empress Dowager chastise the Empress. They had never seen her direct such rebuke at them. This was the first time they had experienced such a thing since entering the palace. Yu Pin, being a confidant of Mei Fei, could not bear to witness her fall into disfavor. She paid her respects to the Empress Dowager and remarked, "Your Highness speaks wisely, yet the Empress is currently unwell and ought to focus on her recovery. Matters of excessive worry should be delegated to others." During the Empress's absence, how his sister may manage the inner palace, the sisters are all aware, so I implore you, do not misunderstand my sister. She has simply been overwhelmed with responsibilities, resulting in disarray in the accounts. With that, Yu Pin cast a subtle glance at Mei Fei. Mei Fei bowed her head and said, "It is indeed my fault. I shall reflect upon my shortcomings upon my return." How could the Empress Dowager not perceive such petty schemes? Mei Fei merely wished to retain her power. The Empress Dowager, delighted to assist Meng Tang, stated, "The Empress is, after all, the Empress." When she previously managed the 6 palaces, such troubles did not arise yet. In less than a month, Mei Fei has caused chaos in the accounts. Tanger, I believe managing the inner palace must be entrusted to you directly, lest others develop inappropriate thoughts. Meng Tang, covering her mouth with her handkerchief, coughed lightly. "Yet, I fear I am currently lacking in strength. I truly do not wish to take charge." Nie Zhuqing observed her pale visage and fragile tone, Unsure whether it was feigned or genuine fatigue, regardless of her condition, the responsibilities must still be addressed, otherwise, others might assume the inner palace is under the control of someone else. Life is not easy. Meng Tang sighed. I understand. She turned to Mei Fei and said, I appreciate your hard work these days, Sister Mei. Before sunset today, please ensure the accounts are sorted and bring them to Kunming Palace. Mei Fei's face turned ashen. She had never anticipated that with just a few words from the Empress Dowager, she would find herself with no option to turn back, compelled to relinquish her authority over the 6 palaces. But this matter has not yet been reported to His Majesty. Mei Fei protested. The Empress Dowager replied coolly. Before His Majesty departed the palace, he expressly stated that during his absence, Mei Fei would oversee palace affairs. Now that the Empress has returned, the authority should rightfully be returned. Ultimately, this must be communicated to His Majesty. Mei Fei struggled once more. What is there to say? A deep voice resonated from the palace entrance as Chui stepped across the threshold. Clad in a flowing black robe, striding forward with purpose. Upon hearing that Meng Tang had gone to Xianing Palace, Chui had grown worried, fearing that Meng Tang might once again endure the Empress Dowager's scrutiny. He glanced at the kneeling Mei Fei, surveyed the banquet hall, and inquired, I have not yet dined, shall we partake together? Zi Tong, have I arrived late this time? This was the first occasion Chui had hastened to Xianing Palace the moment Meng Tang was summoned by the Empress Dowager. Setting aside his affairs in a rush. Chapter 62. I shall make Chui wish he had never lived. Meng Tang rose and smiled, saying, Your Majesty's arrival is certainly not late, the banquet has yet to commence. Chui naturally seated himself beside Meng Tang, casting a glance at the Empress Dowager before turning to the kneeling Mei Fei, asking, What is the situation here? Meng Tang replied helplessly, We are discussing the matter of overseeing the 6 palaces. Upon witnessing the arrival of His Majesty, Yu Pin swiftly spoke, The return of Her Majesty the Empress to the palace is indeed a moment of great joy. However, it is due to Sister Mei Fei's concern for the Empress's health that she has refrained from relinquishing her authority over the 6 palaces. As the Empress has just begun to recover, it is imperative that she takes proper care of herself and avoids undue worry. Upon hearing this, Chui narrowed his eyes. Mei Fei timidly replied, Your Majesty, I am merely concerned for the Empress's well-being. If Her Majesty truly believes that I am power-hungry, then I am most unjustly wronged. The Empress's health is paramount, and I cannot bear to see her overexert herself. Indeed, the burden was significant. Meng Tang had no intention of intervening, yet before the feast had even commenced, this group had already begun to contend for the authority over the 6 palaces. She quietly observed their performance. It was far more gratifying to watch others play their parts than to engage in the act herself. Xiao Fei, known for her forthrightness, promptly rose and bowed, stating, Your Majesty, I wish to pose a few questions to Sister Mei Fei. If I may, speak freely. The Emperor granted. Xiao Hongyun turned to Mei Fei and inquired, Sister Mei Fei, prior to the Empress's arrival, did you not express that you were unworthy compared to Her Majesty and intended to return the authority over the 6 palaces? Mei Fei trembled slightly and replied, I did. I understand that I should return it. I never intended to cling to it. Very well, continued Hongyun. Then I shall ask you a second question. Since you have claimed from the outset your intention to return the authority to the Empress, why now do you seek to evade it? Concern for the Empress's health, her injuries have healed, and the imperial physician has yet to voice any concerns. How can you so confidently assert that she is unfit to manage the inner court? Are you more knowledgeable than the physician, or do you mean to say? Xiao Hongyun narrowed her eyes. Are you cursing the Empress? Do you believe her health is beyond recovery? Mei Fei had never anticipated such sharp words from Xiao Hongyun. Hearing this, she exclaimed in protest, Your Majesty, Empress, I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. I am merely worried for the Empress's health. Yu Pin interjected, Sister Mei Fei has a kind heart, how could she wish ill upon the Empress? Is it not possible that Xiao Fei seeks to sow discord between Mei Fei and the Empress? How absurd, retorted Han Yuan. Is there truly a need for provocation? If Sister Mei Fei held the Empress in such high regard, she would have willingly surrendered her authority upon the Empress's return to the palace. After all, His Majesty clearly stated that the authority would be returned once the Empress was back. It is evident that Sister Mei Fei is reluctant to part with her power. With that, Xiao Hongyun delivered a scathing rebuke. Mei Fei's complexion grew increasingly pale as she realized her grip on the authority was slipping. In desperation, she rolled her eyes back and feigned fainting. Collapsing onto the ground, Yu Pin gasped, Sister Mei Fei, Sister Mei Fei. Genuinely moved, Yu Pin shed a couple of tears, saying, Why must Xiao Fei be so aggressive? Sister Mei Fei entered the palace, before you. You should treat her with the respect she deserves. Xiao Hongyun merely cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "Oh, it seems Sister Meifei's health is not so robust either, collapsing with such ease, she cannot even compare to the Empress." Meng Tang could not contain her laughter at this remark, letting out a soft chuckle upon witnessing her amusement. Chu Yi's own spirits lifted considerably. He remarked, "What Lady Xiao said is indeed true, the meal has yet to be served. And one has already fainted," disrupting the elegance of the occasion. "Return to the listening snow pavilion, and as for the authority to manage the 6 palaces, let Zitong take care of it." "Yes, your majesty." This marked an unprecedented moment, with the Emperor, Empress, and Grand Empress Dowager dining harmoniously at the same table. The meal concluded amidst an eerie silence. The Grand Empress Dowager proclaimed, "The Empress, like myself, has a fondness for Buddhist practices. I shall present this string of small leaf red sandalwood beads to the Empress. These prayer beads have been consecrated by a revered monk and have accompanied me for over 20 years. Imbued with Buddhist virtue, to ensure longevity." She extended the beads from her hand. Not only was the Emperor taken aback, but even the concubines were equally astonished. These beads had never left the Grand Empress Dowager's possession. Worn daily and cherished as a treasure, never to be touched by others, and now they were being given to the Empress? Is this truly the same Grand Empress Dowager who had always made things difficult for her? Even a biological mother could not be so generous. Meng Tang exclaimed, "Mother, these prayer beads have been with you for so many years. Are you truly willing to give them to your daughter? If I give them to you, you must accept them. I have only this one exquisite item, and I have never bestowed it even upon the Emperor." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yi. "Accept it," Chu Yi remarked. "These prayer beads are indeed valuable. I first noticed Nia Zhuqing wearing them." "Thank you, Mother." Meng Tang accepted the beads, effortlessly adorning her wrist. She smiled and declared, "I shall certainly not let Mother's kind intentions go to waste." Nia Zhuqing said with profound significance, "It is good that you understand. So, when shall we arrange for you to teach this heartless emperor a lesson? It can be put on the agenda, after the luncheon." The concubines returned to their respective quarters. Along the way, they remained in disbelief, unable to fathom that the Grand Empress Dowager would genuinely treat the Empress kindly. Could the Grand Empress Dowager have ulterior motives? One concubine whispered, "That doesn't seem likely. The Grand Empress Dowager has always been one to directly confront those she disapproves of, just like with Sister Mei." Upon hearing this, the concubines fell silent. Could it be that the Grand Empress Dowager had truly changed her disposition? Even parting with the prayer beads she had cherished for over 20 years, Chu Yi had intended to escort Meng Tang back, but Li Changfu suddenly arrived with urgent news. He leaned close to Chu Yi's ear and whispered, "Your Majesty, we have identified the mastermind behind the theft of military equipment from the Western camp. The culprit has been uncovered, and several officials are waiting for you in the Imperial study. Requesting your prompt presence." Chu Yi hesitated, glancing at Meng Tang. Understanding his predicament, Meng Tang spoke gently, "Your Majesty, if you have pressing matters, please attend to them. I shall return to Kunming Palace." Chu Yi squeezed her small hand and said, "Make sure to rest well when you return." Meng Tang nodded. Once the Emperor departed, Xiao Hongyun approached, frowning as she said, "You are quite lacking in ambition, are you not? If it weren't for me today, you would have nearly lost the authority to manage the 6 palaces. They were all encroaching upon your position, and yet you remained indifferent." Meng Tang smiled and replied, "Then I must thank Sister Xiao." "Humph, there is no need to thank me. I did it not for you, but because I cannot bear the thought of Meifei dominating the 6 palaces. How would I live then? It is not for your sake. Understand? I understand. It is all for your own benefit. I cannot be so fortunate as to have Sister Xiao speak on my behalf. As long as you understand." Returning to Kunming Palace, Fang Ning exhaled in relief and remarked, "Fortunately, the Empress Dowager did not cause you any trouble today." Her face was filled with confusion as she continued, "I wonder what has come over the Empress Dowager today. Not only did she help you regain the authority to manage the 6 palaces, but she also gifted you her cherished Buddhist beads." Meng Tang, holding the beads in her hand, responded, "There are no absolutes in good and evil. Tomorrow's adversary may well become today's ally." With that, she pushed open the door, feeling somewhat fatigued. Unexpectedly, as she pushed the door ajar, a blood-stained hand suddenly emerged from within, gripping her throat with great force. The palace attendants shrieked in terror, "Your Highness!" The man who had seized her throat was clearly powerful, his face twisted with malice as he dragged her out of the room, declaring, "Empress, you are the Empress, now that the truth is revealed. I cannot survive. I will take one with me if I can. I have heard that His Majesty holds you in great favor. He annihilated my clan, and I shall make him wish he were dead." Meng Tang concealed a dagger in her sleeve, initially intending to draw it in defense, but upon hearing his words, she halted her actions. What a splendid opportunity to garner favor, and she need not even create it herself. Chapter 63, Do not harm her. The Empress was captured, a turn of events no one had anticipated. The palace was heavily guarded, and none could have predicted that someone could evade the guards and hide within the Empress's quarters. The maids and eunuchs were pale with fright. Fang Ning implored, "Release our Empress. What do you want? We will give you anything you desire, money, or treasures." "Money, treasures." The man laughed boisterously. "I have been discovered for my arms exchange. And my entire family is doomed. What do I need money for? To spend in the underworld?" Meng Tang calmly interjected. "You previously conspired with bandits to steal arms, providing them with military supplies from the western camp." "Ha ha ha, indeed, that was my doing. I thought I could eliminate that dog of an emperor. I never imagined he would be so fortunate. Do not blame me, blame yourself for being the Empress now that the truth is out. I cannot protect my clan. I shall make that dog emperor suffer." Your ability to exchange arms indicates your significant position within the court and your esteemed reputation in the military. The fact that you managed to evade the palace guards suggests a profound understanding of the palace's layout. Your skill in evading capture hints at extensive training from a young age. Judging by your voice, you sound neither young nor old, likely between 40 and 50 years of age. Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The Empress is quite astute. Why not take a guess as to who I am?" "Shen Fangming, the commander of the Jinui," Meng Tang stated decisively. This time, the bloodied man stared at her in astonishment and said, "You guessed correctly, but what of it? It is too late. Your fate is in my hands now." Meng Tang smiled faintly, saying, "Do you truly believe that by holding me captive, His Majesty would be inclined to spare you?" "Ha! I am at my wit's end. I must take a chance, mustn't I?" Shen Fangming turned to the attendants of Kunming Palace and ordered, "Step aside, otherwise, I will ensure that your Empress suffers," with tears streaming down her face. Fang Ning pleaded, "Everyone, step back, please do not harm our Empress." Shen Fangming, with Meng Tang in his grasp, stepped forward cautiously. Meng Tang clenched her palms, cold sweat slowly beating at her temples. This was her first experience of being captured. And her hand gradually moved towards her sleeve. Shen Fangming's tone dripped with disdain as he seized her wrist and, with a deft motion, felt within her sleeve. "My lady, there's quite a surprise hidden in your sleeve, a knife," he remarked, drawing the blade forth. With one hand clasping her throat and the other pressing the knife against her waist, he licked his cracked lips and said, "After all, you are a daughter of the Meng family. You nearly caught me off guard." Meng Tang closed her eyes, taking each step with caution, fervently hoping that Chao Yi would arrive in time. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Yuhua Palace, Xiao Hongyun inquired of Kai Wei, "Has there been any response from my mother? The medicine I asked you to procure secretly, has it been verified?" Kai Wei shook her head, replying, "The Xiao residence has yet to respond. Please do not fret." "My lady, who is fretting? I am not anxious at all. She has been consuming that tonic for quite some time. Even if there were issues, it would hardly be fatal. Besides, perhaps I am overthinking this. His Majesty treats the Empress with such kindness. How could he wish her harm? It might just be a simple tonic after all," murmured Xiao Hongyuan. "My lady, do you still intend to present the 2 pouches you embroidered to the Empress?" Kai Wei asked, picking up the 2 pouches, each adorned with a twin lotus design and filled with calming incense. Initially, she intended to gift one to Meng Tang in gratitude for her assistance in securing her favor. Xiao Hongyun brushed her fingers over the pouch, saying, "Deliver them to Kunming Palace," stating that I simply embroidered too many. Let her decide whether to accept them. Hearing this, Kai Wei could not suppress a laugh, responding, "As you wish, my lady. I shall go at once." Just as Kai Wei was about to depart, Xiao Hongyun paused, suddenly seizing her arm. "Forget it, there is nothing to do at present. I shall go personally," she declared. Kai Wei, witnessing this scene, chuckled, "You have only just parted ways, and already you cannot resist seeking out the Empress. Nonsense, be quiet. What absurdity are you spouting? I am merely delivering a pouch." "I will leave right after," Xiao Hongyun retorted, flustered. Kai Wei remained silent, smiling knowingly. Having accompanied Xiao Hongyun since childhood, Kai Wei understood her better than anyone. Although Xiao Hongyun could be a bit spoiled, she harbored no malicious intent and possessed a kind heart. Approaching the entrance of Kunming Palace, Xiao Hongyun tightened her grip on the pouch, clearing her throat composedly to signal Kai Wei to knock. Kai Wei announced, "Your Majesty, our young mistress has come to see you again." Inside Kunming Palace, anxiety permeated the air outside. Kai Wei continued, "Our young mistress has specially embroidered these pouches for you." Xiao Hongyun interjected softly, "What do you mean specially? I merely embroidered them casually, do not exaggerate." Shen Fangming signaled to Fang Ning, saying, "You, go open the door." Meng Tang maintained her composure, asserting, "As long as I am the hostage, there is no need to involve others." Shen Fangming chuckled, "They say the Empress is virtuous and kind-hearted. It is indeed evident now. Let her go." Meng Tang demanded. "Silence." Shen Fangming suddenly pressed the knife against her neck, his expression dark with murderous intent as he glared at Fang Ning. "Why are you not hurrying to open the door?" Trembling, Fang Ning reluctantly opened the door. Meanwhile, Meng Tang exclaimed sharply, "Xiao Hongyun, hurry and flee." Upon hearing Meng Tang's voice, Xiao Hongyun's expression shifted, and in the next moment, she beheld the dire situation within Kuan-Ming Palace. The queen was being held hostage at knife point. "Your Majesty," Meng Tang urged her with a glance. Yet, Shen Fangming interjected, "I have heard that you are the cherished jewel of General Xiao, favored within the harem. Come here, or else." He tightened his grip slightly, leaving a fresh red mark on Meng Tang's neck. "Do not harm the queen." "I will come," Xiao Hongyun pleaded. "Do not heed his words. Do you think this palace requires your assistance? Everyone knows how greatly His Majesty favors me. For nearly half a year, I have been his sole favorite. What are you, Xiao Hongyun, to merit his attention? Be wise and depart. You have schemed against me for favor time and again. I have long since grown weary of you. Your help is unnecessary." Shen Fangming was a desperate man, willing to gamble his life for the favor of the tyrant emperor, but Meng Tang was resolute in her desire to keep Xiao Hongyun uninvolved. "Do not act recklessly," Xiao Hongyun implored. "His Majesty holds me in high regard as well. During the days when the queen was injured, who do you think was amusing His Majesty? His regard for me is not inferior to that which he has for the queen. Moreover, my father is returning home soon. He is a general with remarkable military achievements. How could His Majesty treat me lightly? I am far more valued than the queen." Slowly, Xiao Hongyun approached him. "Release the queen. If you require a bargaining chip, would I not be more suitable? Furthermore, killing me would sever His Majesty's ties with the Xiao family entirely. The queen is merely a transient favorite, while the Meng family has seen better days. How can they compare to me? I will exchange myself for her. You must let her go." Xiao Hongyun clenched the pouch in her hand. Chapter 64. "I shall be liberated. Your Majesty, you speak with reason. Indeed, the Meng family cannot rival the Xiao family at present." Shen Fangming conceded. "Shen Fangming, dare you lay a finger on her? I would rather take my own life." Meng Tang pressed her neck against the blade. Shen Fangming raised his hand and struck Meng Tang unconscious. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Xiao Hongyun, "Come here." Kai Wei, weeping, ran toward the imperial study. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." As the door swung open, Xiao Hongyun shoved her aside, urging her to seek help from the emperor. "But Our Lady is still there." In the imperial study, 3 ministers knelt upon the floor, and the Minister of Justice, Qi Jianhai, trembled with fear. "I had dispatched people to guard closely." Never anticipating that Shen Fangming would escape, he lamented, "It is my dereliction of duty." He understood that due to his failure to secure the prisoner today, his own life was likely forfeit. Chui forcefully shattered a cup upon the ground. "With so many in the Ministry of Justice, you could not keep a single Shen Fangming confined. Is your ministry a sieve, allowing all to enter and exit at will?" Exhausted, Chui rubbed his temples and inquired, "Where is Shen Fangming now?" Qi Jianhai stammered, "He has vanished without a trace. We cannot locate him." Chui pointed at him, rising to stand before him with a cold sneer. "You claim to have lost track. Yet you have been assigned so many personnel. Is this your explanation for the lack of progress?" With that, Chui lifted his foot and forcefully kicked him to the ground, declaring, "How outrageous, if no one can keep an eye on him, and his whereabouts remain elusive. One might almost think you are in collusion with Shen Fangming. Incompetent fool." His expression weary, he ordered, "The Minister of Justice has failed in his duties. Detain him for further questioning. Mobilize all resources to locate Shen Fangming. This man must not be allowed to linger." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qi Jianhai was dragged away, while 2 other ministers urged, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not jeopardize your health. That rogue Shen Fangming cannot escape the capital. It is merely a matter of time. Who among you can assure me that he will not escape? Who can guarantee that?" At that moment, Li Changfu entered in a flurry, accompanied by Kai Wei. "It is dire. It is dire, Your Majesty." Kai Wei fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Empress has been abducted. Our Lady is also there. We beseech you to hasten and save them." "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Crawling before Chui, Saiwei's eyes were swollen from weeping. In an instant, Chui grasped the situation. He pointed at the other 2 ministers kneeling on the ground and said, "Is this what you meant by he cannot escape the capital? Quite the irony. With that, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Your Majesty, the ministers immediately followed in pursuit. In the Kunming Palace, Shen Fangming held the unconscious Meng Tang with one hand while gripping Xiao Hongyun with the other. He remarked, "How splendid. As for who to release, let your wise and formidable emperor make that decision himself." Ha! Xiao Hongyun, her face aflame with fury, retorted, "You are a man of your word. A true gentleman does not break his promises." "A gentleman? I am on the brink of losing my life. What talk of integrity is there?" Shen Fangming seemed to take delight in her words and laughed heartily. "Though the Meng family is waning, the northern army remains formidable, and the Xiao family, a rising star, has achieved notable military success through Xiao Hongyun's father. No matter which option the despotic emperor chooses today, he will undoubtedly offend the other family and create a rift." Shen Fangming calculated his moves adeptly. He intended to take one of them away today, and as for who to release, let that dog of an emperor decide. How exhilarating! Chui rushed in, his voice laced with fury. "Shen Fangming, it is indeed you. It is I." Shen Fangming laughed heartily. Xiao Hongyun, her eyes reddened with urgency, cried out, "Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly save the Empress, she is frail and cannot endure further torment." Shen Fangming dragged the two women toward the exit, saying, "Prepare a fine steed for me, or else." He pressed the knife against Meng Tang's neck. Startled by the sudden pain, Meng Tang slowly opened her eyes and heard Chu Yi's deep voice resonate. "Do not harm them. I shall summon someone to prepare a horse. I will allow you to leave safely, if you release them." Chu Yi's gaze was profound. "Release them?" Shen Fangming let out a cold laugh and said, "Your Majesty, today I shall release but one person. The other must accompany me, Shen Fangming, as I flee into the wilderness. Otherwise, I have little faith that our ungrateful sovereign would allow me to depart. As for who shall be spared, in consideration of our past as ruler and subject, I extend the honor of choice to you, Your Majesty. Am I not gracious? Ha! Xiao Hongyun, I choose Xiao Hongyun." Without a moment's hesitation, Chui uttered these words. In this moment, he could not afford to reveal his affection for Meng Tang. Shen Fangming was adept at discerning the emperor's inclinations. The more Chui cherished someone, the less likely Shen Fangming would let them go. Shen Fangming was a man who bore grudges, and he would not allow Chui or his beloved to find solace. With a steely resolve, he declared his choice. Xiao Hongyun's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how could you do this? The Empress has treated you with kindness. Will you truly abandon her?" Chu Yi's gaze deepened as he replied, "Hongyun is my beloved consort. How could I disregard her? Moreover, General Xiao is on the verge of returning victorious. I cannot allow harm to befall Hongyun. I cannot let General Xiao suffer the pain of losing a loved one." Meng Tang, her face pallid, bore two crimson marks around her neck, stark and painful to behold. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "So, Your Majesty, you would forsake me?" Tears streamed down her face as she continued, "Very well, the Xiao consort has been wrongfully implicated because of me. It is only right that you abandon me." Though she uttered these words, the disappointment and heartache in her eyes were unmistakable. Witnessing this, Chu Yi's heart ached. He resolved to explain everything to Zitong later, for he had never contemplated forsaking her. Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, stating, "I trust the Empress will understand my decision." "My Empress is a magnanimous woman," Shen Fangming cackled derisively, saying, "I had thought the Empress to be favored greatly, yet she was cast aside without hesitation. Ha ha ha, and still the Meng family serves you faithfully. Do they not feel the chill of your betrayal? Do not sow discord." Meng Tang trembled as she spoke, her slender form resembling a flower on the verge of withering. She said, "I understand, Your Majesty. You need not concern yourself with my fate." With that, she slowly closed her eyes and declared, "Today, I have ultimately become a burden to Your Majesty. If I must perish at the hands of this man, it would be a form of liberation. Alas for the Xiao consort, who must endure this calamity alongside me. I only hope that in the future, Your Majesty will treat her with kindness. Your Majesty, if there is a next life, I would not wish to be a bird confined within this palace." Upon uttering these words, Meng Tang unhesitatingly threw herself onto the blade. "Zitong, Your Majesty, Tanger, Chu Yi, Xiao Hongyun," and Meng Yan cried out in unison. Meng Yan arrived just in time to witness his sister's desperate act, his heart breaking in agony. Shen Fangming, provoked by the Empress's declaration, instinctively withdrew his blade and pushed Xiao Hongyun aside. He had intended to take Xiao Hongyun away, believing that the Xiao family was of great importance to Chui. He aimed to instill a sense of utter disappointment in the Xiao family. However, upon seeing Meng Tang's pitiful and despairing state, even to the point of self-harm, Shen Fangming immediately changed his course, To deprive the emperor of a devoted love would bring far greater anguish than losing a consort brought in for family interests. To humiliate a nation's empress would surely incite Chu Yi's wrath. It is possible that this could lead the Meng family to rebel. Did not Chu Yi choose Xiao Hongyun, then the empress would belong to him. Empress, he no longer desires you, I want you. As the horse arrived, he seized Meng Tang and mounted, declaring, since his majesty has made his choice, I shall take the empress away. Meng Tang let out a sigh of relief. That foolish Xiao Hongyun was safe. Chapter 65, Empress, shall I take you to Shuabei? Meng Tang understood Chu Yi's intentions. To protect her, he must feign a heartless demeanor, making Shen Fangming believe she was insignificant to Chu Yi. However, should she adopt such a guise, it would be Xiao Hongyun who would be taken instead. Xiao Hongyun was simple-minded, and while Meng Tang could act, she wished not to involve that innocent girl. The scouts of the Shuabei army gather intelligence on the world. Knowledge of oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Meng Tang had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the court officials, including the commander of the Jinyue, Shen Fangming. Shen Fangming had once been married, deeply in love, but lost his wife 8 years prior in the struggle for the throne among the princes, her death resolute and unwavering. Akin to Meng Tang's current peril, Meng Tang wagered that Shen Fangming would see the shadow of his deceased wife in her. Her gamble proved correct. The foolish girl was saved, and it was now her turn to perform. Roughly, Shen Fangming pressed Meng Tang onto the horse's back. She turned her head and glanced at Chu Yi. Her eyes were red-rimmed, that glance a farewell, a parting that spoke of life and death never to meet again. Her lips barely brushed together, faintly whispering the words we shall not meet again, as a tear slipped down her cheek, dissipating in the warm breeze of early summer. Meng Tang cast one last resolute look at Chu Yi, before firmly turning her head. Her body trembling slightly, Shen Fangming witnessed this scene and laughed heartily, saying, so you truly cannot bear to part with that dog of an emperor? Empress, alas, no matter how much you say or do. In the end, a sovereign is devoid of sentiment. With that, Shen Fangming spurred his horse forward. The empress was in his grasp, and the guards dared not obstruct him, parting to create a path. Shen Fangming laughed maniacally, if you wish for your empress to remain unharmed, do not stand in my way. For every moment you delay, she shall bear another wound. Tsk, look at the delicate skin of the empress. I am curious to see how much she can endure. Shen Fangming's hand brushed against Meng Tang's cheek. That parting glance Meng Tang had cast earlier inflicted great pain upon Chu Yi. He shouted, let him go, he must not harm Meng Tang. She was genuinely heartbroken, not uttering a single word to him, her gaze resolutely unwavering. How could she not wish to live? In that instant, a thought crossed Chu Yi's mind. How could she not wish to survive? He commanded her to live, she must live well, and in a manner that he, Chu Yi, could see and touch. Your Majesty, I implore you, and your guards, not to pursue. Should I detect any pursuers, I shall have no choice but to harm the empress. Do you understand? Even if you do not love the empress, consider the Meng family and the Shuabei army. If you truly do not fear the Meng family's resentment, then feel free to pursue and kill me. Chu Yi watched helplessly as Shen Fangming rode away, his fists clenched tightly. Meng Yan asked, Your Majesty, Tanger remains in his grasp, will you not pursue? Chu Yi's eyes reddened, and he replied, I shall pursue alone. Zifeng shall remain in the palace to guard against any remaining loyalists. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yi turned and mounted his horse. Meng Yan spoke earnestly, Your Majesty, Tanger is my only sister, I implore you to ensure her safety. Chu Yi's gaze was solemn as he replied, before my arrival, I had already made 2 sets of arrangements. Zifeng need not worry. I shall certainly bring Tanger back unharmed. Then, I shall place my trust in your Majesty once more, the minister conceded. With that, Chu Yi spurred his horse, resolutely departing the palace. Chu Yi was a man who calculated 10 steps ahead. Should Shen Fangming possess the wisdom to release Meng Tang, it would be for the best. However, if it were Xiao Hongyun who was set free, he had prepared a contingency plan, albeit one fraught with peril. Shen Fangming would undoubtedly not survive his departure from the capital. Shen Fangming glanced back and remarked, the empress possesses such profound affection, yet that wretched emperor dares to treat you with such disdain. Do you truly find it worthwhile, Empress? I cannot abide seeing virtuous women subjected to such indignities. Empress, I can escort you to Shuabei. To escape this prison of a palace, will you go? But you must promise me. Should you reach Shuabei, you must spare my life. Meng Tang, her eyes glistening with tears, cast a surprised glance at Shen Fangming and inquired, why would you send me to Shuabei? Shen Fangming regarded her soft visage. His heart softened as he recalled his late wife. Tiao. He said, I was once informed that women too can achieve great deeds. Reflecting on Tiao's words, Shen Fangming's expression became notably gentle as he continued. It is often said that this world belongs to men, forged through their blood and sacrifice, yet someone once told me that women can also take up arms and fight, that they should not be confined to the inner chambers. A nostalgic glimmer filled his eyes, accompanied by a sheen of moisture. Empress, observing your actions and words today reminds me of her. She was the finest woman in this world, she should not have met such a tragic end. I could have avenged her, yet Chu-yi chose to pardon the perpetrators of her demise. Chu-yi, Meng Tang, feigning ignorance, pressed, who was she? Her name was Gu Tiao, my dearly departed wife. 8 years ago. I fought valiantly for Chu-yi while she remained in the inner court. My Tiao Tiao was a resilient woman. When the enemy approached our doorstep, she donned armor and led our servants in defiance. Yet the tides of war favored the first prince, who commanded the 4 legions of the capital and held sway over the court. How could we possibly stand against him? On the day, the first prince sent his men to slaughter the city. My Tiao Tiao ultimately succumbed to the onslaught and was captured by the enemy. When I arrived, I beheld her being violated by those ruffians. That proud woman, tears streaming down her face, implored me, Fangming, let us continue our fated bond in the next life, before swallowing gold and taking her own life. Shen Fangming wiped the corners of his eyes and declared, I could have slain them. Chu-yi emerged victorious, yet after capturing those ruffians, he chose to persuade them to surrender. He actually welcomed them into his fold. But what of my Tiao Tiao? What became of her? I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Chu-yi. I wish for his demise. The mere thought that he commands countless such soldiers and ministers fills me with a desire to obliterate the entire Daong. If those weapons were to be wielded by such men, I would prefer to gift them to bandits instead. Meng Tang remarked, you may seek vengeance as you wish, and eliminate those who are truly responsible for Tiao Tiao's demise. Not all in the army are irredeemably wicked. Have you ever considered that the mountain bandits are not virtuous either? If they were to burn, kill, and plunder, how many tragic women like Tiao Tiao would emerge? Shen Fangming, gritting his teeth, replied, all I desire is for Chu-yi to perish. I am willing to pay any price for his death. I want him to descend to the underworld and atone to my Tiao Tiao. In the journey of life, one is destined to encounter a person who leaves an indelible impression. For Shen Fangming, Tiao Tiao was that individual. Your Majesty, I admire you. If you refuse to be a caged bird in this palace, I shall help you break free from these shackles. The world is vast, and there shall always be a place for you. Do you wish to go to Shuabei? I can take you there. Tiao Tiao often claimed that there had been no precedent for a female general in the previous dynasty. She could have been the pioneer, yet now she has departed, leaving no other woman like her in existence. However, Your Majesty, I find you equally remarkable. This woman, known as Tiao Tiao, is indeed exceptional. Meng Tang even began to question whether she had traversed through time. Shen Fangming reached out, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, saying, crying for someone as despicable as that dog emperor is truly not worth it. Your tears, Your Majesty, should be reserved for those of greater significance. He was persuading Meng Tang while also fighting for his own survival. As long as the Meng family was no longer shackled by Chu-yi, the Shuabei army would emerge as a lion breaking free from its cage. Chapter 66, Your Majesty, what do I truly mean to you? If Meng Tang had not been compelled to enter this world, nor forcibly bound to Chu-yi, as Shen Fangming stated, she would not have resigned herself to the confinement of the inner palace. She could have joined the battlefield, fighting valiantly like the generals of the Meng family, earning widespread acclaim, or perhaps live a carefree existence, wandering the land and traversing these splendid mountains and rivers. Yet, such opportunities eluded her. Her longing to return home far surpassed all else. Meng Tang offered him a sardonic smile, saying, since you are aware that Chu-yi is a heartless and ungrateful man, you should also know that he would never allow you to leave the capital for my sake. Shen Fangming replied with self-mockery, Your Majesty, I am fully aware of that, but if I am to perish, I shall take you down with me, causing the Meng family to suffer. I will not allow Chu-yi to have it easy even in death. Your Majesty, your heart is entirely bound to that dog emperor. Why must you cling to him? I do not. I merely wish to return home. There are countless men in this world who surpass that dog emperor, such as myself before you. If you were not the empress, I would insist on marrying you against your will. Meng Tang suddenly laughed, replying, you often claim your unwavering devotion to your wife. Tiao Tiao was indeed a remarkable woman. Yet you are not a suitable husband. For a woman like Tiao Tiao, forced marriage is akin to an insult. She has imparted so much to you, yet you have failed to learn the essence of respecting women. What a woman desires is mutual affection, not coercion. Upon hearing this, Shen Fangming was momentarily taken aback. He stammered, Tiao Tiao has said similar things. You truly are so much like her. How can there be such women in this world? And to encounter two of them at once, your majesty, if you are unwilling to venture northward, once we pass through the city gates, I shall grant you your freedom. The vast expanse of heaven and earth shall be yours to roam. Alas, she shall never have such an opportunity again, nor shall Shen Fangming. Meng Tang, too, laments the fate of Shen Fangming, for he is not a wretched villain deserving of disdain. Indeed, one misstep has led to another. Had that Tiao Tiao still been alive, Shen Fangming would have undoubtedly been a man of great stature. Rather than finding himself in such dire straits, Shen Fangming galloped forth, and upon exiting the city gates, he suddenly beheld a donkey obstructing his path. Furthermore, upon that donkey sat a monk clad in white robes. As the swift steed approached the donkey, Shen Fangming bellowed, "Who is this bald donkey? Clear the way." It was uncertain whether he was cursing the man or the beast, for both the donkey and the monk were bald. Witnessing this scene, Meng Tang's lips twitched. Was that not the wild monk Yuan? In an instant, the horse collided with the donkey. Shen Fangming hastily pulled the reins, but it was too late. The donkey brayed in distress. As for the monk upon its back, the white-robed monk spun gracefully, his toes barely grazing the ground, evading the oncoming horse. Shen Fangming abruptly lifted his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, a flash of silver streaked across the sky, and he was plunged into darkness. A silver thread constricted around his neck, its composition unknown, yet it was sharp and resilient enough to sever Shen Fangming's head from his body. The very same man who had just assured her of her freedom beyond the city gates was now decapitated. Warm blood splattered across Meng Tang's face and body. Stunned, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, even the nauseating scent of blood failing to rouse her. The startled horse reared, and Shen Fangming's lifeless body tumbled to the ground. Yuan shouted, "Your Majesty, be cautious." Meng Tang regained her senses, a wave of nausea overwhelming her, threatening to spill forth. The frightened horse thrashed about wildly. Meng Tang swiftly tightened her grip on the reins. Yet the motion only exacerbated her queasiness, causing her stomach to churn. Yuan, riding the donkey, caught up to her, extending his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, please take hold." Meng Tang clung to the horse's neck, casting a fleeting glance at the outstretched hand. Yuan urged, "Trust me, Your Majesty." Trembling, Meng Tang reached out, her fingers brushing against Yuan's pale hand. He grasped it firmly, then swiftly pulled her close, his other arm encircling her waist, lifting her onto the donkey's back. Securing her within his embrace, the donkey, seemingly burdened by their combined weight, stomped its hooves in protest, prompting Yuan to soothe it. "My little ancestor, the horse may be frantic, but you must remain calm." "All right." The donkey brayed twice before settling down. With the warmth of delicate beauty in his arms, Yuan found himself for the first time cradling a woman, and not just any woman, but the emperor's consort. Looking down at her, he inquired, "Are you unharmed, Your Majesty?" The scent of blood surged towards Meng Tang's nostrils, and with wide eyes, she confronted him. "You, a monk, have committed murder. Not only that, but in such a brutal manner." Meng Tang, too, had never witnessed the gruesome sight of a living being losing its head, especially one who had just moments ago been conversing with her. Yuan feigned piety, exclaiming, "Ba, well done, well done. This humble monk has lived a life of vegetarianism and prayer. Never taking a life. The one I slay was not a human." Meng Tang retorted, "Is this what a monk means by not speaking falsehoods?" Yuan nodded and remarked, "This humble monk never speaks falsehoods." Alas, Meng Tang could no longer contain herself, and she heaved violently, expelling her midday meal all over Yuan. His countenance darkened with displeasure. Alas, one bout of sickness was insufficient for Meng Tang, and she retched again. Yuan felt an urge to cast her aside from the donkey. Yet, upon seeing her wan and pallid visage, he restrained himself. He produced a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from her face, saying, "Your Highness, please refrain from further vomiting. My monk's robe is rendered unwearable. I shall compensate you for any damages." Meng Tang forced herself to suppress the wave of nausea. Yuan, both exasperated and amused, replied, "Is it merely a matter of money?" Realizing belatedly, Meng Tang leaned against Yuan, an inappropriate position, and hastily rose. Dismounting from the donkey, her legs weakened once more, and Yuan swiftly reached out to support her. The faint scent of jasmine emanating from her, mingling with the stench of blood, was refreshingly pleasant. Yuan paused momentarily and cautioned, "Your Highness, be careful." Meng Tang exhaled slowly, regaining her composure. Although her complexion remained pale, she no longer appeared as frightfully weak as before. She inquired, What brings the holy monk to this place? Yuen rubbed his bald head and replied, is it not because of the deceased Chui? He commanded this humble monk to proceed to Qingzhou following the heavenly rites to eliminate the remnants of King Lu Wade. I was just about to mount my donkey for the journey to Qingzhou when, lo and behold, his trained eagle pecked at me several times and delivered a message, insisting that I await outside the city gate to kill Shen Fangming, or else he would take my life. What audacity! As a monk, I am constantly tasked with such violent deeds. How unfortunate! I must have been exceedingly ill-fated to have crossed paths with him. It turned out that Chui had made prior arrangements outside the city, which explained why he had allowed Shen Fangming to escape. It is quite astonishing that this wild monk possesses such remarkable skills. Such talent should not be wasted on mere combat. Truly, it is unexpected to discover the holy monk's extraordinary prowess. Yuen hastily waved his hand in modesty, stating, merely average, third in the world. Meng Tang urged him, since the holy monk's affairs here have concluded, hasten to ride your donkey and commence your duties. As she spoke, she began to dishevel her clothing and tousle her hair, rendering herself a picture of disarray. Yuen could not help but exclaim, what are you doing? I have done nothing to you. Meng Tang shot him a sidelong glance and queried, are you not leaving? She was about to put on a performance. I shall not depart. Are you certain? Meng Tang spoke with a hint of significance. Chui is approaching. I wish to remain and witness the drama. Very well, but who can guarantee what actions a furious Chui might undertake? I only hope this wild monk can preserve his life. Just as she mentioned Chui, he arrived on horseback, his face etched with concern, calling out, Tangerine. In that moment, Meng Tang, who had been calm just moments before, trembled, her delicate form quivering, tears glistening in her eyes as she took a slow step back. Chui dismounted and advanced toward her. The closer he drew, the more she retreated. Chui had developed a favorable impression of her, which allowed for some playful banter. Your Majesty, do not approach, since you have chosen consort Shao, why concern yourself with my life or death? In your Majesty's heart, I am but a trivial plaything. When it pleases you, you bestow your favor upon me, yet when displeased, you cast me aside into the depths of the palace, leaving me neglected for 7 years. What am I worth? Unbeknownst to me, tears have already streamed down my face, my tone laced with bitter self-mockery. Chapter 67, Tanger, I realize my mistakes. Over these 7 years, he has undeniably inflicted wounds upon her. She appears utterly disheartened, turning her face away in defiance as she speaks. Your Majesty, have you ever counted the number of times you have visited Kunming Palace? In the first 5 years, you graced it with your presence merely 21 times. And no one remembers those 21 visits better than I do. Each time I awaited your arrival with a heart full of joy. Did you ever bestow upon me even a smile? Meng Tang exhales softly, continuing, even among those rare 21 occasions, you never once stayed overnight. You seem indifferent to how the world perceives me as your empress. What wrong have I committed? I have done nothing wrong. I merely married an emperor. Her once enchanting autumn-like eyes have lost their brilliance, weary and fatigued, her visage a portrait of exhaustion, despite the trials I face in this palace. I must still maintain the facade of a gentle and virtuous lady. I was once a proud daughter of a noble family, yet here, I find myself living a life inferior to that of a mere servant. Relying on their goodwill for a morsel to eat, to avoid perishing from the cold or hunger in winter. The servants are those who understand gratitude. When I treat them well, they reciprocate. Were it not for them, I might have long since become a mere wisp of a soul in this palace. They know how to show gratitude, yet Chui remains oblivious. He cannot even ensure that the women of the Meng family can live well in this palace. I am utterly exhausted. Her disappointment in him is profound. Her eyes, once filled with love, now harbor an icy frost that keeps him at bay. Tanger, Chuyi's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The years of indifference are true, as is the neglect. He and his mother once suffered the disdain of the palace, and unbeknownst to him, his empress has endured a similar pain. It is his disregard that has wrought this situation. The victim has become the perpetrator. At this moment, I will not listen. Meng Tang interjects, shaking her head, interrupting his words. She wipes away her tears and declares, I do not blame your Majesty, truly, I do not. I am the empress, and an empress ought to be magnanimous even if, in the face of life and death, your Majesty chose concubine Shao over me. I cannot hold resentment. I understand everything, yet, your Majesty, my heart too is made of flesh. To expect me to treat you as I once did is ultimately beyond my capability. My heart aches terribly. You know, in that moment you chose another. I found it all rather laughable. These past 7 years, I have been like a joke, appearing resplendent as the empress of a nation, yet in reality, I must rely on your favor to survive in this palace. I have devoted my entire heart to you. Yet you reject it. I must now carefully cradle it, kneeling to present it before you. I truly have nothing left to offer but this life, a life that ought to have perished today alongside that traitor. I am but a person of scant fortune, ultimately unable to bear the emperor's grace. Tanger, with a visage marred by anguish, Chui advanced, drawing closer as she resisted him further. He grasped her delicate hand. Meng Tang desperately recoiled, her eyes betraying an inescapable disappointment. She spoke, "Your Majesty, do you still wish to impose upon me? In truth, though I am exalted as the empress in your eyes, have you ever regarded me as an equal? A wife standing beside you, have you ever honored my desires? Each time you summon me to your chambers, I have expressed my discomfort countless times, yet you persist in disregarding my feelings, acting with reckless abandon. Indifferent to my suffering, demanding excessively the jade seal." The jade seal felt a profound awkwardness. It sensed that it should not be present here, yet curiosity gnawed at it, eager to witness how Meng Tang would continue her performance. "In this moment, I do not wish for your proximity, Your Majesty, yet you disregard my wishes and insist on drawing near. It appears that I am the empress, but in reality, I am merely a trinket maintained within your palace." Tanger Chui, in a state of panic, released his grip. No one had ever taught him how to interact with someone he cherished. Having witnessed the cruelty of the harem in his youth, he bore its scars deeply. Thus, Chui only understood that to desire something was to fight for it, to seize it, to imprison that which he loved by any means necessary. He did not comprehend how to love someone correctly. "I was wrong," he uttered. This marked the first occasion in 7 years that Chui acknowledged his fault. He had always acted according to his whims. Who dared to compel him to admit a mistake? Who could? Meng Tang was the sole exception. The jade seal gasped in astonishment, for the empress truly was unique. Chui gazed at Meng Tang with profound affection, contemplating that he could indeed change for her. To learn how to love, Meng Tang watched as her favor for him gradually ascended. Tanger, allow me to explain. Today's events are not as you perceive. That Shen Fangming is deeply scheming. He hurried to elucidate. Forgetting even his own self-reference, Meng Tang, still not sufficiently swayed, would not permit him to speak. She interrupted, saying, "Your Majesty, just as you once remarked after we fell from the cliff together, abandonment is true abandonment. You have indeed forsaken me today." Chui, towering and yet resembling a remorseful great hound, hung his head and clenched his fists. He yearned to convey that he had never contemplated abandoning her. Not ever. However, Meng Tang denied him the opportunity. "You often speak of wanting me to understand you, yet, Your Majesty, have you ever sought to understand me? My heart, once shattered and hastily mended, is no longer the same. Today, I had not intended to return to the palace alive." Crystal tears cascaded down to her chin. Her words seemed to provoke Chui, who abruptly lifted his gaze, tightly gripping her wrist, exclaiming, "Tanger, do you wish to leave me? To die? I shall not permit it." His eyes reddened, and in that instant, a fervent, obsessive emotion surged forth. "You grip me too tightly, Your Majesty. As I still possess a life today, I shall not seek to end it. I have my father and brothers. Should anything happen to me, what would become of them?" Upon hearing this, Chui gradually released his hold, yet could not suppress the wave of disappointment that followed. It was for her family, not for him. A wave of bitterness surged within Chui-san as he recalled Meng Tang's once honeyed lips, which had once bestowed upon him the exquisite pleasures of desire. Now, however, her every word bore the sharpness of a blade, cutting deep into his heart. "I am weary," Meng Tang spoke coolly, her gaze fixed on the meager increment of affection that had barely moved, igniting within her a sense of disappointment. So miserly, this wretched creature. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed the progress bar gradually climbing another notch, reaching 64. Goodness, she exclaimed, the dog emperor truly relishes in torment. This only solidified her resolve to persist in her endeavors. How could Chui, with his deeply entrenched feudal mindset and utter lack of respect, ever love someone wholeheartedly? Even Shen Fangming surpassed him. Shen Fangming. Upon returning to the palace, she must seek justice for Tiao Tiao, ensuring that Chui punishes those who had humiliated her. Are there not countless historical examples of armies falling apart due to lax discipline? Such individuals would only sow discord in the camp, eventually leading to calamity. They do not deserve to live. Meng Tang mused quietly. Chapter 68. Who can truly comprehend her sorrow and despair? I shall return to the palace, Meng Tang said, bowing slightly to Chui, casting a glance at the jade seal, wishing the wild monk to tread carefully. Tao I shall escort you, Chui declared immediately. No need, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten? I am a member of the Meng family, skilled in horsemanship, and I can return to the palace on my own. She straightened her back and approached her steed, observing Meng Tang's resolute demeanor. Chui noted her stubbornness and resilience, yet she also possessed a trace of softness. Surpassing all the women in the harem, Meng Tang mounted her horse and galloped away, leaving Chui in a daze for quite a while. Ultimately, Tao Er harbored resentment towards him, but such passionate feelings could only arise from deep affection. It was evident that she cared for him. He would strive to amend the things she disdained. Your Majesty, your horse has been taken away. Would you prefer to ride my donkey back? Chuyi's noble steed had been commandeered by Meng Tang, leaving only a donkey and a frenzied horse in their midst. It was then that Chui finally acknowledged the presence of a third individual. Spotting Yuan a short distance away atop the donkey, he inquired with displeasure, "Why are you still here? Did you witness and hear everything that just transpired?" Chui had always been decisive and ruthless in front of others. Never had he felt so constrained. Those who had witnessed his humble beginnings were long deceased. Save for the Empress Dowager, with a stern expression, frost and snow glimmered in his dark gaze. Why Yuan could not help but marvel at how swiftly Chuyi's demeanor changed. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he could merely observe the unfolding drama. "I was just about to leave, Your Majesty, do not take offense. I saw nothing and heard nothing. This donkey is quite unsightly, and I doubt you would desire it." "Your Majesty, I take my leave." "Wait," Chui called out to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing the blood and filth smeared upon him, his expression soured. The blood was unmistakably from Meng Tang. "How is it that you bear blood upon you? Did you embrace her?" Chui narrowed his eyes, a mixture of displeasure and possessiveness flickering within. Why Yuan was taken aback, having forgotten that he too was stained with blood. "I must take my leave," he urged, attempting to flee on the donkey which hand held her. Chui pressed further, his overwhelming possessiveness surging forth, the obsession in his gaze becoming uncontainable. Seeing his demeanor, Yuan dared not linger any longer. Riding the donkey to a Synopsis could not afford even a moment's delay. It was a farewell with no promise of return. With a thunderous shout, Yuan urged the donkey to sprint away towards the city outskirts. Chui, maintaining a stoic expression, clicked his tongue in frustration and tugged at the corners of his mouth. The earlier words of Meng Tang weighed heavily on his heart, stirring feelings of unease and trepidation. He must hasten back to the palace to find her. With only a wild horse remaining in this place, Chui had no choice but to approach the frenzied steed. The more unruly the horse, the more he found himself enamored with it. Upon Meng Tang's return to Kunming Palace, Fang Ning was overjoyed. Ignoring decorum, Fang Ning rushed to embrace her, exclaiming through tears, "Your Highness, you have finally returned." I thought, sob sob sob." Her sorrowful weeping was so profound that the other maidservants and eunuchs in Qiankuan Palace could not help but redden their eyes. "Your Highness has survived a great calamity. Surely, there will be blessings to come," Fang Ning hastily scolded. "What nonsense about death. Do not utter such words." Sob sob sob. Releasing Meng Tang, she wiped her tears and asked, "Your Highness, why are you covered in blood? Are you injured? I shall summon the imperial physician at once." Meng Tang grasped her arm, replying with resignation, "I am unscathed. It is not my blood." "That is good, that is good," Fang Ning sighed in relief. "I shall fetch water for you, Your Highness. You must wash up and change into something fresh." "Yes, go ahead." As soon as Xiao Hongyun learned of Meng Tang's safety, she hurried to Kunming Palace. The palace attendants, having received Meng Tang's orders, allowed Xiao Fei to pass unobstructed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Hongyun called out anxiously. At that moment, Meng Tang had just finished her bath and changed into clean garments. Her spirits had lifted somewhat, the heavy scent of blood had dissipated, and the stickiness was gone. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Hongyun rushed inside, recalling the events that had transpired and the Emperor's choice. She said, "Your Majesty, do not be disheartened. His Majesty must have his reasons for selecting a concubine. What he truly cherishes is you, Your Majesty." Xiao Hongyun, eager to explain, stood before Meng Tang, disregarding the need to sit. "I must speak the truth with you. Since my entry into the palace, while His Majesty visits my quarters from time to time, he has never favored me in any way. I remain untouched. And His Majesty harbors nothing but disdain for me. He has not placed me in his heart at all. Therefore, do not be saddened, for you are the one who occupies His Majesty's innermost thoughts. His selection must have its reasons, not reflective of his true feelings." Remembering the image of Meng Tang resolutely throwing herself onto the blade, Xiao Hongyun shuddered at the thought. Such despair and heartbreak must have driven her to such reckless self-harm. "Your Majesty loves His Majesty so profoundly. It is no wonder that he has wounded your heart." Xiao Hongyun feared that upon Meng Tang's return, she might again contemplate self-harm, prompting her hurried visit to offer reassurance. Her eyes, filled with caution, watched Meng Tang closely. Meng Tang grasped her small hand, asking gently, "Sister, are you all right? Have you been hurt in any way? Speak to me." Xiao Hongyun's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to contain her emotions. She thought to herself how, despite her own trials, the first words from the queen were inquiries about her well-being. Truly, she was too kind. Xiao Hongyun hastily shook her head, saying, "I am quite well, but what of your majesty? You have endured such great grievances." You Meng Tang, aware of her thoughts, feebly tugged at the corners of her lips, revealing a faint smile. She replied, "Sister, I am truly fine, there is no need for concern." How remarkably strong she is. What does it mean to be fine? Those conspicuous wounds upon her neck are anything but trivial. Can this truly be called being well? Moreover, while physical injuries may be minor, the wounds of the heart are profound. Such emotional scars are difficult to heal. After enduring such tribulations, it is likely that Her Majesty will succumb to melancholy. They say Meng Tang is gentle and gracious, yet none can perceive the sorrow concealed beneath that gentle facade. Just the thought of it makes Xiao Hongyun feel a pang of sadness for the empress. She grasped Meng Tang's hand in return, saying, "Your Majesty, if you bear any grievances, please confide in me. I shall listen. Do not bottle it up within your heart." Xiao Hongyun was genuinely fearful that the empress might fall ill from such suppression. Her well-meaning concern warmed Meng Tang's heart. She insisted, "I assure you, I am truly fine." However, upon seeing Meng Tang's demeanor, Xiao Hongyun felt an even deeper discomfort. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was not a state of being fine, but rather one of profound sorrow. At that moment, Fang Ning hurriedly entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has arrived." Meng Tang uttered the coldest words in the softest tone, "Do not let him in. Inform His Majesty that I am unwell and not fit to receive visitors." Chapter 69. She refuses to see him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyun's delicate features betrayed a look of realization. To claim all was well while refusing to see His Majesty clearly indicated that the Empress was indeed vexed with him. It is well known that the bond between His Majesty and the Empress is profoundly deep, impenetrable by outsiders. Fang Ning exited to relay the message. Xiao Hongyun, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing, fidgeted with her handkerchief, believing it was all her fault. Had it not been for His Majesty's choice between her and the Empress, the latter would not be in such distress, nor would she have turned away the Emperor. She felt like a source of calamity. Stammering, Xiao Hongyun offered her consolation. "Your Majesty, His Majesty's hurried arrival surely indicates his concern for you. Perhaps you might consider meeting him." "Concern for me?" Meng Tang languidly reclined against the soft cushions. She could discern Xiao Hongyun's thoughts and said, "Sister Xiao, this matter does not pertain to you, and you need not blame yourself." She sighed and continued, "It is I who placed too great an emphasis on love, leading to this predicament. It is my fault, and I cannot blame others. Should I perish at the hands of that treacherous villain today, it would indeed bring a sense of closure." Seeing her in such despair, Xiao Hongyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The complexities of love have always been difficult to unravel. His Majesty's actions have truly left the Empress's heart in ashes. "What can be done, Your Majesty? Please do not speak in such a manner. His Majesty surely holds you dear. You may not know, but after you were abducted by the rebels, it was the first time I witnessed His Majesty in such a state of distress. His affection for you is unwavering. Do not dwell on dark thoughts." Outside Kunming Palace, Fang Ning emerged, stating, "To His Majesty, the Empress is unwell and unfit to receive visitors. If your concern is for her, I kindly ask you to return." This was Fang Ning's first instance of ushering someone away, and it happened to be the Emperor himself. The situation was indeed fraught with both trepidation and a bittersweet flavor. Fang Ning harbored her own grievances, resenting His Majesty for choosing consort Xiao without a moment's hesitation during such a critical time. It seemed that only a heart devoid of affection could act in such a manner. The Empress's resentment was entirely understandable, as she refused to see His Majesty. In contrast, Chui struggled to conceal his disappointment. She was unwilling even to grant him a fleeting glance. He inquired, "Is she in good health? Has the wound on her neck been properly bandaged? Has a physician been summoned to attend to her?" Fang Ning bowed respectfully and replied, "How could the Empress be well? The previous injury had only just healed, and now she has sustained a new wound. One cannot tell if it will leave a scar. The physician has examined her, yet physical wounds may be trivial, but a wounded heart is a true affliction. Your Majesty. A heart's ailment is not easily cured. In former times, Fang Ning would never have dared to speak to Chui in such a manner. However, today, she could no longer contain her indignation. Feeling aggrieved on behalf of her Empress, such a remarkable woman, in the face of such a decision, had been cast aside. Who could remain unperturbed? Who could refrain from harboring resentment? The Empress was, after all, Not a saint. Chui approached Kunming Palace, which had now regained its order. The palace attendant stood quietly outside the hall. He declared, I wish to see her, if only for a brief moment. I shall not disturb her. With that, Chui intended to enter Kunming Palace. Feng Ning suddenly knelt before him with a thud, blocking his path. The Empress has expressed that she is unwell and should not receive visitors. I implore your majesty not to make it difficult for this servant. Do you dare to obstruct me? Chui narrowed his eyes. Feng Ning raised her voice. Let it be known that this servant beseeches your majesty. The Empress is frail and has been greatly startled. It would be best to allow her to rest in peace. Do not disturb her further, even if it means facing death. This servant will stand before you. Since Meng Tang had declared she would not see him, Feng Ning would never allow Chui to cross the threshold of Kunming Palace, lest it cause distress to the Empress. In Feng Ning's heart, no one was more important than the Empress. Having followed Meng Tang from the Meng residence, Feng Ning knew that even in his anger, Chui would refrain from punishing her. It would be an act of self-defeat to inflict punishment upon a servant after having upset Meng Tang. He had previously vowed to amend his ways. Taking a deep breath, Chui reminded himself that the Empress was displeased with him. He could not afford to further distress her. Regaining his composure, he stated, then let the Empress rest well. You servants must ensure her comfort and attend to her needs without the slightest negligence. Should anything occur to the Empress, dispatch someone immediately to inform me. Upon hearing this, Feng Ning sighed in relief, replying, yes, this servant understands. Once the formidable presence of Chui had departed, Feng Ning rose and returned to the hall. Meng Tang was engaged in conversation with Xiao Hongyun, and upon noticing Feng Ning, she inquired, has His Majesty left? Feng Ning nodded and recounted the events that had transpired. Meng Tang curled her lips into a slight smile, saying, you have done well. I have no desire to see him at present. However, Xiao Hongyun expressed concern. But, Your Highness, are you not afraid that such actions might push His Majesty further away, to another consort? Ha, a night without the burden of sharing a bed suits me perfectly. The act of sharing a bed is truly a laborious chore. Meng Tang lifted her gaze and questioned, do you wish for His Majesty to visit you tonight? Xiao Hongyun, in a fluster, exclaimed, Your Highness, even if His Majesty were to come here, what difference would it make? I do not require his presence. At this moment, you are the one who truly needs His Majesty's comfort. Whenever he visits, it is solely to witness my dance, sometimes for an entire night, nearly exhausting my legs. This is not affection, it is clearly a form of torment. Meng Tang remained non-committal, gently clearing her throat before responding, if His Majesty wishes to visit other concubines, then so be it. Am I to prevent him? He has done so in the past. What can I do about it? After all, it is His Majesty's duty to distribute his favor evenly. So why should I take offense? The Queen's heart truly felt despondent upon hearing such words. She resolved to find a way. Xiao Hongyun thought, she must not allow the Queen to remain in such a state of despair. In the imperial study, Chui summoned Meng Yun, who knelt on the ground, clad in a crimson flying fish robe. He said, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Zifeng, no need for formalities, replied Chui. Raising his hand, with a sigh, he continued, the reason I have called you here is to discuss matters concerning the Queen. Meng Yun, filled with urgency, inquired, what has happened to Tang Er? Is she gravely injured? Chui reassured him, the wounds on her body have been treated by the imperial physician, they are not severe. However, Zitong harbors resentment against me for not visiting her today. I fear that if this continues, she may develop a heart ailment. Zifeng, if you have the time, please visit Kunming Palace and offer her some solace. Meng Yun promptly affirmed, I will do so. After a moment of silence, he could no longer suppress the question that had been weighing on his heart. Your Majesty, today both Tang Er and Xiao Fei were abducted, yet you unhesitatingly chose Xiao Fei. Does this mean that, in your heart, Tang Er is ultimately unimportant? If this is the case, what has been the worth of the Meng family's forbearance all these years? Hearing this, Chui offered a bitter smile and replied, even you, Zifeng, share this belief. Everyone thinks thus of me, believing that I have sacrificed Meng Tang for Xiao Hongyun, yet who knows my true struggles? She refuses to listen to my explanations, but I assure you, I have never intended to abandon her. That Shen Fengming is astute and has always been adept at discerning the Emperor's intentions. Had I shown even a hint of hesitation, he would have perceived my concern for Tang Er. I could not take that risk. I dared not let him see my care for her, lest, driven by his hatred for me, he might do something dreadful to her. To protect Tang Er, I had no choice but to speak as I did. A look of bitterness crossed his face as he added, Zifeng, I would never gamble with her life. Do you understand? Chu Yi exhaled slowly, weariness etched upon his brow. Upon hearing these words, Meng Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. I understand, Your Majesty. I will convey your sentiments to Tang, though whether she chooses to believe them is ultimately up to her. Chu Yi lifted his gaze to meet his, saying, Thank you, Zifeng. As the sky darkened and the palace gates prepared to close, Meng Yan hurried to Kunming Palace, just in time. At that moment, Xiao Hongyun had just finished comforting the queen and was about to depart from the palace. She stood on the corridor and caught sight of Meng Yan approaching her. Meng Yan bowed respectfully and said, Greetings to you, Lady Xiao. Xiao Hongyun raised her hand, partially obscuring her face with a round fan. Signaling him to rise, with a face full of sorrow, she remarked, Meng Baihu has arrived. Currently, the Empress is in an unstable state of mind, and I fear that if this continues, she may succumb to depression. I kindly ask you, Meng Baihu, to offer her some comfort. Only then did Meng Yan truly observe Xiao Hongyun. While rumors painted her as arrogant, the reality seemed to contradict such claims. He had already heard about the incident at Kunming Palace today. And it was evident that this ill-reputed Xiao Hongyun was willing to act as a hostage for Tang, demonstrating a commendable spirit. He replied softly, I shall remember today's events, and I am profoundly grateful for your concern for Tang. Lady Xiao, should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. After uttering this, Meng Yan proceeded into the palace. The low timbre of his voice sent a delightful shiver through her ears, causing Xiao Hongyun to unconsciously touch her ear, which flushed with a subtle hue. She mused that although Meng Yan was no longer the exalted young general admired by many, he still exuded an air of pride. The character Yun signifies beauty, embodying both literary and martial prowess, as well as affluence, reflecting the Meng family's high hopes for him, yet he willingly chose to remain in the shadows for the sake of his younger sister. Nevertheless, even a lion in the guise of a house cat remains a lion. Withdrawing her gaze, Xiao Hongyun said to Kaiwei, let us hasten our return. My lady, Meng Baihu is truly handsome, Kaiwei remarked. Xiao Hongyun chuckled, playfully tapping Kaiwei on the head. Handsome he may be, but he is not yours. Off you go. Do not lose yourself over a man. Kaiwei laughed in response. Inside the palace, Meng Yan gazed at Meng Tang's haggard face. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he said, Tang, you have suffered greatly. This time Meng Tang shook her head and replied, Elder brother, why have you come? Thus, Meng Yan recounted his earlier conversation with Chu Yi to Meng Tang. Unable to bear seeing her continue to suffer, he added, the emperor has his own struggles. He has not truly abandoned you. Tang, do not let this matter weigh heavily on your heart. Meng Tang sighed, her demeanor weary. Elder brother, everyone claims he has no choice and has his own burdens, but what about me? The moment he chose another, my heart felt as if it had perished, rendering all my past efforts a mere joke. Not wishing to elaborate further, she turned her head away and said, if you have come to act as his emissary today, I would prefer you not to. I only worry for you. You understand better than I do that the harem is a treacherous place, one that devours without mercy. I fear that after this, you and the emperor may harbor animosity, making your days in the harem most difficult. I do not wish to see you endure such hardships as you did in previous years. Meng Tang smiled gently, assuring him, do not worry, elder brother. I shall not allow myself to fall into such a predicament again. The emperor feels a sense of guilt towards me now, and I wish for him to remember this incident, to truly etch my place in his heart. As long as you understand, he replied. Meng Tang was concerned that should their father learn of this matter, he would fly into a rage and speak indiscreetly before Chu Yi. She then addressed Meng Yun, saying, elder brother, upon your return, please explain this matter thoroughly to father. We must avoid provoking him into making impulsive decisions. His temper is volatile, and I fear he may err before his majesty. The Meng family has endured for so many years, and I do not wish to find myself once more in a predicament because of my actions. Even at this juncture, Tang was still preoccupied with thoughts of him and their father. Meng Yun, reminiscent of their childhood, gently ruffled her hair and remarked, sometimes I truly wish you were not so sensible. Perhaps being a bit more willful and headstrong, like Lady Xiao, would not be entirely detrimental. Meng Tang, taken aback, replied, elder brother, have you met Sister Xiao? She is indeed quite naive and straightforward. Meng Yun did not elaborate further, simply stating, I caught a glimpse of her on the way here. Meng Tang then handed him the iron decree she had obtained from the Empress Dowager, saying, in recent years, the soldiers of Shuabei have endured increasingly harsh conditions. This decree will allow for the mobilization of supplies from the capital. So let us ensure the border troops have a good year. Though her words were not fully articulated, Meng Yan comprehended her intent. He exclaimed in astonishment, where did this decree come from? It was given by another elder brother. Exercise caution. Do not let anyone discover this. The supply corps is managed by the Nye family, and after a moment's contemplation, Meng Yun discerned the origin of the decree. He remarked, the Empress Dowager is surprisingly generous. My life is in my own hands. She cannot afford to be otherwise. Elder brother, it is getting late. If we continue, the palace gates will soon be locked. You must return quickly. We cannot keep father waiting anxiously at home. Very well. Meng Yun did not linger, stating, I shall return to see you tomorrow. His Majesty has granted me permission to visit you frequently in the coming days. She needed no one's consolation. She was clearer-headed than anyone else. After Meng Yun departed, Meng Tang's thoughts turned once more to Shen Fangming and Tiao Tiao. Rising, she approached her writing desk, took up her brush, and inscribed the details of Shen Fangming's affair onto the paper. Subsequently, she folded the rice paper and handed it to Fangming. Meng Tang instructed, deliver this to eunuch Li Changfu and have him presented to His Majesty. Fangming nodded in agreement. As night fell, Chui was still reviewing memorials. Li Changfu hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Empress has written something for you. At this statement, Chuyi's face lit up with joy. Zitong was willing to engage with him. He quickly rose and approached, saying, Let me see it at once. What has she written? Meng Tang both loved and resented him. She still refused to meet him. Chui had anticipated that she would pen some tender sentiments typical of a young girl. Regardless of her grievances or anger towards him, he would gladly accept them. However, upon unfolding the rice paper, disappointment washed over his features, for the contents bore no mention of him, but rather detailed the entire sequence of events concerning Shen Fangming. Observing the sudden shift in the emperor's expression from joy to coldness, Li Changfu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. What audacity! Among those 4 camps I pacified 7 years ago, there exists such a heartless individual. Summon the guards, Chui commanded. Qi Jingyan, the leader of the Jinwu guards, promptly entered, responding, At your service. Investigate this matter thoroughly, conduct a nighttime sweep of the 4 camps. Anyone within the 4 camps who has violated any law of Daong shall be dealt with according to military regulations. Those guilty of serious offenses shall be executed by military cudgel. Yes, Your Majesty. Chui rubbed his brow, overwhelmed by the multitude of recent events that had ignited a fierce turmoil within him. In earlier times, the Empress would invariably arrive at such moments to offer solace, brew a pot of his favored soup, and gently massage his temples, soothing him with tender words. Yet now, Meng Tang was no longer by his side. A wave of pain surged through Chuyi's head. He inquired, who was responsible for persuading the 4th camp to surrender? Qi Jingyan replied, Your Majesty, it was the right assistant minister, Zhang Sui. What a character! Deceiving both superiors and inferiors. Go, bring Zhang Sui before me. I wish to interrogate him thoroughly about his conduct. An unmistakable glint of ire flickered in Chuyi's eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. After Qi Jingyan departed, Chui breathed heavily, his youthful countenance betraying an unusual gravity, devoid of the vibrant exuberance typical of one in their early 20s. He took a seat, sipping tea to temper his agitation. He then picked up the note written by Meng Tang, delicately tracing the characters with his fingertips. That night, whether in the 4 camps or the Zhang family, there was an uproar of lamentation. The emperor, wielding his authority with a fierce hand, conducted a thorough investigation of the 4 camps, exposing countless clandestine matters to the public eye. Overnight, Right Assistant Minister Zhang Sui was even subjected to a home raid. All those implicated faced punishment, and even those who had previously enjoyed close ties with them were now filled with trepidation, fearing they might be ensnared by the fallout. By the time Chui had concluded his affairs, it was well into the latter half of the night. Li Changfu entered the imperial study, saying, Your Majesty, in just over an hour, the morning court will commence. You ought to return and rest. The weariness was evident in Chuyi's expression as he rose and asked, Has the Empress retired for the night? Li Changfu replied, At this hour, Her Majesty surely must be asleep. Chui fell into silence. The more he could not see her, the more he longed for her presence. He said, Go to Kunming Palace and take a glance. Just a quick look. Your Majesty, your health. Li Changfu hesitated, attempting to counsel him. There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware of my own condition. Chui interjected. Li Changfu sighed, refraining from pressing the matter, knowing all too well that the young emperor had poured his heart and soul into his responsibilities, enduring countless sleepless nights to achieve his current position. Chui descended from the dragon carriage and made his way to the gates of Kunming Palace. 2 young maidservants stood by the entrance, holding lanterns, and upon spotting Chui, they promptly bowed in greeting. We humbly greet your majesty. How fares the empress? Chui inquired. The maidservant responded, Her Majesty has already retired for the night. Chui hesitated, longing to enter and catch a glimpse of her, yet the image of Meng Tang's fatigued visage halted him. As he feared disturbing her rest, he stood at the palace gate and commanded, Summon Feng Ning. Yes, your majesty. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ning approached. Chui said, No need for formalities, simply inform me of what the empress did today, what she ate, whether she took her medicine, and if she slept well. Feng Ning, upon hearing this, recounted in detail the daily activities and needs of the empress. Despite his fatigue, Chui found his spirits lifted as he listened, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Take good care of your mistress. Yes, your majesty. After that, I shall return to Qianqing Palace. Meng Tang had not yet fallen asleep, having napped in the afternoon and again in the evening. She had only just awakened. Feng Ning returned, and Meng Tang asked, Has the emperor departed? Feng Ning nodded thoughtfully with a serious expression. She remarked, This time, it seems the emperor is genuinely concerned about the empress. She has persistently kept him at bay. What if he truly becomes enraged with her in the future? If that occurs, it would indicate that his affection for me is rather superficial. Meng Tang responded calmly. Feng Ning inquired with curiosity, Are you not at all worried, my lady? Meng Tang, however, felt no apprehension. Chu Yi's regard for her had already met the threshold of acceptance, and it was unlikely that anyone else in the entire Deyong could match the level of favor he bestowed upon her. Men, after all, are often capricious. The more elusive the prize, the more fervently they desire it. What is unattainable is invariably deemed the most desirable. Yet, if the emperor does not visit the empress and instead turns his affections to other concubines, what will become of her? Meng Tang smiled suddenly, reaching out to lightly tap her forehead. She replied, Even if he finds himself amidst other concubines, who occupies his thoughts may not be certain. As dawn broke, the palace gates swung open wide. News of yesterday's events had already reached the ears of both high-ranking officials and minor courtiers, who entered the palace restlessly, bracing themselves to face the emperor's impending wrath. At the hour of C, Kai Wei was dispatched to the appointed place to assist Xiao Hongyun in retrieving a letter from home. The young eunuch emerged from behind the rockery. Sister Kai Wei, this has just been delivered from outside the palace. Please give it to Consort Xiao promptly. The young eunuch handed a piece of letter paper to Kai Wei. She slipped him a small silver coin, saying, You have executed this task splendidly. The lady will certainly summon you again in the future. The young eunuch beamed with delight, exclaiming, Then I beseech Sister Kai Wei to speak kindly of me in front of the lady. Kai Wei tucked the letter into her bosom, boasting, Hurry along now, you shall reap your rewards. On her way back, the head maid of Mei Fei's palace, Ru Chui, was headed to the imperial kitchen to fetch breakfast for Mei Fei. Having been neglected in recent days, the entire palace was well aware that Mei Fei had angered the emperor, leading to a growing indifference from those below, who even failed to deliver her breakfast on time. Ru Chui felt a heavy sense of frustration. As Kai Wei cheerfully made her way towards the Yuhua palace, she inadvertently collided with Ru Chui, falling onto the ground with a thud. Ouch, ouch, both exclaimed in unison. Kai Wei looked up, meeting Ru Chui's glare, and retorted, Are you blind? Previously, Consort Xiao had fiercely interrogated Mei Fei in the Empress Dowager's palace, resulting in Mei Fei's fainting from the emperor's neglect. And now Ru Chui harbored disdain for those from Yuhua Palace. She snapped back, You are the one who is blind. Do you not watch where you are walking? The two exchanged disdainful glances, and soon began to grapple with one another in the corridor. Their hair became entangled, leaving them in a most disheveled state. Kai Wei, with fierce determination, declared, You shall pay for this. Ru Chui rolled her eyes, retorting, What are you, but a mere maid like me? Do not act so high and mighty. After Kai Wei departed, a letter floated to Ru Chui's feet. Her gaze sharpened. Looking around to ensure no one was in sight, she picked up the letter, curiosity piqued, and upon reading its contents, she gasped in shock, her face transforming with delight. Ru Chui carefully refolded the letter and placed it back where she found it before hurriedly returning to Ting Shui Pavilion. She had uncovered a significant secret. My lady, as Ru Chui hurriedly entered the grand hall, Mei Fei appeared weary and inquired, What is all this commotion? Is it not possible for anyone to rest? Where is the breakfast you were to bring? Approaching her, Ru Chui whispered in her ear, Your Highness, I have come across a significant secret. Are you aware that not long ago, Xiao Fei was suspicious of the tonics the Empress was consuming? She discreetly arranged for a sample to be sent to the Xiao family for analysis. The findings were shocking. The letter from the Xiao family today states that the Empress is not taking tonics, but rather contraceptive medicine. One would think the Emperor dotes on her, showering her with tonics after each night spent together, yet unbeknownst to him, they are indeed contraceptives. In my humble opinion, the emperor's affections for her are not as profound as they seem. Otherwise, how could he allow his beloved to ingest such a thing? Chapter 72, Your Highness, what you are consuming is not tonic, but contraceptive medicine. Initially languid, Mei Fei's demeanor brightened at these words. She asked, "Is this true?" Ru Chui nodded vigorously, stating, "It cannot be more truthful. I witnessed the letter with my own eyes. It clearly states in black and white that the medicine the Empress is taking is contraceptive." Advising Xiao Fei to counsel the Empress to be cautious in her consumption henceforth. Upon hearing this, Mei Fei felt invigorated. A smile crept upon her lips as she adjusted her hair, saying, "Recently, the Emperor and the Empress have appeared to be in perfect harmony. Seemingly affectionate and trusting. I had assumed the Emperor was quite attentive to her." She continued, "What you may not know is that the Empress's health has been quite fragile, ever since she was rescued from yesterday's ordeal. Her complexion has deteriorated significantly, resembling that of an invalid. It is uncertain how much longer she can endure, and I have heard whispers that the Empress is vexed with the Emperor over this matter." Refusing to see him again, Mei Fei sighed, reflecting, merely because the Emperor favored Xiao Fei yesterday, the Empress has already grown resentful. If she were to discover that the tonics she has been taking for so long are actually contraceptives. Ru Chui exchanged a glance with Mei Fei, and she remarked, "What does a woman value most? It is nothing but her husband's affection and the continuation of their lineage. The Empress appears to possess both. Yet in truth, she has gained neither. Should the Empress become aware of this, she might truly experience the depths of despair. With her inherently fragile disposition, who knows what thoughts might cross her mind?" Mei Fei's mind was already abuzz with schemes. She was determined that the Empress must learn of this. It seemed as if fortune had smiled upon her, presenting an opportunity. Kai Wei had momentarily misplaced the letter, but fortunately retrieved it, without any signs of tampering. Breathing a sigh of relief, she hastened toward Yuhua Palace. Xiao Hongyun was in the courtyard, amusing herself with birds. Kai Wei, breathless, announced, "Your Highness, the letter from the Xiao residence has arrived." Xiao Hongyun's eyes brightened. Realizing that the results of the tonic investigation were finally at hand, she quickly opened the letter, but upon reading its contents, her smile froze, and her complexion darkened. Kai Wei inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Suddenly, Xiao Hongyun commanded, "Bring me a fire starter." At once, Kai Wei swiftly fetched one. Without hesitation, Xiao Hongyun ignited the letter and burned it. She could hardly have anticipated that the tonic would turn out to be a contraceptive. Could it be that the physician made a mistake? Unthinkable. Her mother had always been meticulous in her dealings, and even if she wished to deny it, she was compelled to acknowledge the truth at this moment. Her earlier ominous premonition had materialized. Xiao Hongyun's delicate visage turned ashen as she exclaimed, "How could this be? To what extent has it come to this? The Emperor truly possesses a heart of ruthlessness." Kai Wei, perplexed, could not help but feel alarmed upon witnessing Xiao Hongyun's distress, inquiring, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Xiao Hongyun remained silent, instructing, "From this day forth, you shall act as if you have never received this letter from home. Do you understand?" Kai Wei nodded earnestly. It was imperative that the Empress remained oblivious to this affair. The Empress was already burdened with her own troubles. Should she learn of this matter, it would only exacerbate her distress and deepen her disillusionment with the Emperor. Yet, that tonic could no longer be consumed. She needed to devise a plan to prevent the Empress from taking any more restorative medicines, while ensuring that no suspicion arose in her mind. As Xiao Hongyun was lost in contemplation, Mei Fei had already arrived at Kunming Palace with her entourage. Mei Fei, who had been enduring a difficult time of late, entered with a pale countenance, stating, "I have heard that the Empress is unwell, and I have come to pay my respects." Fan Ning replied, "The Empress is indisposed and has been receiving no visitors. I must ask you to return." Lady Mei Fei, with a smile, responded, "I have urgent matters to discuss with the Empress. If you delay me in this important business, can you bear the consequences?" Upon hearing this, Fan Ning's expression hardened, and she replied, "Then please wait a moment, I shall inform the Empress." Meng Tang, reclining on her couch, felt a surge of curiosity given that Mei Fei had recently lost her authority over the 6 palaces and had fallen out of favor with the Emperor. What scheme could she possibly be plotting? Meng Tang commanded, "Let her enter." "Yes, Your Highness." Mei Fei stepped into Meng Tang's chamber, immediately assailed by a pungent aroma of medicine, intensely bitter. The Empress lay languidly against the couch, her face a portrait of illness, devoid of color, with her eyes tightly shut, a clear indication of her suffering. Mei Fei's brows unfurled as she greeted Meng Tang, feigning concern with disingenuous pleasantries. "I have heard that you have not been well of late." Are you feeling any better now? Internally, Mei Fei reveled in her triumph, thinking that should Meng Tang discover the truth about the tonic, she would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Meng Tang appeared frail, her body noticeably weakened, her wrist so slender it seemed as if it might snap with the slightest pressure. In a feeble tone, Meng Tang coughed twice and inquired, "What brings you here today?" "Dear sister," Mei Fei struggled to suppress her delight, biting her lip to stifle a smile of triumph. She hesitated, saying, "Sister, I have uncovered something, yet I am uncertain if I should divulge it." Meng Tang rolled her eyes internally, softly prompting, "What is it?" Mei Fei glanced around, remarking, "There are too many people present. I must trouble you to send the servants away." Meng Tang waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Everyone, please exit." Once the door was secured, leaving only Mei Fei and Meng Tang within, Meng Tang inquired, "Can you now reveal what you have to say?" Feigning concern, Mei Fei asked, "Sister, have you continued to take the tonic bestowed upon you by the emperor?" Upon the mention of medicinal tonics, Meng Tang's spirits were instantly uplifted. Could it be that Mei Fei had unraveled the truth behind the tonic? If so, it would indeed be an opportune moment. As if fate had handed her a pillow to rest her weary head upon, presenting yet another chance to garner favor, Meng Tang feigned frailty, declaring, "What His Majesty bestows upon me, I shall naturally partake." Mei Fei leaned closer, feigning concern, and remarked, "Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to refrain from drinking any more. That is far from a tonic. I have had it investigated, and it is clearly a contraceptive. Your Highness has been favored excessively this year, yet has remained childless, likely due to the consumption of this very potion." Upon uttering these words, Mei Fei lowered her gaze, meticulously scrutinizing Meng Tang's expression. Indeed, in the next moment, Meng Tang's vacant eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with incredulity, her delicate form trembling ever so slightly, nearly causing her to drop the teacup, spilling its contents onto her attire. What did you say?" Meng Tang stammered, her voice quivering, her countenance reflecting profound anguish and despair. Chapter 73, Deceit and Affection, False Kindness. Mei Fei approached with a visage full of concern, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Do not distress yourself, Your Highness. Your current state cannot withstand such shocks. Perhaps I have misunderstood. This information was merely relayed to me by others. It could very well be untrue. His Majesty has always treated you with such kindness, sending all good things to Kunming Palace. How could he truly have the heart to administer such a contraceptive to you?" Meng Tang's pale visage conveyed her turmoil as she murmured, "Contraceptive. It is indeed a contraceptive. Hee hee ha ha ha. So it is a contraceptive." Her laughter was laced with sorrow, tears beginning to well in her eyes as she lamented, "I have been consuming that tonic nearly every day last month, hoping to soon bear a little prince." Mei Fei stifled a smile behind her handkerchief, advising, "Do not grieve, Your Highness. Perhaps His Majesty is unaware. It may not have been his intent until the truth is revealed. It would be wise for you to focus on nurturing your health." "Unaware? How could he possibly be unaware?" Meng Tang's eyes reddened. Suddenly, she rose, clutching the table for support as she declared, "In the past, he personally fed me the tonic, spoonful by spoonful, believing him to be deeply caring for me. Yet I never imagined." Her frail body swayed precariously, nearly losing balance. Mei Fei hastily steadied her, sighing as she consoled, "Perhaps His Majesty has his own burdens. Your Highness must not let this matter disturb your health. Whether this news is true remains uncertain. I too heard it from others. Mere hearsay. Do not let it weigh heavily on your heart, for if your health suffers as a result, the fault would lie with me." Meng Tang's gaze lost its focus, her once gentle eyes now devoid of light. Previously, those eyes radiated warmth, even in the face of neglect and malice, embodying a nurturing softness. Yet now, they were unmistakably dimmed by Chuyi's actions. Her heart felt extinguished, leaving her eyes bereft of all vitality. "Where did you hear this news?" Meng Tang gasped, her breath quickening, clearly reaching a state of agitation. Mei Fei gently began, "I have heard whispers that Xiao Fei Mei has been acting rather furtively of late, frequently sending her maidservants to the Yiming garden. One of my own maids, named Chui, caught sight of this and, driven by curiosity, ventured closer to observe, fortuitously uncovering a letter from the Xiao family addressed to Xiao Fei Mei. Your Highness, you must exercise caution regarding Xiao Fei. Though she appears simple-minded and devoid of guile, it is merely a facade. In secret, she has been investigating the restorative medicines you consume, likely with the intent to gain favor and conceive a dragon heir. Little did she realize that these tonics are, in fact, contraceptive in nature." Mei Fei sighed, continuing, "Your Highness, your kindness towards others is commendable, yet it may lead to your own detriment. While Xiao Fei Mei pretends to be compliant, One can only speculate the number of underhanded dealings she engages in behind your back. I believe this matter regarding the restorative is not her first transgression. I come to you with this information out of goodwill. For I cannot bear to see you deceived by her brazen demeanor. If you could unveil the truth behind these tonics, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Mei Fei rambled on, while Meng Tang discerned her true intentions. Mei Fei was attempting to sow discord between her and Xiao Hongyun. An icy smirk formed on Meng Tang's lips. If Xiao Hongyun possessed such cunning, she would not have repeatedly incited Qu Yi's ire. Yet, she feigned a dazed expression, gently grasping Mei Fei's hand, and said, "I am grateful for your warning, dear sister. Were it not for you, I would still be kept in the dark." My lady, Mei Fei replied, "as fellow denizens of the palace, I have regarded you as an elder sister since my arrival. And you have treated me with the warmth of a familial bond. When I first entered the palace, knowing nothing of its ways, it was you who guided me, imparting the customs and protocols of our world. I owe you a great debt of gratitude, and it is only fitting that I share such vital news with you. However, I urge you not to let this matter provoke your anger. The imperial physician advises that you must nurture your health and avoid distress. The veracity of the tonic remains uncertain. It would be wise to focus on your well-being before contemplating further actions." Meng Tang toyed with the beads in her hand, a slight smile gracing her lips as she mused. "The emperor has treated me with such kindness, dear sister. Perhaps as you suggest, the tonic is not contraceptive after all? It could simply be a misunderstanding on Xiao Feimei's part." Observing her self-deceptive demeanor, Mei Fei's eyes glimmered with disdain, yet her tone remained placid. "Indeed, your highness speaks wisely. The emperor's affection for you is profound. Though in past years he may have shunned you out of misunderstanding, this year, he has made a concerted effort to visit you whenever possible, showering you with affection beyond compare. Be wide dwelling on events of previous years." Mei Fei aimed to remind Meng Tang of the humiliation she endured within the palace, a reminder of the source of such indignities. Thus, Meng Tang's discontent would only escalate. What use is self-deception? Contraceptive tonics are ultimately still contraceptive, a gift bestowed upon her by the emperor. A subtle smile played at the corners of Mei Fei's lips. Upon hearing these words, Meng Tang's already pallid face turned even more ashen, revealing a trace of morbidity. "Your Majesty, oh, Your Majesty," her tone was laced with a sob, as if she were accusing the heartless figure upon the dragon throne. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down the corners of her eyes. "Your Majesty, you have caused me such suffering." The frail form of Meng Tang could no longer withstand the weight of despair, and she fell backward, her eyes closing as she fainted. Of course, it was all an act. Your Highness," Mei Fei hurriedly supported her. Mei Fei called out to the outside, "The Empress has fainted. Summon the imperial physician. Quickly, summon the imperial physician." As Fang Ning entered, she was met with this scene and hurriedly rushed out. "Where is the physician? Quickly fetch the physician." Seeing Meng Tang unconscious, Mei Fei allowed her to lean against her, murmuring softly, "Your Majesty, do not blame me. Life in the inner palace is no easier for me. If His Majesty were to spend every day with you, what would become of us women in the harem? In the inner palace, to be without favor is a grave sin." She seemed to be speaking to herself. "You know better than anyone the plight of those women who do not capture His Majesty's affection. You endured 5 years of hardship, but I cannot bear it. I do not have the support of a noble clan like the Meng family. Your Majesty, I hope you will not hold it against me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at that cold-hearted sovereign." Over the years, though Mei Fei had engaged in rivalries and jealousies, she had never caused anyone's death. Her motivations were merely to secure her place within the harem. An hour later, Meng Tang lay upon the bed, while Mei Fei sat beside her. Upon seeing Meng Tang slowly open her eyes, Mei Fei's heart leapt with joy, and she hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you are awake." Mei Fei adjusted the covers around her, stating, "The physician has advised that you have been troubled by excessive worries these past few days, which have accumulated in your heart. You must refrain from labor and take ample rest." "Mei Fei, you are still here," Meng Tang replied, her voice barely audible as she struggled against the weight of her emotions. Mei Fei nodded, her face etched with concern. "Seeing you in this state, how can I bear to leave? Your health is of utmost importance." "Mei Fei, I assure you, I am well. There is no need for concern. It is not a significant matter, and my condition has improved considerably." As she spoke, she propped herself up, attempting to rise. Mei Fei promptly provided her with a cushion to lean against. With a sigh, Mei Fei remarked, "Your Majesty, do not overexert yourself. You are currently suffering from melancholia and must manage the affairs of the 6 palaces. It is truly unwise to overwork yourself." Ultimately, it all revolved around her lost authority over the management of the inner palace. Meng Tang's thoughts were as clear as day. With a weary expression, she said, "Indeed, how can this frail body of mine manage the complexities of the harem? Your Majesty should not speak this way. You are merely experiencing a temporary ailment and will soon recover. I only hope that from today onward, you will take good care of yourself and refrain from exhausting your mind and spirit." "I understand. I recognize that in my current state of frailty, I am ill-suited to govern the harem." Seeing her objectives fulfilled, Mei Fei suggested, "If you cannot find a suitable candidate, I have experience in managing the 6 palaces. If you wish, you may entrust the task to me. This esteemed lady shall converse with His Majesty, yet I fear it may cause you considerable trouble," she murmured softly. Mei Fei rose, and, bowing gracefully to Meng Tang, expressed, "To serve the Empress is a privilege for me. There is no question of inconvenience." Ahem. Meng Tang coughed gently a couple of times. Mei Fei hurriedly brought over a cup of tea, saying, "Your Highness, please soothe your throat." Meng Tang took a sip and remarked, "Sister Mei Fei, this chamber is fraught with illness. Do not let my affliction burden you. You should return." "Your Highness, I have an ungracious request." Mei Fei hesitated before speaking. "What is it?" Meng Tang inquired. Her face paled. "I humbly ask that you do not disclose to His Majesty my visit to Kunming Palace today. He worries for your health, and should he learn of my presence here, it may distress him to the point of fainting, and I fear I would be unable to maintain my standing in the palace thereafter." "It is not you who would upset me," Meng Tang replied with a cold laugh. "Rest assured, I shall not mention this to His Majesty, nor will I inform my subordinates. It shall be as though I did not see you here today." "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. May you recover swiftly," Mei Fei said before taking her leave. As soon as Mei Fei departed, Fang Ning rushed in, her eyes brimming with concern. "Your Highness, how could you faint when you were perfectly well?" Meng Tang wore a sorrowful expression, a low laugh escaping her lips as she remarked, "Majesty, that was all a ruse, was it not? How could you have given me contraceptive medicine? It was you who expressed a desire for me to bear a son for you, and thus bestowed upon me that restorative concoction. How could it possibly be contraceptive? I refuse to believe it. It must surely be a falsehood." Fang Ning looked on in shock. "What contraceptive medicine?" She anxiously glanced at Meng Tang, whose sorrow seemed to be infectious. "Your Highness, please remain calm. Have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Meng Tang closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Summon the imperial physician who used to prepare restorative medicine for me." Fang Ning wasted no time and hurried to the imperial hospital. Shortly thereafter, she returned with the physician in tow. Meng Tang reclined against the cushion, her delicate face streaked with tears. The physician knelt before her, saying, "I pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Empress." Tang Shirda felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something grave was about to transpire. Meng Tang opened her eyes, slightly lowering her gaze. "I have a matter to inquire of you." Tang Shirda bowed his head to the ground. "Your Highness, please ask, what exactly was the restorative medicine you prepared for me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Shirda's body trembled violently. As a servant of the Emperor, he followed his commands, without question, ensuring the Empress received her bowl of restorative medicine promptly after her nightly visits. He could scarcely imagine the expression on the Empress's face should she discover that it was, in fact, contraceptive. Tang Shirda feigned calmness as he said, "This is a tonic for Your Majesty, which will enable you to conceive more effectively." Meng Tang's tone suddenly turned fierce, her voice becoming sharp and piercing. She rose from the bed, disregarding her nightclothes, and barefooted, approached Tang Shirda, demanding, "Repeat that to me once more. What kind of medicine is it?" Observing her intense reaction, Tang Shirda's heart sank. He was now certain that the Empress was aware of the truth. A normal woman would not tolerate her husband administering contraceptive medicine, would she? Tang Shirda bowed deeply, stating, "It is a tonic. Your Majesty said it is a tonic, therefore it must indeed be a tonic." "Ha ha ha." She pointed at Tang Shirda, retorting, "So just because Your Majesty claims it is a tonic, it must be so?" Meng Tang raised her hand, sweeping all the teacups from the table to the ground with a crash. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders, her nightgown was as white as snow, and her face was ghastly pale. "Go back and tell His Majesty that I have been waiting day and night, only to find that his so-called favor is nothing but a means of weariness. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? Ha ha ha. Is it merely because my maternal family is the Meng family, to deceive me with contraceptive medicine masquerading as a tonic? This is the extent of His Majesty Chuyi's grace towards me." As these words fell, everyone in the room was struck with shock. Tang Shirda hurriedly implored, "Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words, you must not directly utter the Emperor's name." Meng Tang approached him and declared, "I have nothing left. What do I have to fear? Get out, go tell Chuyi that I, Meng Tang, am but a joke in this life. Entering the palace is akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. And enduring the emperor's favor is the hardest trial. In the imperial study, Your Majesty, the empress has discovered the truth about the tonic and, in her great sorrow, her health may deteriorate further. Her body has become alarmingly frail over these past 2 months. At this rate, she may truly fall into despair and suffer from a long-term ailment. Tang Shirda knelt on the ground, recounting the day's events to Chui in detail, without needing to raise his head. He could feel the oppressive aura of the emperor, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Chui abruptly stood, his expression grim. She truly said that entering the palace is akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. And enduring the emperor's favor is the hardest trial. Chapter 75. I wish to see her. Tang Shirda was filled with dread. If this matter were to spread, the empress would be heartbroken, and if the Meng family learned of it, their hearts would surely be chilled. Would His Majesty truly acknowledge that the contraceptive medicine was his doing? For the sake of the Meng family, for the empress, Tang Shirda realized he was likely to become a scapegoat. As long as the emperor did not confess, the true instigator behind the contraceptive medicine would be Tang Shirda himself. His heart sank. He said, I dare not speak presumptuously. Chui, anxious, coldly questioned, how could the empress know of this matter? I do not know, Your Majesty. Tang Shirda pressed his forehead to the ground, eyes shut. Chui pointed at him before quickly striding out, commanding, prepare the carriage for Kunming Palace. In Kunming Palace, Meng Tang was both laughing and crying, her demeanor frenzied. Fong Ning, anxious, urged, Your Majesty, please do not act this way. If General Meng were to learn of this, how distressed he would be. Ah, Chui, you have deceived me so grievously. So grievously, she stood barefoot in the chamber, her entire being pale and her countenance exceedingly haggard, devoid of all color, with parched lips stained by flecks of crimson blood. Upon witnessing this, Fong Ning could not help but shed tears. She stepped forward and embraced Meng Tang, saying, Your Highness, regardless of the magnitude of the calamity that has befallen you, I shall remain by your side. Please do not succumb to despair, for it pains me greatly. When I was but 16, I entered the palace with you, Your Highness. I am acutely aware of the arduous journey you have undertaken. If you believe that this harem has lost its allure and wish no longer to remain by His Majesty's side, I would gladly risk my life to escort you out of the palace. My life is of little consequence. If I perish, so be it. But you, Your Highness, are of noble birth, deserving of the utmost reverence. How could you so demean yourself? Fong Ning lifted her head and said, Your Highness, all it takes is a single word from you, and I shall traverse mountains and descend into volcanoes for you. Do you wish to remain here? Fong Ning was a loyal servant. When Meng Tang first entered the palace, she had no one trustworthy by her side. Relying solely on Fong Ning, Meng Tang protected Fong Ning with her life. And Fong Ning fought fiercely to uphold Meng Tang. Their bond had transcended that of a mere master and servant, evolving into sisterly affection. Tears glistened in Meng Tang's eyes as she reached out to caress Fong Ning's delicate face, saying, Foolish Fong Ning. These 3 words brought forth a flood of tears from Fong Ning. Your Highness, I am not foolish. Everything I do is solely for you. My life belongs to you. Meng Tang gently brushed Fong Ning's hair. Reflecting on her contest with Chui, she could disregard her own life, but she could not ignore the lives of those around her. As long as she remained a consort, she would forever belong to Chui. How could she escape this vast imperial palace? In a single utterance, she conveyed the bitterness of her heart. Even if Chui were to depose her, Meng Tang could never flee from this realm. The emperor has arrived, a voice echoed from outside. Fong Ning quickly wiped away her tears and assured Meng Tang, Your Highness, His Majesty must have heard the news. Oh, not worry, if you do not wish to see him, I shall ensure he does not intrude upon your sight. With that, Fong Ning stepped outside. Foolish Fong Ning, Meng Tang thought, for in this moment, even if 10 more Fang Nings were to appear, they could not halt Chuyi's advance. In the courtyard, Fong Ning positioned herself before Chuyi, declaring, Your Majesty, the princess does not wish to see you. Her face was etched with resentment, loathing the emperor for the torment he had inflicted upon her mistress. Ignoring her obstruction, Chuyi forcefully pushed her aside. Fong Ning fell to her knees, weeping as she grasped the dark hem of Chuyi's robe, pleading, Your Majesty, the princess is heartbroken and despondent, all due to you. All you have brought her is harm. She does not wish to see you. Her words struck at the very core of Chuyi's heart, each syllable soaked in sorrow. Chuyi paused in his steps. Li Chongfu, sensing the gravity of the situation, feared that in his anger, Chuyi might order Fong Ning to be dragged away and executed. He swiftly kicked Fong Ning aside, rebuking, What nonsense is this lowly maid spouting? His Majesty has come to inquire about the princess's grave illness. What harm? What could a mere servant understand? Yet, Chui halted Li Changfu, turning his composed visage towards him, his eyes deep and dark, concealing unfathomable depths. Let her speak, he commanded. Fang Ning nearly bit through her silver tooth. Casting a fierce glare at Chui, she declared, "Your Majesty, the year the Empress was granted a marriage decree, she was merely 14. The very pinnacle of a woman's youth. How carefree and exuberant she was, galloping through the countryside alongside Meng Baihu, reveling in the splendor of the capital. So many men were captivated by the vitality radiating from her. Yet the Empress, in her magnanimity, deemed them all unworthy, choosing only to enter the palace as your Empress. In the first year, you ignored her entirely. Indifference might have been preferable to the more dreadful act of publicly humiliating her by favoring other concubines on the very night she served you. The entire palace bore witness to your treatment of her. How could they possibly show her kindness thereafter? She nearly perished that winter. I urged her to inform the Meng family, yet she resolutely prevented me, insisting that her father and brothers must not worry, nor should your Majesty be put in a difficult position, always thinking of your Majesty. In the second year, your countenance towards her remained cold. When Meifei entered the palace, she even mocked and humiliated the Empress before her eyes. As the sovereign of a nation, she could not retort, for the words spoken were true. Within the harem, lack of favor equates to worthlessness. In the third year, on the day of the 100 Flowers banquet, after she performed the palm dance once graced by your mother, you erupted in fury, compelling her to dance before the entire harem for an entire night. No one could dissuade you. Subsequently, you confined her to Kunming Palace, as if you had forgotten there was an empress in the palace. In the 4th and 5th years, you consistently met her with a cold demeanor over trivial matters, never once inquiring whether she was indeed responsible, nor investigating the truth. You only believed what you wished to believe. In the 6th year, when you relished the 4 divine soup she prepared, you finally recognized her merits. Yet even then, doubt lingered in your heart. Was this goodness genuine, or merely a fade crafted for your eyes? You favored her yet remained distrustful, providing her with nourishing medicine after each night spent together. Do you know, each time the Empress and the maids of Kunming Palace beheld that medicine, how jubilant they felt. They believed the Empress had finally endured her hardships and that your Majesty would sincerely cherish her. They thought all her past sufferings had been worthwhile. Yet, who could have anticipated that from the very beginning, this nourishing medicine was but a scheme? The Empress could have been the happiest woman in the world, blessed with a loving husband, managing the household and bearing children like any ordinary woman. What right did your Majesty have to subject her to such torment? With each of her poignant inquiries, she carved deep wounds into Chuyi's heart. Chapter 76. Your Majesty, the heart is dead beyond measure. Your Majesty, do not heed her nonsensical ravings. This maid must surely be lost in delusion. Li Changfu, terrified that Fang Ning might provoke Chuyi, sought to protect her life. Yet Fang Ning felt that Meng Tang's sacrifices over the years were in vain. At this moment, she feared nothing and refused to release her grasp on Chuyi's robe. With reddened eyes, she gazed at Chuyi, her expression a vivid testament to her hatred. The Empress does not wish to see you right now. Please allow her a moment of peace. Fang Ning's tone was resolute. Chy took a deep breath, feeling as if his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs had been stirred by the weight of these words, causing a lingering pain akin to that of slow slicing. He tugged at the hem of his robe with determination and stated, "What you have said today shall not be held against you. However, Inger does not wish to see me, yet I am resolute in my desire to meet her." With that, Chy strode purposefully into the inner palace. Enning sat on the ground, her face awash with tears. Lchnggf pointed at her and remarked, "You, of all people, after serving in the palace for so many years, do you not know what sort of person His Majesty is? Are you truly willing to gamble with your life?" Enning murmured, "If it is for the sake of the Empress, then I shall not mind losing this life." Alas, Lchnggf sighed. Being a loyal servant, he was particularly pained to witness another loyal servant courting disaster. He pulled her to her feet and advised, "Do not act so recklessly in the future. If anything were to befall you, it would still be the Empress who would come to your aid. Chy opened the door, his heart tightened at the sight within. She stood there, clad only in a pure white nightgown, exuding an otherworldly pallor that tugged at one's heartstrings. Barefoot, she approached him, performing a graceful bow. "Your servant has come to see your Majesty, but I fear that my appearance today is too haggard to present before you, lest I offend your noble eyes." Chy had envisioned countless scenarios regarding Inger's reaction upon discovering the nature of the tonic. He had anticipated hysteria, furious inquiries, and profound despair that might drive her to the brink of death. Yet, he had never imagined this tranquil demeanor before him. Despite her evident fragility, she maintained an air of composure reminiscent of her former elegance. In that moment, Chy's throat felt parched, and the words he had intended to convey evaporated into silence. Meng Tang observed the progression of his affection, steadily rising, and she felt a deep satisfaction. She understood precisely how to evoke feelings of remorse and tenderness in a man as resolute as Chy. She neither wept nor raised her voice. As the empress, even in profound sorrow, she could not forsake her dignity. Tinger, should you harbor any resentment or grievance towards me, do not hesitate to voice it. The more tranquil Meng Tang appeared, the more agitated Chy became. She shook her head gently, saying, "How could I dare?" Each of her words carried profound significance. The imperial physician Tang had assured her that the tonic was a gift from His Majesty, not a contraceptive. If the emperor declared it to be a restorative, then it must indeed be so. As long as it came from His Majesty's own lips and hands, she would place her unwavering trust in it. I have never been a woman who lacks contentment. Meng Tang turned quietly, making her way to a low cabinet nearby. Upon opening its door, she retrieved a collection of tiny garments designed for children. Over the years, I have harbored the hope of conceiving a dragon heir, to bring forth offspring for your majesty. When you sent me the restorative, my heart brimmed with joy. I envisioned that, should I become a child, be it a son or a daughter, my heart would overflow with happiness. Thus, I crafted garments for both. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling upon the delicate clothing. Your servant, your servant. Suddenly, it seemed as though her grip faltered, and a tiger-striped cap slipped from her embrace, rolling to rest at Chy's feet. Chewy gazed at the tiger-headed cap, his throat tightening with emotion. He had never realized how fervently she anticipated the arrival of the prince and princess. Unbeknownst to him, she had made such tremendous efforts for the non-existent dragon heir. Chewy bent down, tremblingly picking up the tiger-headed cap. I had thought that my inability to bear a child was my own fault. Perhaps due to my unyielding womb or some ailment that prevented me from conceiving. Recently, I have faced the scorn of the entire court and even the former dynasty for my childlessness, which has brought you, your majesty, much shamed. I believed this was my due punishment for failing to produce a dragon heir, that I deserved such disparagement. Yet her eyes widened gradually, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chewy felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. He stepped forward, enveloping Meng Tang in his embrace, saying, "Tanger, do not speak of this. It is all my fault. You may strike me or scold me, but do not bear this blame alone. You are not at fault. I have ruined everything. Of course it is your fault," Meng Tang retorted with a bitter laugh. "I know you have suffered in the palace all these years. And no matter how much I do, it changes nothing. Tanger, if you are troubled, feel free to express it. Your silence terrifies me. Oh, I have the right to express my feelings?" Meng Tang inquired. "Yes, of course," Chewy replied, his eyes reddening. Meng Tang erupted into laughter, saying, "How could I dare? If I err even slightly, it is my father and brothers who would pay the price. You are not at fault, Tanger, you have never been in the wrong. The fault lies with me. It was I who ordered the contraceptive medicine to be made. It is all because of me. If it were not for that medicine, I could have had children," Meng Tang whispered softly. Chewy was filled with dread. Fearing that this version of Meng Tang could slip away from him at any moment, he humbly pleaded with her. Whether she chose to vent her anger or voice her accusations, it would be better than her current calm demeanor. "It is I have caused the death of our child," he confessed, holding her petite form tightly. Meng Tang seemed pierced by his words, suddenly thrashing violently. Let me go," she cried, tears streaming down her face. "I could have had children. All these little garments could have been used. You are the murderer. You have brought me to this state," she shouted. "Chewy, how much more must you take from me before you are satisfied?" "Tanger, never again will I treat you that way. I promise." "Please?" he asked cautiously. "Your Majesty once vowed to treat me well for a lifetime, yet this is how you have treated me. Your kindness is beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. Do not touch me. Seeing you now makes me feel sick, reminding me of my child," she spat. Chewy dared not release her. He feared that if he did, she might do something irreversible. He did not wish to lose her. "I was wrong, Tanger, I was wrong. We will have children in the future, and I will never let you take that medicine again, I swear." Upon hearing this, Meng Tang raised her hand and struck him across the face, with a sharp crack. Disappointment etched across her face. She said, "Your Majesty, you command me to drink, and I do. You forbid me, and I refrain. What do you take me for?" Chapter 77. Born of desire and perishing from love. This was the first time since Chewy ascended the throne that he had been treated in such a manner. Meng Tang was also the first to dare to strike him. Chui fell into silence. Meng Tang's voice grew increasingly piercing. Your Majesty, did you not feel a sense of pride watching me consume the restorative medicine with a face full of joy? Did you take pleasure in seeing me deceived, twirling in circles, revealing happiness due to the gifts you bestowed? Did you not find satisfaction in watching me caress my belly, yearning for the arrival of an heir? You are the sovereign of the realm, you possess the ultimate authority. Everything you do is justified, yet I, a mere woman of lowly status, even if you did not resort to such deceit, simply informing me that you did not desire my child would have sufficed. I would have known how to act. Why must it come to this, Chui? Why must it come to this? Chui gradually released her, saying, Tanger, in the past, seeing you consume the restorative medicine pained my heart. Yet I ultimately had to consider the greater picture. Meng Tang let out a gentle laugh, replying, what a fine consideration of the greater picture. She closed her eyes, her weary visage marred by tear streaks, and continued, Your Majesty, had I known that sacrificing everything would yield nothing but these hollow pretenses, I would have resolutely refused to enter the palace 7 years ago, when my father informed me that the emperor had taken a liking to me and wished to make me empress. I was filled with joy, dismissing all others, desiring only the finest man in the world. With a heart full of elation, I entered the palace and became yours, and your neglect never deterred me. I always thought that as an emperor, you had countless burdens to bear, and I ought to understand you. After 7 years in the depths of the palace, I have endured much humiliation and hardship. Silently bearing it all, unwilling to trouble you, devoting my entire heart to you, giving you whatever you desired, I believed that even if your heart was as deep as the ocean, one day I would touch it. And you would treat me sincerely. I thought that moment had arrived when you promised me a lifetime. I believed you, thinking, with such a husband, what more could I desire? She took 2 slow steps back, her face filled with disappointment, and uttered to Chui, people are born from desire and die from love. I too am no exception. Your Majesty, it is dark now, you should return. Yet outside, the sky was brilliantly illuminated, the sun blazing high. What darkness was there? It was Meng Tang's heart that had lost its light, thus it appeared dark. Tanger. Chui slowly closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and said, I have let you down. Tanger, the woman who once held a heart full of sincerity now appeared haggard, as if she might vanish with the wind at any moment. In days gone by, Meng Tang was gentle and virtuous, always smiling and compliant with his every word and deed. Chui finally realized what he had lost. Meng Tang could offer him her heart without reservation, and she could just as easily withdraw it. Chui reached out his hand, yearning to touch her. Meng Tang spoke, from the very beginning, I should have understood that the emperor's favor is the most ethereal and elusive. Your Majesty, it is you who taught me the meaning of these words. The fondness they once shared and the joy she felt while consuming the restorative medicine now stood in stark contrast to the despair and coldness that filled Meng Tang's heart. For 7 years in the palace, I have treaded with utmost caution. At last, I find myself liberated, weary of the role of a gentle, gracious, and wise empress, constantly considering your Majesty's needs. It has been exhausting. Both physically and emotionally, the resistance she felt towards him was evident on her face. The hand that yearned to reach out to her slowly retreated, as if his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Chui spoke softly, Tanger, please rest well. Meng Tang observed the increment of 4 points in their affinity, bowing gracefully. I humbly bid farewell to your Majesty. Though it was merely a 4-point increase, it brought her closer to home. Now at 68. Despite the modest rise, the wave of affection had not yet concluded, for each day she withheld her forgiveness from Chui. He pondered over her and ached for her. As Chui stepped out, he instinctively glanced at the sky, the blazing sun glaring down. Despite the scorching summer heat, he felt an icy chill envelop him. Turning back, he beheld Meng Tang. The room was dim, the windows sealed tight, preventing the radiant summer sunlight from intruding. She stood quietly in the shadows, their gazes locked from afar. Barefoot and frail, her pallor was striking, and the moisture on her face was unmistakable. The once sparkling autumn-like eyes were now overshadowed by gloom. Suddenly, Chui found himself frozen in place, realizing he could not simply leave. If he did, he might forever lose her, the woman who once approached him with an open heart. With urgency, he turned and re-entered the room. Enveloping her fragile form in his embrace, her body felt so cold, her slender waist hardly filling his grasp, alarmingly thin. He sought to warm her with his own heat, saying, Tanger, I have committed many wrongs in the past. I do not seek your forgiveness, I only wish for you to take care of yourself and not let this burden you with illness. From today, I shall ensure that the imperial physicians attend to you in Cunning Palace. I implore you, do not neglect your health because of me. Meng Tang lowered her gaze, her expression neutral, and replied, "Your Majesty, fear not, this frail body of mine shall not perish just yet." But how could Chui feel at ease? Releasing her, he insisted, "Tanger, remember that Meng Yan and Meng Yun now serve in the court. For their sake, you must take care of yourself." Feeling helpless, he resorted to invoking her family, hoping that for her brother Sake, she would prioritize her health. "I am aware, Your Majesty," Meng Tang replied. On that day at Lingon Temple, after I was struck and fell unconscious, I heard your words. You said that if I were to die, everyone would accompany me to the grave. Chuyi's body trembled violently. Meng Tang smiled faintly, her smile tinged with sorrow. "I shall endure this ailing body, for my death matters not. I cannot bring misfortune upon my family." "Tanger, what I said that day was utter nonsense. Do not take it to heart," Meng Tang retorted. "How can I not take it seriously? Your Majesty speaks with authority, and the fates of all are in your hands. What is the Meng family but a fallen house, relying on your grace to survive like a mere dog? I promise you, I shall no longer wield this matter as a threat against you. Tanger, in this moment, my sole desire is for your well-being." Chuyi's face betrayed his anguish. Indeed, the pain was justified, for it indicated that her 68 fondness had not been in vain. Meng Tang spoke in the calmest of tones, uttering the most heartrending words. "Your Majesty, do you truly believe that I would still place my trust in you? I have already witnessed the Emperor's capriciousness." Chui gazed upon her, realizing that she had irrevocably lost her faith in him. Her heartfelt devotion had been left battered and broken. Chapter 78. Chuyi's heartache. Chui could not recall how he had departed from Kunming Palace. His heart ached intensely, and his mind was enveloped in a haze. Li Chongfu was taken aback upon seeing the handprint on his face, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what has happened to you? Your face." Summon the imperial physician at once. Li Chongfu looked at him with growing concern, adding, "No matter how furious the Empress may be, she ought not to strike you. You are to convene with the ministers shortly. If others were to see this, what would become of us?" The Emperor's authority was now undermined by the blatant mark of a slap upon his visage. "It is of no consequence," Chui replied dismissively. "It is merely a slap. I am not so delicate. I have endured worse in the past. Let them see. Who dares to speak against it?" Li Chongfu sighed, lamenting, "The Empress truly is unreasonable." Chui reprimanded him sharply, saying, "The Empress is not a subject upon whom you may freely comment." Alas, Li Chongfu finally realized he had tread upon forbidden ground, hastily beginning to slap his own face. "It is the fault of this servant, the fault of this servant. It is I who have failed to restrain my tongue." Chui did not command him to cease, and so he dared not stop. As he slapped himself, he scurried alongside the imperial carriage, a rather comical sight. Chui closed his eyes and said, "Enough, cease this foolishness. Go and investigate who revealed the matter of the contraceptive medicine to the Empress." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the afternoon, Meng Yun entered the palace, making his way to Kunming Palace. Hearing of the contraceptive medicine, he felt a surge of urgency. How could his sister, who adored the Emperor so deeply, not be driven to madness upon learning of this? Upon seeing him approach, Fang Ning exclaimed with relief, "Meng Baihu, you have finally arrived. Please hurry inside and see the Empress." Tears glistened in Fang Ning's eyes. Meng Yun nodded and pushed open the door, finding Meng Tang weakly reclined on the soft couch. His heart plummeted. He approached her, kneeling to meet her gaze, and said, "Tanger, you have suffered. It is the fault of our father and brother." He reached out to caress her delicate face, which, despite the sweltering summer heat, felt chillingly cool to the touch. Meng Yan's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Meng Tang shook her head, responding, "It is not your fault, brother. It is I who overestimated the Emperor's affection." In the eyes of her brother and father, Tanger would forever remain the little girl they had cherished 7 years ago. Tanger, do you wish to return home? If staying in the palace only brings you pain, I shall take you away, if you so desire. Her haggard appearance pierced his heart with anguish. This was not the first time Meng Yun had been consumed by regret. He lamented that he had allowed her to enter the palace 7 years prior. "Brother, Meng Tang suddenly found herself choked with emotion. She spoke, "I am the queen. I cannot leave the palace, dear brother. Please refrain from such remarks in the future. Should His Majesty happen to overhear, he may mistakenly believe that the Meng family harbors improper thoughts." "What queen?" Meng Yun exclaimed, his fist slamming down in anger. He declared, "Has he ever afforded you the respect and equality due to a queen? Tanger, we of the Meng family do not tolerate such indignities. Even now, you still consider him. Does he truly merit such devotion from you?" Meng Tang, supporting her frail form, rose and grasped Meng Yun's hand, saying, "Brother, do not speak in such a manner. We both know that rebellion is merely a thought away. We must maintain the century-long reputation of the Meng family and bear responsibility for the 100,000 soldiers at the frontier." We cannot allow them to become traitors, yet the way he treats you, dear sister, pains my heart, Meng Yan lamented, his face etched with sorrow. The Meng family had already endured 7 years of subservience. Meng Tang did not wish for her family to suffer defeat because of her. It is nothing, truly, she reassured him. I have merely faced some grievances. His Majesty has promised to treat me well in the future. Brother, do not let small matters lead to greater losses. Endure a little longer. And one day, Chui will dispel his suspicions about the Meng family. Can his words be trusted? Meng Yan questioned. As Meng Tang attempted to rise, Meng Yan swiftly supported her, saying, Tanger, your health is fragile. Do not move about recklessly. Meng Tang replied, Brother, please do not inform father of this matter. Meng Yan furrowed his brow, saying, He has already given you contraceptive medicine, and you still consider him? I do so for father. Upon learning of this, he will not let it rest. Given his age, I cannot bear to trouble him further for my own concerns. Do you understand, brother? She was always so considerate, and at times, Meng Yan wished she would lean on him and their father more. Their Tanger should have been cherished and pampered by the Meng family. Meng Yan felt a pang in his heart. Brother, I am fine. His Majesty has ordered the Imperial Medical Bureau to send physicians to Kunming Palace daily from today onwards. With their care, my health will surely improve. The Emperor is not as heartless as you believe. Do not worry. I and the Meng family. When had Meng Tang ever appeared so wearied? Tanger Meng Yan spent some time conversing with her in Kunming Palace. But he had duties to attend to, and could not linger. Seeing her in such a state truly pained him. This square palace felt like a cage, imprisoning both Meng Tang and the Meng family. As Meng Yan prepared to leave, he said, Tanger, remember, you will always be the treasure in father's and my eyes. We would go to any lengths for you. This was the only fortune Meng Tang had upon arriving in this world, to possess such a loving father and brother. Her eyes glistened with tears as she replied, I know, you and father are the most important people in my life. Xiao Hongyun heard rumors regarding Kunming Palace, that the queen had erupted in fury over the medicinal supplements, and had quarreled with his Majesty. A sudden pain gripped her heart. Could the queen have uncovered the truth about the supplements? Otherwise, why such outrage? Xiao Hongyun could not remain seated for another moment and hurried towards Kunming Palace. Inside, Meng Yan had just exited when he encountered Xiao Hongyun. Meng Yan performed a respectful gesture towards Xiao Hongyun. Is the Empress also here to visit Tanger? Xiao Hongyun responded with a perfunctory nod. Eager to enter the room, she was anxious to see the Empress and concerned that the Empress might be deeply troubled by recent events. Suddenly, Meng Yan knelt before her. Xiao Hongyun was taken aback. Halting in her tracks, this is unnecessary. What is the meaning of this, Meng Baihu? Her eyes widened slightly. Meng Yan replied, Recently, Tanger has been unwell, and I am unable to remain in the palace continuously. I wish to implore your highness to visit Tanger more often. Should you find the time, I would be eternally grateful. Within the palace, apart from a few attendants, Tanger had no one to converse with. From their last conversation, Meng Yan understood that Tanger held a fondness for the Empress. With the Empress's straightforward nature, her company would surely bring joy to Tanger, allowing Meng Yan to feel at ease. Otherwise, seeing Tanger in such a state made Meng Yan genuinely fear that she might succumb to melancholy and illness. Xiao Hongyun reached out to help Meng Yan rise, but hesitated midway, feeling it inappropriate, and thus paused. Meng Baihu, there is no need for such actions. Rest assured, I shall frequently visit the Empress and keep her company. The Empress has rendered me assistance. How could I neglect her? Chapter 79, Your Highness, it is all my fault. Meng Baihu, please rise, Xiao Hongyun exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency, having met Meng Yan a few times. She knew his character, proud and aloof. How could she bear the sight of such a distinguished figure kneeling before her? He ought to stand tall and unyielding. Observing him up close, the subtle fragrance of jasmine emanating from him was even more pronounced. Xiao Hongyun, with a conflicted expression, declared, If you do not rise, She glanced around and added, I shall kneel as well. With that, she lifted her skirts, preparing to kneel before Meng Yan. This sight amused him. How could a concubine kneel before a mere captain of the Imperial Guard? Xiao Hongyun was genuinely flustered and at a loss. Meng Yan quickly reached out to steady her, rising himself and gently saying, Your Highness, do you think this is a ceremony to the heavens? Upon hearing this, they both froze momentarily. Xiao Hongyun's face immediately turned crimson, and Meng Yan too felt the awkwardness, swiftly changing the subject. Then I must entrust Tanger to your Highness in due time. I will personally express my gratitude to Lord Xiao and Lady Xiao. Xiao Hongyun sighed with relief, replying, Meng Baihu, rest assured, as long as I, Xiao Hongyun, have a place in the harem, I will not allow the Empress to suffer. With that, Meng Yan clasped his fists in salute and turned to leave. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hongyun called out, Meng Baihu. Meng Yun paused, tilting his head in confusion, glancing back at her. Is there anything else? Your Highness, Xiao Hongyun handed Kaiwei a small white porcelain vial, whispering a few words to her. Kaiwei approached Meng Yun and presented the vial, smiling as she said, Meng Baihu, the Empress noticed the bruising on your hand. And that it was still bleeding. She asked me to bring you this medicine. It is excellent for promoting blood circulation and resolving bruising. The Empress uses this for her own aches and pains from dancing. Please, do accept it. Meng Yun took the bottle, gently caressing its surface, before once again cupping his hands in salute to Xiao Hongyun. The scars on the back of his hand were remnants from the earlier moment he had struck the ground with a fist. And he was taken aback by her keen observation. Thank you, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. Kaiwei hurried back, exclaiming, Your Highness, why do you not go and present it yourself? Xiao Hongyun murmured. He is an outsider. It would ultimately be inappropriate. With that, she quickly lifted her skirts and rushed into the room. The interior was dimly lit, where Meng Tang sat upon the couch, her eyes closed and her complexion alarmingly pale. Your Highness, Empress, Xiao Hongyun called out. As Meng Tang opened her eyes, Xiao Hongyun sighed in relief. For a fleeting moment, she had feared the Empress had drawn her last breath, reflecting on the grave injustices the Empress had endured. Tears welled in Xiao Hongyun's eyes as she cried out, Your Highness, Her tongue faltered under pressure, unable to form a coherent sentence. As she repetitively uttered the words Your Highness, Meng Tang found the situation amusing. It seemed she had genuinely frightened this naive girl, reducing her to a frantic parrot. Quite endearing, indeed. Meng Tang extended her hand, grasping Xiao Hongyun's, and reassured her, I am unharmed. In a sudden burst of emotion, Xiao Hongyun enveloped her in an embrace. Noting how frail she felt, comparing herself, she realized that she had even gained 5 pounds since entering the palace, which made her acutely aware of the Empress's dismal plight. She was even worse off than a lowly and disregarded concubine. Your Highness, is it because of the restorative medicine that you had a disagreement with His Majesty? Meng Tang gently stroked her back, comforting her. No, it was not a restorative medicine, it was a contraceptive. With a heavy sigh, Meng Tang continued, I am so sorry, Your Highness. Xiao Hongyun released her, dropping to her knees. Through her tears, she lamented, It is all my fault. I took it upon myself to procure the restorative medicine for the Xiao family to investigate. Perhaps it was during the process that the information leaked, reaching Your Highness's ears. Had I not allowed anyone to investigate the restorative medicine from the outset, you would not be suffering so. It is all my fault. I acted without thinking. Your Highness, punish me or reprimand me as you see fit. Meng Tang fell silent. Xiao Hongyun was indeed foolish. She had never considered the repercussions that would befall her and the Xiao family should the emperor learn of this matter. Hongyun, rise, Meng Tang said, furrowing her brow. Your Highness, I shall not rise, unless you punish me. It was clear that the leak had originated from her. The Empress had been consuming the restorative medicine for nearly a year without anyone expressing suspicion. It is not your fault, Meng Tang asserted. You are not the one who should kneel. Meng Tang stood, taking hold of her hand and lifting her from the ground. The restorative medicine was not something you compelled me to drink. What fault lies with you? But Xiao Hongyun sniffled, speaking in a halting manner. If I had not allowed anyone to investigate the truth of the restorative medicine, then Your Highness would not have known. And you would not be in such distress. This restorative medicine, being a contraceptive, can be concealed for a moment. But can it truly be hidden for a lifetime, even if you do not inquire? It is only a matter of time before I come to know, distinguishing merely between the early and late revelations. Hongyun, I find myself compelled to express my gratitude towards you, had it not been for your presence. How could I have discerned the true nature of the emperor? Her voice remained soft and gentle, yet, Xiao Hongyun was aware that the empress had transformed, no longer the same as before in the past. When speaking of the emperor, her eyes brimmed with devotion, leaving no room for another. But now, Xiao Hongyun rubbed her reddened eyes and said, Your Majesty, in these recent days of idleness, may I stay in Kunming Palace to accompany you? Meng Tang, taken aback, replied, There is no need for such a thing. My surroundings are rather desolate, and I fear it may bring you illness. When Meng Baihu departed, he expressed concern for your well-being and specifically requested that I keep you company. Meng Tang smiled, inquiring, Oh, is it for Meng Baihu's sake that you wish to remain by my side? Xiao Hongyun's face instantly flushed crimson, and she hastily protested, No, Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand, I am here for your sake. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Meng Tang found her amusing and couldn't resist, playfully pinching her flushed cheeks. Why is your face so red? She teased. Xiao Hongyun felt utterly embarrassed. wishing she could vanish into the ground. "Your Majesty," she stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "I simply applied too much rouge today." Meng Tang's brows relaxed, and the weight of her worries was significantly alleviated by this little spark of joy. Previously, Meng Tang had navigated the palace with trepidation, never daring to invest her heartfelt affections in anyone in this realm. Every individual seemed to possess a multitude of ulterior motives, necessitating constant vigilance throughout the palace. One could scarcely find another like Xiao Hongyun, whose sincerity was evident in every expression. A genuine, albeit naive, beauty. Were it not for the confines of the palace, Xiao Hongyun would have been cherished like a precious jewel in the hands of her father and brothers. Now that she had entered the palace, Meng Tang resolved to shield herself for as long as she could, ensuring that this innocent girl would suffer no harm for a single day. Chapter 80. His Majesty sits there, weeping silently as night fell. Xiao Hongyun, unable to quell her concern for Meng Tang, decided to stay overnight in Kunming Palace. She recalled the numerous consorts of the late emperor who had succumbed to despair. Fearing that if the palace attendants were inattentive, the empress might consider taking her own life. Mustering her courage, Xiao Hongyun insisted on sharing the same bed with Meng Tang, so that she could be the first to notice if anything were amiss during the night. This marked the first occasion after entering the palace that Meng Tang shared a bed with a consort, their feet touching as they slept. In the dead of night, thunder suddenly rolled in the distance. Each clap grew louder, and the lightning flashed violently, illuminating the entire room. The booming thunder jolted Meng Tang awake. "It's thundering," she murmured. The warmth of camaraderie returned, barefoot and clad only in her undergarments. She stepped onto the floor, following Meng Tang's departure. Xiao Hongyun also awoke, her face paling in alarm. "The empress has truly lost her mind in the middle of the night." Xiao Hongyun sprang up, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please do not succumb to despair. There are still many beautiful things in this world beyond men. Have you ever witnessed the snow in Yannan Hongguan? It is breathtaking. My father took me once. And the entire world was draped in white. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see it. Shall I? Your Majesty, you ought to consider General Meng and Captain Meng, should anything happen to you. How distressed they would be. General Meng, in his advanced years, may not withstand such a blow. Your Majesty, I implore you, do not entertain any reckless thoughts that might lead to foolish actions. As she spoke, she searched for Meng Tang's silhouette. Your Majesty, do you know that after I entered the palace, I was filled with trepidation. My mother frightened me, saying that if I failed to win His Majesty's favor, I would be relegated to a diet of pickled vegetables each day. I did not believe her, yet upon witnessing the concubines in the cold palace, I came to realize the truth. Their fare was even inferior to those pickled vegetables. They subsisted on leftover, spoiled food. You must gather your strength. I do not wish to see you descend into a fate akin to theirs. You have been the kindest to me since my arrival in the palace. If I may speak candidly, you are like an elder sister to me. You treat me with more kindness than my own mother. My mother incessantly criticizes my dullness and often mocks me. Yet you have offered me counsel to vie for His Majesty's affection. I truly cherish you. You are like family to me. I long to see you thriving, as you once were, resplendent and noble. Deserving of the title of Empress Mother, Xiao Hongyun pushed open the door, and upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, she was momentarily taken aback. Meng Tang stood barefoot in the rain, her frail figure illuminated occasionally by flashes of lightning. The torrential downpour drenched her. Xiao Hongyun shivered and exclaimed, Your Majesty, why do you stand in the rain? Please come back. Meng Tang replied with a calm demeanor, Silly girl, you have only just entered the palace. You may not comprehend. Comprehend what? Xiao Hongyun asked instinctively while searching for an umbrella. Meng Tang extended her hand, palms up, catching the raindrops, and said, You do not know, but on nights like this, during such violent storms, His Majesty's old affliction tends to flare up in madness. In his youth, he was afflicted with accursed poison, and whenever thunder and rain arrive, it manifests. This poison is insidious. His Majesty has searched for 7 years, without finding a remedy. Xiao Hongyun opened the umbrella. The night air was cold, the rain even colder. Unable to suppress a shiver, she hurried to her side, shielding her from the downpour. She said, With the way His Majesty treats you, why do you still think of him? Look at you, you are drenched, and you are not even wearing shoes. Xiao Hongyun removed her own shoes, stepping onto the slick ground, and nudged them towards her, saying, Your Majesty, please put these on, your body cannot withstand the cold. Meng Tang gazed at the shoes on the ground, a sudden smile gracing her lips as she knelt down and helped Xiao Hongyun put them on, saying, Among all the concubines in this palace, there is only one who can soothe His Majesty in his madness. Do you know who that is? Xiao Hongyun grasped her arm tightly, saying, Your Majesty. Can you not think of yourself for once? Her body felt so cold that even through the soaked fabric, Xiao Hongyun could sense the chill. She quickly unfurled the cloak from her arm and draped it over her. Xiao Hongyun insisted, You have already mentioned it is an old ailment. This indicates that even before your arrival in the palace, His Majesty's affliction was frequently recurring, even without your soothing presence. He has managed to survive until now. You should prioritize your own health. Should you fall ill, both I and the Meng family would be deeply pained. Meng Tang took the umbrella, saying, Hongyun, you should return and rest. I shall visit the Qianqing Palace. The Qianqing Palace is His Majesty's residence. Xiao Hongyun, her face marred by disappointment, exclaimed, Given your grave condition, why do you still concern yourself with that person's fate? He has treated you so poorly. When Xiao Hongyun first entered the palace, she perceived Meng Tang as exceedingly hypocritical. That gentle and virtuous demeanor was undoubtedly a facade, yet, after spending time with her, Xiao Hongyun discovered that the gentleness was genuine. And the qualities of a virtuous woman were indeed sincere. There was no other woman in this world with such an immense capacity for tolerance as the Empress. I am the Empress. She declared. Having spoken, Meng Tang made her way towards the Qianqing Palace. She bore no shoes, her feet bruised by the stones, yet she paid it no mind. Her intent was to instill ever-deepening pain and guilt in Chu Yi. At the entrance of Qianqing Palace, Li Chongfu stood watch. Upon seeing a figure approaching with an umbrella, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought that after that incident, the Empress would remain angry with His Majesty and would no longer care for his well-being. Overcome with joy, Li Chongfu quickly knelt and bowed, saying, Your Highness, you have arrived. Do you wish to enter? His Majesty is inside. Meng Tang softly replied. It was then that Li Chongfu noticed that the Empress had hastened here without even donning her shoes. And her clothes were drenched from the rain. He quickly lowered his gaze, too afraid to look further, and ushered Meng Tang into the chamber. In times past, whenever Chu Yi had succumbed to madness, he was always irritable and tempestuous, causing Meng Tang to suffer injuries on several occasions. However, as Meng Tang entered the room, she was astonished to find Chu Yi sitting there quietly, silently weeping. In that moment, Meng Tang even doubted whether he had truly fallen ill. Yet, when Chu Yi turned to her, his bewildered gaze meeting hers, she understood that he was indeed unwell, though this time it was unlike previous episodes. There was no uproar or murderous intent, only a quiet sorrow. Chu Yi, upon seeing her, murmured, Who are you? Meng Tang approached him, shedding her cloak, revealing her wet undergarments that clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. I am the Empress, she declared. The Empress. The Empress. And the next instant, Chu Yi's eyes reddened. Shaking his head, he stated, No, how could you possibly be the Empress? You cannot be the Empress. The Empress has grown disillusioned and cold towards me. She no longer wishes to see me. How could she possibly seek me out? You must be a spy sent from another nation, trying to deceive and seduce me. I shall not be fooled. Chapter 81. He bent his back and knee for her. You are aware of this, aren't you? Meng Tang observed Chu Yi's state without a hint of pity, compared to the sufferings she had endured and the grievances she had faced. This was but a trifle. She glanced at the progress bar. Were it not for the need to increase her favorability, she would never entangle herself with such a madman. Not everyone can become another's salvation. Nor does everyone wish to redeem a deranged soul. Meng Tang was merely an ordinary girl, driven by the desire to return home, uninterested in playing the roles of mutual warmth and redemption. Stepping closer to him, she said, Your Majesty, look closely. Am I a spy? I am the Empress. Her tone was cold and distant. Chu Yi gazed at her, murmuring, How could you be the Empress? My Empress would never look at me with such icy eyes. You are not her. How could she regard me with such a gaze? As he spoke, the man's eyes grew red, tears cascading down uncontrollably. He cradled his head in his hands, choking back a sob. Asking, What am I to do? Witnessing the rare moment of docility from Chu Yi, Meng Tang's mind wandered to other thoughts. In his moments of madness, Chu Yi's intellect diminished, rendering him susceptible to manipulation. And upon regaining consciousness, he would have no recollection of the events that transpired, presenting an exquisite opportunity to vent her frustrations at his expense. Previously, during his bouts of insanity, Chu Yi had exhibited a brutal and inhumane demeanor. Once, a young palace maid attempted to seduce him, only to meet her demise at his hand in a fit of rage. Since that incident, none dared approach him when he was unwell. Meng Tang remarked, You have caused the Empress distress. What do you propose we do about it? Seated in contemplation for a considerable time, Chu Yi blinked and gazed at her with eyes akin to a forlorn puppy. Tentatively he ventured, then, should I make the Empress upset with me once more? Meng Tang responded, such a thought process is not that of a rational being, however Chui is clearly no ordinary individual, with a sigh. She continued, Your Majesty, in my homeland, if a husband displeases his wife, he must kneel to seek her forgiveness, often upon hard objects like durians or keyboards. Kneel? Chui fell silent for a moment before asserting. But, I cannot kneel. Why can you not kneel? Meng Tang inquired. I am the sovereign. If I were to kneel, what would become of De Yong? What would the ministers think? What of my late mother? They would be looked down upon. Your Majesty, have you knelt before? Meng Tang asked again. At this, Chui sniffled and replied, I was once looked down upon. I had to kneel before those servants for a mere morsel of food. Crawling like a dog, I cannot kneel, I cannot, but Your Majesty, no one else is present, only the Empress. If you kneel, only I shall witness it, you will not be looked down upon. Chui lifted his gaze to her. His expression bewildered. Are you truly the Empress? I am, but my Empress would hold me, would kiss me, would whisper sweet nothings to me. You are so cold, you bear no resemblance to her, you must be an impostor. Your Majesty, take a good look at my face and see whether I am truly an impostor. Meng Tang leaned closer, her breath warm against his face, accompanied by the fragrance of orchids. Chui was momentarily taken aback. Then, with surprising hesitance, he reached out, his hand brushing against her face. His touch was rough, marked by calluses, as he stroked her cheek until it flushed a rosy hue, not like a human skin mask. How peculiar, Chui mused. I am angry, which is why I shall not hold or kiss you. Your Majesty, if you do not sincerely apologize and seek to mend my heart, I shall vanish like the moonlight at dawn. That cannot be. Chui suddenly clenched his fist, veins standing out against the back of his hand. My Zitong cannot leave me. He became agitated, rising to pace within the room, declaring, Zitong is my only confidant. I will not permit her to depart. I desire her to remain by my side for all eternity. He turned back, gazing at Meng Tang, and proclaimed, even if I must compel her, to confine her, I will ensure she stays by my side. Meng Tang felt an overwhelming urge to strike this disrespectful wretch dead. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Your Majesty may not be aware, but a forcibly bent fruit is never sweet. Chui immediately retorted, Nonsense, a forcibly bent fruit is the sweetest. I have fought my way to this point. Whatever I desire, I seize it. How can it not be sweet? It is undeniably sweet. If I do not seize it, how would this status, this power, this realm belong to me? What is taken is the best, Chui asserted with conviction. Meng Tang was astounded by his shamelessness. But Your Majesty, a queen is not an object, she is a person. Humans and objects are not the same. Humans are alive. To treat her as an object to be seized is not love, it is mere possessiveness. Upon hearing this, Chui was on the verge of madness. He barked, regardless of what it is, I want her, I only desire her. After uttering these words, Chui lunged forward. With a thud, he forcefully pinned Meng Tang against the bookshelf. He declared, Did you not say you are my queen? As a queen, you must fulfill the duties of a queen. Meng Tang cast a glance to the side, where the imperial sword lay not far from her. She could reach it with ease, yet she did not draw it. She asked, Your Majesty, are you truly resolved to treat me this way? I have already been thoroughly disappointed in you. How many more heart-wrenching actions must you commit? In that moment, it was as if reason returned to Chui. A clear panic flickered in his eyes. He hastily released his grip, stammering, I. Meng Tang extended her hand, lifting a cup from the table. Then, with a decisive motion, she let go, allowing the cup to shatter into countless pieces upon the floor. She said, Your Majesty, if you can kneel here for 2 hours, I shall grant you your wish. Is that agreeable? Just 2 hours. Meng Tang had knelt for far longer than that. Your Majesty. Meng Tang tucked her damp hair behind her ear, her face exuding an icy demeanor, yet her eyes revealed a tantalizing allure. She slightly tilted her head and inquired, Does Your Majesty not desire me? Zitong. Chui gazed at her in anguish, as if grappling with an internal struggle. The proud emperor, who had never bowed his head to anyone since ascending the throne, found Meng Tang to be the first and only exception. Beneath his authority lay not only gold but the dignity of a sovereign, representing the entire De Yong, and at this moment, Meng Tang aimed to trample upon his dignity. Just as he had done to her before. Your Majesty, to kneel, she gently tugged at her garment, revealing a glimpse of fair skin. Zitong, I desire you. With a thud, Chui knelt upon the shards of the shattered teacup. Soon feeling the warm trickle of crimson seeping from his knees, the proud emperor bent his waist and bowed his knees. Chapter 82. Good Zitong, I have knelt, I was wrong. Chui looked up at her with eyes glistening like a puppy's, and said, Zitong, I have knelt. Meng Tang stood before him, looking down from her elevated position. She replied, you have knelt only this once, your majesty. Do you know how many times I have knelt over these 7 years? Upon entering the palace, her knees became weak. Before the emperor, she was compelled to kneel, and before the empress dowager, the same was required. The physical humiliation was but a trifle, having been born and raised in modernity. She could bend her waist and knees, yet she refused to allow herself to be assimilated by this feudal era, nor would she permit the depths of the palace to consume her. After uttering this sentiment, Meng Tang fell silent. Even while kneeling, Chui maintained a straight posture, his gaze fixed intently upon Meng Tang. She casually withdrew a book from the shelf and took a seat. Engrossing herself in its pages as if oblivious to her surroundings, Chui hesitated, words lingering unspoken on his lips. Meng Tang lifted her eyes, her gaze as cold as ice, and remarked, your majesty, having knelt for 2 full hours. Once the time has elapsed, I shall grant you what you desire. Chuyi's knees were pierced by shards of broken porcelain, causing him considerable pain, yet, in comparison to the agony in his knees, he longed more to embrace her. He obediently knelt there, his eyes ablaze with fervor and possessiveness. Time slipped away unmeasured, and outside, thunder rumbled ominously, with the storm approaching with great ferocity. Li Changfu, perceiving the silence within, tentatively called out, your majesty, your highness, may I inquire if you have finished? Meng Tang, feeling parched, instinctively reached for tea, only to recall that she had shattered the teacup moments prior. She replied with indifference, Li Changfu. Bring tea. Yes, your highness, he responded. Li Changfu entered, bending slightly as he opened the door, carrying a freshly brewed Longjing tea. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his steps faltered, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at Chui, renowned for his ferocity and unpredictable temperament, who among the populace did not fear him. Yet, at this moment, such a sovereign knelt before Meng Tang, blood pooling beneath him in a vivid crimson. The shock Li Changfu felt was beyond mere description. Since Chui ascended the throne, he had always been domineering and obstinate. It was exceedingly difficult to even elicit a kind word from him, let alone see him kneel. A shiver coursed through Li Changfu. He sensed that should the emperor discover his thoughts, his head might well be forfeit. Meng Tang glanced up and inquired, why do you stand there in a daze? Regaining his composure, Li Changfu hurriedly placed the tea upon the table, casting a glance at the kneeling Chui. His words caught in his throat. Meng Tang sighed, feigning exasperation as she stated, the emperor has previously displeased me. Now he insists on kneeling to apologize, and I cannot possibly intervene. Li Changfu stammered, you need not explain, I understand. She swept her gaze towards Chui and asked, is that so? Indeed, Chui affirmed. He then scrutinized the unexpected intruder, his expression fierce, resembling a wolf cub, utterly unlike the docility he displayed towards Meng Tang. Li Changfu, sensing the tension, declared, then I shall take my leave. Your highness, should you require anything, please call for me, I shall remain just outside. Meng Tang sipped her tea, moistening her throat, and replied, there is no need to wait, you may return and rest, as your presence is no longer required here. Understood, your highness, Li Changfu acknowledged, bowing as he retreated hastily. Upon exiting the hall, Li Lifu, noting his mentor's flustered demeanor, quickly inquired, master, what troubles you? Has the emperor lost his temper again and harmed the empress? Sighing, Li Changfu cast a complex glance at him and replied, do not speak such nonsense, return and take your rest, there is no need for anyone to attend to the Qianqing palace tonight. Very well, it seems that the empress dowager has already soothed his majesty. You understand nothing. Li Changfu kicked him. 2 hours later, Chui gazed longingly at her and said, Zitong, it has been 2 hours. Meng Tang closed her book and inquired, your majesty, does your knee ache from kneeling? Chui replied with a touch of grievance, it does indeed. Meng Tang rose and approached him, smiling as she said, is this pain truly unbearable? Chui insisted, it has been 2 hours, Zitong must honor our agreement. Yet Meng Tang retorted, but your majesty, you have often disregarded our arrangements in the past. The so-called imperial promise is nothing but a jest. Zitong. Chui shifted his knee. Meng Tang pressed down on him, stating, your majesty, I have not permitted you to move. However, Chui suddenly freed her hand and swept her into his embrace, hoisting her legs onto his shoulder. He declared, I have fulfilled all of Zitong's requests. It is time for Zitong to reward me. With a huff, he playfully slapped her bottom, saying, humph, Zitong has learned to bully others. Who did you learn this from? Was it Feng Wani, or that Jin Wu Wei who served me a few days ago? You certainly gazed at him more than once. Meng Tang was at a loss for words. She could hardly recall how many times she had looked at that Jin Wu Wei, yet Chui remembered vividly. His rough, warm palm caressed her soft, tender skin, and with each inch he traversed, a faint blush emerged, akin to a delicate blush of rouge, so beautiful Meng Tang made no attempt to resist. Tonight, she must share the bed. For a splendid performance awaited them come dawn. With her fair arms entwined around his neck, she said, "Your Majesty, if you do not understand the value of cherishing a delicate flower, then perhaps you should descend from this bed." Upon hearing this, Chui immediately softened his grip. His face flushed slightly as he cautiously replied, "I understand, I truly do. I shall be gentle. Is that agreeable?" With that, he leaned in to kiss her pale lips. Meng Tang turned her head, evading his kiss. Chui, persistent in his desire, sought to kiss her time and again, yet each attempt was thwarted. With a look of hurt in his eyes, he asked, "Zitong, why do you refuse my affection?" Meng Tang remained silent. "I will be very careful. I shall not bite Zitong again." He blinked his eyes earnestly, yet Meng Tang's heart did not soften as she replied, "Because I do not love you." "Your Majesty, nonsense. Zitong clearly loves me. If you did not love me, how could you allow me to do such things?" Upon finishing his words, he firmly grasped her waist. Meng Tang let out a soft sigh. The rain had fallen, and the room grew damp, rendering even their breaths thick and sticky. Meng Tang declared, "If your Majesty insists on being intimate, then I shall withdraw my service." With those words, she lifted her foot and unceremoniously kicked the esteemed sovereign off the bed. Although Meng Tang appeared delicate and fragile, she hailed from a family of warriors and was far from genuinely weak. With a thud, Chuyi's towering figure landed on the floor rather than being anchored. Chuyi rose carefully and inched closer, saying, all right, I shall not pursue any intimacy, dear Zitong. I will refrain. Please do not be upset." In Chapter 83, Zitong, I forbid you from consuming any restorative medicine. The emperor's affections proved to be quite demanding. Chuyi, accustomed to dominance, had always been rough during their intimate encounters, prioritizing his own desires without consideration for Meng Tang's feelings. This marked the first time he exhibited such humility and caution. Albeit in a state of affliction, yet Meng Tang found that Chuyi, in his weakened state, was far more endearing than the tyrannical monarch he usually embodied. She playfully nudged him with her foot. "Warning, should your Majesty cause me any more pain, I shall not hold back." Upon hearing this, Chuyi's mouth broke into a wide grin, reminiscent of a playful puppy, as he gently grasped her arm without applying pressure. Assuring her, "I shall be cautious, I will take care." After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and softly kissed her brow. As he continued to kiss her, tears began to flow, warm droplets, cascading onto Meng Tang's face. He blinked and murmured, "Am I dreaming? My empress seems to have disregarded me, yet here she is, nestled in my embrace." Wrapping his arms around her waist, he playfully flipped her over, causing the world to spin until Meng Tang found herself seated atop him. "Zitong," he said, "in my childhood, they treated me like a horse. Today, shall I allow you to ride me as well? You may tease me at your leisure, and I shall not retaliate." His eyes gleamed with sincerity, akin to that of a devoted puppy. However, this earnestness was fleeting, bound solely to his current state. Once he regained his clarity, he would revert to the suspicious and tyrannical ruler he typically was. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Meng Tang. She caressed his face and inquired, "Am I truly permitted to tease you at will?" Chuyi nodded affirmatively. He confessed, "In my youth, the palace maids and eunuchs called me a little bastard. A wretched creature. I am not a dog. I despise being treated like a dog. Yet, Zitong, if I do not play along, I fear I shall not survive." Gently supporting her slender waist, he asked, "Zitong, may I indulge in your teasing tonight?" Meng Tang's frail form momentarily froze, her alabaster arms drawing up the curtains. Before long, the sound of agonized pleasure escaped Chuyi's lips. "Zitong. Zitong." He gently called out to her. Meng Tang remained silent in response. As the storm subsided and the rain ceased, it was rare for Meng Tang to awaken before Chuyi at the 5th watch of the night. She had already donned her garments, seated at the edge of the bed, where her exposed neck bore a multitude of kiss marks. Despite Chuyi's efforts to be gentle, he had left numerous traces upon her. His nature was inherently domineering. Such a being was no mere puppy, but rather a fierce beast, a wolf. "Come in," Meng Tang called out. The young eunuch, unfamiliar to her, entered and knelt before her, too timid to meet her gaze. He trembled as he spoke, "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" "Go summon Dr. Tang from the Imperial Medical Institute, and have him prepare the supplementary medicine as usual," Meng Tang stated with a calm demeanor. The entire palace spoke highly of the empress as a gentle and kind individual. However, today, both her expression and tone were imbued with a coldness that reminded them of His Majesty the Empress. After all, was still the empress, her presence commanding respect. The young eunuch responded promptly, yes, I shall make haste. He hurried out of the Qianqing palace. Dr. Tang Shirda had just assumed his position, yawning as he entered the Imperial Medical Institute. The young eunuch had been waiting there for some time and upon seeing him, exclaimed, Dr. Tang, you have finally arrived. Please prepare the supplementary medicine for Her Majesty at once, she is eagerly awaiting it. Tang Shirda, caught mid-yawn with his mouth still agape, was taken aback. What? Supplementary medicine? Indeed, it was the Empress's personal command. Please hurry and prepare it. Tang Shirda stared at him in shock. Are you certain Her Majesty ordered me to prepare supplementary medicine? And not some other concoction, it is supplementary medicine. The Empress specifically instructed it to be prepared according to the previous formula. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Shirda understood that the Empress desired that very medicine intended for contraception. After the incident, he had miraculously retained his life, and he had thought that the prescription for the supplementary medicine would no longer be necessary. At the hour of the rabbit, Chewie awoke. Truly alert this time, though he had no recollection of the previous night, he found Meng Tang seated beside him, still present. A surge of delight filled his heart. It seemed that during the tempestuous night, it was Meng Tang who had come to soothe him. Despite her profound disappointment in him, her prompt arrival during his episode indicated that she still harbored feelings for him. Zitong, the man's deep voice resonated. Chewie rose, revealing several faint scratch marks on his taut chest. A look of regret crossed his face. It appeared that during his delirium, he had once again taken advantage of Meng Tang. As he descended from the bed, his knees buckled, sending a dull pain through them. Lowering his gaze, he lifted his trousers to reveal an injury on his knee. For a brief moment, confusion washed over him. Meng Tang spoke in a tone that was cool and seemingly casual. Your Majesty was quite mad last night, weeping and insisting on kneeling to apologize to me. Even Li Changfu and his entourage bore witness to it. I could not intervene, and you insisted on kneeling until your legs were raw. Meng Tang approached him, as was her custom, to assist him in dressing. Chu Yi's lips moved as if to speak. It was not surprising that he had behaved erratically during his episode. Watching Meng Tang skillfully help him don his clothing, he instinctively asked, Zitong, have you forgiven me? Meng Tang remained silent, her cold indifference unmistakable in her expression. After fastening his belt, she withdrew her hand. At that moment, Tang Shirda entered, holding the prepared supplementary medicine. Upon seeing Chu Yi awake, his fear intensified. He raised the medicine high above his head, kneeling before them and proclaiming, Your Majesty, the supplementary medicine is ready. Meng Tang replied, reaching out to take it. Suddenly, Chu Yi grasped her slender wrist tightly, inquiring, Supplementary medicine? What sort of supplementary medicine? Meng Tang replied coolly, Does your Majesty not know? This is the supplementary medicine you previously insisted I consume. How could a lowly person like me ever be worthy of bearing your Majesty's dragon heir? Nature compels one to consume tonic, lest by mere misstep one finds oneself with child, incurring the displeasure of His Majesty, and leading to the tragic fate of both mother and unborn heir. Her tone was chillingly indifferent, as if she were discussing a matter of no consequence. Chu Yi fixated on the dark concoction before him, as if it were a fearsome beast. He tightened his grip, causing Meng Tang's wrist to ache under his hold. He declared, I have proclaimed, Zitong, that from this day forth, you need not partake in tonics. My word is final. Your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten that I am of the Meng family. How could a member of the Meng clan be worthy of bearing your progeny? My very name, bearing Meng, is an affront. The Meng family is fit only to serve as a docile canine beneath your feet. My fortune is meager, and this lowly body of mine is only suitable for your indulgence. She continued, I beseech your Majesty to release your hold. The potion must not cool, for if it turns cold, it will be too bitter to swallow. Chapter 84. Chu Yi suddenly struck himself across the face. This statement caught him utterly off guard. Reflecting on her past, he recalled how she had to consume such a potion after every night spent in his company. Did she not suffer both bitterly in body and heart? His heart felt as though it were being ground down by a dull blade. Chu Yi asserted, You shall not drink it. His voice dropped, laced with authority. Had Meng Tang been the obedient and compliant woman she once was, she would have acquiesced to his every word. Yet now, she had been deeply wounded by him. She no longer yielded to him as she once did. Under Chu Yi's cold gaze, Meng Tang switched hands and took the tonic. She brought it to her lips, poised to drink. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi snatched the bowl from her grasp, spilling a few drops in the process. Meng Tang looked up and queried, What does your Majesty mean by this? I am well aware that I am unworthy of bearing your heir. Was this not how you treated me before? Why then, do you refuse now? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Your Majesty, do not forget my surname. I have been drinking this tonic for a year. What do a couple of bowls matter? Chewie gazed at her intently, his eyes filled with an obsessive possessiveness. He stated, I once did not care. But now I do. One hand caressed Meng Tang's abdomen, and he continued, here should be my child. I acknowledge my past folly, my jealous heart, and the wrongs I have committed. Yet, Zitong, I wish to make amends. I can no longer bear to see you consume this potion. Meng Tang's body trembled slightly as she replied, what child? Even if I were to bear a child, given your disposition, it would surely not survive. Why then, must you feign concern? The Meng Tang of your would never have spoken to him with such barbs. Her attitude distressed him greatly. He could not help but think of Feng Wani and Meng Tang's indifference toward her. She truly no longer cared. He did not wish to become like Feng Wani. Tanger, do not speak to me in anger, he implored. Meng Tang shook off his hand and turned away, her eyes glinting with derision. Anger? Is this mere anger? Your Majesty, is this not the truth? Suddenly, she began to hum a nursery rhyme, her gaze filled with nostalgia. She asked Chewie, Your Majesty, do you know what I am humming? Chewie fixed his gaze intently upon her. This, she began, is a lullaby my mother used to sing to me during my childhood at home. She was truly a gentle soul. In my mischievous youth, she always approached me with a heart full of tolerance, never resorting to punishment or scolding. Even when I climbed onto the roof to seek out bird eggs, she would accompany me in my folly. Of course, these are not the experiences of the original owner, Meng Tang, but rather her memories from the modern world. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by genuine emotion, pondering whether she would ever have the chance to return home. Your Majesty, she continued, I have often thought that if I were to have children, I would treat them just as my mother did, nurturing them with love, yet guiding them firmly, ensuring they grow into strong, upright men. Tanger, there will be opportunities in the future. This medicine, Chewie glanced at the dark concoction, noting that it had begun to cool. She had mentioned that it would be unpleasant to consume once it lost its warmth. Without hesitation, Chewie lifted the bowl and, with a decisive gulp, downed the bitter and sour potion, which was tinged with an inexplicable fishiness. A single taste nearly made her retch. So this was the flavor of the restorative tonic. It left a tingling sensation on the tongue and a dull ache in the heart. Tang Shirda, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Your Majesty, Chewie hurled the bowl to the ground, declaring, from this day forth, no matter whose command it may be, even that of the Empress, no one shall brew this tonic again. Do you understand? Tang Shirda dared not refuse. Tanger, I suddenly find that perhaps having a child would not be so bad after all. If she were to truly bear a child, her actions and words would be influenced by the presence of that little one. Even in moments of anger, she would think of the child and would not easily part ways. Meng Tang shook her head. Your Majesty, you have never once inquired about my feelings. You forbade me from conceiving, compelling me to drink this tonic. Now that you desire a child, I am expected to bear one. You have previously claimed you were wrong and would change, yet, Your Majesty, you have never once altered your ways. You merely utter sweet words to soothe me, while in your heart, you remain reckless. You. I am but a caged bird, there for your amusement. Chuyi's lips moved in response. Meng Tang took a step back, and only then did he realize that she was barefoot, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood on the floor. Tanger, you are hurt. Chewie rushed forward, lifting Meng Tang and placing her gently on the bed, then carefully examining her feet. The soles were marred with numerous cuts. The blood was not abundant, but strikingly evident. Why did you not wear shoes? He asked. Meng Tang turned away, adopting a demeanor of refusal to engage. Changfu quickly interjected, Your Majesty, after your episode last night, the Empress hurried here without taking the time to put on her shoes, resulting in her injury. Upon hearing this, Chewie felt warmth welling in his eyes, the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipating, replaced by a tender emotion that filled him completely. Tanger, how could you be so foolish? Do you realize how far Kunming Palace is from here? He cradled her feet, nestling them against his chest, and turned to Tang Shirda, commanding, fetch the medicine, I shall personally tend to Tanger's wounds. Meng Tang remarked, this minor injury barely pains me. In a couple of days, it shall heal. There is no need for your Majesty to be so concerned, such trivial matters are commonplace for me. What significance does this small wound hold? When I endured hardships, I did not see your Majesty express much concern. Chuyi's body tensed. Meng Tang glanced at the affection progress bar, which lingered at 69. Stuck at 9. This stagnation caused her great discomfort. She withdrew her foot from his embrace and accepted the medicine handed to her by Tang Shirda. Calmly, she donned the shoes gifted by Li Changfu. Refusing to allow Chewie to apply the medicine for her, Meng Tang stated, at present, I am in a weakened state, and it may not be prudent for me to manage the harem. I have observed that concubine May has been managing the harem quite well, Your Majesty. I propose that you entrust the authority over the 6 palaces to concubine May. It is time for me to return and recuperate in earnest. She even relinquished the authority to oversee the 6 palaces to another. I take my leave. Upon concluding her words, Meng Tang turned to exit, but after taking only a couple of steps, darkness engulfed her vision. And she suddenly fainted. Upon awakening, Meng Tang was afflicted by a high fever, so much so that she was unaware of her own condition. Your Highness, Li Changfu exclaimed in alarm. Chu Yi swiftly turned and hastened toward her. He touched her forehead, exclaiming, so hot, Tang Shirda, come here at once. Chu Yi lifted Meng Tang into his arms and placed her upon the bed. Your Majesty, the princess has caught a chill. Tang Shirda diagnosed her pulse. Hearing this, Li Changfu quickly added, last night, the princess was overly concerned for Your Majesty's health, disregarding the heavy rain to come here. She arrived completely drenched and spent the night comforting Your Majesty. Hardly resting, Chu Yi gazed at her haggard visage, realizing that it was for him she had endured such suffering. He could not recall the events of the previous night, yet he was certain he had forced himself upon her for an entire night. She had already been soaked by the rain, her body weakened, and he had taken her fully. An unprecedented guilt washed over Chu Yi, prompting him to strike himself sharply across the face. Chapter 85. The princess is the most gentle and kind woman in the world. Those within the palace were taken aback by this sudden action. Li Changfu hurriedly cautioned, Your Majesty, you must not, do not harm your own body. Chu Yi lowered his gaze, studying her pale and weary countenance, and softly declared, what significance does my injury hold? Tanger has endured so much suffering and pain for me in the past. Even facing life-threatening situations on several occasions, she was once a delicate flower of the Meng family, nurtured in their care. They say that the palace's environment nurtures life, yet I have nearly caused this fragile bloom to wither on several occasions. Tanger, I shall never again allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Chu Yi spoke tenderly. Li Changfu interjected, Your Majesty, this is not your fault, do not grieve. The Empress's devotion to you is evident to all. It is precisely because she cares so deeply for Your Majesty that she acts thus. They say that deep affection does not last, and extreme wisdom can lead to suffering. This matter of love can be most painful. Your Majesty, you must also take care of your own health. The affairs of the court cannot do without you. Chu Yi bowed his head, holding Meng Tang's delicate foot as he applied ointment to her fine wounds. He remarked, Li Changfu, you, a eunuch, have not experienced the trials of life, yet you seem to understand these matters quite well. Li Changfu chuckled and replied, Your Majesty, just because I have not eaten pork does not mean I have never seen a pig run. Your Majesty must not allow the Queen to cause harm to your own health. The Empress is merely experiencing a fleeting moment of anger. Deep down, she still loves you. If she were to awaken and see you unwell, she would undoubtedly feel immense sorrow. In this palace, there is no one more concerned about your well-being than the Queen herself. After administering the medicine, Chu Yi rose and stated, I am aware. He reached out, gently tucking the damp strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, and inquired, Where is Tang Shirda? Has the cold remedy not yet been prepared? Your Majesty, please do not fret. A cold is not a grave ailment, and the Empress will be fine. Chu Yi sighed deeply and replied, While a cold may not be serious, how does one heal the wounds of the heart? Your Majesty, to untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. If you treat the Empress with more kindness and empathy, she will surely calm her anger. The Empress is the most magnanimous person in the harem and would not remain upset with you for long. Chu Yi's gaze darkened, and he remarked, I sincerely hope so. Li Changfu spoke wisely, she is indeed the most generous and deeply affectionate. Surely, her anger is but a temporary state. His Empress is the most gentle and submissive woman beneath the heavens. Having attended court, Chu Yi made his way to the inner palace, where Meng Tang was attended by maids and eunuchs. In Kunming Palace, Xiao Hongyun had not slept a wink. As dawn broke, a servant from Qianqing Palace arrived, stating, This servant pays respects to Empress Xiao. Respect what? Spare me the pleasantries. Where is the Queen? Xiao Hongyun's expression darkened. The rain had poured heavily last night, and given her frail constitution, she had braved the storm to care for His Majesty throughout the night. Naturally, she was filled with worry upon his prolonged absence. The eunuch replied, The Queen has fallen ill. His Majesty has sent someone to attend to her in Qianqing Palace, and has instructed me to inform you that the Queen will not be returning to Kunming Palace for the time being. She is ill? Xiao Hongyun's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly asked, What is the nature of her illness? Is she in danger? Rest assured, Empress, the Queen has merely caught a slight cold and is accompanied by His Majesty. A slight cold. Xiao Hongyun spat out the words through gritted teeth. it must surely be a consequence of last night's rain. If not for His Majesty, how could the Queen have caught even a slight cold? The Queen's health is already frail and diminished. Now she has fallen gravely ill. She lifted her skirts and declared, "This will not do. I must go see her." How can anyone ascertain whether the illness is genuine or feigned? What if it has worsened? Has His Majesty taken proper care of her? I cannot rest easy without witnessing her condition with my own eyes. With that, Xiao Hongyun disregarded the protests of her attendants and made her way towards Qianqing Palace. Just as Chui returned from court, he headed straight for the sleeping quarters. The chamber was tranquil, with the soothing scent of incense wafting through the air. As Chui entered, he inquired, "How is the Empress faring?" Tang shivered and knelt on the ground and responded, "The maidservants have just administered medicine to her. The Empress requires ample time to recuperate." Chui nodded and instructed Li Changfu, "Go, bring today's memorials to the sleeping quarters." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chui settled at the writing desk, reviewing the memorials while keeping the company of Meng Tang. Suddenly, Jin Wuwei entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the information you requested has been uncovered." Chuyi's hand paused, a chill flickering in his gaze as he asked, "Oh?" Jin Wuwei lowered his voice and remarked, "Yesterday, Mei Fei visited Kunming Palace. After her departure, the Empress learned of the existence of the contraceptive medicine." Chui scoffed and replied, "No wonder Tang Er urged me to delegate the authority to manage the 6 palaces to her." Tang Er, with her kind heart, remains oblivious to the malicious intent hidden in Mei Fei's actions. She may even believe that Mei Fei's revelation was a form of assistance, hence her defense of Mei Fei before me. "How shall we dispose of this matter?" Jin Wuwei inquired. "Confine her to Ning Hall." And Ning Hall is a cold palace. One can enter but not exit. Death would be the only escape, rendering it truly serene. Asu command, Your Majesty. A quarter of an hour later, Mei Fei rushed into Qianqing Palace. Weeping, she cried out, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. The Empress has learned of the contraceptive medicine, and it has nothing to do with me. I am innocent." Mei Fei's outcry was so loud that Chui feared it would disturb Meng Tang's rest. "I am innocent." Mei Fei's outcry was so loud that Chui, fearing she would disturb Meng Tang's rest, rose and exited the chamber, closing the door carefully behind him. He gazed down at the pitiful woman weeping at his feet and asked, "Wait until the Empress awakens. You will know the truth upon inquiry. This matter has nothing to do with me. The Empress has already promised not to disclose this matter to anyone. She is a woman of her word." Chui remarked, "You are merely relying on Tang Er's gentle and kind nature, knowing she would not wish to see you fall into the cold palace, which emboldens your arrogance. Do you know that this morning Tang Er even suggested I grant you the authority to manage the 6 palaces? Had I not previously sent someone to investigate the matter, how would I have discovered that you are such a venomous woman? Informing Tang Er of the contraceptive medicine has inflicted tremendous harm on her both physically and mentally." Mei Fei quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "It was not I. Truly, it was not I. Moreover, I did not send anyone to investigate the contraceptive medicine." At that moment, Xiao Hongyun approached, her skirts lifted as she walked. Kunming Palace is quite distant from Your Majesty's Qianqing Palace, and it is said that the Emperor was not fond of the Empress when she first entered the palace, which is why he granted her the somewhat remote Kunming Palace. Xiao Hongyun walked slowly and arrived a bit late. Upon seeing her, Mei Fei's eyes brightened, and she pointed at Xiao Hongyun, declaring, "It was Xiao Fei. It was all orchestrated by Xiao Fei. She was the one who suspected that the tonic was unusual, prompting the inquiry into its true nature. Otherwise, how would the Empress have known that it was a contraceptive medicine?" Xiao Hongyun halted in her tracks, standing there in confusion. Chui turned his gaze toward her, his dark eyes fixed intently, and asked, "My beloved, is what she says true?" Xiao Hongyun's lips moved slightly as she replied, "Yes, it was I who ordered the investigation." In Chapter 86, she longed to return home more than ever. Xiao Hongyun's family had achieved victory in Yannan, and Chui refrained from imposing excessive punishment upon her. He allowed her to kneel at the entrance of Qianqing Palace to seek forgiveness, permitting her to rise only when the Empress awakened. As for Mei Fei, she was quick-witted and immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, I share a deep sisterly bond with the Empress. If she were to see me in the cold palace upon awakening, it would surely grieve her. Given her current state, it is unwise for her to experience excessive worry. I beseech Your Majesty, for the sake of the Empress, to spare me this time." However, Xiao Hongyun countered, "Your Majesty, I believe that Sister Mei Fei is being insincere. If their relationship were truly close, how could she bear to see the Empress saddened? Upon discovering the truth about the contraceptive potion, my first instinct was to conceal it, ensuring that Her Majesty the Empress remained oblivious. Yet, Sister Mei Fei, in her haste, promptly informed Her Majesty, seemingly fearful that the Empress would not be distressed by this revelation. Mei Fei asserted, I could not bear to see Her Majesty deceived, thus I acted out of goodwill to inform her. Xiao Fei, do not slander me with your accusations. Could you truly bear to witness the Empress descend into despair and melancholy over this matter? Xiao Hongyun could not restrain her voice from rising. I never anticipated that Her Majesty would be so heartbroken. It was not my intention, Mei Fei retorted. What a convenient excuse, Your Majesty, should you deem it necessary to punish me. I shall accept, but Sister Mei Fei must share in my punishment. Chui found himself vexed by their quarrel. He interjected sternly, silence, both of you. Did Xiao Fei not come to visit the Empress? Kneel here and await her awakening, Xiao Hongyun replied. Indeed, should the Empress remain unconscious, I shall kneel here indefinitely. As for you, Chui gestured towards Mei Fei. She shuddered at his words with a cold disdain. He declared, you venomous woman, dare to covet the power to govern the 6 palaces, you shall be confined to the Anning Hall and shall not return. Take her away at once, I no longer wish to hear her voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuchs advanced to restrain Mei Fei, who struggled in vain, crying out, I am wronged, Your Majesty, the Empress, save me, rescue me. At this moment, Meng Tang found herself ensnared in a kaleidoscope of bewildering visions. She dreamt of traversing into a foreign dynasty. Upon awakening, she returned. Meng Tang pushed open the door to her villa, where her parents awaited her. Her mother, a distinguished CTO at a renowned multinational corporation, and her father, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, had raised her as their cherished jewel during her childhood. Her parents, preoccupied with their careers, had entrusted her care to her grandmother in the countryside. After her grandmother's passing, she exhibited a maturity beyond her years, leaving her parents increasingly remorseful. Whatever she desired, they would promptly support and fulfill. As Meng Tang entered the house, her mother approached and inquired, have you completed your university applications? Which institution do you wish to attend? Meng Tang replied, I plan to apply to Nanda. Her mother frowned. Nanda? It is quite distant. How long will it be before we see each other? Her father, a stern-looking middle-aged man, interjected, if the child wishes to go, let her. Distance is trivial in this age of advanced communication. The simple video call will suffice whenever we wish to see her. Yet, Meng Tang noticed her father's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Enough. Your mother has prepared your favorite dishes today. Tang Tang, come and eat. Afterward, I shall share tales about Nanda. It is not an easy place to enter. Filled with prodigious talents, our Tang Tang is also a genius. Her mother beamed with pride. Her father could not help but smile as well. Witnessing this scene, a genuine warmth surged within Meng Tang. She gazed at the array of dishes before her, all her favorites. Her mother, once incapable of cooking and reliant on a housekeeper for meals, had honed her culinary skills for her sake. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping Meng Tang in the warmth of home. She stepped forward, moving towards them. In an ephemeral moment, the home before her shattered piece by piece. She stepped into a black hole, which devoured her, consuming her relentlessly. Meng Tang reached out, desperately grasping towards her parents. Mama, Papa, she cried. They gazed at her with eternal smiles, asking, Tang Tang, why don't you come over? Do you dislike the dishes Mama prepared today? Would you prefer something else? How about braised pork? Do you like it? Mama knows you love whatever she makes. Yet, her body was gradually consumed by the black void, rendering her voiceless, leaving her with tears as she stretched out her hand towards them. Ultimately, the black hole swallowed her hand as well. Meng Tang awoke, drenched in sweat, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. She stared at the ancient, ornate ceiling, the visages of her parents vividly imprinted in her mind. This was the reality. Her parents were but a beautiful dream she once had. She longed to return home, yearning more than ever. Clenching the blanket tightly with both hands, she bit her lip in frustration. Your Highness, you have awakened, exclaimed the maid, who, upon noticing her opened eyes, cried out joyfully. Meng Tang slowly exhaled, releasing her grip on the blanket, propping herself up on her arms, and inquired, how many days have I been unconscious? The maid replied, Your Highness has been asleep for 3 days. His Majesty has been here with you all this time. Meng Tang surveyed the chamber, but did not see Chuyi's figure. She asked, wasn't he supposed to be with me? The maid appeared slightly embarrassed and said, His Majesty has gone to attend court. Oh, not worry, Your Highness, he will come to see you as soon as he returns. For an emperor, there are always matters more significant than love, such as the stability of the realm. From the very beginning, Meng Tang understood that she could never be the most important person in Chuyi's heart. Yet, to return home, she must become his singular obsession, compelling him to love her enough to forsake his empire for her sake. Outside, Xiao Hongyun noticed the maid exiting with joy, exclaiming, "The Empress has awakened." "The Empress has awakened." Li Changfu, upon hearing this, also displayed a smile. He said, "Xiao Fei, the Empress has awakened, you need not kneel any longer. Please rise." Xiao Hongyun tugged at her lips, murmuring, "The Empress is awake, she is finally awake. She is unharmed. As long as she is fine, as long as she is fine." Her voice grew increasingly faint. Just before she closed her eyes, she saw the door to the inner chamber swing open, and a figure clad in a nightdress appeared before her. The person, with delicate white hands, hurriedly supported her, their tone laced with concern. "Hongyun, Hongyun." Recognizing the Empress's voice, Xiao Hongyun felt assured that she was indeed safe. With relief, she closed her eyes. Meng Tang embraced her, allowing her head to rest on her shoulder, her expression troubled as she asked, "What has happened, Your Highness?" Came the reply, "It is His Majesty." He blamed Xiao Fei for investigating the contraceptive drug and ordered her to kneel here. "Until you awaken, she is not permitted to rise." Meng Tang noticed that Xiao Hongyun's legs were swollen from kneeling. Chui was indeed a heartless and unyielding man. Cough. Meng Tang, filled with indignation, coughed twice and instructed, "Bring Xiao Fei inside, summon the imperial physician at once, quickly, you wretched creature, how dare you mistreat even her little joy." Chapter 87, The Empress Weeps. Zhu Yi cherishes Xiao Hongyun, being the soft-hearted and easily deceived one, would surely feel guilty upon learning of her illness. Zhu Yi, Meng Tang observed as they carried Xiao Hongyun into the room. Her body trembled slightly. She spoke in a measured tone, "Li Gonggong, I would appreciate it if you could recount to me in detail the events that transpired during my unconsciousness." "Yes, Your Highness." Li Changfu meticulously recounted the affair of Mei Fei being cast into the cold palace, as well as the situation concerning Xiao Fei. However, he spoke most extensively about the emperor. Li Changfu remarked, "His Majesty is genuinely worried for Your Highness. Aside from morning court sessions, he spends all his time by your side, keeping you company. I have witnessed with my own eyes how his eyes have grown bloodshot from sleeplessness. Despite my repeated pleas for him to rest, he insists that he cannot feel at ease until you awakened." He carefully observed Meng Tang's expression and continued, "His Majesty punished Mei Fei and Xiao Fei for your sake. Your Highness, please do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Their fates are of their own making." Li Changfu, aware of the Empress's kind heart, feared that upon learning of Mei Fei and Xiao Fei's misfortune, she might feel remorse. Indeed, he noted the tears welling in her eyes, and his heart ached for her. Xiao Hongyun's legs had swollen terribly. Once graceful and poised, they now bore the marks of her suffering. After this, who could say whether she would ever dance again? Zhu Yi's heart was truly merciless, showing no regard for the dignity of Xiao Hongyun's family. "Alas, Your Highness, both Mei Fei and Xiao Fei brought this upon themselves. You may not be aware, but given His Majesty's disposition, Xiao Fei should have been sent to Meng Tang to accompany Mei Fei. However, considering her rapport with Your Highness, he chose to lessen the punishment, allowing her only to kneel. As Meng Tang entered the room, she found Xiao Hongyun's brow furrowed and distressed. In her stupor, Xiao Hongyun murmured, "Mother, it hurts, I am in so much pain." Meng Tang approached, rolled up Xiao Hongyun's trousers, and beheld her swollen legs, pondering whether she would ever dance again. Once a lively and spirited young woman, she now lay in such a state. Meng Tang took a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Hongyun dear, it won't hurt anymore, it will be better in a few days." Xiao Hongyun indeed quieted down, yet her brows remained tightly knitted even in her sleep. Tang Shirda hurried over. He first checked Meng Tang's pulse, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness, your high fever has subsided, you only need to recuperate for a few days. Quickly, go see Xiao Fei." Meng Tang spoke coldly. Tang Shirda did not dare to delay. After a moment, he said, "Returning to Your Majesty, Xiao Fei is currently afflicted by internal cold, which has led to her state of unconsciousness and her legs. Is there any injury? Will she be able to dance again?" Meng Tang inquired urgently. Tang Shirda hesitated for a moment, glancing at those around him, and whispered, "In response to Your Highness, Xiao Fei has sustained damage to her knees. I cannot guarantee a complete recovery. We can only attempt to treat her. In other words, it is highly likely that she may never dance again." "Is it?" Meng Tang's eyes widened slightly, and a sudden wave of suffocation gripped her heart. When Xiao Hongyun first entered the palace, she did not regard her with much importance, merely perceiving this sister as exceedingly foolish. Yet, foolishness has its own advantages, as it is easily manipulated. Later, upon observing her genuine innocence and simplicity, the sincerity of her few gestures of goodwill compelled Meng Tang to offer her heart wholeheartedly. Such earnestness is indeed a rarity within the depths of the palace. In 7 years, Meng Tang had encountered only one such individual as Xiao Hongyun. She was truly quite naive. Tang Shirda sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily interjected. Your Highness, please do not be overly distressed. Your current condition is not suited for extreme joy or sorrow. I assure you, I shall devote all my medical expertise and efforts to restore Consort Xiao to her former state. Tang Shirda, heal her, she commanded. I order you to ensure her recovery. Should you fail, with a heavy exhale, she pressed her nails into her palm, knowing that Tang Shirda was innocent and must not bear the brunt of her anguish. I understand, Your Highness, please take a deep breath. Do not let anger overwhelm your heart. From the outer hall came the cheerful voice of Chui. Tang has awakened, truly awakened, after the court session. He had rushed over upon hearing this good news. Li Changfu smiled and said, Dr. Tang is currently inside diagnosing the princess. She is out of danger now. Your Majesty can rest assured. That is indeed good to hear. Chui entered, still clad in his dragon robe, which displayed a vividly embroidered 5-clawed golden dragon, yet to Meng Tang, it rendered his countenance particularly fierce and loathsome. Chui, wary of disturbing her. From the outer hall, the cheerful voice of Chui resounded. Tanger has awakened, truly she has. Having heard this delightful news immediately after court, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Li Changfu smiled as he remarked. As he reached to take her small hand, Meng Tang instinctively withdrew, evading his touch. His smile faltered. Meng Tang then rose and glanced at the unconscious Xiao Hongyun on the bed, saying, Your Majesty, I have awakened. But alas, another consort now lies gravely ill and in a coma. Following her gaze, Chui noticed Xiao Hongyun lying on the bed. He retracted his hand behind his back and remarked, She brought this upon herself. Your Majesty, let us speak outside and not disturb Consort Xiao. Dr. Tang, please accompany me. Yes, Your Majesty. Once in the outer hall, Meng Tang closed the door tightly. Concerned about disturbing Xiao Hongyun, she spoke coolly, Dr. Tang, please reiterate to His Majesty what you just conveyed to me. Thus, Tang Shirda recounted once more the condition of Xiao Hongyun and the injuries to her legs. Meng Tang then inquired, Your Majesty, have you understood clearly? Chuyi's expression darkened slightly as he replied, Zitong, is this what you wish to discuss with me? In my heart, 10 Xiao Hanyans do not equate to one of you. Previously referring to him as Tanger, now he addressed her as Zitong, signaling his growing displeasure. Yet Meng Tang remained undaunted. She asked, May I inquire, Your Majesty, what sin has Consort Xiao committed that warrants such torment? His private investigation into the matter of the supplementary medicine has caused you distress. That is the true error. Chu Yi's gaze turned cold and sharp. Your Majesty, you have stated that 10 Xianhuanyuns are not worth a single one of your subjects. Have you perhaps forgotten that I, too, once resided in the palace, enduring days akin to those of Xianhuanyun, and perhaps even less fortunate? I have knelt in the bitter cold, under your very command. I am no different from her. With disappointment, she shook her head at him. Chu Yi's lips moved slightly. He could hardly recall those days when he harbored no fondness for Meng Tang, finding her presence irksome. And she had been punished on numerous occasions. Zitong, do you truly wish to dredge up the past with me? Tears cascaded down as Meng Tang, with reddened eyes, declared, Dr. Tang mentioned that the knee of Consort Xiao is injured. And she may never dance again. The beauty wept, evoking pity, and as Chui witnessed this scene, the displeasure within him gradually dissipated. He remarked, It is merely the inability to dance. The palace is filled with numerous dancers. And it is not imperative for her to perform for me. Chapter 88, The Empress, in a fit of anger, spat blood. Your Majesty, you understand nothing. The exquisite dance skills of Consort Xiao were earned through her youth. Tears cascaded down Meng Tang's cheeks as she spoke, her eyes reddened. The imperial physician Tang has informed me that Xiao Fei has sustained injuries to her knees, and she may never dance again. Your kindness is excessive. With such a disposition, how can you fulfill the role of empress? Let her be deposed. I no longer wish to be empress, Meng Tang said, her spirit crushed. Chui realized he had spoken thoughtlessly. That previous remark was too impulsive, and he was resolute in not deposing her. I misspoke, Zitong. Do not take offense. I shall refrain from uttering such words henceforth. She merely possesses too much kindness, unable to bear witnessing the humiliation of Xianhuanyun. What fault lies with her? It is he who, upon her awakening, made her behold the wretched state of Xianhuanyun, stirring the pent-up emotions within her, inevitably invoking memories of her own past. She truly appeared weary of this role as empress. Meng Tang gently closed her eyes and spoke, Your Majesty punishes Mei Fei and Xiao Fei merely due to the matter of the contraceptive medicine. You believe they have unveiled your true nature. However, your majesty, to conceal one's actions, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Is it Mei Fei or Xiao Fei who is at fault? Were they the ones who administered the contraceptive medicine to me? It was you, your majesty. Meng Tang opened her eyes. She steadied herself against the table, pointing at him while uttering her rebellious words. It is you. The true culprit is you. If there is to be punishment, it is you who should be punished. Why do you not punish yourself? The attendants Li Changfu and Tang Shirda, who were standing nearby, were taken aback by the empress's audacity. How could she dare utter such treasonous words? That is the emperor. His majesty would never tolerate such insolence. How could his majesty ever err? He is the sovereign, and any decree he issues is beyond reproach, even if it is wrong. Li Changfu, fearing Chu Yi's wrath, immediately knelt down and pleaded, Your Majesty, the empress has just recovered from a serious illness. Her mind may not be clear at this moment, and her words are mere nonsense. Please do not take them to heart. At that moment, the emperor's visage no longer bore the cheerful demeanor it had upon his arrival. Chu Yi's expression darkened, his eyes barely concealing his fury. Li Changfu quickly turned back to Meng Tang and exclaimed, Oh dear, what are you saying, Empress? Upon awakening, you may be unaware of the circumstances. During your unconsciousness, His Majesty has yearned for your swift recovery day and night. In his devotion to you, he has scarcely attended to official matters, neglecting countless affairs in the past 2 days, much to the lament of the ministers from the previous court. Lady Li Changfu incessantly gestured towards Meng Tang, saying, Your Highness, you merely misspoke in haste, your heart does not harbor such thoughts, as I am well aware. Yet Meng Tang feigned ignorance, smiling as she inquired, Pray tell, has His Majesty taken offense? Is he truly angered? With a sudden flourish, Meng Tang swept her sleeves, sending the cups and dishes crashing to the ground in a cacophony, declaring, Am I not merely speaking the truth? Is His Majesty unable to bear the veracity of my words? Indeed, the truth can be harsh. Even when His Majesty errs, he would seldom admit his faults. It is simply a matter of having administered a contraceptive potion to me, as long as I remain unaware. It is not deemed such yet. It was the consorts Mei and Xiao who revealed the truth to me, which is truly vexing. Were it not for them, I would still be in a harmonious relationship with His Majesty. Is His Majesty angered? Is he truly upset? With a sudden flourish, Meng Tang swept her sleeves, sending all the cups and dishes on the table crashing to the ground with a cacophony. She exclaimed, Not even from the Empress herself. Each word strikes at the heart, resonating with what the Emperor finds intolerable. Zhu Yi felt a constriction in his heart, for Meng Tang's words were grounded in truth. Anger simmered within him, realizing that in her eyes, he was indeed such a person. Upon her awakening, she expressed concern for consorts Xiao and Mei, yet failed to inquire after his well-being. A shadow loomed over Zhu Yi's features. Suddenly, Meng Tang clutched her chest, breaking into a violent fit of coughs that tore at her very soul. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, slowly sinking back into her chair, the sound of her cough echoing painfully. Your Highness, exclaimed Tang Shirda in alarm. He hurriedly added, Your Majesty, the Empress has just begun to recover from her illness, her heart is troubled, and now is not the time for emotional upheaval. Excessive joy or sorrow is especially ill-advised. In other words, irrespective of what Meng Tang has said or done, for her health's sake, no further provoking words should be uttered. Meng Tang released the handkerchief, revealing crimson stains, evidence of her having bitten her own tender flesh to elicit blood. In an effort to enhance her performance, Zhu Yi was taken aback at the sight of the blood. He rushed forward, exclaiming, Tang Shirda, do come quickly and examine this. Tang Shirda hastened over, taking Meng Tang's pulse and administering acupuncture. After a moment, his mind was clouded with confusion. Her pulse was remarkably steady, not indicative of someone overcome by anger. Tang Shirda lifted his gaze to meet Meng Tang's tear-brimmed eyes. Though her gaze lacked any intimidation, the calmness emanating from her was extraordinary. Their eyes locked, and Tang Shirda shivered. He should not deceive the Emperor. However, the Empress was a woman of gentle virtue, always kind to her servants and physicians. Had she not stirred up such a scene previously, he might have been dragged into punishment by His Majesty. Tang Shirda understood his course of action. Kneeling before Zhu Yi, he proclaimed, Your Majesty, the Empress is suffering from an emotional upheaval. I beseech Your Majesty to refrain from further provoking the Empress. Not indicative of an emotional outburst. Looking up, he met Meng Tang's eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Though those eyes bore no threat, they emanated a calmness that transcended ordinary composure. Their gazes locked for a moment, and Tang Shirda shivered. He should not deceive his sovereign. Yet, the Empress was known for her gentle and virtuous nature, treating her servants and physicians with kindness. Had it not been for her earlier outburst, What reason did he have to harbor anger towards her? She had only just recovered from her illness. He ought to indulge her in every matter. Had he not promised to treat her well henceforth? Those earlier words were merely spoken in a moment of anger. It was only natural for her to feel upset upon witnessing Xiao Fei's severe injury. Given their friendship filled with compassion, Zhu Yi gently enveloped her in his embrace and said, "Tanger speaks the truth. It is my fault. I should not have acted so thoughtlessly regarding the matter of the contraceptive medicine. I cannot blame others. My handling of the situation with Xiao Fei was also rash and improper, which wounded your heart. Please do not let this matter harm your health." Meng Tang's eyes flickered slightly as she weakly replied, "Xiao Fei risked her legs for me, nearly rendering them useless, and she will never be able to dance again. I feel I have wronged her. This is not her fault. Rest assured, I promise you, this matter shall be put to rest. I will not punish Xiao Fei again in the future. You need only to focus on recuperating. I shall not burden you further." His gaze fell upon the blood-stained handkerchief, and he felt a deep pang of regret. Such a vibrant person had been reduced to this state. Meng Tang gently pushed against him with her frail hand, saying, "You will not trouble me any longer. Indeed, my heart has already withered. What is there left to trouble about? I simply do not wish to implicate others." Chapter 89, Your Majesty, do not be overly sentimental. Tanger, do not speak in such a manner. I know your heart does not truly feel this way. Zhu Yi furrowed his brows tightly. She was merely speaking out of anger, he reminded himself. Once her ire subsided, she would once again be the gentle and charming empress. "Your Majesty, please release me. I do not favor your scent." Her struggles gradually ceased, her eyes reflecting a stillness devoid of life. Zhu Yi resembled a lion thwarted in its courtship. Filled with impotent rage and uncertainty, the rich aroma of sandalwood enveloped him, subtle and soothing, not at all harsh. Yet she claimed to dislike it. Was it truly the sandalwood she abhorred, or was it him as a person? Slowly, he loosened his hold on her and said, "If Tanger dislikes it, I shall refrain from using sandalwood in the future." Meng Tang raised her gaze, casting a look filled with sarcasm in his direction. Without uttering a word, her glance conveyed a profound meaning to Zhu Yi. It was not the sandalwood she detested, it was him. Zhu Yi hesitated, words caught in his throat. However, Meng Tang turned resolutely and entered the inner chamber. Tang Shirda, witnessing this exchange, feared Zhu Yi's anger and advised, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to indulge the Empress and avoid inciting her wrath. As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a heart remedy." Zhu Yi observed her retreating figure, noting how she tenderly grasped Xiao Hongyun's hand, whispering sweetly in her ear. The sensation of unprecedented sorrow enveloped him. All her tenderness and kindness were now bestowed upon another, leaving him to experience the sting of neglect. "I understand." Zhu Yi then recalled that at the very least, he was superior to Feng Wanyi, for his Tanger held not a shred of regard for Feng Wanyi, yet still bore a grievance against him for his indifference, which ultimately stemmed from love. Meng Tang had accompanied Xiao Hongyun in the Qianqing Palace for the entire morning before returning to the Kunming Palace. As night fell, in the imperial study, Li Chongfu presented a wooden tablet and remarked, "Your Majesty, it is time to turn the tablet." Zhu Yi rose and waved his sleeve dismissively, saying, "What tablet? I shall go to the Kunming Palace. The Empress ignores me, and I must coax her tenderly." Li Chongfu chuckled, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. Women, indeed, require coaxing. If the Empress disregards you, a few sweet words and affectionate gestures will surely win her forgiveness. Is it not said that couples quarrel at the head of the bed but make amends at the foot?" Zhu Yi pointed at him, exclaiming, "You are quite clever." Li Chongfu grinned broadly, "Your Majesty, do not flatter me excessively. Having served you for so long, I have merely basked in your brilliance. You are the very embodiment of the Ziwei star descending from the heavens." With that, Li Chongfu delivered a flurry of flattery. Meng Tang had spent the entire morning accompanying Xiao Hongyun in the Qianqing Palace, and then returned to the Kunming Palace as nightfall descended. In the imperial study, Li Chongfu, holding a wooden tablet. Meng Tang shook her head, replying, "It is of no consequence." Feng Ning sighed. Ever since the princess returned from the Qianqing Palace, she had scarcely smiled, her face etched with sorrow. Feng Ning understood well that the empress had been deeply hurt by the emperor and could hardly be expected to smile. Yet, recalling the empress's once radiant countenance brought a pang to Feng Ning's heart. "Your Highness," Feng Ning ventured, "might I share a joke with you?" "A joke?" Meng Tang halted her needlework and sighed, saying softly, "I am the real joke." Feng Ning gasped in shock, "Your Highness, please do not say such things. It is my fault for speaking out of turn. I blame my foolish tongue. Do not blame yourself. I know you only wish to cheer me. However, the act must be performed, and the affection must be cultivated. Yet when that affection stagnates at a mere 69 for an entire day, it leaves her feeling utterly discontent. Fang Ning was truly at her wit's end, unable to devise a solution upon witnessing Meng Tang's despondent demeanor. "Your Highness," Fang Ning offered, "if there is anything you desire or wish to eat, please do not hesitate to tell me. I shall prepare it for you very well. You may go. I shall continue my embroidery. As you wish, Your Highness. As Chui approached the entrance of the Kunming Palace, a eunuch instinctively prepared to report, but Chui placed a finger to his lips, saying, "Shu, do not disturb the Empress." The eunuchs knelt on either side, responding in unison. Spotting Fang Ning emerging from the chamber, he called out to her, inquiring, "How is the Empress faring?" Fang Ning, harboring a grudge against him, deliberately exaggerated the situation, stating, "Ever since the Empress returned to the Kunming Palace, she has remained melancholic. Today, she has not dined at all and has spent the entire day embroidering. I attempted to converse with her, but she would not respond, and she has ignored everyone in the Kunming Palace today. I fear she is deeply troubled." Is it truly that grave? Meng Tang was known for her good temper and would never disregard those beneath her. Chui declared, "I shall go in and see for myself." Fang Ning bowed respectfully and took her leave. Chui entered silently, having changed out of his dragon robe. Today, he donned a pristine white brocade garment, with a jade pendant of deep green hanging at his waist. His silver hairpin held his hair in a lofty arrangement, and his countenance exuded an air of haughty elegance, reminiscent of a proud young lord emerging from an esteemed family. Unbeknownst to him, he approached her from behind and noticed the exquisite sachet she was embroidering, depicting a resplendent peacock. His empress was well versed in the Confucian classics, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her skills in embroidery were equally commendable. Chui gently inquired, "Is Tanger crafting this for me?" Meng Tang, startled by the sudden voice, inadvertently pricked her finger with a needle, a droplet of crimson blood immediately surfacing, staining the half-finished sachet. Chui was taken aback by this and grasped her small hand, saying, "Tanger, are you all right? I did not mean to startle you. I should not have." Without thinking, he instinctively took her fingertip into his mouth. His gaze lowered, filled with concern as he looked at her. At that moment, his expression reminded Meng Tang of the frenzied little dog, Chui, which was strikingly similar to how he appeared then. Meng Tang recoiled slightly and replied, "It is nothing." Chui held her hand tightly, smiling as he said, "When I was younger, my mother would often embroider by lamplight, and whenever she pricked her finger, she would instinctively place it in her mouth. She claimed it would heal swiftly, though I know not the truth of it." "False, the mouth is teeming with bacteria," Meng Tang responded, falling into silence. Chui gazed at the sachet in her hand and remarked, "Tanger, your peacock is truly exquisite, so lifelike. I adore it. I recall you made me sachets before, and I have treasured them dearly." Meng Tang replied with a hint of indifference, "How can my embroidery skills compare to those of the artisans in the embroidery house? Such coarse work hardly befits a gift for your majesty. Those I have previously offered have seldom seen you wear them, so it would be best not to impose upon your majesty's discerning eyes." Chui, still holding her small hand, hastily reassured her, "I cherish them, I truly do. Your embroidery surpasses theirs. By fard, it is not that I do not wear them, I simply cannot bear to part with them. From tomorrow onward, I shall only carry sachets crafted by you, if it pleases you." Meng Tang furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly troubled, and replied, "But your majesty, this sachet is not meant for you, it is for Sister Xiao Fei."